Chapter 1 The opening encounter with the heroine stealing test papers? P.S. Being locked up in a small dark room once for speeding too fast. Ga have strength. The story is set in a parallel dimension high noble school, Sherlan School. In the evening, the sun was setting, the sky was gradually darkening, and the students in the school were going home from school. In the classified room on the second floor of the school building, Jiang Che, why are you here? The girl froze in place, looking incredulously at the doorway. Even her hands were trembling slightly as she subconsciously hid the things in her hands behind her back. At this moment, a teenager at the door, wearing a pure white bodysuit, leaning against the door frame, his hands stuck in his pants pockets, his mouth holding a smile as he looked at her. Jiang Che had crossed over not long ago. To be precise, he had traveled into a book and become a pouncing villain. The book was titled Schoolgirl's Personalized Wild Dragon, and as soon as I heard it, I knew that it was a set piece of cool literature. The protagonist's name is Lin Yu, and after practicing hard in the mountains for over 10 years, he was tasked by his master. To be a bodyguard for the schoolgirls, and then he had to play all kinds of games to upgrade his skills and win the beauty of the world. Of course, this Lin Yu is also a eunuch protagonist. Although arrogant, but once encountered the female protagonists will turn into a maniac, and he himself, his identity is the villain of the book, to be smoked by the protagonist hanging on the tree, the son of the richest man in Hangzhou. He didn't even live through 50 chapters before he hurried offline. Jiang Che sized up the shivering girl, tied up in a pair of double ponytails, her fine bangs hidden in front of her forehead, only about 1.5 meters in height, wearing the smallest size of school uniform, white and tender skin through a light pink, small face pink and tender, full of collagen, looking at people want to bite on a bite, small hands behind his back in fear, beautiful eyes full of fear, like a young deer. This look killed all the lowly controllers. Yuan Heir, one of the heroines in the book, and also the best friend of school flower Yi Mengyao. But well, Jiang Che, who was familiar with the plot, already knew that this little lowly wasn't as innocent as she appeared. This was a top-notch green tea. Jiang, brother Jiang Che? This is the data room. Why are you here? Yuan Heir gathered her courage and asked tentatively. Oh, I was about to ask you, and how did you come here? Jiang Che's tone was playful. I came here to organize information. Yuan Heir raised her head and spoke firmly. Jiang Che smiled. Drop. The host bumped into the female lead Yuan Heir stealing the exam materials, triggering the arch-villain's choice. Choice 1, act like you didn't see anything. Yuan Heir's favorability +1. Choice 2, loudly reprimanded, attracting crowds of onlookers, rewarding Yuan Heir with one of her clothes. Choice 3, girl, you don't want your theft of exam materials to be known, do you? Gain 10 points of assignable free attributes. Jiang Che's expression was calm. He had bound such a villainous system after crossing over. Favorability? Did he need Yuan Heir's favorability? Although Yuan Heir did look very pretty, her face value was at least 95 points to start with. If it was an ordinary man, he would probably directly transform into a boiling goat, but licking dog licking to the end will only have nothing. As for the second choice, more people are speechless. Yuan Heir's fat? This is afraid that only perverts will be interested in it? Not to mention, it only says it's Yuan Heir's. We don't know if it's worn or not. In case the one that arrives is unworn, wouldn't it be a blood loss? I choose 3. Jiang Che slowly walked into the data room and looked around, eventually placing his gaze behind Yuan Heir. Yo, look what I found. This can't be the test paper for tomorrow's joint exam, right? Jiang Che seemed to have discovered some shocking secret, and at the same time, the cell phone that had been prepared long ago also secretly opened the camera function. Yuan Heir panicked and directly tried to block the thick stack of sealed test papers behind her with her body, but she was just too small and too short, and the test papers piled up were taller than her. TSK. So are you school flower's excellent grades of being the first in the school for years? Surprisingly, she relies on copying? Jiang Che's words caused Yuan Heir to panic. No way. You're the one who cheated. At this moment, Yuan Heir was incomparably regretful. Why did she come over to steal the test papers? Actually, with her strength, even if she didn't come to steal the test papers, she was still in the top 5 levels in the whole school. It was mainly her vanity that was at work, wanting to maintain her false reputation of being number 1 in the whole school. Do you think I'll believe it? You, brother Jiang Che, can you just pretend you didn't see it? I'll say a few good words for you in front of Sister Yi, okay? The little lowly directly brought out Yi Mengyao's big name. Oh, Yi Mengyao? Yes. Brother Jiang Che, haven't you been chasing after Sister Yao Yao? I'm so close to her. I can say more good things about you in front of her. Who in the entire Sherlan school doesn't know? Jiang Che, the son of Hangzhou's richest man, is the suitor of school flower Yi Mengyao. What if I refuse? Jiang Che's smile gradually grew cold. You Yuaner's palm-sized little face was cloudy for a while, as if she was making a choice. Then the little loli's face changed. Humph, even if you found out, what can you do? How can you prove that I came in to steal the test papers? Besides, you came in too. The big deal is that I'll be the one to catch the thief later. Do you think the school leaders will believe me? The number one in the school. Or will they believe you? Yuaner revealed a bad smile. Her two small tiger teeth looked threatening. Jiang Che just snorted. Female brat. What? Yuaner froze, not understanding what Jiang Che was just saying. I said you. It's really stupid and cute. Jiang Che walked step by step to Yuaner's front, looking down on her from above. As expected, female brats and whatnot. One should be taught a lesson, to be honest. What do you see here? Jiang Che conjured up a cell phone like a juggler. The voice came out from the phone. Even if you found it, what can you do? How can you prove that I came in to steal the test papers? Yuaner was dumbfounded. When did you record the video? If this video was released, then one would really be finished. The charge of stealing exam papers. In Sherlan school, one would face expulsion. And even if one's grades were excellent, even if you get good grades, you'll probably get a demerit. And you'll lose your scholarship. Your reputation will be ruined. And now that you're about to graduate, cheating could be written in her file. She didn't dare to imagine the consequences. Yuaner started to get scared. You give me your cell phone. You give it to me. You give it to me. Oh, the little loli was bouncing in front of Jiang Che, but her height of 1 meter 5 was in stark contrast to the 1 meter 8 Jiang Che. She couldn't reach even when she jumped up, and in the end, she could only be anxious. Even tears came out. Bean-sized teardrops snapped and fell to the ground, and his eyes were red and swollen. It looked very pitiful, but Jiang Che didn't eat her. Still pretending with me? Your green tea whore face has long been recognized by me. After the little girl cried for a while, seeing that her crying wasn't working, she wiped the tears from her face. Her expression grew serious. What do you want? What do I want? Jiang Che revealed a perverted smile. GGG. P.S. The author was shut down 3 times in the small black house. Review 7 times. Can live out has not been easy. Readers sympathize, or else be off the shelves. Julius Bailey. Second brush of the old readers can engage in a wave of the former planted trees. The latter multiply cool. Ahem. Understand, all understand. Chapter 2. You don't want other people to know about you stealing exam papers, do you? Yuaner was frightened by the smile of Jiang Che's. Subconsciously, she took 2 steps back, her smartness vaguely guessing what this guy wanted to do. I'm telling you, don't you mess around. I'll tell Sister Yi, and at that time, you'll completely stop thinking about chasing after her. Jiang Che, on the other hand, had an indifferent expression on his face. Shaking his cell phone, he then leaned down, revealing a smile. Yuaner, you also don't want the matter of you stealing exam papers to be known by others, right? In fact, this should be considered in character. The Jiang Che of his previous life wasn't much of a good old man, an old driver who drove for leaders. With his excellent eloquence and personal ability, he won the hearts of a number of rich wives, and lived a dashing life, but unfortunately, had a car accident. Karma. You threatened me? Yuaner's expression changed. Wasn't Jiang Che Yi Mangyao's loyal licking dog? Why did he move Yi Mangyao out himself? It didn't work either? You guessed correctly, but unfortunately there's no reward. Jiang Che smiled impetuously, like a weird uncle. No, it's a weird pigeon. What do you want? I know you want to chase Sister Yi Mangyao. I can provide you with some tips. I know many of Sister Yi Mangyao's little secrets. Plastic sisters. No. I'm more interested in you now. Jiang Che cornered Yuaner and looked at her as if he was looking down on a prey. Yuaner's heart thumped. It's over. Barbecue is here, coming at herself. You calm down. What the hell do you want? Jiang Che let out a light laugh. What do you think? Lori's face instantly burst into red. A feeling of shame that couldn't be described in words surged to her heart. Believe it or not, I'm shouting it out now? Big deal. We'll both die together. Yuaner bit her lips and put on a look that she would rather die than give in. Then I can only hand over the video to the schoolteacher. Jiang Che shrugged his shoulders. You hand it over. The big deal is that we'll die together. I'll tell others that you're here trying to bully me. I'll lose face and you'll go to the bureau. Come on, hurt each other. Alright, I recorded that part of your sentence just now. Jia. Jiang Che revealed a magical smile. I'll tell others that you're trying to bully me here. I'm losing people. You're going into the bureau. Just now. Yuaner's words were pinched by Jiang Che, who knew how to take things out of context. Once this one was released, the meaning was completely different. Yuaner was infuriated. You can't be like this. Even if Yuaner had more heart, she was ultimately just a student who hadn't stepped into society. Facing an old fox like Jiang Che would also make her feel scared. Jiang Che somewhat helplessly stroked the corner of his forehead. Alright, I won't force you. Jiang Che laughed. You give me a kiss? Then I'll pretend to have lost my memory today. What do you think? Jiang Che's words caused Yuan Heir's face to change and she kept shaking her head. Then don't blame me dash. Don't. Yuan Heir's big beautiful eyes glistened with tears as she stood on her tiptoes, but due to her height, she could only touch Jiang Che's chest with the tip of her nose. Can you lower your head and bring your face over? The little lowly's voice was as tiny as a mosquito. Noble men couldn't lower their heads, except when kissing and picking up money. The girl's eyes widened, mist rising from her pair of soulful watery eyes. 2 minutes later. Okay. Give me your cell phone. Delete what's inside. Yuan Heir's face was scarlet, still unforgiving. Fine. I'll delete it all, right? Jiang Che deleted all the video data in front of Yuan Heir's face before the little girl took a long breath, her face relaxing. You bastard. You won't be able to chase Sister Yi Mengyao in this life. Yuan Heir viciously let out a few harsh words before she left in a sorry state. Looking at Yuan Heir's departing back, Jiang Che laughed out loud. A little girl is a little girl, with a heavy heart. They are all so gullible. Click on settings, file recovery. Recovery successful. This is just like when you use your computer to delete a file and you only delete the desktop icon. It's useless. Jiang Che's eyes gradually perverted and licked the corner of his lips. This secret of yours, I will eat it for a year. Drops. Congratulations to the host for completing the selection. Received reward, assignable free attributes *10. Free attribute points Jiang Che couldn't help but get a little excited. Tapping on his attribute panel. Host, Jiang Che, age, 18. Strength, 8, speed, 10, intelligence, 15, intelligence reduction aura disabled, charisma, 20, added all to strength. Without superior strength, wouldn't he still have to be hung from a tree and smoked when he met that berserk dragon protagonist? As far as he knew, the protagonist Lin Yu's fighting ability was quite terrifying, storming a dozen of his own well-trained bodyguards by himself. Soon, Jiang Che felt a strong force surging into his body. Strength plus 10, current strength 18 points. 10 points of strength was the strength that a normal adult man possessed, and 18 points of strength was almost comparable to a normal lightweight boxer. Although there was still a considerable gap with the protagonist, Lin Yu, but the thin end of the wedge. As the son of the richest man in the world, with a family fortune of nearly $100 billion, and the assistance of the system, if you still can't kill a downhill expert, that's more or less unreasonable. When Jiang Che left the school, it was already getting late, and there weren't many students left on the road. Jiang Che. A silver bell-like voice sounded behind him, and Jiang Che turned around to look over. It was a young girl wearing goose-yellow long sleeves, white pants, plus a pair of clean little white shoes, with her long hair tied into a high ponytail that fell down. Her figure was tall, and her slender legs were flawless, comparable to manga leg types. Jiang Che looked back, his expression slightly moved. What a pretty girl, the Heaven's Destiny heroine, Yi Mengyao. Chapter 3 Yi Mengyao's cluelessness, triggering the villain's choice again. Yi Mengyao. Jiang Che sized up this young girl with interest, the young princess of the Yi family in Hangzhou, and she was a childhood friend of his, but the bamboo horse had love and the plum had no intention. In fact, the main thing is that Yi Mengyao has misogyny. Duan. It's really too classic. Classic misogyny. The flower of the high ridge is arrogant and delicate. The protagonist is a white knight in shining armor. Vomit. Jiang Che? Yi Mengyao opened her mouth again, and at this time, quite a few students had gathered at the school entrance. Yi Mengyao was, after all, a big school flower, the object of many boys' crushes, and even many girls had secret feelings for Yi Mengyao. Jiang Che sized her up and faintly said, "What for?" Jiang Che's tone made Yi Mengyao a bit less adaptable for a moment. Something happened at my home. The housekeeper can't come to pick me up, so why don't you come and send me home? Yi Mengyao's tone wasn't questioning, but rather affirmative. In her impression, Jiang Che was obedient to herself, and would definitely not refuse something like sending herself home. Ha! Jiang Che snorted out a laugh, re-examining this little fairy. Why should I send you home? It's Yi Mengyao was stuck in her throat for a moment. Jiang Che's answer was something she hadn't expected at all. Ever since she was a child, Jiang Che had never refused himself. Our homes are very close to each other. They're all in the same urban area. You're going along for the ride. Drops. Host encounters Yi Mengyao's plea, triggering the big bad choice. Choice 1, agree immediately. Incarnate as a licking dog to send Yi Mengyao home. Reward, Yi Mengyao's goodwill +1. Choice 2, knock out and take away. Trigger special plot. Reward, a pair of silver bracelets. Choice 3, decisively refuse and leave. Reward, master mixed martial arts. Hiss. Wow. Use system. Messing with things, right? Choice number 2 was really mind-blowing. It was exciting on first listen, but instead, He was pleased with a pair of silver bracelets. I choose 3. Jiang Che's face was slightly cold. That won't do. Take a taxi home yourself. Or take the bus back. After saying that, Jiang Che walked towards a Maybach without looking back. Butler Li Ming had been waiting by the car for a long time. Young master, aren't you taking Miss Yi with you? No, go. Jiang Che sat on the back seat, the corner of his lips with a smile as he looked out the car window at Yi Mengyao, who was still in a daze. A cool batch. And at this moment, Yi Mengyao at the school entrance only came back to her senses. The whole person's face was red, and an endless sense of shame came over her. And there were still so many students around looking at her. As the Yi family's eldest young lady, as the Miss Yi family's eldest daughter, she had been treated like a star, to be rejected in public and lose face. TSK, 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 Jiang Shao has changed his temperament? He's not a dog licker anymore? That's awesome. Yi Mengyao is so pretty. If she asked me for something, I'd give my life to her. Oh, you're letting him mess. Yi sit on your bike? What are you thinking? Mr. Jiang is truly a role model for my generation. I think Mr. Jiang should have looked away and didn't want to pursue Yi Mengyao anymore. If I had as much money as Mr. Jiang, I would have gone out and gotten high long ago. Of course, there were also many of Yi Mengyao's lickspittles who stood out. Yao Yao, let me send you back. My family's driver is driving a Rolls-Royce today. I'll send you home. Sister Mengyao, Jiang Che, he doesn't even like you enough. I'm more affectionate than him. Jiang Che, the number 1 licker, stopped licking, and Yi Mengyao's remaining lickers grabbed the top spot at light speed. However, Yi Mengyao's face was not looking good at this time. Scram! Miss Ye's little temper came up, huffing and puffing as she scolded all the licking dogs away. The whole person was very aggrieved. When had she ever received such anger? And just at this time, Yuan Heir walked out. Sister Yao Yao, don't be angry. Jiang Che is just a big asshole. Let's ignore him. Yi Mengyao's mood instantly improved after seeing Yuan Heir. You're right, Yuan Heir. Jiang Che is just an asshole. Sister Yao Yao, why don't we call Uncle Yi? It's not safe for you to take a taxi back alone. Yi Mengyao, on the other hand, was pulling the little lowly small hand. There you are. Yuan Heir, you'll go home with me tonight? But Sister Yi, there's still an exam tomorrow. What are you afraid of? This elementary school scum like me still needs to ask you, the school bully, for some advice on the topics. Sister Yao Yao, you're making fun of me again. Didn't you score in the top 10 of the whole school in the last mock exam? The two of them were still counting down Jiang Che's all sorts of evil deeds as they walked. Of course, Yuan Heir didn't say anything about today's events. This kind of thing could only rot in her heart. Drop. Congratulations to the host for making a choice and obtaining the reward master level mixed martial arts. Can. I just strengthened my strength. And this is giving away skills. Fusion skill. As Jiang Che opened his mouth, a lot of knowledge and techniques about various fighting arts appeared out of thin air in his mind. What with Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Muay Thai, Wing Chun, Karate, Judo, Sanshou, and even Taiji, Baji Quan, an ancient martial art of the Dragon Kingdom. Like an enlightenment, it directly forced Jiang Che to be uplifted into a strong person. Awesome! He was now so confident that he had the urge that I'm going to fight 10 of them. Don't say anything about a lack of actual combat experience and just talking on paper. The various fighting techniques were now completely fused with Jiang Che, forming a kind of muscle memory. When the system produced something, it would be a masterpiece. With his own strength nowadays, even if he couldn't defeat the protagonist, he shouldn't be able to be smoked by him hanging from a tree. Right, young master? We're home. After Jiang Che returned home, there was a beautiful woman sitting on the sofa, her hair coiled and combed to the side, a white ragdoll cat in her arms, leaning on the sofa and watching a TV series, a pair of slender jade legs casually resting on top of the coffee table. Son is out of school? Jiang Yunli was very excited after seeing Jiang Che, and put down the cat. Without even wearing slippers, she ran barefoot to Jiang Che and gave him a hug from motherly love. Motherly love was full of love. Jiang Che, madam, although I am your son, can you pay attention to your image? Somewhat sweating. In fact, for a moment, he suspected that what he had traveled through wasn't an urban cool article, but that he had entered the inner world. I'm so screwed, right? And at this moment, the stir-frying sound came from inside the kitchen, as well as a rough male voice. Little Chola's back? Just in time to taste Dad's handicraft that I just recently learned. Soon, Zhang Yuan walked out with 2 plates of dishes, and although he had an inch head, it was still hard to hide his handsome appearance. These two were his own cheap mom and dad in this world. According to Jiang Che's understanding of the script, he was an only child, so these two extremely spoiled him, to the point that he turned into a brainless villain, going against the protagonist, and then gets screwed out of their home. It's been a long time since our family had a meal together. Although Jiang Yuan was 100 billionaire, he didn't have half a rack at this point. Come on, come on. I'll try the spicy chicken pieces I made. Wife, you try a piece. Okay, Loid, wow, it's so delicious. Thank you, husband. Jiang Che only felt a deep malice coming towards him. This damn dog food. After casually picking up a few mouthfuls of rice, he was ready to go upstairs. Son, Dad has something to ask you. Jiang Che stopped, his eyes holding doubt. Jiang Yuan scratched his head. Just now your uncle Yi called over. Did you and Meng Yao have a conflict? Chapter 4, The Lost Yi Meng Yao. The Mad Dragon Descends, Lin Yu. It's not really a falling out. It's just that I'm looking away. If there are 3,000 weak waters, why should I just take a dipper of it? Jiang Che laughed lightly, looking a bit open-minded. But well, as a villain how could he let Yi Meng Yao go? Good. Jiang Yunli directly slapped his thighs, looking at his son with a look of approval in his eyes. I've long seen clearly the nature of that daughter of the Yi family, hanging on to my son all the time? Still a great lady? I think it's just a higher-class green tea whore. Jiang Yuan also nodded in silence, although he very much wanted that little girl from the Yi family to become his daughter-in-law. After all, childhood sweethearts are a beautiful story, but since Jiang Che didn't like her, then the Jiang family's door would no longer open for her. In the middle of the Yi family villa, Yi Mengyao's mood wasn't really good. Instead it was a bit low. Even her test papers were not written well, and inside her head, she often recalled Jiang Che's detached gaze during the day. Sister Yao Yao, why are you thinking about that stinky man? Yuan Heir was wearing a doggy pajamas at this time, her long wet hair hanging down, looking very cute and cubum. The smart one saw Yi Mengyao's small mind at a glance. She was also very clear that it wasn't love. Rather, it was a habit. After getting used to Jiang Che's appearance, after getting used to the special treatment Jiang Che gave her, perhaps at the beginning Yi Mengyao liked Jiang Che, but this kind of liking would turn into a matter of course as she got used to it. Then after Jiang Che didn't give a damn about her, a strong sense of discrepancy would form. Jiang Che is a big asshole. Yuan Heir cursed out. The thought that this dogman had actually taken her first kiss during the day, she had the feeling that she wanted to cry. Luckily he deleted those videos. Otherwise if he continued to threaten herself to do something even more outrageous, the consequences she wouldn't even dare to imagine. Yi Mengyao, on the other hand, frowned. Yuan Heir, you look like you hate Jiang Che? She was a bit unsure. Jiang Che didn't seem to have any beef with Yuan Heir, right? Even as her own BFF. When Jiang Che sent her milk tea treats earlier, Yuan Heir was able to get a share of it. Sister Yao Yao, I'm just angry. Fighting for you, even if it's not a relationship. Him sending a classmate home, isn't it also a kind of classmate love? Yuan Heir found an excuse in a hurry. Actually, I don't hate him that much, but it's just because I'm misogynistic. Yi Mengyao murmured in a small voice, and just at this time, the cell phone ringtone suddenly rang. Yi Mengyao opened it with great expectation, but after seeing the name on it, she was a bit lost. It was not known why it was lost. Hey, what's up Dad? A simple voice came from the opposite side. Yao Yao if you don't like Jiang Che, then forget it. It's not sweet if you twist it strongly anyway. Let me tell you something else. There are many people who are hostile to our family's business. In order to protect your safety, I'm going to spend a lot of money to hire a bodyguard for you. To protect your safety closely. Yi Mengyao's beautiful eyes slightly knitted. Bodyguard? Is it a man or a woman? Father Yi was silent for a moment. Male. Yi Mengyao spoke decisively. I don't want one. She was already misogynistic. Letting a male to protect her? And also close protection? She was afraid that she would be disgusted to death. Good girl. Your safety is very important right now. This bodyguard of yours is an expert that I spent a lot of money to hire. Yi father spoke bitterly. The focus is on the bodyguard? It's the bodyguard. Yi Mengyao's voice was a little sharp. But that wouldn't be able to serve the purpose of protecting you? Yi Changfeng said helplessly. Can't protect me, then he's still called an expert? Baby girl, how can I protect you if I don't stay close to you? Why do I need to be close to protect me? Yi Mengyao coldly snorted. If before today, she might still agree to this thing of some personal male bodyguard, because she needed a shield to block Jiang Che's crazy pursuit. But now, there seemed to be no need for it anymore. Jiang Che didn't seem to want her anymore. Thinking about this, she actually felt a kind of inexplicable aggression. Hey, daughter, The phone was hung up. Ha, Mr. Yi Changkong, your daughter doesn't seem to like me very much? Beside Father Yi, there stood a young man with a somewhat arrogant appearance. It was none other than the son of Qi Luck, the mad dragon down Lin Yu. It was indeed very wild, and although his facial features were very ordinary in appearance, there was an evil feeling between his eyebrows. Yi Changkong was also helpless. My daughter's character is like this, lacking discipline on weekdays. It's fine. I've always been tolerant and generous towards girls. Lin Yu stuck his hands in his pockets, raised his head 45 degrees to look up at the sky, and began to pretend to the void. since Yao Yao isn't willing to let you be her personal bodyguard, it looks like I can only apologize. Yi Changkong's words caused Lin Yu to instantly break his defense. Wait, Mr. Yi, I think I'm still qualified for the position of bodyguard. He had seen Yi Mengyao's photos, and to be honest, he had never seen such a good-looking girl. At the very first sight of Yi Mengyao, he had already considered this girl as his woman of choice. Even if he had to pay money, he was willing to protect her. My daughter has a case of misogyny. Close protection shouldn't be possible. Then I can only arrange for you to be in Yao Yao's school. You'll be in the same class with her. You can protect her when she goes to and from school. I'll arrange another place for you at night. Yi Changkong's words caused Lin Yu's mood to instantly fall to the bottom. Originally, he had thought that he would be able to protect her closely, eat and drink with her, and then something sparked. Now it seems, it's a long way to go. That's right, he still had a heart of thievery. Alright, if you don't stick close to me, then you don't stick close to me. I'll be responsible for Yao Yao's safety from now on. Lin Yu patted his chest with a confident face. Chapter 5 Arrogant Lin Yu, triggering choice again. Early the next morning, Jiang Che got up early. Zhang Yuan had gotten up long ago to go to the office, and there was an exquisitely molded breakfast on the coffee table of the dining table. There was also a card written on the breakfast. Good morning, dear wife. I've made a loving breakfast. Jiang Che. Good lord. The parents are the true love and the child is just an accident? When you're all karma, one will be buried in the South Pole and one in the North Pole. Jiang Che sighed and thought of his cheap mom who was still huffing and puffing. Shaking his head, he walked downstairs. Although the Jiang family was the richest family, it didn't employ a lot of subordinates. There was only one Auntie Chen who was responsible for cooking, and there was a regular person who did all the house cleaning. Young master, I've prepared breakfast for you. Aunt Chen walked out, about 40 years old, similar in age to her own mother, but not as well maintained as her, truly just like an aunt. Jiang Che nodded. He casually ate some breakfast and then left. Jiang Che and Yi Mengyao were inside the same class, and Yi Mengyao and Yuaner were at the same table. When Jiang Che appeared at the class entrance, many people were shocked. Jiang Che had come so early? On weekdays, Jiang Che didn't attend the first two classes. It was even common for him not to come for a morning or even a day. The school had turned a blind eye to him. After all, Jiang Che's family was one of the school's shareholders. Yi Mengyao and Yuaner also looked towards Jiang Che. Yuaner had some viciousness in her eyes, while Yi Mengyao was a little confused. She always felt that Jiang Che seemed to have changed somewhere, but she couldn't say why. She could only bury her head and read. Soon, the first class started and the homeroom teacher walked in. Hello class, today there is a new student in our class, Lin Yu. With that, an extra figure appeared at the class entrance. A young man with an inch head walked in, wearing a pair of jeans with a big hole torn in it, and a shirt that was washed white. Only the expression carried a hint of untamedness. I'm Lin Yu. Lin Yu stood on the podium and scanned around inside the classroom, his eyes quickly landing on Yi Mengyao's body. His eyes immediately lit up and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This girl was simply prettier than inside the photo. Full of girlishness, this was the target he wanted to protect, but Yi Changkong had asked him to conceal his identity, secretly protecting Yi Mengyao, and at this moment, his gaze was again attracted to the little loli beside Yi Mengyao, and his entire eyes went straight. What a cute little loli! If he could hug her left and right, then this life would be straight. He then took a look at the other girls in the classroom. Students who could come to an aristocratic school like Shirlan School basically had rich families, and the girls were all dressed up. Lin Yu, a beginner who had just come down from the mountains and spent the whole day in the company of his own five-fingered girl. It was very exciting at this time. Lin Yu walked off the podium after some self-introductions. What was rather embarrassing was, there were no spare seats inside the entire classroom. Lin Yu looked for half a day, and finally placed his eyes on Jiang Che. Jiang Che had a desk to himself, and his position was very close to Yi Mengyao, separated by an aisle. And at this moment, Jiang Che also noticed Lin Yu's gaze, and his heart burst with slander. Guess he was being stared at by the main character, right? As expected, the next second Lin Yu walked towards himself. Hey, get up and give me your seat. Lin Yu condescendingly looked down at Jiang Che, his tone filled with a condescending stance. The moment these words came out, the entire classroom instantly fell silent. Dropping a pin seemed to be audible. Some students whispered, hiss, this new one is so headstrong? How dare he tell Jiang Che to get lost? Doesn't he know that Jiang Che is the son of the richest man? This guy is right? Letting people roll the moment he comes up? This kind of arrogant person, he's either stupid or a fool. We're in for a good show. I guess this guy is going to get screwed by Jiang Shao. Lin Yu didn't care about other people's opinions. For him, pretending is the biggest thing in the world. Apart from women, pretending is the number one thing. Jiang Che was speechless. Are you the villain or am I the villain? Shouldn't I be the one to say such arrogant words? Drops. The host has encountered Lin Yu's difficulties, triggering the villain's choices. Choice 1, shout I'll be back, then give up your seat. Rewarded with a green slave hat. Choice 2, slam the table, get angry in public, make a move on Lin Yu, then get brutally beaten up. Yi Mengyao favorability +5. Choice 3, cynical and eccentric, blow up Lin Yu. Rewarded with the skill knowledge points of all subjects. Brainless. Choice 3, it's impossible to greenslave. It's always been only him who greenslaves others. However, from the second choice one could probably guess that he should not be Lin Yu's opponent yet. In the original storyline, Lin Yu's strength was at the early stage of the Dark Force, and it was easy to fight 10 with 1. That's right, this world belongs to the low martial arts level. There exist some more powerful martial artists, but there is no stream of immortal cultivators. Ming Jin, Dark Jin, Huan Jin. He should barely be a Ming Jin martial artist now, but Jiang Che wasn't worried. After all, he had a system plus he knew the script well. Wouldn't it be too humiliating if he still couldn't kill a Lin Yu? I choose 3. Gaslighting Lin Yu. Sometimes the power of words hurt more than fists and feet. UING, right? The small mouth was a bird's mouth. Jiang Che glanced at Lin Yu and directly and decisively cursed. You. Lin Yu's eyes contained anger, and he rolled up his sleeves, ready to punch someone. What? You still want to hit someone? It's you I'm beating up. Lin Yu was just about to make a move when the class teacher on the stage couldn't sit still. Wasn't this a joke? If Jiang Che suffered some injuries inside the class, his job as a class teacher would be over. Lin Yu, what are you doing? It's just that you're a poor student from a transfer school who doesn't want to make progress. How dare you want to hit someone? The class teacher's words directly made the whole class sigh. Yeah, so it's just a poor student? Dare to make a move on Jiang Xiao? I thought it was some big shot, but it turns out it's just a poor student. Poor only. His kind of beggar's temperament. Simply pounces on the face. Lin Yu was just about to make a move when his fist froze directly. The homeroom teacher still has a little deterrent. He still wants to pick up the beautiful schoolgirl, in case he gets expelled from school because of hitting someone. It will not be good. Sure enough, it's a poor. Look at the way you're dressed. It can't be that you just came out of the garbage, right? Hurry up and get away from me. You're smoking me. Jiang Che's words once again caused laughter as he was teasing Lin Yu wildly. Where could Lin Yu endure this violent temper? With red eyes, he was ready to strike at Jiang Che. Sherlan school rules. Hitting someone will get you expelled. A poor bastard like you probably paid a big price to get in, right? You come. If you hit me, I'll just lie here and call the police. If I don't blackmail you so much that you can't put your pants on today, even if you're not wearing them. Jiang Che's words didn't just cause veins to pop on Lin Yu's forehead. Even the rest of the students and teachers were shocked. Even Yi Mengyao's eyes widened slightly at this moment. Such a Jiang Che. This was the first time she had seen it. Lin Yu's hands were shaking with anger. He couldn't wait to smash his fist on Jiang Che's face, but Li Qi told him, can't make a move. Once he did it, he might really be expelled. How would he be able to pick up girls then? There were so many beautiful young girls inside the school. Endure. I must endure. Right +1. However, he didn't expect. Jiang Che instead wrote his face even more. Chapter 6, Simple Stinky Mouth. Extreme Enjoyment. Jiang Che had almost figured out Lin Yu's current thoughts. As long as he didn't take the initiative to make a move against Lin Yu, he would definitely be wary. He wouldn't dare to make a move against himself. After all, he still wants to pick up girls inside the campus. Hitting himself, no one could protect him, so Jiang Che directly went crazy with his mouth output. Dude, I understand you. Ugly is not your intention. It's God's temper. Lies are not sharp blades. The truth is the quick sword. Jiang Che's sentence was directly like a sharp dagger plunged into Lin Yu's heart. Looks. Jiang Che was rated as the school's top student. So naturally, his face value didn't need to be mentioned. With a face like a crown of jade and an eye like a star, he was the object of many Sherlan schoolgirls' crushes. Compared to Jiang Che, Lin Yu belonged to the type that couldn't even be recognized when thrown into a pile of people. Lin Yu's shoulders were trembling with anger, and his entire body slammed on the table so violently that the table was about to be knocked apart. Come on, you hit me? Jiang Che just ate up the fact that this guy didn't dare to take the initiative to beat himself up, and danced madly on the red line of Lin Yu's collapse. Lin Yu raised his hand and wanted to hit someone. Hit me? You can't lay a hand on me. Why don't you curse me twice? You can't open your mouth. Jiang Che gave Lin Yu a whole lot of headaches, his clenched fists hanging in midair. The muscles on his entire face were twitching madly. Looking at Jiang Che's expression, how he wanted to punch down. But Jiang Che's words just now made him vaguely realize that this guy was deliberately trying to provoke himself. As long as he hit him himself, he would be fired. Oh, I'm not going to beat you up. Lin Yu, who thought he had thought everything through, slowly lowered his fist and tried to suppress the anger within himself. Raising his finger, he pointed to Yi Mengyao on the side. I don't want the pretty girl to see violence, so I'll spare you first today. Yi Mengyao, who was pointed to, her beautiful eyes knitted tightly. This Lin Yu made her very bored. Jiang Che a whole speechless live. Family people who understand today, he encountered a shrimp head encrusted. It was clearly Lin Yu who found fault first, and he even managed to put on a show? No, dude, you're suffering from cerebral atrophy, aren't you? I'm sitting here fine, and you're the first to pick a fight? Don't you just want to get closer to Yi Mengyao and the others? We're all men, can't I tell what you're thinking? You don't even piss to find yourself. You look like a joke. What kind of toad simple mouth stench. Extreme enjoyment. Judging from Lin Yu's expression of wanting to kill someone, I guess he had successfully angered him. Lin Yu's fists were clenched. Puffing Yi Mengyao actually covered her mouth and laughed out. She wasn't the only one. Many students in the classroom were holding back their laughter, as if looking at a clown. They looked at him. Yi Mengyao's pair of beautiful eyes looked towards Jiang Che. How come she hadn't realized before that Jiang Che actually had such a funny side? And just now, that tone of Jiang Che's, it couldn't be that he was jealous, right? It must be. Seeing this Lin Yu wanting to sit beside himself, jealous, Yi Mengyao gently bit her thin lips. In her heart, she didn't know what she was thinking, but it was obvious. The mood changed for the better. The little lowly Yuan heir was gnashing her teeth a little, cursing in her heart, why don't you beat this bastard to death? This Lin is really a waste of space. Lin Yu's entire spirit went into a trance for a moment when he saw Yi Mengyao covering her mouth and laughing. So beautiful. This piggy look directly caused many people inside the class to recoil. Lin Yu, there's a small table next to that trash can. Go sit there. The class teacher Zhu Yong was originally a snob, the son of the richest man and a poor student who had just enrolled in school and was arrogant as hell. Little cutie. Both knew who to favor. Lin Yu glanced at the table next to the trash can with a broken leg. Letting him sit at a place like that? How was that possible? Still a homeroom teacher? Have eyes but no pearls. Zhu Yong glared. What did you say? Insulting the teacher. Believe it or not, I'll expel you? Lin Yu's hands clenched tightly, but an idea struck him. You're just a teacher. You're not the head teacher or the principal. What gives you the right to fire me? The moment his words came out, it directly caused laughter. Even Jiang Che couldn't hold it in. Zhu Yong felt that his majesty had been provoked. I am the director of instruction. Lin Yu, go back and write a 10,000-word review and hand it over to me tomorrow, otherwise you'll be waiting to be expelled. Lin Yu was furious, but he can only stop there and walked over to the table next to the trash can, and sat down. His eyes were always on Yi Mengyao's body, and in his heart, he kept on YYing a little ambiguous episode with this beautiful young girl. As for what the teacher was teaching, the high achiever down the mountain, the cultural lessons were naturally a very excellent existence, and he could get a good grade without having to listen to the lessons. Drops. Congratulations to the host for completing the selection and receiving the reward all subject knowledge points. Drop. Triggering the blast reward. The host receives an additional reward of full attribute points plus 5. Surprisingly, it triggered the blitz reward. Full attribute plus 5? Beautiful. System. Add points. Drops. Reinforcement successful. In an instant, a strong force surged into Jiang Che's body. Not only strength, but also intelligence, speed and even charisma were strengthened by quite a bit. After yesterday's events, Yi Mengyao's feelings towards Jiang Che now seemed to have changed a bit. Every now and then, she sneaked 2 glances at Jiang Che before her eyes widened. Seemingly not quite believing it, her beautiful big eyes blinked twice more. How did Jiang Che seem to have become quite handsome? The young girl poked Yuaner by the side with her elbow. Waner, take a quick look. Has Jiang Che become a bit more handsome? Yuaner was now annoyed when she heard Jiang Che's name, but she still looked over. Even though she hated Jiang Che, she had to admit, he was indeed handsome. But so what? It was just a villain with a golden jade exterior. Sister Yao, don't you hate Jiang Che the most? Yuan Heir's words directly blocked Yi Mengyao. She did hate Jiang Che before. She hated his character and also his contact. That look of a playboy disgusted her. Being pursued by such a man, it even gave her a feeling of panic. But somehow, the current Jiang Che was like a different person. Just now, that Lin Yu had provoked him so much, and if it was according to Jiang Che's usual personality, he would probably have rolled up his sleeves and hit someone. Yi Mengyao rested her cheeks and whispered, don't you feel that Jiang Che has become a bit more interesting? No. Yuan Heir's heart burst with a numb self-eyes. She now wanted to kill Jiang Che's heart. Who the hell would find him interesting? Chapter 7, Lin Yu beats up people, directly calls the police. System, fuse all subject knowledge points. A large amount of knowledge points were instantly poured into Jiang Che's mind as if it was an enlightening experience. There were over a dozen disciplines including languages, mathematics, and foreign languages, and even computer programming he knew a little bit about. This was terrifying. All the knowledge points of all the subjects that could be involved now. He had mastered them all. To put it in an unexaggerated way, for a paper with a full score of 750, Jiang Che would not have much of a problem getting a 740. The system is awesome. On weekdays, Jiang Che's academic performance was the tail end of the car, the existence of the class's bottom one. The whole subject added together was not as high as his grandfather's blood pressure, and now it directly took off. In fact, with Jiang Che's status as the son of the richest man in the world, studying well or badly doesn't have much of a role to play. There are people in this world who were born far away from Rome. There are people who were born on the edge of Rome. And there are people who were born right in the center of Rome. There are even more people named the place Rome in honor of his birth. Jiang Che didn't need to study hard, but getting something for nothing was always gratifying. He did know that Lin Yu, although he was a bumpkin who came down from the mountains, was quite good in his studies, and this was considered one of the ways for him to pretend to be something he wasn't. Don't ask why a turd who had just come down from the mountains and had never even touched a formal education or even a book would have such excellent grades. It was because the sons of Qi were just so unreasonable. After that, Jiang Che simply picked a few difficult questions and swept over the answers with a single glance. It's no fun. Collapsed and went to sleep. Lin Yu glanced at Jiang Che at this moment and revealed a disdainful expression. He already knew just now that this Jiang Che was just an uneducated rich second generation. Other than being a little bit richer than himself and a little bit more handsome, he didn't have any merits to speak of at all. Ha! Dare to make a fool out of me? You already have a way to take your death. Jiang Che had already become a dead man in Lin Yu's heart. As a dark force martial artist himself, he had plenty of ways to get him. A trashy rich second generation. When class ended, Lin Yu had wanted to go find Jiang Che's trouble, but he only just got up, and the next second his face was pitch black. Wow, classmate Jiang Che, why have you become handsome again? Really? A large group of little fangirls surrounded Jiang Che, and none of them had a low face value. Lin Yu's eyes were almost on the verge of spewing out fire, the flames of jealousy spreading madly in his heart. On what grounds? He was just a dude. Besides being handsome, what else did he have? He, Lin Yu, was an existence with extremely strong personal abilities. Yi Mengyao, when she saw this scene, for some reason, her heart was always a bit uncomfortable, with the feeling that a toy that should belong to her was taken away from her. Humph, Sister Yao Yao, I told you that this man is a womanizer, right? Yuan Heir was fanning the flames at the side. How could the smart one still not see Yi Mengyao's small mind at this moment? Well, Yuan Heir, you're right, he's a womanizer. Yi Mengyao simply turned her head away, and right at this moment, a figure walked up to her table. Miss Yi Mengyao, get acquainted, my name is Lin Yu. Lin Yu stroked his hair, revealing an expression that he thought was handsome. Yi Mengyao glanced at him. Don't want to get acquainted, Lin Yu? It's a bit awkward. How is it different from what he expected? Could it be because of the posture? Thinking of this, he changed his posture again to what he thought was a more handsome one. Yi Meng, can you get the hell off to the side? I'm looking distracted. Yi Mengyao's beautiful eyes knitted tightly. Her mood was already quite annoyed. She was having misogyny. Raising her tone a few times, quite a few gazes in the classroom looked over. Even Jiang Che was slightly curious. Oh, it was only the first time that the son of heaven's fate and his young mistress had met, right? Why are they arguing? Did you hear me? I'm telling you to get lost. Missy never gave anyone face. Cluck 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 cluck. A hint of sulking also surfaced on Lin Yu's face. No one other than his own master had dared to insult him like that. But soon, his anger dissipated. After all, this was a beautiful woman. A beautiful woman getting angry could be called getting angry? That was called pouting. Then he exuded a look of confidence. Trust me, it's fine if you don't want to recognize me now. Soon my name will spread throughout the entire Shirlan school. Pushin' boy. A proper Pushin man. Yi Mengyao's feeling towards Lin Yu in her heart lowered to the extreme. Arrogant, common and confident. Scroll. To everyone's surprise, Yi Mengyao, the flower of the high ridge, would actually curse? Jiang Che was all a bit confused. System, what's the situation? Shouldn't Yi Mengyao directly give it for nothing after meeting the son of Qi? Instantly submitting to Lin Yu's kingly aura? Dear host, because of the existence of you, the villain, causing the original intelligence-reducing aura unique to the sons of Qi to be invalidated, the female hosts aren't going to have their intelligence reduced. Jiang Che, nice guy, I told you. So it's this guy Lin Yu's wisdom-lowering aura that's gone. After Lin Yu made a fool of himself in front of Yi Mengyao, his entire spirit was a bit depressed, turning all the hatred in his heart to Jiang Che's body. Ha, Jiang Che, right? The coldness in Lin Yu's eyes flickered. The morning's time passed in a flash. When school ended at noon, Yi Mengyao took the initiative to walk up to Jiang Che. She rarely took the initiative to talk to Jiang Che, or rather, she rarely talked to boys. For a while, she didn't even know what topic to talk about. That Do you have confidence in the model test this afternoon? Yi Mengyao regretted it as soon as she opened her mouth. What kind of damn words is this? She herself was in the top 10 of the school with excellent grades, while Jiang Che's grades were recognized as a hangdog, and the entire subjects combined didn't even score as high as her one English test. Wasn't this a proper mockery? Yes, of course. Jiang Che's expression was bland. Ha, you're confident that you'll be the bottom one in the whole school, Yuan Heir sneered from the side. Jiang Che glanced at Yuan Heir, who was starting to jump up again, and licked his back teeth, the danger in his eyes flickering away. Lin Yu also stood up when he saw this. How could this great opportunity to act like a bully be missing him? I've heard that Jiang Shao's grades are particularly outstanding. Lin Yu applauded with a sneer in his eyes. At this moment, there were still quite a few people inside the classroom, and the atmosphere was instantly tense. Jiang Che then shrugged, grades and stuff don't matter to me. If I don't do well, then I can only go home and inherit the $100 billion family fortune. Versailles, proper Versailles. Although the families of the students who were able to come to Shirlan School were basically quite wealthy, most of them were also middle-class families, and the second generation of the godly tycoon like Jiang Che, the richest man in Hangzhou with hundreds of billions of assets, was the only one of its kind? Ha, what do you have besides being rich? Lin Yu laughed out coldly. I'm still handsome. If I don't have money, the big deal is to go out and become a cowherd. There are tons of rich sisters waiting to support me. Jiang Che, who had traveled over, had a thick skin. Unlike you ugly, no money, no face, no one wants you even if you go out and sell your ass. For a protagonist like Lin Yu, a direct personal attack would do. Lin Yu took 3 steps and rushed to Jiang Che, and yanked Jiang Che's collar. A few of Jiang Che's juniors rushed up at this time. You quickly let go of Jiang Shao. You dare to touch Jiang Shao? Believe it or not, I'll make you a poor student, unable to mix inside the school? Obviously, these few little brothers were clearly there to send experience to Lin Yu. Lin Yu kicked them out with a few kicks. Jiang Che had a smile on his lips as he pulled out his cell phone from his pocket. Hello officer, you should have heard it roughly clearly inside the phone just now, right? There's school violence here at Shirlan School. There's a guy who tried to beat us up, and now 3 of my classmates are alive or dead. Chapter 8, Lin Yu enters the bureau. Yi Mengyao is jealous. Lin Yu's eyes went wide, incredulously looking at the scene in front of him. A DJ. Why doesn't this guy follow the rules? When did he report to the police? He's a bit backed up and still thinking about grabbing his cell phone. Officer, you guys come over here. He's going to hit me. You stabilize him first. We'll come over right away. Beep 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 dash. After the cell phone hung up, Jiang Che's face was calm as he looked at Lin Yu in front of him, who was still clutching his collar at this time. Let go. Lin Yu was a little frightened, but he still let go. He hadn't expected Jiang Che to call the police at all, not to mention him. Even the other people in the classroom couldn't imagine that it would be okay to directly call the police. Asterisk. Jiang Shao is powerful. The little brother who was kicked out by Lin Yu had a fawning face at this moment, but Jiang Che only gave him a look back and immediately lay down honestly. Jiang Che tidied up the collar that was messed up by Lin Yu and looked around the classroom. The surveillance has already been filmed, and there are so many witnesses at the scene. Lin Yu was a little flustered. Jiang Che, you dash. Jiang Che raised a finger to his lips and made a gesture of silence. Shoo, go into the station and talk to the police officers if you have anything to say. Suspected of intentional injury and fighting. You won't get out of here for half a month, and you'll have a record. Although Lin Yu wasn't afraid of the police, he was afraid of being expelled from school. Being expelled would mean that it would be hard for him to be Yi Mengyao's bodyguard anymore. So how could he pick her up? It didn't take long for the police to arrive on campus. The appearance of the police had startled many of the higher-ups of Shirlan School. What's going on? Why did the police come? What happened? Soon, the entrance to Jiang Che's class was surrounded. The class teacher, Zhu Yon, was furious after realizing the cause and effect. He was already dissatisfied with Lin Yu, a poor transfer student, and now it wasn't just a simple dislike. Bringing the police in because of a fight? Maybe this year his job as the head of teaching would come to an end. Directly pointing at Lin Yu's nose, he cursed out, "You assholes! I shouldn't have let you into our class." Officer, Lin Yu just came to our class this morning. As soon as he came in, he had a conflict with the students inside the class. Facing the police, Lin Yu was still a little flustered in his heart. Officer, it was this Jiang Che who first cursed and insulted me. His mouth is too cheap. Then you can't hit people either? Look at what you've done to the people. Zhu Yong ran over to the 2 injured men. Wang Zhang and Lu Tai were Jiang Che's most loyal juniors, and they were still lying on the ground, unable to pull themselves up. Cough. Teacher Zhu, my ribs were probably broken by the kick. Can you stand up and walk? Walk. It has to be by the meter too. Wang Zhang coughed violently twice. Then his 2 legs kept stomping, drawing circles on the ground. Lin Yu became anxious. I just kicked you 2 times. I didn't use any force at all. If I had exerted myself, you would have died long ago. Wang Zhang and the two of them fearfully hugged the pants legs of the police. Sir, he's going to kill us again. You have to give me justice. The policeman also roughly discerned some information at this time. They weren't stupid. It should just be a brawl trying to make a big deal out of it. You all come with us. 2 policemen walked out and took Lin Yu and the others away. The leader, Captain Li, then came in front of Jiang Che. You are young Master Jiang, right? Jiang Che glanced at him. Aha. Bureau Wang has often mentioned you to us, and I've seen you today. You really are a talented young man. Wang bureaucrat? Jiang Che quickly searched for this name in his mind. Wang Liun, his cheap father's sworn brother. He was the head of the Hangzhou Public Security Bureau and had a lot of power. He also had a lot of drama in the original plot, mainly because he has a daughter who works at the police station in the new district of Hangzhou. Knowing all, the pretty police flower as well. Lin Yu with Wang Liun's daughter to get on this line, and then from the obstruction led to the 2 families to break up. But now, Lin Yu's wisdom halo are gone. Want to get on the line of Wang Liun? Unless the sun comes out from the west. Captain Li, right? Say hello to Uncle Wang for me. Li Ming's eyes lit up. No problem. Well, Mr. Jiang, you don't need to go to the police station. And Lin Yu's case belongs to brawling and fighting, which can be categorized as school bullying if the situation is more serious. It's estimated that he'll spend half a month in the detention center. Jiang Che gently nodded. You see to it. Between 3 words, Lin Yu, the son of Qi Luck, was going to be put in a detention center. After Lin Yu was taken away, the other students in the classroom also left one after another. Yi Mengyao, carrying a small school bag, somewhat squirming, came in front of Jiang Che. Are you alright? Missy, who had a haughty nature, was quite a bit restrained in front of Jiang Che. Jiang Che just gave her a sidelong glance, then turned his gaze away. A little girl's mind was really too easy to guess, and any little thoughts were placed on her face. After Lin Yu's wisdom-reducing aura lost its effect, Yi Mengyao had obviously become much more normal, and coupled with the fact that Jiang Che had treated her with love and disregard before, this caused Yi Mengyao, the school flower, to develop a sense of crisis. Women were like this. The more you lick her, the more she alienates you. The more you ignore her, she'll come over and talk to you. A lot of green tea whores evolved from this. You enter, I retreat. You retreat, I enter. Limit pulling can trick a lot of inexperienced buddies in love to the bottom of their pants. Jiang Che, Yi Mengyao had a trace of panic in her heart when she saw Jiang Che ignoring her. Jiang Che didn't look at her. Instead, he placed his gaze on Yuaner. Yi Mengyao's current feelings towards him weren't love, or even fondness, it was just an inexplicable possessiveness, getting out of her control, making her jealous, and giving her a sense of boundaries as if she was out of the way. Jiang Che walked to Yuaner's front and bent down. Sister Waner, there's going to be an exam this afternoon. How are you preparing for it? As soon as the exam was mentioned, Yuaner's complexion tightened up. After all, she really did go and steal the exam answers, and even though Jiang Che was the only one who discovered her, she was still very much on tenterhooks. The preparation was okay. Won't regress. Yuaner didn't want to talk to this nasty guy at all, but at the same time, she was also afraid that this guy would talk nonsense, and her beautiful eyes secretly glared at Jiang Che. Hey, I'm probably going to be cold this exam. You know my grades. Why don't you teach me? Be a tutor for me or something? Jiang Che's tone was tinged with frivolity. Yi Mengyao, who had been left out in the cold, for some reason, felt a little tasty. Jiang Che had ignored himself. Instead, he went to hit on his closest best friend. This made her feel annoyed in her heart. Waner, let's go. Yi Mengyao directly pulled up Yuaner and prepared to leave, while Jiang Che didn't say anything. He just took out his cell phone and waved it in front of Yuaner. Other people might not know what Jiang Che meant, but how could Yuaner not understand? The thing she was most worried about had still happened. This man, he was still prepared to continue threatening himself. Chapter 9, Collapsed Lin Yu. Yuaner's carefulness. After Lin Yu was brought into the police station, he faced an interrogation. 2 policemen, a man and a woman, were interrogating him. What's your name? Wan Yena wrapped her hands around her chest and looked at Lin Yu critically. Dressed in a police uniform, with shoulder-length short hair and exaggerated body proportions, the whole person was filled with a competent air. The main character treatment. The pretty police flower. Lin Yu's eyes were almost glazed over. It's still the city that's good. There are pretty girls everywhere. I'm asking you. Lin Yu's piggish look directly caused Wang Yanyan's first impression of him to plummet. The personality is strong enough. I like it. The corner of Lin Yu's mouth twisted and he hooked up an evil smile. Lin Yu. Age? 19. Gender? Won't you look yourself? Or maybe you'll touch it? See if I'm a man or a woman? Lin Yu began to try and flirt with this policewoman. Hearing Lin Yu's words, the gaze of the male police officer on the side trembled slightly. Dare to molest the police department's female Tyrannosaurus Rex? Wasn't this looking for death? Wang Yanyan surprisingly didn't get angry and only glanced at Lin Yu indifferently. Without Lin Yu's descending wisdom aura, she had naturally changed a lot. Obstructing police law enforcement. Additional detention of more than 5 days. Less than 10 days, said she, and got up to leave, only leaving behind a dumbfounded Lin Yu. How was this not quite what he expected? Shouldn't this female policewoman be furious and have a theory with herself? Then he could leave a deep impression in her heart. But why isn't it the same now? The remaining male police officer had a stern look on his face. According to our investigation and monitoring, you took the initiative to hurt someone, and the 2 people who were beaten, Wang Zhang and Lu Tai, insisted on pursuing your responsibility. You will face a minimum of half a month's detention and hundreds of thousands of dollars in mental compensation damages. Lin Yu only felt a numbness in his scalp as he listened. The anger in his heart had nowhere to be released because he really did hit someone. The human evidence and material evidence were all there. He didn't want to be detained. He was a dark-strength martial artist, and he was able to fight 10 with ease, and he was detained just as soon as he got off the mountain? Wouldn't that be a joke? If the old man at home heard about it, he would probably laugh himself to death. But he's not familiar with the area, and he doesn't have any connections. Wait, Yi Changkong. Lin Yu suddenly remembered this employer of his. Yi Changkong could definitely get himself out. I'm going to call someone and ask him to bail me out. This Lin Yu, how come he beat someone up on the first day of school? Yi Changkong was a little puzzled after receiving the call from the police station. Although he had asked Lin Yu to secretly protect his daughter, he hadn't asked you to beat someone up without explanation. This Lin Yu was still an expert that he had found through his connections. I heard that it is a high person's personal disciple. Wisdom and courage. Outstanding ability. The result is this pussy? But there is no way. After all, is their own money to hire? Can only think of a way to use the relationship to fish him out. Lin Yu, don't be fussy about things in the future. I'm asking you to keep a low profile and protect Yao Yao secretly. You're so high profile. What if something happens? Yi Changkong's tone was quite a bit displeased. Lin Yu on the phone was a little upset. This old dang, even lecturing himself? What kind of a thing are you? If it wasn't for the face of these beautiful girls like Yi Mengyao, he would come to be a bodyguard inside the campus as a dark strength powerhouse? But after all, he had a request now, so he could only lower his voice first. Uncle Yi, actually today I saw a male student lusting after the young lady. That's why I made my move. Yi Changkong frowned. He had already checked out all the causes and consequences when he bailed out Lin Yu just now. It was Lin Yu who had made the first move. His poorly crafted lie was nothing in front of Yi Changkong. Are you talking about Xiao Che? I've watched Xiao Che grow up. I know very well what kind of person he is. Moreover, our 2 families are preparing for a marriage. Let me advise you, don't have any thoughts that you shouldn't have. You're just a bodyguard. How could Yi Changkong not see that thought in Lin Yu's heart? His Yi family and the Jiang family were both top-tier families, with assets starting at $10 billion. It was all about the right family, although Lin Yu had a high person behind him, but that didn't stop Yi Changkong from looking down on him. Yi Changkong's words made Lin Yu completely tense up. A marriage? A girl as beautiful as Yi Mengyao was going to marry a dude? Are you kidding me? A good cabbage can't be chewed by a pig. Moreover, is he being looked down upon? Uncle Yi, although I'm just a small bodyguard now, but is a golden lynx not a thing of the pool? 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't fool the youth. Lin Yu hung up the phone in anger. Having eyes without a pearl. In the afternoon's model test, Jiang Che played steadily. Although he had just obtained the complete knowledge of all subjects' skill, exams like this one were completely examined with his eyes closed. However, Jiang Che didn't directly get a horrible score on the test, casually scoring over 400 points, and many of the big questions he didn't write at all. What's the point of having scores when you've become a villain and are still a super rich second generation? What Jiang Che didn't expect was that Yuan Heir took the initiative to find herself. The little loli specially looked for a place where no one was. What did you mean by that in the morning? The girl's tone was resolute with a hint of imperceptible timidity. What? Jiang Che pretended to be confused. Yuan Heir's small mouth pursed. Don't pretend with me. Give me your cell phone to check. I suspect that you didn't delete all the videos you took last time. Jiang Che laughed. Hey, you're not my girlfriend. Why are you checking my cell phone? You don't think that if you kiss me, you can do whatever you want, right? But well, you don't need to check. I really didn't delete the video. Jiang Che revealed an evil smile. If you want to use this matter to threaten me to do something even more excessive, then you're overthinking it. In the face of Jiang Che's threat, Yuan Heir seemed to have prepared for it. At this moment, she appeared calm and unruffled. Now that the joint entrance exam is over, you can expose me if you want to. Trying to use this to force me to do something more excessive. Impossible. Although Yuan-er was a tiny one, her brain was spinning flexibly. This exam, her score must have been deliberately controlled low. Even if she revealed that she had cheated, it was estimated that not many people would go after her. At most, it would be a verbal condemnation. She is very smart. 80 pounds of weight, 79 pounds are all hard eyes. It was a stark contrast to her stupidly sweet BFF Yi Mangyao. And Jiang Che just stared at Yuan-er and gently licked the corner of his lips. Interesting. Jiang Che revealed a jia laughter. Chapter 10 Green Tea. Yuan-er. Smart. Jiang Che nodded. Yuan-er's ability to improvise was still quite strong, and she didn't just hold back because she was caught in the act. Yuan-er was a bit flustered. There was no one around now. If this guy used force on himself, then he would really want to cry. Do you believe I'll call the police? No. I'm a good student. I won't do anything illegal or criminal. Yuan-er was speechless. You won't do anything illegal and criminal? You are now close to writing the word hooligan on your face. Let's do it this way. Let's compromise. I won't publicize this secret of yours, but I have a condition. Yuan-er was directly incoherent. How about I help you chase after Sister Yao Yao? I know you like her. I can help you. In fact, she knew a lot of Yi Mengyao's shameful private little secrets, but she didn't dare to say these words, fearing that Jiang Che would secretly record them again. Last time, she was scared of being threatened by Jiang Che, and now she was careful about talking to him. She didn't want a rift to appear in her relationship with Yi Mengyao because of this private matter. Ha, you're really a good sister who pits her sister. Jiang Che looked down on her from above. The distance between them was less than a fist. Even he could smell the faint body odor of Yuan-er's body. The scent of gardenias mixed with a hint of milky scent. It was such a harmless-looking little loli, but in fact, her belly was dark to the extreme and her heart was deep. He knew the plot in advance. Yuan-er's family conditions were actually not particularly good, and the reason why she became bosom friends with Yi Mengyao is that she sees her money, eating, drinking and sleeping with Yi Mengyao on weekdays. Yi Mengyao was after all a rich girl with a family fortune of tens of billions of dollars. She spends money like water and doesn't know what moderation is. Even if there was a small bloodsucker lying on her body, it didn't hurt for her. Jiang Che, I'm not the one who screwed Sister Yao Yao. Don't talk nonsense. Ha. Yuan-er, do you believe yourself when you say that? Jiang Che let out a loud laugh. You really think I can't tell? You're a poor girl who spends all day with other people's $1,000 ladies, eating other people's food and using other people's goods as well as living in people's homes. Vampires are not as suckable as you. Yuan-er's almond eyes flashed with a hint of shock and trepidation. How did Jiang Che know? You're the one who's a vampire. Sister Yao Yao and I are the best of girlfriends. You don't want to provoke my relationship with Sister Yao Yao. Yuan-er was like a fox that had its tail stepped on. She was directly anxious. If I'm not mistaken, this dress on you, I'm afraid it's worth 4 digits to start with, right? And your shoes, daily necessities and such. Yi Mengyao spends over $100,000 a year on your best friend, right? What are you if not a vampire? If Yi Mengyao was a man. TSK. Jiang Che's naked words were like a sharp sword piercing through the girl's fragile heart. Yuan-er's little pearl snapped and fell. The corners of her eyes were flushed with scarlet, looking as if I had seen her. In fact, what Jiang Che said wasn't bad. Between her and Yi Mengyao, they were indeed extraordinary bosom buddies. Yi Mengyao often called her out to the Yi family at night, treating her like a human-shaped hugging pillow. It wasn't like she was Lily, and the excessive closeness between the girls gave her a feeling of suffocation. Jiang Che pinched Yuan-er's small face. People always had an inexplicable desire to destroy cute things, especially the teary-eyed little girl right now. Actually, if I'm willing, I can easily provoke the relationship between you and Yi Mengyao. Let her completely recognize that behind this innocent little girlfriend of yours actually hides a gold-worshipping heart, a tick lying on top of her body sucking blood. Yuan-er cried out in anger at Jiang Che's words, her eyes red like a little rabbit that had been bullied badly. Jiang Che's words had reduced her to nothing, but she was unable to refute them, because she had indeed committed herself. Of course, I won't do that. You just have to listen to me, and I won't make things too difficult for you. After going around in circles, Jiang Che still returned to the topic. Yuan-er was crying with this little pitiful look. If other lowly controllers saw this, they would probably immediately surrender and turn into licking dogs. But Jiang Che was not an ordinary person. He just let out a light laugh. You should have an impression of Lin Yu who just arrived in today's class, right? Aha! Yuan-er nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. You want me to target him? The clever girl guessed Jiang Che's intentions in an instant. Smart! Jiang Che snapped his fingers, then stroked Yuan-er's head. The young girl's head was furry. Jerking it up was similar to the feeling of jerking a cat. Yuan-er, when Lin Yu comes back, You'll be responsible for squeezing him, understand? Just make him upset. You want Heir skimmed her mouth. She didn't have a good impression of Lin Yu either. Ugly and arrogant. Purely an awkward department. Jiang Che, Lin Yu. He's just a poor student. And now he's broken the law. Can't you just find an excuse to have him expelled? Jiang Che shook his head. Inside the school he could still straighten him out. After leaving the school, ghosts knew if Lin Yu would secretly develop obscenely. It was better to go through the plot a little bit in the early stages. Stop him from pretending to be a pimp. Snatch away his chances. And get him killed a little bit. Chapter 11. Early love is okay. Early pregnancy is not. On the way back from school, brother Jiang, Jiang Shao, Wang Zhang and Lu Tai both ran in front of Jiang Che with fawning faces. Jiang Che stopped to look at the two. The tall and thin man was Lu Tai, and the short and fat one was Wang Zhang. The lapdogs of the son of the richest man were naturally all second-generation rich. Wang Zhang's family is in the catering industry, but that's just the industry on the surface. The back of the industry involves some gray industry chain. What underground casinos, underground black boxing ring and so on. Lu Tai's father is in the clothing industry, and his family's fortune is also in the billions. These two people belong to the front end of the experience given to the protagonist Lin Yu. But fortunately, being cleaned up so badly by Lin Yu, there is no backbone. In fact, accurately speaking, it should be stupid. Young Jiang, cleaning up that Lin Yu today was a real treat. If it wasn't for that guy sneaking up on me, he would have been lying on the ground. Come on, cheat. Come on, sneak attack. Jiang Che was speechless. It seemed that the protagonist Lin Yu's intelligence descending aura didn't affect the two of them because there was no more room for the two of them to drop their IQs. When you see Lin Yu in the future, don't fight with him, just disgust him. In the future, he will definitely not dare to take the initiative to hit people in school. Jiang Che's words made the two of them as if they were enlightened. I get it, Jiang Shao. I won't do it. I'll just kick the out of him when I see him in the future. Fatty, you don't have a ing brain, do you? Jiang didn't ask us to do anything. We have to disgust him, okay? For example, pee in his water cup. Wang Zhang and Lu Tai's smiles grew lewd. Jiang Che, if it wasn't for the fact that they were still useful, he would have kicked them off one by one. Get lost, nothing to do less to bother me. The hot face stuck to the cold ass, but the two just hemmed and hawed. Classes are different, although both are equally rich second generation, but those born from the center of Rome and those born from the edge of Rome are naturally worlds apart. In the evening, the Yi family in Hangzhou. Yao Yao, is there something on your mind lately? At the dinner table, Yi Mengyao's mother, Lin Shui, sensed something strange about her daughter. Where is there? I don't have anything on my mind. Yi Mengyao used her chopsticks to stick the pieces of meat in the bowl. Whatever emotions she had were shown on her face. Lin Shui sighed lightly. I heard, you and Xiao Che had a conflict, right? When Jiang Che was mentioned, a faint sulk inexplicably rose in Yi Mengyao's heart. This guy, he was still chasing after himself before. Why did he stop now? He seemed to have a somewhat ambiguous attitude towards Wanner, and he was going to ask Wanner to be his tutor? Thinking about it made his heart a little less comfortable. Mom, there's no conflict, but how well does Lin Shui know her daughter? Ha, you've got it all written on your face. Lin Shui raised her hand and pulled her hair to the side, pulling up Yi Mengyao's small hand. Yao Yao ah. Although I don't know what kind of conflict has arisen between you and Xiao Che, but Xiao Che is the one I've watched grow up since I was a child, and his personality and appearance and everything else is quite good. I've also heard about some of the things between you and Xiao Che. You can't always hang on to people. Yi Mengyao lightly bit her thin lips and squirmed. Mom, have you forgotten? I don't like to have any contact with boys. Lin Shui had a headache and spoke in a serious tone. Don't you not resent it if you have more contact? It's just a habit. It's just a matter of getting used to it more often. Yi Mengyao lowered her head and was silent. Mom isn't against early love. Look at Mom. It was when she was 18 that she got pregnant with you. Ahem. Father Yi, who was on the side, darkened his old face. What? You're still not allowed to talk about your matter? It's nothing. Don't teach Yao Yao bad. Early love is fine. Early pregnancy is not. It's okay for me to abduct other people's daughters on a ghost fire, but not okay for others to try to abduct my daughter. Proper double standard. Lin Yu was detained after all, although Yi Changkong was prepared to make a move to bail him out, but after learning that it was Jiang Che that Lin Yu had offended, he still withdrew his hand. After all, one was $100 billion super behemoth, and the other was just a bodyguard hired by himself, and it was still this bodyguard who had taken the initiative to cause trouble. Cootie, both knew who to choose. At this moment, Lin Yu was sitting on the hardboard bed in the detention center, fuming. It shouldn't be how come it's different from what I imagined? How could he be in the station? He was a dark strength powerhouse. Moreover, he had mastered the divine medical skill that could bring life to the dead and flesh to the bones, and he hadn't even begun to make his mark yet. He was detained first? Something must be wrong. Just at this moment, several other young men inside the detention room slowly got down from their beds. The one in the lead had dyed yellow hair, cocked his head, and had a tattoo of a flower arm. Dude, what's your offense? Lin, you did not speak. My big brother is asking you? The remaining few minions rushed up. The corner of Lin Yu's lips hooked up slightly. He was finally going to start pretending. 10 minutes later. Lin Yu, why did you hit someone again? You even got seriously injured? Young Master Jiang was right. You guys should be put in a separate detention room. If you hit someone again, it won't be a civil dispute anymore. When the time comes, we'll directly put you in jail. Lin Yu. The detention was extended for another week. This couldn't help but make him doubt his life. When he was going down the mountain, that killer master of his own had said, "Go ahead with abandon. Use these fists and feet of yours to break into the world." And the truth is, using fists and feet to break in, can only break into the police station. In the following days, Jiang Che could clearly feel that Yi Mengyao's girl seemed to have changed. Often intentionally or unintentionally, she looked for herself to chat. Let's say now, Jiang Che, you did pretty well on the exam this time. Congratulations. Jiang Che spoke flatly. Where can I compare to you? The university bully? Facing Jiang Che's eccentricity, Yi Mengyao just felt a hint of discomfort. Jiang Che, didn't you say the other day that you wanted to find a tutor? As the class president, I'm obligated to help you. Yi Mengyao almost mustered up her courage before coming to Jiang Che. Ha, did you come to show off how well you did on the exam with me? Jiang Che blocked Yi Mengyao with a single sentence, biting her thin lips tightly. The arrogant Missy had always cared only about herself. Wanting her to care about other people's feelings? It was almost impossible. You can't ken her with a haughty young lady like this. In his previous life, Jiang Che, as the old leader's driver, was often looked down upon by the leader's wife and the leader's arrogant little daughter. But in the end, the leader's wife and her daughter both looked at him differently. Alright, I know you're in the top 10 in the whole school, alright? I'm just a loser. I couldn't even get into a better school. How can I compare to you? Jiang Che's words made Yi Mengyao's heart even more blocked. There was an empty feeling. Chapter 12, Yi Mengyao's remorse. An epic pervert. The reason Yi Mengyao hated Jiang Che before, one of the biggest reasons was, Jiang Che was a super school slag. As a school bully, she has always had a sense of pride in being above the rest. According to statistics, almost half of the school bullies had a sense of pride, and had a disdainful and even contemptuous attitude towards the school scums. The smart school bullies would be a bit more restrained, but the pride in their bones couldn't be hidden. Missy's emotional intelligence was obviously not quite enough. Her speech often made it difficult for people to speak, and was able to clearly feel the disdain in her tone. I don't mean that. I just want to help you with your studies. Yi Mengyao was biting her lips tightly. In fact, when she thought about it carefully, she wasn't that bored with Jiang Che. The corner of Jiang Che's mouth slightly hooked. Yi Mengyao, your attitude has been condescending from the beginning to the end. A scum like me doesn't deserve you. I'm also tired of studying and stuff. You don't need to work on me as a college scum. Jiang Che's words made Yi Mengyao freeze. Looking at Jiang Che with such a self-loathing look, Yi Mengyao's heart was hard to bear. And at this moment, Jiang Che unexpectedly turned around and walked towards Yuan Heir. Yuan Heir. Danger. Having been bullied by Jiang Che twice, Jiang Che had already left an indelible impression in her heart. Of course, it was fear. She didn't want to talk to this man at all. Jiang Che approached Yuan Heir with a playful smile on his face. Teacher Yu, please teach me more in the future. A hint of danger was revealed in Jiang Che's smile. Yuan Heir was so smart that she instantly saw what Jiang Che was thinking. This asshole. Surprisingly, he wanted to provoke the relationship between himself and Yi Mengyao. With Yi Mengyao's appearance, anyone with discerning eyes could tell. She actually still had some thoughts about Jiang Che, but now he's bringing the trouble onto his own head? What if because of Jiang Che, if the relationship between herself and Yi Mengyao broke down, then how would she still be able to reap benefits from Yi Mengyao in the future? After weighing the situation, Yuan Heir revealed a difficult look. Well, my English and language are good. I can teach you liberal arts. Jiang Che's eyes were indifferent as he coldly gave Yuan Heir a wink. Gadget, how dare you get smart? Yuan Heir couldn't say her next words. She was truly afraid that this guy would give himself a bite in front of so many people. Then she would really be all screwed up. Ahem. I'm actually quite good at science and stuff. I can teach you too. Jiang Che's expression gradually nucleated goodness. Then I'll rely on Mr. Yu's teaching in the future. Yi Mengyao stayed in place, watching Jiang Che go to tease her bosom friend, her pink fists clenched tightly. For some reason, this scene was very solid. A trace of sourness flooded her heart, but Yuan Heir was her best bosom friend. Jiang Che. Yi Mengyao seemed to have made some kind of decision as she gathered her courage and spoke. If you can get into the same school as me, I'll agree to date you. Jiang Che cast a sidelong glance at Yi Mengyao. Drop. The female lead has sent you an offer for the future, triggering the villain's choice. Choice 1, accept it gladly and swear in public that you will study hard. Yi Mengyao favorability plus 10. Choice 2, remain silent and play deaf and dumb. Reward, strength plus 5. Choice 3, decisively refuse and make him feel remorseful. Reward, mastery of ancient martial arts Taijiquan. What's the point of hesitating here? A second of slowing down would be disrespectful to Taijiquan. This was ancient martial Taijiquan. I know it's powerful. What do I lack now? Strength. Without strength you can only talk. In case Lin Yu gets angry. What if Lin Yu gets angry and wants to beat himself up regardless of the risk? I choose 3. Jiang Che glanced at Yi Mengyao. This young lady's brain wasn't too good, was it? There are existing chicks here. I don't want them? I'm still going through the trouble of getting into the same school as you? Have you read too many romance novels? A year later promise? Screw you. Jiang Che smiled to himself. See, Yi Mengyao, you're still looking down on me as a scum. You know that my grades aren't good, and still want to enter the same school as you? Ha! Jiang Che's words made Yi Mengyao a little flustered, and she didn't know what to say for a moment. Just regret rose up in her heart, feeling like she was getting farther and farther away from Jiang Che. Teacher Yu, there's a math problem I'm not particularly good at. You teach me. Jiang Che didn't pay attention to Yi Mengyao anymore. For a moment, a crow seemed to fly across the sky, pulling out 6 dots. Dash. The scene was exceptionally awkward. Yi Mengyao clenched her fists and bit her thin lips. It then fled in haste. After everyone had left, Yuan Heir directly extended a small hand. Give money. The little lowly seemed to have gathered courage. Pay for what? My tutoring fee. I've been teaching you for so long, and you won't give me any payment at all? Yuan Heir was clearly a little money addict. For her, there was nothing more important than money. Not to mention, where was Jiang Che asking for advice on his problems? That was clearly an excuse to use this opportunity to take advantage of himself. This is a dead pervert. As a high-achieving school bully, isn't it your duty to help the elementary school scum? Jiang Che sniffed his nose again and hooked his lips. His expression was epic perversion. You don't want to morally kidnap me. Quickly give the money. I don't want more. Give me $300. Oh no, give me 500. Thinking that she was still being taken advantage of, the little lowly was a bit indignant. I don't have any money. Jiang Che spread his hands out, indicating that he was very poor. Yuan almost didn't get angry and laughed. As the son of the richest man in Hangzhou City, he even said that he didn't have any money? Let's not talk about it first. Today's portion of the kiss come one. Yuan Heir. She was devastated. What kind of sins did she commit in her past life? Yuan Heir was very clear that she couldn't play with this man at all. Standing on her tiptoes, she gently kissed Jiang Che on the side of his face. Give money. Is it okay now? Ha, of course. Saying that, he directly took out his cell phone and transferred $700 to Yuan Heir. For him, money didn't mean anything anymore. His bank card had a fixed monthly credit of $1 million as pocket money. A mere few $100s. Just a drop in the bucket. Yuan Heir was already numb. You big asshole. The little lowly small face was puffed up, milking her eyes and glaring at Jiang Che. Chapter 13 Lin Yu's Cave Encounter. Direct Interception. Drop. Congratulations to the host for completing the selection and receiving the reward Ancient Martial Taijiquan. Ancient Martial Arts Taijiquan. A powerful ancient martial art, belonging to the internal martial arts. After using it, you will reach a very proficient level in Taijiquan. Hint, after using it, you will gain the strength of an early stage of Dark Force. Hint, after using it, you will gain the strength of an early stage of Dark Force. Jiang Che snapped his fingers. Ness. Early Dark Power Strength. Lin Yu was now at the early Dark Power stage. With the ancient martial Taijiquan himself, he was still at the early stage of Dark Power. Even if he couldn't beat Lin Yu, surely he wouldn't be hung from a tree and smoked. Use skill. Drops. Congratulations to the host for successfully comprehending the ancient martial art Taiji. In an instant, a large number of memories related to Taijiquan flooded into his mind, including Chen's Taiji, Yang's Taiji, Wudong Taiji, Lingkong Taiji, and a dozen other schools, all of which were mingled together. These could all be solid and genuine, not something that could be compared to a pheasant style like mixed Yuan Xingyi Taijiquan. Of course, it didn't stop there. Changes were also gradually occurring within his body. A mysterious air gradually filled his limbs and bones, invisible and untouchable, but real. This feeling was very mysterious, and Jiang Che understood that this was the so-called Qigong. Slightly storing up his strength, he lightly punched at the wall. Boom! A sound. The cement wall was directly punched out with a clearly visible fist mark, and the area around the fist mark was shaken by the dark energy to the point where spiderweb-like cracks appeared. Just outrageous. If this were to hit a person's body, wouldn't it still be bruised and purple? This villain of mine. I still need to get stronger. Jiang Che lamented. Although he was a villain and very powerful, but after all, his own personal combat power was insufficient. According to the novel, it was known that there were two other masters behind this Lin Yu fellow. One was a divine doctor who was hidden from the world, and the other was the former #1 killer. The strength of the two are very strong. Lin Yu the killer master's strength is to reach the peak of the existence of the Huan Jin. However, these two old Den Pri have no drama, are 200 chapters after the show, and seems to be trapped in which forbidden land inside, so you can slowly fix Lin Yu. Wait until these two old Deng appear. One should have been able to slap them to death long ago, when he had nothing else to do. Jiang Che started looking through the novel script. If you know your enemy and know yourself, you will not be in danger in 100 battles. Oh, around chapter 30, Lin Yu actually has a cave encounter? Jiang Che's eyes lit up. He hurriedly read the chapter word by word, not daring to drop a single word. Underneath a certain mountain stream on the outskirts of Hang City, there's a cave? Inside it hides the legacy of a high-ranking person? The cave only opens once every 6 years? Obviously, this cave was a strange encounter that Lin Yu's masters had left behind for him. There were quite a lot of goodies inside the cave. A spatial jade pendant, and there was also a lightness secret. Jiang Che licked the corners of his mouth. I don't have to go and intercept this? Right now, Lin Yu must be very anxious, because that cave only opens every 6 years, and lasts for 7 days at a time. According to Lin Yu's current sentence, he definitely won't be able to make it in time. The corners of Jiang Che's mouth rose madly. Your opportunity. I'll just laugh it off. After returning home, Jiang Che was once again given a big hug by his cheap mother. In his previous life, he was very popular with these rich wives. My little Che is handsome again. Jiang Yunli smiled like a flower, not hiding her love for Jiang Che. Jiang Che was speechless and picked up a tissue to wipe the drool off his face. This mother of his originally a young lady, from a large family in the capital, she had grown up to be simple and kind, and after marrying Jiang Yuan, the couple was in love and happy. A lifetime of no bumps in the road. Perhaps the only bumps in her life is when she gave birth to a baby. In romance novels, she is also a proper Mary Sue-style heroine. Jiang Che is indifferent to his own mom, although he is a little perverted, but not born. And at this moment, Jiang Yuan also walked out with a happy smile on his face. I'll tell you, in the future, our Jiang family, it won't just be $100 billion in assets. Jiang Yuan's tone was filled with pride even as he uttered these words. Hubby, can't it be that our family is going bankrupt? Jiang Yunli's face paled slightly. Jiang Yuan smiled helplessly. How can we go bankrupt? What I mean is that our Jiang family might go to the next level in the future. Remember I told you guys before about a new type of drug developed by our profound pharmaceutical enterprise? Has it been successfully developed? Jiang Yunli seemed to have thought of something and his eyes widened slightly. That's right. The anti-cancer special drug that our company had previously invested over $10 billion to develop has already made stage-by-stage progress. The results of the Phase 1 clinical trials are now perfect. Wow, so powerful. Jiang Che fell silent as he listened to Jiang Yuan's words. His own cheap old dad's company was a pharmaceutical company. And even if he looked at all the pharmaceutical companies in the entire Dragon Kingdom, the Yuchu Group could be ranked in the top 10. In the original plot, Yuchu Group spent tens of billions of dollars to research and develop a special anti-cancer drug. If it could be successfully developed, the profits would be huge. As a matter of fact, the Profound Crystal Group did develop a special anti-cancer drug that could suppress over 90% of cancers, and could even renew the lives of patients with terminal cancers. The effect was so strong that once it was released, I'm afraid that the market value of the Profound Crystal Group will directly double. But you're the villain. How could you possibly fall in favor? The second shareholder within the company colluded with the R&D staff and secretly got rid of the drug formula, ultimately causing the Yuan Che Group's $10 billion investment to all go down the drain. It was also after this incident that the Jiang family fell apart. In order to maintain his identity as a rich second generation, Jiang Che decided to do something about it. Dad, are you sure there's no mole inside the company? Jiang Che asked Jiang Yuan with a single sentence. A mole? You mean? Jiang Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Anti-cancer medicine. This is a secret recipe. If it leaks. Jiang Yuan shook his head. The identities of the developers of the anti-cancer medicine are all top secret. The level of secrecy is very high. Nothing is absolutely confidential. I suggest you secretly check and line up everyone inside the company, especially the major shareholders. Jiang Che's hint was already obvious. Jiang Yuan pondered for a moment, then nodded seriously. Okay, I'll do it. Jiang Yuan's attitude was very serious. In fact, he himself was also a bit wary. After all, he had built up a company from nothing to the level of a market capitalization of $100 billion in just over a decade. It cannot be a little cute. The company must have its own eyes in the company's face. The protagonist, Lin Yu's wisdom-reducing aura, can not only reduce his own villain wisdom, a whole script, all the people will be reduced wisdom. It's just that he himself, the big villain, was cut down a bit more and directly became a brainless cutie. Xiao Che I think you should learn finance and economics in the future, so that you can come to our own company after graduation. I'm about to get old. I can't have no one to follow in my footsteps. Zhang Yuan looked sad and started to complain. I'm still waiting for you to take over, so I can live in a two-person world with your mom. Jiang Che shrugged his shoulders. He only wanted to be the second generation of the rich and didn't want to struggle. Being a villain, how comfortable would it be to take care of the son of fortune and pick up chicks in the meantime? A ghost would be willing to take over the company. It's fine. You guys can still give birth, so it's fine if you give me another sibling. After Jiang Che opened his mouth, Zhang Yuan was directly numb. The big one is ruined. Is it possible that he really wants to practice a small one? Chapter 14, Breaking into the Electronic Mystery Realm, Tasting Cyber Life. Zhang Yuan was a cautious person. After Jiang Che's reminder, he caused his inner circle in the company to secretly investigate that night. As the chairman of the company, he had eyes all over the entire group. He soon found out some clues. Li Changyu? What does she want with this woman? Li Changyu was the second largest shareholder of the company, and was also an old man who had established the company together with him. It didn't matter if he didn't check. Once he did, a lot of shareholders actually had a rebellious heart. Zhang Yuan revealed a bloodthirsty expression, very different from the gentle and elegant expression he had before Jiang Che. Looks like there's going to be a wave of bloodshed inside the company as well. Late at night, Lin Yu in the detention center was sitting on the toilet, observing the night sky outside the window, when he unintentionally glimpsed the red light in the sky. Red moon descending? Damn it! How did I forget about this? Tomorrow is the time for the cave to open. Lin Yu's entire body instantly became anxious. The red moon descends. The time for the cave to open. This was what his Grand Master had told him, that the cave mansion contained rare treasures that could help him become stronger. The most important thing was, I heard from my master that there is also a crucial jade pendant inside. I heard that this jade pendant represents a marriage contract. The other party to the marriage contract is also a certain hidden family. Mentioning the marriage contract, Lin Yu was in a hurry. If he didn't enter the cave this time, the next time he entered the cave would be 6 years later. After 6 years, he would be 25 years old, and the object of the marriage contract would have already married, right? This is a damn joke. Officer, I have urgent business. Let me out. Sir, I beg you please let me out. It's really urgent. My mom died. I have to go back to mourn. However, no one gave a damn. 7 days, only 7 days left. I have to get out. But a jailbreak was definitely out of the question, so he could only take his time to figure it out. Early the next morning, Jiang Che was ready to move. In advance, he would snatch away the chance that belonged to Lin Yu. Of course, Jiang Che was more cautious. There was no way he would go alone. Hell knows if there would be any traps or something. That's why he brought a large number of people with him. Most of these people were hired from within the bodyguard company, and there were even a few who specialized in demolition. Dozens of people rushed into the small mountain forest, because Jiang Che didn't know the exact location. He only knew that it was under a mountain spring, but it didn't matter. Searching the mountain. There was strength in numbers, and they were searching the mountain. Jiang Che was just lying on a rattan chair eating chips leisurely. Oh, Yi Mengyao sent me a text message? Jiang Che curiously clicked on the message. Want to ask me to go play? Sorry, I refuse. Jiang Che understood Yi Mengyao's little mind at this moment too well. Sometimes girls are like this. Instead of you backing off, she takes more initiative. To put it bluntly, this is an S. On the other side of the rejected Yi Mengyao looked at her cell phone in a daze. Her beautiful big eyes covered with a layer of faint water mist, deadly biting her thin lips. She didn't let herself look so wretched. She who was repeatedly rejected. Her mind was a bit broken. She was already willing to overcome the misogyny within her, wanting to try and socialize with Jiang Che. But why aren't you willing to give me this chance? You want heir, who was at the side, had a complicated heart after seeing Yi Mengyao in this state. Yi Mengyao actually still had feelings for Jiang Che. If Jiang Che had really gotten in the way and made Yi Mengyao fall in love with him, and also revealed her gold-worshipping side, she just wanted to live. Why does Jiang Che always want to target himself? This bad guy. Sister Yao Yao, don't think about that stinky man. Let's both go watch a movie. Yuan Heir took the initiative to take Yi Menyao's hand. Yi Menyao's transformation made Yuan Heir a bit panicked. In case she hated herself and the relationship between them broke, then she would have to work part-time. She didn't want to work part-time. She just wanted to be a tiny rice worm. Yi Mengyao nodded and smiled at Yuan Heir. Then she held the little lowly tightly in her arms. She liked the milky, creamy smell of Yuan Heir's body the most. Young master, found it. We found a huge stone door, but it can't be opened. And there's no key here. A few of his men ran to Jiang Che and reported. What's the point? Wouldn't you guys just use explosive packs to blow the door open? Jiang Che said indifferently. As expected, even though the cave was opened once every 6 years, he wasn't the main character. It was still difficult to open the stone door. Damn it, on what grounds? Why is it that when the protagonist comes, the stone door automatically opens? When I, the villain, come, you close it tightly and don't open it? It's just like those heroines in novels. When they meet the protagonist, they give them everything, and when they meet the villain, they get misogynistic. So be tough. Boom! Under the bombardment of the professional demolition team, a stone door in the area was directly blown to smithereens. A cave was revealed in it. You guys, go ahead and explore the way. Bring me the jade pendant and scrolls when you see them. Jiang Che pointed at the several bodyguards. As professional bodyguards, they unconditionally obeyed any orders from their employers. The few bodyguards didn't go in for long before they ran out wailing. Snakes! There are poisonous snakes inside. There are poisonous insects. Half-meter long large centipedes. Boss, I got the stuff. A gray-headed bodyguard ran and brought it in front of Jiang Che, handing over a tattered scroll in his hand and a yellowish dragon talisman jade pendant to Jiang Che. Not bad. Jiang Che transferred $100,000 to each bodyguard that went in on the spot. He wasn't short of money at all anyway, so what if he rewarded them a little when he was happy? Luckily, I didn't go in. The corners of Jiang Che's lips were slightly hooked. He had expected this scene. Himself, a villain wanting to steal the protagonist's opportunity. It must have been difficult. There's nothing inside, right? The several bodyguards who were bitten shook their heads in succession. No more. I just knocked the floor one by one. There's nothing left. There's nothing inside except for poisonous insects and snakes. There's only these two things. Jiang Che nodded, then pulled out a plastic jade pendant from his pocket that he had prepared long ago, and a copy of 5 years of research and examination, 3 years of simulation. You guys put these two things back, and then when you leave, don't forget to fix this stone door. Change the electronic door. Jiang Che stroked his chin. He was rather looking forward to it. This Lin Yu fellow would definitely come here again in the end. I wonder how he would feel at that time. Breaking into the electronic secret realm, savoring the cyber life. It should be. He'll be very happy, right? When he thought of this, Jiang Che laughed out in a GGG manner. Chapter 15 Yi Mengyao's birthday gift. The girl with extremely low self-esteem. On the way back from the cave, Jiang Che sat in the back seat of the Maybach, playing with the jade pendant. The pale yellow dragon rune jade pendant was exquisitely crafted, and at a glance, one could tell that it was an antique of immense value. It was warm and moist in the hand, giving a strong sense of affinity. Recognize the owner by dropping blood. Jiang Che had learned from the plot that the jade pendant required a drop of blood to recognize its owner in order to activate the storage space inside. Jiang Che gently bit his finger with his teeth, then dripped his blood on top of the jade pendant. After a moment of trance, he then clearly sensed that he and the jade pendant seemed to have some kind of extra connection. The jade pendant seemed to be like a book bag to him, and he was able to move things into space with just his thoughts. It's not very useful, is it? It's okay for magic tricks. Storage space was just a tool for the protagonist of a normal novel to make money and upgrade, but for Jiang Che it was a bit inadequate. But since it's Lin Yu's chance, then I'll take them all. The corner of Jiang Che's mouth hooked up with a cold expression. Originally, he was prepared. If he couldn't open the stone door, he would blow the cave flat, treading snow without a trace. A lightness secret that requires one to have the cultivation of dark power in order to cultivate it. And after achieving great success, one can do so by stepping on snow without a trace and strolling on water. Lin Yu also has a different name in the novel, Light Kung Fu Kid. It is after practicing this light power, started the journey of pretending light power after small success. Then came a wave of people in front of the manifestation of the saint, encountered a child who was caught in the lake, directly performed water floating, shocked everyone. But now, he was sort of missing a big pretense tool. Jiang Che roughly flipped through the secret book twice, and the contents on it were all memorized in his mind, never forgetting. This was considered a little bit of a perk of being a traveler. After Jiang Che returned home, he was somewhat surprised to encounter a few unfamiliar faces. Xiao Che, you're back? Quickly look who's here. Son the things you said to me last night. After I returned to the company, I had people carefully investigate, and it turned out that I really did find something. There are several major shareholders in the company who are secretly doing things behind my back. If I hadn't found out earlier, the company would have lost a lot of money. Damn, these underfed wolves, how dare they turn against me? Although Jiang Yuan was cursing and spitting, the eyes that looked at Jiang Che revealed love. At the same time there was also a hidden sense of braggadocio. This your uncle Wang Liuyun, and baby Yan Yan. You and Yan Yan both must have not seen each other for 5 or 6 years, right? Jiang Yunli, When there were outsiders, she was showing off the temperament of a lady of the house. Wang Liyun also saw Jiang Che at this time and couldn't stop nodding his head. It's true that we haven't seen each other for many years. The once little brat has grown so big? Wang Yanran, who was sitting on the sofa, also raised her eyes to look at Jiang Che. There seemed to be a touch of complexity in her eyes. Jiang Che laughed lightly and slowly took his seat. Wang Liyun, the director of the Hangzhou City Public Security Bureau, was a sworn brother to his own cheap old man. Of course, the main thing was his daughter, Wang Yanyan, one of the heroines in the book, a high-cooled police flower. Sister Yanyan, long time no see. Jiang Che, long time no see. The usually thunderous Wang Yanyan was somewhat inexplicably embarrassed at this moment. Little Che, thanks to your Uncle Wang's help today, he was able to help me catch those business spies inside my company. Wang Liyun smiled and excused himself. No, it's part of the job. But as we chatted, the topic came back to Jiang Che and Wang Yanyan. Jiang Yunli pulled up Wang Yanyan's soft and boneless hand. Her tone soft. Yanyan baby, you are much prettier than when you were a child. Auntie me, I've wanted a daughter since I was a child. It's almost become a heart disease. Jiang Yuan, Wang Liyun, Wang Yanran, can you be any more naked? What do you mean you want a daughter? You clearly want a daughter-in-law, right? Of course, Wang Liyun acted as Wang Yanyan's old father. In fact, the marriage of his own daughter is also more important. If the future can really marry into the Jiang family is not bad, the relationship between the two families to add to the relatives. Wang Liyun also sighed out. Indeed my home ran this are 23. Big girl, even a love has not been talked about, really make people anxious. In 3 words, Wang Yanyan was sold, and Wang Yanyan was also blushing slightly at this time. Dad, what are you talking about? As a result, he didn't expect that the more he talked, the more outrageous it became. I'm 5 years older than Jiang Che. What's wrong with being 5 years older? A woman is older than a woman and can hold a golden brick. You're almost holding 2 gold bricks here. Wang Yanyan. When has Wang Yanyan ever seen such a scene? 1 word. Embarrassed. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have come. I still have work to do in the afternoon. I'll go back first. After saying that, Wang Yanran stood up. Xiao Che, you drive to see Yanyan off. Jiang Che's eyes slightly converged. Good. The two left the Jiang family one after the other. Jiang Che and the two of them walked side by side. It was quite a match, except that Wang Yanyan was a bit formal. Jiang Che, long time no see That's something you just said. Jiang Che laughed out lightly. His eyes inadvertently sized up Wang Yanyan. The figure was exaggerated, and he didn't know how this chick ate her way out. Where are you looking? Wang Yanyan's face was slightly red. As a police officer, how could she not detect that kind of look from Jiang Che? This kind of eye she had seen in many men's eyes. But Jiang Che's eyes were surprisingly not annoying yet. In fact, Wang Yanyan also had some feelings. Her impression of Jiang Che was still stuck on that little follower. Yi Mengyao pinched an invitation card and arrived beside the Jiang family villa area with a complicated face. I don't know if Jiang Che will come to my birthday ceremony. He seems to hate me. Yi Mengyao bit her thin lips. But with the friendship between the Yi family and the Jiang family, Jiang Che should give himself this face, right? After all, Jiang Che had gone to his own birthday gift before, so he definitely would not give face now. In fact, Yi Mengyao's feelings towards Jiang Che were already very complicated now. She only wanted to treat Jiang Che as her brother, but after seeing Jiang Che ignoring herself, her heart was very empty and lost. Jiang Che should still be angry with herself, and she was going to prepare for her birthday gift. Gather up the courage to respond to Jiang Che's feelings. Thinking about this, a touch of shyness gradually surfaced on Yi Mengyao's pretty face. It really was so shameful. But soon, a familiar voice entered her ears. Raising her eyes, the expression on her face instantly froze. Jiang Che and a woman were talking and laughing as they walked out from the Jiang family villa. Although the distance was quite far, she could still tell that woman was really beautiful. It was a kind of mature beauty that didn't belong to her age group, and her proud figure instantly caused a sense of inferiority to rise up in her. For some reason, Yi Mengyao was very solid when she saw that scene, and the jealousy in her heart felt as if it had been overturned. So she secretly followed behind the two, until the two got into Jiang Che's Maybach. Drops, detected that Yi Mengyao was peeping, triggering the big villain choice. Choice 1, very straight man. Immediately kick Wang Yanyan out of the car. Wang Yanyan's favorability -10. Yi Mengyao's favorability +10. Choice 2, sulking. Honestly send Yanyan Wang back to the police station. Wang Yanyan favorability -5. Choice 3, a go up. Wang Yanyan favorability +10. Get reward, 10 years of internal strength. Chapter 16, fast forward to Chofu Crematorium. As a dark force powerhouse, Jiang Che's 5 senses had all been strengthened to a level. Naturally, he had long since detected a small wildcat spying on him, but he didn't publicize it. being spied on was fine. Anyway, it's time to make you anxious. That little bit of Yi Mengyao's mind was pinpointed very well by him. As for the villain choice, is that even a choice? Brainless choice 3, directly kicking Wang Yanyan off the bus? It's not like Wang Yanyan is some arrogant young lady. As for being an honest person or something, that's even more impossible. Look at the third option. After A goes up, the favorability goes up. See, this is a woman. And the reward of 10 years of internal strength? Don't blame me for that. Sister Yanran, just now I heard Uncle Wang say, you haven't fallen in love yet? Jiang Che's words caused Wang Yanyan to instantly become embarrassed. What do you want? You don't want to be my boyfriend, do you? Stinky brother. Wang Yanyan also revealed a playful smile. Jiang Che was actually just a little boy whose hair hadn't even grown all the way out in her eyes. Sister Ranran, do you still remember playing house when you were little? Jiang Che's cold words made Wang Yanyan's face stiffen, and then her entire face burst into red. You, how can you still remember? Jiang Che revealed a face of innocence. Then can I not remember? After all, I was only 7 years old at that time. You're not allowed to remember. You forget it. You forget it. Wang Yanyan's composure all disappeared, replaced by an endless sense of shame. When I was young, children often liked to play house with each other. You as a father and I as a mother and so on. It was too normal. Not to mention that at that time, Wang Yanyan was still in the throes of youth, and was more curious about the opposite sex. So, I know what I'm talking about. Wang Yanyan didn't have any black spots in her life, only in this matter. Every time she recalled it, she always wanted to be embarrassed and wanted to slap herself furiously before burying her head in the sand. Sister Ranran, how could I have forgotten then? I was only 7 years old at that time, still a little square boy. Don't talk. I didn't do anything to you. Wang Yanyan had never been so embarrassed, but you left me psychologically traumatized. Looking at Jiang Che's aggrieved look, Wang Yanyan wanted to slap her across the face. You're just a hamarsha. Even the dialect was whole. Typical of cursing when you're in a hurry. How about this? Sister Ranran, you kiss me, kiss your ass. I think you're daydreaming. The windows of the Maybach were not closed. This scene was clearly seen by Yi Mengyao in the distance. The young girl's head was directly buzzing with confusion. Even the invitation in her hand fell to the ground, and a feeling that was difficult to describe in words gradually spread from the bottom of her heart. It was the sour taste. A pair of almond eyes were also covered in tears at some point. She understood. In an instant she understood her feelings for Jiang Che. It turned out that it wasn't the feelings of a brother and sister that she had imagined, but Jiang Che was now with another woman. The young girl's delicate body kept trembling, biting her thin lips in death. Her nails were deeply embedded into her flesh. She herself was completely, no chance, directly fast-forwarded to the husband-chasing crematorium. This scene was too eye-catching. Yi Mengyao cried and ran away. Before leaving, she also picked up the invitation on the ground, as if she had picked up her broken heart. You drive quickly. I'm going to be late for work. Wang Yanran glared at Jiang Che. This guy, too much of an asshole. Jiang Che was in a good mood and didn't answer her question head-on. Where is your police station? Hangcheng New District Police Station. Wang Yanyan said without any good humor. She even secretly twisted Jiang Che's thigh. Has your police station recently imprisoned a guy named Lin Yu? Wang Yanyan frowned. How do you know? This guy was detained for fighting and brawling. Can it be that he's your classmate? Ran. Don't you call me Ran. When I was 7 years old. Okay. Call me whatever you want. Wang Yanran was directly helpless. Jiang Che let out a light laugh. One trick pays off. This guy Lin Yu still has to make a move on me. He just targeted me on the first day he entered the class. It's really inexplicable. I don't know where he gets his confidence from. Wang Yanyan couldn't help but nod her head as well. Indeed. This Lin Yu even molested me when he first entered the police station. Lin Yu's behavior these days was indeed that of an egomaniac. A very disgusting fellow. Theory not a thing. And so, the two of them just cursed all the way from Zhang's house to the police station, counting down all the shortcomings on Lin Yu. Achoo, what's going on? Lin Yu, who was in the detention center, had sneezed for 10 minutes in a row, almost scrapping his nose. With his dark force powerhouse physique, it was impossible to catch a cold. Someone is definitely cursing me. 100% it's that dog Jiang Che. Should he say no? The son of Qi's intuition was still strangely accurate, and he guessed it all at once. But the current him didn't have the heart to care about that anymore, because the cave was open once every 6 years the cave. If he missed it he wouldn't know when he would have to wait. And these 2 days he was always getting more and more frenzied, always feeling that something belonging to him was lost. Damn it, I must get out. Suddenly, he seemed to remember someone. His own master was a divine doctor. When he was young, he left good karma around. and his hand of heaven-defying medical skills had saved an unknown number of people of great wealth. If he remembered correctly, there seemed to be an old man with quite a lot of power right in Hangzhou. I want to call. I want to find someone. Lin Yu was once again excited. Chapter 17, Lin Yu who was crippled by neglect. Lin Yu was a son of Qi after all, and still had many means. Surprisingly, he had actually been bailed out. After breathing in a few mouthfuls of outside air, Lin Yu's gaze only gradually firms up. The school will go later. It's still the cave that's more important. With that said, Lin Yu ran non-stop towards the mountainous area left to him by his master. That's right, just running. The current Lin Yu was penniless. His wallet was also gone at some point. Nowadays transportation is all the rage, what with the code payment. He a master who has been practicing hard for more than 10 years in the mountains. His impression of the city was still stuck 10 years ago. It's no different from a savage. In fact, he was originally going to contact Yi Changkong and ask him to find someone to drive him around. But the trip to the cave had to be hidden. This was his chance. There must not be a single mistake. From the afternoon until late at night, it was estimated to be a distance of 2 marathons. World champion marathon champion Kipchoge had tears in his eyes when he looked at it. Damn, it's finally here. So far, might as well call Yi Changkong. Lin Yu cursed and looked down at his shoes. The soles were worn out and his thumbs were exposed. Even if he was a dark force powerhouse, he was exhausted. Lin Yu arrived on top of the mountain stream and directly leapt down from it. The height of 10 or so meters was high for him as a dark strength powerhouse, but it didn't have much of an impact. Landing smoothly, he even put on a show, even though there was no one watching. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Which threw the nail? I'm at asterisk 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 $% hashtag NI, at mom dollar. Lin Yu directly covered his feet in agony. The long nails almost pierced his paws. However, he still staggered to his feet with his amazing perseverance, slowly walking to the stone door. Stone. Where's the stone door? Lin Yu stared at the electronic door in front of him with wide eyes and a dumbfounded expression. Countless question marks appearing in his entire head? Lin Yu plopped down on the electronic door and studied it carefully, even secretly tapping on it with his fingers. Please enter the password. The electronically synthesized mechanical voice startled Lin Yu. Holy, old man Lin, you're ing. With my mindset, aren't you? And messing with an electronic door? You guys got yourselves a secret realm and you're telling me that it's once every 6 years? I poo. Lin Yu clearly didn't take this electronic door seriously and clenched his fist. He directly blasted a fist up. Ah, a pig-killing scream. Why is this door so hard? I'm a dark force powerhouse. Couldn't break the defense at all. And his fingers were numb from the shock. A strong attack was not possible, but a clever trick could be used. What password? Lin Yu could only honestly crack this. What password? Drops. Please answer 3 questions. The door will automatically open after answering. Lin Yu smiled, smiling with confidence and arrogance. Don't look at the fact that he had been practicing hard in the mountains for more than 10 years, but in fact, in terms of knowledge, he was a well-deserved schoolmaster. You ask. Question 1, shout out 3 times, I am a dog, and learn 3 barks. Asterisk 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 mud horse old man Lin. Lin Yu directly cursed out. This kind of torturous and boring question did look like something old man Lin could do. Old man Lin, I know this is something you messed up. You should be able to hear me too, right? Don't mess with me. There's no way I'm going to lower my head. Lin Yu wrapped his hands around his chest in a condescending manner. Just like that. Fighting with the air for 10 minutes. Lin Yu was a bit tense. Hello? Old man Lin, you're not really going to let me learn how to bark, are you? Can you say something back to me? Fine. Fine. I'll take this revenge. I'm a dog. I'm a dog. I'm a dog. Woof woof woof. Lin Yu almost gritted his teeth before saying it. In Lin Yu's perception, it was still that master of his who was screwing him over. Dropping. Now please listen to the second question. Please tell us the secret that you have hidden in the deepest part of your heart. Lin Yu shrugged. There was no problem with that. You old man Lin, don't you know? Peeking at the next village's Wang Widow's bath. You watched it with me, and you're still playing this with me? Drops. Now please listen to the third question. The corners of Lin Yu's mouth went up crazily. Is this all? Old man Lin, you're not so good, are you? You want to beat me even with this? Question 3, please recite pi to 10,000 decimal places. Lin Yu? What? Could you be any more of a ing psycho? Reciting 10,000 decimal places? Can you be any more ing inhuman? But Lin Yu finally succumbed to reality. He opened his cell phone and started chanting at the long length of pi. Ha! It's only 10,000 bits in the district. It's reading. It's not like you're memorizing it. Isn't this a breeze? Although Lin Yu felt that the question was nonsensical, but it's only 10,000 bits in the district. It was too easy. Reading 2 digits a second by himself was just over an hour. Not a difficult problem. 3,141,5926. When he read over 400 digits, he suddenly misread a number. Drop. Wrong reading, please reread. Lin Yu frowned, instinctively sensing that there was something wrong somewhere, but he still reread it. This time he slowed down his speech a bit and was more serious, but there was still a mistake when he read it again to over 1,000 digits. Grass. Could only reread. Reading to over 2,000 digits. Grass mud horse. Over 3,000 digits. 5,000 digits. I don't know how many times I've tried, but 2 nights have passed, and it's even noon on the 3rd day. Lin Yu was still reading. The power of his phone was saved as much as he could, and even in the end, he was able to skillfully recite more than 5,000 bits. The inside of his brain was already severely loaded, hungry and sleepy, both eyes dimmed. Drops. Congratulations on successfully completing all trials. Tick. Door has been opened. The electronic door opened. Lin Yu directly cried out. To think that he, a descending mad dragon, a dark force powerhouse, a tough guy who bleeds but doesn't shed tears, to think that he would cry out, being tortured inhumanly. Right now, all inside his head are numbers. Everything he looks at is like a number, and he has the feeling of wanting to mechanically soar. But finally came in. Lin Xiaotian, don't let me run into you again. I'll pull out my beard for you if I run into you. Lin Yu almost crawled inside the cave. Inside the cave was very clean. There was only a golden jade pendant and a blue-purple secret book placed on top of a stone table. Wait, blue-purple? Lin Yu was a little confused. Approaching it, Lin Yu sucked in a breath of cool air. 5 years of research exams. 3 years of simulations? What is this ancient martial arts secret? A new skin? The corner of Lin Yu's mouth twitched as he picked up the thick material. It's really information. ING math? Or is it this year's new edition? Even if Lin Yu was stupid, he knew that he was being tricked. Asterisk 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 mud horse old man Lin. Just caught me alone in the whole thing, right? What a cave secret realm that opens once every 6 years. It's all a lie. This kind of fooling people. Lin Xiaotian can do it. However, he still did not believe in it and turned the information to the last page. There was really a handwriting on it. Child, knowledge changes destiny. Master, I know you are impatient, hostile. You must have suffered, right? Listen to Master's advice. Put down your kung fu and read more books. It'll help you. The masters want you to refine your mind. It's not good for you to improve your strength too fast. And don't be obsessed with women. Only learning can make you better. Women will only affect your speed of drawing the sword. Chapter 18. Next I will swear. I'm a dog. Woof woof. Lin Yu froze. For some reason, looking at the words of advice between the lines gave him the urge to cry. He did go to the detention center for beating up someone and suffered a big loss. It was hard to feel like crying, letting himself put down his fisticuffs to learn by heart. But if he himself stopped practicing, how can I become stronger? Although Lin Xiaotian, the master, was usually unreliable, he was very serious about his cultivation. Since it's what master said, then I naturally have to abide by it. Lin Yu thought about it carefully. He did seem to have a very hostile temperament, hitting people without moving. This habit had to be changed. Although he felt as if something wasn't quite right somewhere, the teachings from his master did benefit him greatly. During this period of time, one's own internal kung fu would not be cultivated for the time being. Cultivating first cultivates the heart before anything else. And at this moment, Jiang Che sat cross-legged on his bed, comprehending the lightness kung fu that he had just acquired today. Jiang Che's talent was quite good, and in just one night's time, this lightness kung fu had already been introduced to him. He had reached the state of being as light as a swallow. To put it bluntly, running was energized, and he could go up to the 18th floor in one breath without even panting. A moment later, Jiang Che slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Those handwriting left for Lin Yu in the cave. Of course he wrote them. Still cultivating Nima? Hurry up and stop the inner scrolling. Let me roll a little more. It was like the college students who were madly stealing lessons in their dormitories as they approached their final exams. And at this time, Jiang Che also received a message on his cell phone. Oh, Lin Yu was actually bailed out? Put, really learning to bark like a dog. Ha, ha ha. Peeping at Widow Wang's bath? Laughing. The culprit of the electronic door was naturally also Jiang Che. After Jiang Che finished laughing, the smile on his face gradually tightened, and was replaced by a deep one. He had already figured out how to fix Lin Yu. Jia. Jiang Che returned to the school. He noticed Yi Mengyao. All morning, this chick Yi Mengyao seemed to be burying her head in her homework. This girl couldn't have been stimulated, right? And right at this moment, class teacher Zhu Yong walked in. There will be no class next period. The whole school will go to the playground for a meeting. Lin Yu's review meeting. Zhu Yong's face was obviously not very good. After Lin Yu made a big deal out of this matter, his grade director was considered to be done for. There was a lot of talk inside the class. After Zhu Yong left, Jiang Che stroked his chin and revealed a bad smile. He then called the two of them, Lu Tai and Wang Zhang, over. Young Jiang, is there something wrong? Young Jiang, Monkey and I will definitely be at your head. Jiang Che's eyes were flat as he took out a USB flash drive. You guys take this? In a moment during the meeting, when Lin Yu makes his apology in front of the entire school, you guys go to the broadcasting room and play out what's on this. It contains the voice of Lin Yu learning to bark. Get it? The two of them, Wang Zhang and Lu Tai, had gradually lewd eyes. He. I'm the best at doing bad things. Don't worry, Jiang Xiao. Things are definitely done cleanly. Looking at the two's departing backs, Jiang Che let out a light laugh. I didn't expect that this thing would come in handy so quickly. Soon, a meeting was held on the playground of Shirlan School. This meeting was supposed to be used to criticize Lin Yu. Actually, Lin Yu wouldn't have made such a big deal if he had simply hit someone. But nah, it drew the police over, which naturally had a considerable impact on the Shirlan School's reputation. Coincidentally, the leaders from above happened to come for an inspection that day, so Lin Yu directly became the head of the head. If not for Yi Changkong above to cover for him a little bit, Lin Yu would have been expelled. Lin Yu, who was on the stage, had a face as hard as if he had eaten. This kind of apologizing in front of the entire school, it was simply too humiliating, but he also had to do it. If he didn't do it, he could be expelled from the school. There were still so many beautiful female students inside Shirlan School waiting for him to pick them up. How could he be willing to do that? At this moment, under the stage, Yi Mengyao as the class president stood in the front row, her eyes glancing over Jiang Che from time to time. As soon as she saw Jiang Che, she thought of the scene a few days ago where Jiang Che and that strange woman were together. She hadn't slept well in the past few days and the jealousy in her heart was overturned. Jealousy filled her heart. After that day, after seeing Wang Yanyan, that beautiful woman with an exaggerated figure, she developed an extremely strong sense of crisis. Compared to Wang Yanyan, she was a plate of bean sprouts. It was very inferior, so she even padded up a bit today. But today's Jiang Che didn't even bother to give her a single glance. Could it be the Jiang Che who once chased her for 6 years really doesn't like her anymore? It's really a bit unwilling. Lin Yu slowly walked up to the podium, still limping, in front of the entire school, being publicly executed. An arrogant protagonist like Lin Yu simply couldn't accept such a fact. However, he quickly thought of the teachings given to him by his master, that he had only come down the mountain this time to refine his heart in the red dust. Right, you can't get angry. After all, is Jin Lin not a pool of gold? He then picked up the script and began to read. My name is Lin Yu. I just transferred to Shirlan School a few days ago, but I went to the detention center for hitting someone with my hands, and I now realize my mistake very clearly. A very standard apology quote. And at this moment, inside the school's broadcasting studio, the original broadcasting students were tied up. Lu Tai and Wang Zhang both had lewd smiles on their faces. Little student, we're occupying your broadcasting studio first, okay? When we finish our work, we will untie you, and you'll just pretend you don't know anything, and the school leaders will ask. You'll just say that you went to the toilet. Lu Tai and I have a background that you must know, unless you don't want to hang around in Hangzhou. The broadcasting student nodded his head violently, like a chicken pecking at rice. Hey. The flash drive was plugged in. The sound was then played on the loudspeakers throughout the school's playground. Lin Yu was still speaking. I am truly sorry for Lu Tai and Wang Zhang. I swear that I will never hit anyone randomly again. Next I will swear. I am a dog. I am a dog. I am a dog. Woof woof woof. Lin Yu was interrupted by the voice inside the loudspeaker. And the voice inside the loudspeaker. It was clearly Lin Yu's own voice as well. In an instant, the entire campus fell silent, because it was Lin Yu's vocal line both before and after. It was a seamless transition. In an instant, the expression of Lin Yu on the stage gradually became stiff. Why did this voice sound so much like his own? Wait, this was his own voice. He remembered what he had said yesterday in front of the cave's electronic door. But how could it appear here? Chapter 19, Collapsed Lin Yu. Yi Mengyao's bar mitzvah. Lin Yu was confused. Standing on the stage for a moment, he didn't know what to do. The voices inside the loudspeaker were still coming in. I'm a dog. I am the dog. Woof woof woof. When I was a kid, I even spied on Widow One from the next village taking a bath. It's too tense. Thousands of students under the stage looked taut. Holy, what the hell is this? Isn't this a review meeting? How come you're still learning how to bark? Peeping at next door's Widow Wang taking a shower? This dude, I'm convinced. Eat melon. Eat melon. This guy. Obviously he's been screwed. I don't know who he's offended. No need to guess? It must be Jiang Xiao. I heard that Lin Yu offended Jiang Che when he first transferred to the school. And with Jiang Xiao's character, he's going to kill him. This Lin Yu is probably going to die a social death. If I were him, I'd be so embarrassed right now that I'd be able to spiral into the sky in place. Standing on the stage, Lin Yu was indeed incomparably embarrassed. Several thousand gazes all sneering at him. It made him so embarrassed that he wanted to burrow into the ground. He was all pride in encountering such a situation. It was simply unbearable. And at this moment, the school leaders also reacted as an afterthought, and a man in a suit walked up to the podium. With one hand, he snatched the microphone from Lin Yu's hand. Lin Yu, what are you babbling about? This is your review meeting. It's not for you to have a fit. The sudden criticism made Lin Yu's person confused. Can't you see? Someone is trying to frame me. This is clearly someone setting me up in advance. Lin Yu desperately tried to explain, but the school leader's eyes filled with an indifference as he looked at him. How could he not know that Lin Yu was being spoofed? But this current situation, Lin Yu could only be made to take the blame, because he was at fault in the first place. Saying that you're still in the right? Go back and write a 10,000-word review. Lin Yu couldn't hold back any longer. His nature was unruly. It was already humiliating enough. If he held back any longer, he would become a ninja turtle. Lin Yu was just about to get angry when the school leader's words made him hold his tongue. You don't want to go on, do you? Lin Yu was trembling with anger. He was now powerless and had nowhere to exert his powerful strength. It was unbearable to hold back. Cackle cackle. Lin Yu's clenched fists made a cackling sound. He was being organized. How could Lin Yu not understand at this point that the cave he went to was simply a fake? He then said, how could his own master have created an electronic door? Inside was a copy of the 5-year exam, 3-year simulation, and messed up such a weird password problem? Someone must be screwing with himself. The treasure inside the cave must have fallen into someone else's hands as well. Damn! Who is trying to fix me? Suddenly, Jiang Che's figure appeared in his mind. Could it be that fellow? But that's impossible. How did he know that I'm going to the cave secret realm? It shouldn't be him, but it must be inside the school. Lin Yu racked his brain and still couldn't think of anyone else he had offended, but only Jiang Che. Jiang Che, you already have a way to take your death. Regardless of whether the person who had screwed himself over was Jiang Che or not, he was going to make Jiang Che pay the price. For the entire morning, Yi Mengyao was doing mental construction. In the end, still mustered up the courage. Walking up to Jiang Che, she handed an invitation in her hand to Jiang Che's table. Jiang Che, I'm going to hold a birthday ceremony at the end of the month. This is the invitation for you. I went to your birthday last year. You won't not come, right? Yi Mengyao's words almost blocked Jiang Che's retreat. Birthday banquet? Jiang Che sized up this invitation Yi Mengyao handed over and revealed a light smile. There was indeed such a plot in the novel. Yi Mengyao's birthday banquet. This was also considered to be a small plot in the drama where Yi Mengyao and Lin Yu first drew closer. During Yi Mengyao's banquet, a young lady from one of the other second-rate families, because of her cynicism towards the over-perfect Yi Mengyao, then put a pandering drug into Yi Mengyao's drink, wanting to make Yi Mengyao make a fool of herself in public. After Yi Mengyao was poisoned, she was not able to feel anything at all. Lin Yu came out at this time, and used his divine medical skills to. He cured Yi Mengyao with a couple of strokes of his acupuncture technique. Then Nissy's attitude towards Lin Yu, her personal bodyguard, improved a lot. But in Jiang Che's opinion, isn't this Nima? Not eating the meat delivered to your mouth? In terms of the naked look that Lin Yu gave Yi Mengyao the first time he looked at him. We're all men. Can I not know what you're thinking, Jiang Che? Yi Mengyao softly shouted, afraid that Jiang Che would reject her again, putting her in an embarrassing situation. When Lin Yu on the other side saw this scene, his entire body went bad. The skin on his face was trembling. Yi Mengyao's birthday gift? As Yi Mengyao's bodyguard himself, how come Yi Changkon didn't even send himself an invitation? Oh, one's identity should be kept secret now. At that time, he must have been secretly arranged to enter. Thinking of this possibility, Lin Yu regained his confidence. And a birthday banquet like this, there would be all sorts of people, and the odds were that accidents and dangers would occur. He would be like a heavenly god descending into the world at that time, directly shocking everyone. Thinking about it, the corners of Lin Yu's mouth gradually crooked up. Facing Yi Mengyao's invitation, Jiang Che only nodded and gave an ambiguous answer. Of course he would go to Yi Mengyao's birthday party. Jiang Che's heart gradually perverted as his eyes sized up Yi Mengyao. Why did this chick feel like her body had gotten a lot better? Padded. Jiang Che was speechless. This chick Yi Mengyao was really a big lady with a big temper. Her competitive spirit is quite heavy. Yi Mengyao was actually very beautiful indeed, overflowing with the scent of a young girl. There was also a faint body fragrance on her body. This fragrance was very different from Yuan Heir's fragrance. If she was given a score, Yi Mengyao's face value was at least 95 points to start with. To use one of the hotter phrases on the internet to describe it, I can't even dare to imagine just how fragrant she smells. Although he was extremely perverted in his heart, his expression was plain. The main focus was a high cold persona that was cold on the outside and hot on the inside. You go, I'll be there when the time comes. With a voice as indifferent as water. With a feeling of rejecting people, Yi Mengyao wanted to say something else, but she could no longer say anything. A pair of almond eyes stared at Jiang Che. Clearly Jiang Che had already promised to come. Why was she still a little sad in her heart? Chapter 20. When I'm weaker than you I'm coy. When I'm stronger than you I hit hard. Out of the school gates, Lin Yu followed Jiang Che out. Hey, Jiang Che. Jiang Che looked back and revealed a playful smile. Student Lin Yu, you didn't hit me last time. You still want to come and hit me this time, don't you? If you want to hit me, I will then call the police. I'd like to see who else can bail you out. Jiang Che's arrogant words had made Lin Yu's teeth itchy with anger. He had suffered more anger in the week after going down the mountain than in the past 20 years. Hardly had he forced an unruly berserk dragon evil doctor into becoming a ninja god turtle. Jiang Che, I'm not here to beat you up. I just want to ask you a question. Have you been over to the Western Mountain Scenic Area recently? Jiang Che nodded. Been there. What's wrong? Such sincere words confused Lin Yu. Then have you ever gone down a mountain stream? There's a cave inside, isn't there? Jiang Che continued to nod. Right? What's wrong? Lin Yu's brain was dazzled. How was this possible? It should clearly be a cave secret realm belonging to himself. How did Jiang Che he know about it? Lin Xiaotian had made it very clear back then that this cave was only known to them. Where did Jiang Che learn about it? Could it be that the news had leaked out? Have you been inside that cave house? Lin Yu asked nervously. Jiang Che shrugged. Of course I went. The stone door of that cave is hard. I got a professional demolition team to blow the door open. Lin Yu almost didn't have a brain hemorrhage listening to this. So that's how it was. It's all because of this Jiang Che guy. Then what about the things inside? Are all the treasures inside with you? Treasures? What treasures? Just the treasure. Did you find any scrolls or anything in there? And a jade pendant? Lin Yu anxiously said. Scrolls? I did see an ancient scroll. Jiang Che's words gave Lin Yu hope. Where is it? This is mine. You quickly give it to me. This cave is handed down from my family's ancestors. Oh, it was cooler under the cave at the time, so I used that scroll for the fire. The expression on Lin Yu's face gradually solidified, and the entire person asked somewhat incredulously. What? You gave it a burn? Yeah, I don't give things that don't have much use to burn. Lin Yu was almost infuriated with a brain hemorrhage. He directly rushed to Jiang Che, his eyes red. You return my things to me. Who told you to burn it? Do you know how valuable that is? Lin Yu went crazy trying to clutch Jiang Che's collar. But, the current Jiang Che was already very different from a few days ago. Lin Yu was a dark force powerhouse, so how could Jiang Che not be? For a moment, Lin Yu realized with horror. He was unable to do anything about the person in front of him. His strength was even greater than his own? Dark power? Lin Yu took a few steps back and stared dead at Jiang Che. A few days ago, this fellow was still an ordinary person. An ant that he could slap to death with a slap. It hadn't even been a week yet. How did he become so powerful? How did you do it? Lin Yu's tiger's mouth was slightly numb and his fingers were trembling. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something in general. The cave's secret realm. Jiang Che had gone inside the cave. Could it be that the treasure inside the cave? It made Jiang Che become a dark force powerhouse within a few days? When he thought of this possibility, Lin Yu's heart sent shockwaves through his heart. Dark strength could not be cultivated that easily. It belonged to internal martial arts. Even he also started practicing martial arts when he was 6 years old, learning internal kung fu, and it took him more than 10 years to reach the cultivation level of early dark power. What kind of miraculous encounter could make a person become a dark power expert in a few days? It was impossible. What dark power ate power? What are you barrenly talking about? Jiang Che pretended to be confused. Scrolls. You must have practiced the mysterious technique above the scroll. You definitely remember it now, right? Lin Yu became excited. You're ing, right? Jiang Che slapped Lin Yu's hand away. Right now. Quite a few students near the school entrance had stopped to watch, and were still talking from time to time. After this morning's review meeting, Lin Yu now had no face at all inside Shirlan School. Even the students from the next middle school had heard of Lin Yu's great name. But at this moment, Lin Yu could no longer care less. Jiang Che, the scroll is useless to you. Why don't you give it to me? Oh, the scroll was indeed burned by me. But what's inside there? It's all inside my head. The corner of Jiang Che's mouth hooked up into a smile as he raised his finger and pointed to his head. So what if I show down with you? I was coy when my strength wasn't as good as yours, but now that I'm slightly better than you, I'll directly strike hard. What son of Qi? You're the songbird, aren't you? As far as Jiang Che knew, Lin Yu's biggest dependence was on his two masters, two ancient martial arts masters above the dark force, but they wouldn't show up at all in the early stages. It's not that they didn't want to show up, rather, they were trapped in some secret realm that they couldn't get out of. Jiang Che, You write down what's inside the scroll. I will definitely not target you in the future. This thing is very important to me. It's a relic left to me by my great-grandfather. Lin Yu tried his hardest to look humble, but the bulging veins on his forehead showed just how angry he was at this moment. Ha ha, call me father and I'll tell you. Oh no, I almost forgot you're a dog. Ha ha ha, Lin Yu was angry. He was really angry. His teeth were cackling. Good enough. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something else in general. Where is the jade pendant? Is the jade pendant inside the cave also with you? Jade pendant? Jiang Che let out a light laugh, then conjured an ancient jade pendant from his hand like a trick. Look! Lin Yu's eyes were instantly attracted to the jade pendant and subconsciously reached out to snatch it, but Jiang Che took it back with one hand. The moment he saw the jade pendant, a voice in the underworld seemed to tell him, this was the jade pendant he was looking for, the important thing that related to his own life. This is my thing, you give it to me. What? You still want to rob in the street? Everyone come over and take a look. This kid has robbed. As soon as Jiang Che yelled, Lin Yu directly calmed down and stared dead at Jiang Che in front of him. To be precise, he was staring at the jade pendant in Jiang Che's hand. Without complete certainty, he didn't dare to make a move. Jiang Che was also a dark force martial artist, and seemed, he wasn't weaker than himself, so once he made a move, what if he can't take advantage? And now that there are so many people, one can only take it slowly. Fine, I'll remember you. Lin Yu turned around and left after letting out a vicious sentence. Ha! Jiang Che played with the jade pendant in his hand, the warm feeling in his hand. It was still strangely good. As for whether he would worry about Lin Yu's revenge, naturally, he wouldn't. Lin Yu's initial reliance was only on himself, and at most, it was just a little bit of the connections that his master had left behind for him during his travels around the world. The main thing is that Lin Yu is secretly developing by himself, so in the early stages, he didn't even have to worry about whether there would be any old men with profound strength falling from the sky. As long as they don't directly kill Lin Yu, it shouldn't be a big deal. A little bit of plot, wait until you're strong and then pinch him to death. Chapter 21, Invitation to Dinner? Let Yuan Heir bleed hard for a wave. There's no class this afternoon. Does MS? You want to come to my home to help me with my homework? Jiang Che's insidious voice sounded behind Yuan Heir. Yuan Heir was carrying her small school bag, preparing to get into Yi Mengyao's car. Usually on weekends, Yuan Heir stayed with Yi Mengyao. On weekdays, she saves as much as she can, and dabbles as much as she can. Anyway, Yi Mengyao's family was big, so it wasn't bad to raise her a small rice bug. Jiang Che, I still have things to do this afternoon. Yuan Heir instinctively wanted to refuse. Going to Jiang Che's house to tutor him in his homework? Wouldn't that be a sheep entering a tiger's mouth? She had now thoroughly seen through this nasty fellow. Oh, is that so? That's really a pity. Jiang Che licked his lips and laughed out softly. Since the university bully doesn't want to help support me, a hangdog, then forget it. A school bully doesn't understand the pain of a school slag. Yuan Heir, what a handful of moral kidnapping. Yuan Heir is a contrasting female, although she is very dark green tea and gold digging at heart. The impression she gives to others is that she is a soft, cute, beautiful and kind-hearted student, so she was very well liked. At least, other than Jiang Che, no one else could see the other side of Yuan Heir. Yuan Heir was also in a dilemma at this time. Alright then, but I only have 2 hours to tutor you. Let's stabilize the persona first. That's something to thank him as. You four, it just so happens that you haven't eaten lunch yet, right? Let's go have lunch together. Yuan Heir's nails were about to be embedded inside her flesh, but she still put on a naive demeanor, and even gently bit her finger. It's not good, right? Natural-born actor. There's a newly opened Chinese restaurant across the flyover. How about going there for a meal? Yuan Heir was torn. She was indeed hungry. Hunger was hard to bear. She had long since had enough of this feeling. After thinking about it for a while, the little loli nodded heavily. Anyway, after eating a good meal, she could just find an excuse to sneak away. Even if Jiang Che was an asshole, he wouldn't be able to take himself away in the street, right? He could also have a meal for free. Beautiful. Yi Mengyao, who had been left out to the side, stood out at this time. The relationship between Yuan Heir and Jiang Che was obviously not normal. Yi Mengyao was inexplicably jealous of her favorite and best friend, so Yi Mengyao directly followed suit. I want to go too. Jiang Che glanced at her. This Miss Yi, it's still really hot to watch. Yi Mengyao and Yuan Heir, as Heaven's Destiny heroines, there was absolutely no doubt about their face value. The main thing was, this kind of youthful teenage girl is just too lethal to men. No man can resist a beautiful 18-year-old girl who is beautiful and full of vigor. Like it or not, but the high and mighty persona can't fall apart. Is Miss Yi ready to dilly-dally? Yi Mengyao seemed to be determined to come as she directly took one of Yuan Heir's arms. I'm going to eat with Yuan Heir, can't I? Jiang Che smiled faintly, taking the bait. That's fine. If you go, then let Yuan Heir pay the bill. Jiang Che's words caused Yuan Heir's face to change slightly. Herself, pay the bill? Where did she get the money to pay for the bill? Although she didn't know how much that Chinese restaurant consumed. A restaurant that could be favored by Jiang Che. The consumption would definitely not be low. She understood. Jiang Che was doing this on purpose. She wanted to make a fool of herself. As expected, Yi Mengyao didn't have any feelings about paying the bill or anything. She didn't have any feelings at all. In her opinion, spending money is as simple as swiping a card. When a young lady goes out to spend money, she never looks at the price. Humph, isn't it just a Chinese restaurant? It's not like we can't afford it, right, baby Yuan? Yi Mengyao held over Yuan Heir's soft and boneless little hand. Yuan Heir nodded, her voice trembling a little. The newly opened Chinese restaurant was very luxurious in scale, and at a glance, one could tell that the consumption in here was not simple. You guys, Sister Yao Yao, you order. Yuan Heir originally wanted to give the menu to the two of them to order, but she wisely gave it to Yi Mengyao alone. She knew very well that if she gave the menu to Jiang Che, this damnable guy would definitely order the most expensive and costly things. Baby Yuan Heir, love you so much. Missy was as simple-minded as a child, except for the occasional jealousy. It was simply a standardized silly white sweetness. This Menon ginger duck comes with one serving, mushrooms with scallion oil, scallops stir-fried with Chinese sausage, and turkey-flavored potpourri. Although Yi Mengyao was silly, she didn't order more. She just casually ordered a few moderately priced ones. Bring it to put you. These few dishes are enough for who? Let the next table see it and think we can't afford it. Jiang Che picked up the menu and added a few more hard dishes. Yuan Heir. The little girl sneakily lowered her head and glanced at the only few $1,000s left in her account, her heart aching. This meal had cost at least a couple thousand. Bad guy ah. Yuan Heir wanted to cry at this moment, until it was time to serve the meal. Yuan Heir looked at the table full of colorful and delicious food. Yuan Heir's sad tears finally flowed out from the corners of her mouth. Anyway, what she spent was her own money. It would be better to eat a little more to get your blood back. Checking out was painful. Yuan Heir looked at the $1,700 deducted and was so distraught that she couldn't help herself. In her heart, she cursed Jiang Che countless times. You big school flower? You seem a little less than happy? Could it be that inviting us to dinner made you very sad? Jiang Che teasingly opened his mouth. No, of course I'm happy. In fact, I've been wanting to invite Sister Yao Yao once for a long time. After all, it's always Sister Yao Yao who invites me every time. I still feel guilty. Yuan Heir's acting skills were simply divine. Yi Mengyao was in a good mood. What is Yuan Heir baby talking about? Are we still divided into you and me? She then turned her gaze to Jiang Che. Jiang Che, the birthday banquet I told you about this morning. You'll come, right? Jiang Che pondered for a moment, his expression ancient and unperturbed as he silently nodded. Yi Mengyao's face was delighted, and she wanted to continue speaking, to inquire about who the woman who was with Jiang Che that night was, but she ultimately didn't open her mouth. After all, she herself was nothing right now. I'm also very good at math. I can fill you in on math. Yi Mengyao tried to speak. Jiang Che slowly got up and wiped his mouth. I don't want to trouble class president. After all, I'm just a scum, a loser that you look down on. With that, Jiang Che pulled Yuan Heir away. Looking at Jiang Che's departing back, endless remorse surged in Yi Mengyao's heart. Once upon a time, she did use her academic performance as a reason. She had rejected Jiang Che's confession many times, and her attitude was even arrogant. But, once uttering those words was as accurate as a bullet hitting the girl's brow. Chapter 22, Jiang Yunli's excitement. I want her to be my daughter-in-law. Alright, Jiang Che, you've had enough. What the hell do you want? Yuan Heir followed Jiang Che to the car. There were no acquaintances around. She flipped out in a second. There's no way I'm going to go home with you. Can I not know what you want? You are an asshole. Yuan Heir's eyes were filled with hatred when she looked at Jiang Che. It was because of this hateful guy. He had eaten over $1,000 of his own money in one meal. It was simply detestable to the extreme. I can't see that you're still strangely rich. You can afford to treat yourself to a meal of over $1,000. You even apply for the school's poverty subsidy every year. Jiang Che sat in the driver's seat, smiling brightly. How smart was Yuan Heir? She directly guessed what Jiang Che wanted to do. If she let the school know that she was a poor student, if the school knew that she was a poor student, and was treating herself to 1,000+ meals, what would be the result? What the hell do you want? Jiang Che, will you stop bullying me? Why do you always catch me alone? Yuan Heir was a bit devastated. It's not like she had harmed anyone. Why are you treating her like this? Thinking about it, the little girl cried out in aggravation. Tearful eyes looked pitiful. The more she cried, the sadder she got. Her little pearls snapped off. Fortunately, The soundproofing effect of the Maybach was remarkable, or else it would have attracted Sir. Jiang Che just so calmly looked at Yuan Air crying, again began to sell misery to gain sympathy? But unfortunately, little girl, this trick of yours has long since failed on me. Sure enough, Yuan Air stopped crying after a few minutes. The corners of her eyes were red. You have to compensate me for the money. This meal cost 17,000. You have to reimburse me 1,000. Her small hands were spread out, and she started to ask for money with a straight face. Jiang Che lightly laughed. You want money? Earn it yourself. Yuan Air gritted her teeth. What an asshole. So blind to such a handsome set of skin. Tutor me. 2 hours 700. If there is extra tutoring, I am also allowed to add money. Oh, humph. You're just a big asshole. Yuan Air was so angry that she wanted to open the car door and get out. But the car door had already been locked by Jiang Che a long time ago. Jiang Che directly kicked the gas. Jiang Che drove the car with one hand and lit a cigarette for himself with the other. The entire process flowed smoothly. Ahem. Jiang Che, you even smoke? Yuan Air coughed twice. Her impression of Jiang Che had dropped to the freezing point. How about this? You follow me. I'll pay for your spending in the future. What do you think? You asshole. You think beautifully. Although I am poor, but I'm not so bad as to sell my color. Yuan Air bared her teeth, looking like a little milk cat that had its tail stepped on. He. Wasn't your colorful face betrayed a long time ago? When you followed Yi Mengyao, didn't get taken advantage of much. Humph. What do you know? Isn't it normal for girlfriends to interact with each other? You think everyone is like you. Your brain is full of yellow waste? It's better to follow Yi Mengyao than me, and I'm richer than Yi Mengyao. Bah! Jiang Che was not in a hurry. This little wildcat was cute and tight. Not long after, the car slowly drove into the Jiang family's villa area. Although very reluctant, Yuan Air still followed Jiang Che into the Jiang family. Dog Dado, the little lowly cursed. The Jiang family villa was very large. The area alone was estimated to be several thousand square meters, and there were also independent gardens and swimming pools. However, Yuan Air wasn't too shocked. After all, she also often went to Yi Mingyao's home. Yuan Air was carrying a small school bag, short and small. Just by looking at her back she thought she was a small potato. Typical southern small potato. But who would have thought that this was a legitimate lowly who was already 18 years old? Little Che. Back, Jiang Che's cheap mother, Jiang Yunli, was leaning on the sofa, wearing a white nightgown, with a layer of mask on her face, and the whole person looked very lazy. Glancing at Jiang Che, hey, the woman sat up directly from the sofa. As soon as she removed the mask from her face, the original lazy noblewoman instantly dissipated. Putting on her slippers she trotted to the door and circled around Yuan Air several times. What a lovely girl. Jiang Yunli then glanced at Jiang Che. Baby son, this little girlfriend you found is really cute. I love it so much. Jiang Yunli's words caused Yuan Air to shake her head repeatedly. Auntie, it's not what you think. I'm not Jiang Che's girlfriend. However, how could Jiang Yunli believe that? That look seemed to say, I understand. You understand a hammer. Auntie, I'm tutoring Jiang Che's homework. You thought wrong. But Yuan Air's words caused the expression on Jiang Yunli's face to deepen. Tutoring homework is good. Ha. It just so happens that my family Xiao Che's grades aren't too good. You guys go to the second floor. I'll prepare some fruits and stuff for you first. By the way, my last name is Jiang. You can call me Sister Jiang. What's your name, little girl? Jiang Yunli was overly enthusiastic, so much so that Yuan Air couldn't carry it off a bit. You want Air. Well, baby want Air. You go upstairs first. I'll prepare some fruits for you. After Jiang Yunli sidetracked Yuan Air, he directly pulled over Jiang Che's arm. Son, can you take this girl? What a lovely girl. I want her to be my daughter-in-law. I've dreamed of wanting such a lovely daughter. If it's a daughter-in-law it's actually fine. Jiang Yunli's expression was happy as she spoke to herself. It was obvious. Her obsession with having a daughter was on the verge of becoming a demon. After all, a daughter-in-law is half a daughter. Jiang Che helplessly rubbed his head. Although he was perverted, he couldn't show it in front of his own mom. Yuan Air really came to tutor me in my studies. Jiang Yunli skimmed his mouth. Yeah, when your father's grades weren't good either. He also asked me to tutor him. What happened? Didn't it turn out to be you? Go for it. Get her in one go. I like this girl very much. Yuan Air baby knows at a glance that she's a simple-minded and kind-hearted little girl. This kind of girl can be tricked once she's tricked. Jiang Che, you're looking at the wrong person here. Yuan Air, this little lowly has a deep heart. You still want to trick others? This cheap mother of his own is indeed too simple-minded. It's probably the Pro-Max version of Yi Mengyao. Otherwise it wouldn't have been possible to be tricked so easily by his own cheap old dad. In the study room, teacher you, please dash. Jiang Che rubbed his hands together. His expression gradually perverted. You stay away from me. Keep a distance of half a meter from me. The two were nominally studying. but actually, we're also studying. Yuan Heir was indeed a good teacher, and she really did start teaching Jiang Che in a serious manner. For this proof question, the denominator takes the logarithm. Then the cleft terms cancel out and you can figure it out. The next question uses the Lagrange median theorem twice. You stay away from me. Chapter 23, Yuan Heir's birth. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye 2 hours passed. Because Jiang Che was a fast learner, the topics she didn't know at first, she only needed to teach it once, and Jiang Che was directly able to learn by example. This made the little lowly feel a sense of accomplishment, even though she had to watch out for Jiang Che's salty hands from time to time. Jiang Che, you're obviously a fast learner. You're not stupid. Why don't you study properly? Although Yuan Heir hated Jiang Che, as Jiang Che's teacher, she absolutely had the obligation to supervise Jiang Che's studies. Then of course it's all because you taught me well. Jiang Che smiled blandly. God knows just how difficult it was for him to play the role of a school slag. But it should be said or not, Yuan Heir's body was indeed soft enough, like a cute doll. Double ponytail, 1 meter 5, blue and white striped tube socks, tool all lowly control. Humph, that's for sure. So, it's time to check out. Yuan Heir's small hand was spread out. She was like a girl who had fallen inside the eye of money in general. The original tutoring fee of 700 comes with a kiss, and some miscellaneous fees. The extra fee is 1,000, so you can give me 1,700. Ha! Jiang Che let out a light laugh. He just lost 1,700 and now he's making it back, right? The main fight and no loss. This measly few $1,000s was dispensable for Jiang Che. But, how could Jiang Che let Yuan Heir have her way so easily? Gradually forcing Yuan Heir into a corner, he raised his hand and cupped Yuan Heir's chin. Still asking me for money? You're so bold. Yuan Heir bit her lip and raised her head to lock eyes with Jiang Che. Why don't you want it? This is what I deserve. Ha ha. Jiang Che laughed and nodded. With one naturally came two. And once the bottom line was broken, then he directly transferred 1,700. It was very refreshing. It's evening, I'll send you back. Yuan Heir didn't refuse, just nodded silently. Before leaving, Jiang Yunli pulled Yuan Heir to chat for a long time again, flushing Yuan Heir's face. This mature and sensible-looking woman, she's so unorthodox, and wanted to make herself her daughter-in-law. But at the same time, Lori couldn't help but have some images floating inside her mind. If she had really married into the Jiang family, surely she would have been clothed and fed for the rest of her life, right? Even her own mother could not have to suffer. Soon she shook her head. No way, no way. She knew very well, Jiang Che was only temporarily lusting after herself. If she gave herself up for nothing, the end would definitely be very, very bad. And she also hated Jiang Che. How strange. Your mom is so young? It feels like she's only in her 20s too. I thought it was your sister at first. Yuan Heir spat out. Why don't you come and tutor me for 2 hours every night from now on? I'll pay you a fixed salary. It's over $20,000 a month. Che, no way. Yuan Heir skimmed her lips. She had more than that even if she went to Yimingyao's side to be a millet bug. In fact, even Yuan Heir herself hadn't been able to realize that her bottom line towards Jiang Che had gotten lower and lower. Before, Jiang Che could jump in anger if he touched her. But now, Yuan Heir's family lived in the slums. I don't know what made her family so poor that she went to an aristocratic school like Shirlan School. Even with a subsidy for poor students, the annual tuition fee at Shirlan School is $60,000 to $70,000. Yuan Heir can't afford it. It's all that kind of rough housing. The street lamps are flickering, and a few rats can come out from time to time from the garbage pile on the side. Jiang Che, just park here. I'll walk home by myself. Yuan Heir clutched the corner of her coat. What? Not inviting me to sit at your house? You've even come to my home. Jiang Che teasingly opened his mouth. He, who was familiar with the plot, knew all about Yuan Heir's family background. It could be said to be rather miserable, but what did it have to do with him? No need. My home is rather dirty. Don't dirty your shoes. Dirty is dirty. Jiang Che's attitude was tougher, and the two of them arrived all the way to Yuan Heir's door. Inside, the living room was still on, flooded with dim light. Yuan Heir gritted her teeth and opened the door with one hand. You stinky girl, why are you back so late? A woman's tirade came out from inside the bedroom. After a while, a woman limped out on her crutches. The woman's hair was messy, her face was pale and thin, seemingly capable of being blown over at the slightest blow. Her hair was withered and yellow, and her arms were strewn with ghastly lumps, but from her face she was vaguely able to distinguish that this was the woman's former beauty. Yu Weiwei froze for a moment after seeing Jiang Che's figure, then a smile appeared on her face. Yuan Heir's classmate? Hurry up and sit down. What's the classmate's name? What does the family do? Why did you send our Yuan Heir back so late? Yu Weiwei was very eagle-eyed and could tell at a glance that Jiang Che was definitely a child of a wealthy family, so she had a very good attitude. You Weiwei, are you checking your account? Yuan Heir clenched her lips, but the woman didn't take her words seriously. Jiang Che's face was ancient. You Weiwei, Yuan Heir's mother, foster mother to be exact. When she was young, she was a prostitute. When she was young, she was a prostitute, working in a clubhouse, and one day picked up Yuan Heir in the garbage by the side of the road. And because Yu Weiwei had already lost the ability to procreate at that time, she adopted this little girl under the influence of the gods. Then, I was able to make money to bring up the child, and I brought up Yuan Heir a little bit. After that, she washed her hands of the business. After all, Yuan Heir for her, it was a kind of salvation, but as fate would have it, it wasn't long before she was diagnosed with uremia. Now it's estimated that she only has 2 or 3 years to live. In the script, the protagonist, Lin Yu, used his super god's medical skills and then successfully cured Yu Weiwei's uremia and gained Yuan Heir's heart. Chapter 24 My baby, I really love you so much. Yu Weiwei was very thin, as if a gust of wind could blow her over. She didn't care about Yuan Heir, and had been smiling and chatting with Jiang Che the entire time. The words were all laced with Jiang Che's words, and after learning that Jiang Che was the son of Hangzhou City's richest man, the entire person froze, and then smiled even more fawningly. Yu Weiwei, can you? Yuan Heir stomped her foot, somewhat hating her. Her own mother was clearly picking on her son-in-law, and she hated this kind of snobbery from Yu Weiwei. Yuan Heir, I'm talking to Mr. Jiang, you go back inside the house first. Yuan Heir was furious and turned to go. Sir Jiang, my family's Yuan Heir's character is actually not bad. She's not like this on weekdays. Jiang Che just smiled gently. He who was familiar with the plot was still relatively clear about this woman's character. Yuan Heir is indeed cute and tight. Yu Weiwei's eyes brightened a bit. There was a drama. Mr. Jiang, although our Yuan Heir comes from a poor background, she is simple and kind, and she is also very clean. Jiang Che left after chatting for a while. Just before he left, Yuan Heir came out from inside the bedroom. Yu Weiwei, what exactly do you want to do? Do you think I'm a commodity? The little lowly directly confronted. The woman, on the other hand, revealed a contemptuous smile. Yuan Heir, you're still strangely capable. Earlier, I asked you to go hang a son-in-law. I didn't think you'd be able to catch the son of the richest man in the world. Let me tell you, if you fall into Jiang Che's lap, you'll be rich and famous in the future. Yuan Heir was furious. Do you think everyone is like you? You don't know the slightest bit of shame. As the little lowly spoke, tears flowed out of her eyes. Egu, how much can shame be worth? Anyway, I don't have many years left to live with this uremia, so if you can get on Jiang Che's good side, I can still enjoy 2 more years of happiness with you. The woman guffawed and limped over to Yuan Heir, wiping away the tears on the girl's face with her hand. Look, how beautiful my precious Yuan Heir is. Cute and lovable. No man can refuse you. Don't you touch me. Yuan Heir took 2 steps back, but her tears flowed even more. When I spent so much money to send you to Shirlan school, wasn't it because I wanted you to catch a golden son-in-law? You still don't appreciate it. It's hard to catch the hearts of mature men, but schoolboys are still easy to fool. I've taught you all my life's knowledge, so it's easy to get a boy. Yu Weiwei pulled her tresses to the back of her neck, revealing a gentle smile. The woman, although tortured by uremia, could still vaguely see the elegance of her younger days. Jiang Che is really good, although he might be a bit of a womanizer in the future, but at least he won't neglect you. I've always been a good judge of character. Yuan Heir's delicate body trembled. This was her mother. It made her hate her so much, but she couldn't help but feel sorry for her, coveting that twisted yet gentle mother's love. From the time she was small, she had instilled in herself all sorts of ideas of tendency. Jiang Che was right. She was a green tea whore. Not wrong at all. Yu Weiwei sighed softly and rubbed Yuan Heir's delicate face, leaning down to gently press the corner of her forehead against the girl's head. My baby, I really love you so much. Every morning was the best time period for practicing ancient martial arts, expelling the turbid qi from the body. The efficiency of internal force operation was much higher than on weekdays, and as far as he knew, Lin Yu would exhale and cultivate for an hour every morning. But Jiang Che didn't need to roll with him. He had gotten a reward from one of his villainous choices before. 10 years of internal strength. I'm an open player. Is it still necessary to roll with you? Use 10 years of internal strength. In an instant, a strong force came out of nowhere, spreading out from within Jin's body. It gradually spread out from his torso. Awesome. Jiang Che's eyes flashed with joy. He was originally at the early stage of dark power, and 10 years of internal strength. It had directly pushed him to the middle to late stage of dark force. The current Jiang Che had complete confidence to hang and whip Lin Yu. His hands were a bit itchy, but just to be on the safe side. Don't get into too much conflict with Lin Yu just yet. After all, Lin Yu was a son of Qi, so hell knows if he had any cards on him. A protagonist or something. Wouldn't it be simple to cross a few minor realms? After returning to school, Lin Yu obviously kept a much lower profile. He spent the whole day nestled in the corner of the classroom not knowing what he was planning. Jiang Che, on the other hand, had pulled out a yellowish jade pendant, and Lin Yu definitely wouldn't let up after he was defeated. He would find a way to steal the jade pendant back, not afraid of thieves stealing it, but afraid of thieves thinking about it. Jiang Che simply found someone to make a fake one directly. Don't you want to steal it? I'll take it out directly for you to steal, and if you dare to steal it, I'll call the police directly. As expected, as soon as Jiang Che took out the jade pendant, Lin Yu's gaze was instantly attracted. Greed and cynicism mingled. This was supposed to be his before descending from the mountain. His own Grand Master had warned him that the jade pendant was vital. It contained his birth and a marriage contract. He wasn't interested in his life or anything, but he was interested in the marriage contract. It is said that there is still some deep hidden ancient martial arts family, generally practicing ancient martial arts girl body impurities turbid gas are discharged. The appearance will certainly not be bad. Both can pick up a beautiful girl, but also can have the support of a power. Simply too fragrant. So, this jade pendant, he had to get his hands on it, but hard robbery was definitely no good. He could only take it wisely, but after holding it all morning, he didn't see Lin Yu make a move. Until the end of school, Lin Yu was watching. Jiang Che naturally knew what Lin Yu was thinking. Peeking, right? Then I'll show you an exciting one. Saying that, Jiang Che stood up from his seat and slowly came in front of Yuan Heir. At this time there was no one else in the classroom. Yuan Heir was still writing her homework. Yuan Heir, give me a kiss. Yuan Heir was speechless, glancing around. There were no other students inside the classroom. 1 kiss for 200. Yuan Heir's voice was lowered, but it was still heard by Lin Yu in the corner. What the hell? This girl said what? $200 for a kiss on her? Jiang Che revealed a bad smile. Little fortune hunter. Yuan Heir had now gradually walked into the trap laid by Jiang Che. This scene completely dumbfounded the peeping Lin Yu, and then a strong unwillingness surged in his eyes. This little loli was the one he had fallen for. From the first day of enrollment, the first moment he saw Yuan Heir, he had regarded this petite and cute little loli as his woman. But in front of his own face, this gave him the feeling of being cuckolded, and the thing that made him feel most unwilling was, it only costs $200 to kiss Yuan Heir. Damn, are you that cheap? However, Lin Yu, who was too straight to speak, still secretly touched his pocket. Looking at the only $50 left in his pocket, Lin Yu was a bit devastated. The current him didn't even have the qualifications to give Yuan Heir a kiss. Chapter 25 Yi Mengyao kidnapped? Once again, the villainous choice was set off. Alright, have you had enough? Yuan Heir pushed Jiang Che away. Her small face flushed, the corners of her eyes carrying a faint tender red color. Lin Yu in the corner of the classroom couldn't hold back at this time. The girl he loved was being bullied by other men in front of him. A direct slap on the table. Jiang Che, if you bully her again, do you believe I'll tell the teacher? Lin Yu also began to learn Jiang Che's tricks, without getting physical. The rule system inside the school was the best weapon. Yuan Heir panicked and her entire body directly jumped into Jiang Che's arms. How is someone? Didn't the students all leave? How was there someone still inside the classroom? If the matter between herself and Jiang Che spread out, the persona that she had worked so hard to create would crumble to pieces in an instant. After seeing Yuan Heir's panicked appearance, he was even more certain. Yuan Heir must have some sort of handle that Jiang Che had grabbed, which made the righteous man feel that he had to do something before he could do anything about it. Yuan Heir, don't be afraid. I know Jiang Che, he's threatening you. The little loli burst into tears in an instant, just crying, but not a word. As expected, Lin Yu was even more sure of what he had in mind after seeing the girl cry. As for the conversation about $200 for a kiss just now, it had long since been thrown out of his mind. Lin Yu clenched his fists. The original him was about to hit someone, but he forced himself to hold back. If he fought again, he himself would definitely be expelled. Yuan Heir, I'll go call the teacher. Hearing Lin Yu call himself Yuan Heir, the little loli got goosebumps all over her body. No way, if you dare to tell the teacher, Sister Yao Yao and I won't even look at you again in the future. Yuan Heir was very good at utilizing her advantage. She naturally saw how much Lin Yu liked her. Lin Yu, an expert who just came down from the mountain. Where could he play with a high-class green tea like Yuan Heir? In one sentence, she directly teased Lin Yu like a dog. Lin Yu's heart was so stifled. And right at this moment, Jiang Che glanced down at the time on his wristwatch. TSK. Lin Yu, your employer Missy has gone far away. Can you afford to be in a bit of danger? Jiang Che's words caused Lin Yu's pupils to shrink. How did he know about this matter of him being Yi Menyao's bodyguard? No. Things seemed to be wrong from the beginning. This Jiang Che seemed to know himself very well. How did he know about the secret realm of his cave? and also moved in advance, including the scandalous events that happened at the review meeting, and he was now pointing out his identity. There seemed to be a large net enveloping towards him in the underworld, and it was only afterward that he felt a hint of terror. Who are you? Fine, thought but it wasn't even his turn to think more. A phone call came over. Lin Yu picked up the phone. What are you doing? I asked you to protect my daughter. What are you doing? Yi Changkon's voice on the opposite side was deafening. What's wrong? Yao. I asked you to protect my daughter. And now she's been kidnapped. Did I ask you to come here to eat? Lin Yu panicked and couldn't care less about the conspiracy. He directly turned around and left. Looking at Lin Yu's departing back, the corner of Jiang Che's mouth slightly hooked. Luckily, he hadn't interfered with the plot too much because of his own interference. Now that the plot had progressed to around chapter 30, Yi Mengyao had been kidnapped by a rival company of the Yi family, demanding that Yi Changkong hand over information about a product that Yes Group had secretly researched and developed. Yes Group's company is engaged in artificial intelligence development, and a product may cost over $1 billion to develop. Yi Changkong also has many enemies, which is why he hires bodyguards to protect Yi Mengyao. In the original drama, Lin Yu kills his way in, rescues Yi Mengyao, and successfully dismantles Yi Mengyao's high-minded defense. But now, Lin Yu, you'll obediently work for me as a laborer. Jiang Che, what happened to Sister Yao Yao? Has she been kidnapped? Yuan Heir's eyes widened and her whole body was a little anxious. Plastic sisters also had feelings. That's right. Your golden master sister is now kidnapped. In critical condition. Jiang Che revealed a bad smile. He actually wasn't worried about Yi Mengyao's safety at all. After all, she was the identity of the Heavenly Fate's female lead. It was definitely impossible for anything to happen to her. Yuan Heir's face was slightly pale. Quickly call the police. Definitely already called the police. Otherwise how could Yi Mengyao her father have called? Only at this moment did Yuan Heir remember something odd. How could Uncle Yi call this Lin Yu? What bodyguard? What does that mean? Jiang Che smiled. Literally, this Lin Yu's identity is the bodyguard that Yi Mengyao's father hired for her, responsible for secretly protecting Yi Mengyao's safety. This guy? Can he still be a bodyguard? Yuan Heir's small mouth grew slightly, obviously very hard to believe. Is the threshold of bodyguards also low now? This kind of can also become a bodyguard? Who knows? It's also the first time I've seen a bodyguard with such poor business skills. Jiang Che shrugged his shoulders. Jiang Che, what about Sister Yao Yao? That's a kidnapper. Yuan Heir started to get anxious. What else can we do? Just wait and see what happens. It's not like Yi Mengyao and I have anything to do with each other. But you courted her. Sister Yao Yao is pretty too, isn't she? What does her beauty have to do with me? She doesn't give me any kisses or touches. And if you were the one who was kidnapped, I might have come to your rescue. Coldly, Jiang Che came up with a love story. Like this kind of love story to deceive a little girl. Jiang Che came with his mouth open. Anyway, he only goes for the kidney but not the heart. 1 or 2 love stories can't be less than a piece of meat. As expected, Yuan Heir's little face slightly flushed a little. Humph, you stinking asshole. I'll go if you don't. In fact, Yuan Heir went to follow the police officers and wait for the result. The little girl didn't have much ability. It's not like she could actually go toe-to-toe with the thugs. Jiang Che glanced down at the time again. It was almost time. Yi Mengyao was probably already taken to the place. According to the original plot, Yi Mengyao had been confused and brought to some abandoned construction site to act as a trading partner. Right now, the police hadn't found the location of the criminals, but Lin Yu, as a son of luck, would definitely be the first to find the place. After one person killed all the kidnappers, the police arrived just in time and completely faked it, dropping Yi Mengyao in danger. Host triggers villain choice. Choice 1, robbing Lin Yu to save Yi Mengyao before he does. Receive a good guy card. Choice 2, indifferent. Sit back and watch Lin Yu save Yi Mengyao. Yi Mengyao's favoritism towards Lin Yu will be +1. Choice 3, sneak in and reap the benefits. Yi Mengyao's favoritism +10. And obtains the god-level skill, her heart pass. Chapter 26, Lin Yu, there's old 6. Triggered the choice again? He. Still brainlessly choosing 3. Jiang Che helplessly rubbed his head. Was this even a choice? According to the plot, it was known that those who kidnapped Yi Mengyao had guns in their hands, and Lin Yu had won miserably when he rescued Yi Mengyao, taking a shot in the shoulder. In a situation as dangerous as this, Jiang Che certainly wouldn't risk his life to save Yi Mengyao, so Lin Yu's cannon fodder was doomed. Instead, it was the rewards of option 3 that made Jiang Che's eyes light up. Her heart pass, a god-level skill that can be used to eavesdrop on a woman's heart when she's in close contact with her, with a range of 50 meters. A must-have skill for scum to tease a girl. Jiang Che nodded with satisfaction. This skill is not bad. Jiang Che looked at the time and felt that it should be almost time. Having read the script, he naturally knew where the kidnappers were located. In a rotten building in New City Parish. He could even accurately know which building and which floor it was. In a certain floor of the rotten building. Brother Blade, why doesn't this Yi Changkong reply to us? It's been half an hour. The short and fat man frowned. There were 4 kidnappers. The leader was a scarred face. Looking fierce, one could tell that he had licked blood from the mouth of a knife. A floor of cigarette butts. These guys didn't know how many cigarettes they had smoked. And on top of the sofa in the center, Yi Mengyao was lying on it. Her hands and feet were bound. The tips of her hair were slightly messy, and the whole person was still in a coma. Brother Blade was silent for a moment, then slowly opened his mouth. What the employer wants is Yi Changkong's product information. As long as something from his side is given over, we will release him immediately. That dog is dragging his feet? Waiting for the police? Blade smiled coldly. The police won't be able to find us for a while. I've specially avoided all the surveillance. If the situation is not right, we'll take this woman away as a hostage. These words caused the gazes of several other people to be placed on the unconscious Yi Mengyao. Especially Fatty gulped a mouthful of saliva. This Yi family's eldest miss is so damn hot. This skin is probably tender out of water. Brother Blade, why don't we have a good time first? Fatty greedy or fast drooling. Kidnapping time is too hasty. Directly after the numb stunned into the sack inside. Even touched have not touched a hand it. Cool, you paralyzed. Lousy ing do not want to offend the Yi family to death. Brother Knife cursed angrily. Kidnapped the Yi family's daughter. They took the money. The big deal is to lurk for a period of time and then leave the country. But if something happens to Yi Mengyao, there wasn't even any room for maneuver. Yi Changkong only has this one precious daughter. If he starts to go crazy, none of us will have a good time. Brother Blade spoke viciously, waiting for the end of a single. The commission from the employer's side is $20 million. What kind of beauties won't be available at that time? Now all give me some restraint. These words made the rest of the few people also withdraw their petty thoughts. Then they continued to wait. And what they didn't realize was, a figure was sitting on a rotten building opposite them. Jiang Che was sitting on top of the rooftop, his legs resting on the outside as he swayed around, even smoking a cigarette, carrying a slab in his right hand. What a nasty dog. Author forced the plot in order not to disgust the readers. He came here long ago, and just now after hearing the words of the knife brother heart a burst of vomit. If he was a kidnapper, he would have been up and down for a while, taking advantage of the situation first. This group of colorful and gutless guys still learn others to kidnap? He keenly saw the cigarette that this group of kidnappers were smoking. Huazi. Jiang Che looked down at the cigarettes in his hand. Damn. What grade? Smoking the same kind of cigarettes as me. Obscure. Another cigarette burned out. The protagonist, Lin Yu, arrived late at this point. A rotten building that the police couldn't find in a short period of time. But Lin Yu found it. It had to be said that the treatment of the protagonist was really good. Lin Yu was resourceful for once, and didn't immediately rush out after realizing the tied-up Yi Mengyao, but instead began to wait. Why is Yi Mengyao unconscious? Lin Yu frowned tightly. Yi Mengyao was unconscious. Who would he show his great display of power to? Although the storyline of a hero rescuing a beauty is cliched, but it was very practical no matter which era it was placed in. Damn, this Lin Yu is really a chicken thief. Is this preparing to wait for Yi Mengyao to wake up and then pretend? However, Jiang Che wasn't in a hurry because he was clear. This Lin Yu brat couldn't help himself anytime soon. You guys watch here first. I'm going to go on a big one. Blade covered his stomach and was ready to leave. Ha. Brother Knife, you slow down. Fatty had a fawning smile on his face. All of you be honest. This woman must not be touched. We know what you said. We definitely won't touch it. Brother Knife couldn't hold it in, and in a flurry of fire, he went off to find a place for his big number. Only after confirming that Brother Knife was gone did Fatty's face reveal a lecherous smile and gave the other two a wink. The three slowly walked towards the unconscious Yi Mengyao. Little beauty, your pig brother is coming. Lin Yu instantly couldn't sit still at the sight. The young girl he loved was about to be defiled by a few other trash in front of him? How could he possibly tolerate this? He directly rushed out. Let her go. As a dark force powerhouse, Lin Yu's fighting strength was very strong and his speed was also very fast, obviously with body techniques. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to and in front of the person, and punched at the fat man's face. The punch containing dark power was as terrifying as it was. The fat man's face was directly knocked askew, and his teeth flew out 5 or 6. He fell to the ground coughing up blood. It was like a sign of eating a banquet. Fatty! The remaining two exclaimed, directly copied the iron rod from the ground and rushed up. Lin Yu was in a state of great power. His tiger body shook. In the face of the iron stick that was swung over his head, his brain completed multiple angles of thought in an instant. A mere iron stick? It can hurt my dark force powerhouse. I'll dodge. No. Now Yi Mengyao is in an unconscious state. No one will look at me if I pretend to be a pussy. If I am seriously injured, when Yao Yao wakes up and sees that I went out of my way to save her, she will definitely fall in love with me. Lin Yu's CPU is burning. Finally made a decision. Hard resistance to these 2 sticks. Bang bang. Lin Yu let out a miserable scream. These 2 hits were so hard that he didn't see too much milk. After Lin Yu received the 2 sticks, he looked miserable, but he still had the strength to fight. Once again, he struck out and cleaned up the 2 minions in 3 or 2 strikes. Ha! This kind of waste. You're useless even if you're given the chance. Lin Yu spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm and wiped his mouth, his body dripping with pussy. Yao yao. Lin Yu was ready to see if Yi Mengyao had been poisoned by these people, but suddenly, alarm bells rang in his heart. Bang! A dull gunshot rang out. Chapter 27 Yi Mengyao's Petulance. It was Jiang Che who saved me. You can't even do this. Jiang Che, who was sitting on the opposite floor, had already seen the scene clearly, and his heart burst with slander. This Lin Yu can't do it either. He's just pretending. Can a person also pretend so vigorously? A shot directly hit Lin Yu's shoulder, soaring out a flower of blood, and Lin Yu's entire body went numb. At this moment, Brother Blade was holding a pistol, staring viciously at Lin Yu in front of him. Ha! Ancient martial arts expert? Brother Knife's face carried a hint of sarcasm. Ancient martial arts in this world was not a particularly big secret. Lin Yu covered his chest at this moment, his face pale as he stared at Brother Blade. Miscalculated. He shouldn't have been careless. If he hadn't carried those 2 sticks hard, with his own ability to dodge bullets he was still able to do it. Who are you? Let Yi Mengyao go. I've already called the police just now. Ha! After that it was a very boring session, putting words in each other's mouths. Knife, who was the villain, was relying on his pistol, didn't even put Lin Yu in his eyes. As a result, the villain died from talking too much, and Lin Yu came up with a sentence. I bet you don't have any bullets in your gun. Then the outrageous thing is, Knife really didn't have any bullets in his gun. Lin Yu rushed to let go, but it turned out that Brother Knife is also an ancient martial arts expert. With the cultivation of the early stage of Dark Force, the 2 of them fought together, and Lin Yu finally won the battle with the protagonist's aura. This wave of twists and turns was indeed wonderful enough that Jiang Che in the next building even wanted to buy a handful of melon seeds to get high. Ahem. Yao yao. Yao yao. Lin Yu limped towards Yi Mengyao on the sofa. At this moment, Lin Yu's heart had already begun to move itself. He had tried to save Yi Mengyao. He was seriously injured. When the girl wakes up, she will definitely be touched, right? For sure, as long as Yao Yao would fall for herself. The wounds on her body are all acceptable. Thinking about it, Lin Yu couldn't help but cough up a large mouthful of blood, looking even more miserable, just when he was fantasizing that he would immediately capture the heart of a beauty. Bang! With a dull ringing sound, Lin Yu only felt a stabbing pain in the back of his head. This was followed by a blackness in front of his eyes and he fell down with a thud, his lips slightly opening and closing before he fell unconscious. There's old 6. What a lot of nonsense. Jiang Che weighed the brick in his hand. It still has to be a brick, I said. Fighting with bricks. According to the head who? Vigorously who? Who can not again who? Right hand who after the left hand who? Brick who broken with shoes who? Who death until? In order to be safe, he also fell to the ground on the head of Lin Yu to a brick. Lin Yu body trembled. Then completely immobile. It was definitely impossible to die. The son of Chi Lux's life was hard. Jiang Che moved his wrists and walked over to the other few kidnappers, checking one by one if there were any survivors. Woo woo. The fat man who had been knocked out woke up at this moment, looking at Jiang Che with terror in his eyes. He had just woken up to see this teenager huffing a person to death with a brick. Don't beep. Soon Yi Mengyao was going to wake up. It was definitely impossible to leave anyone alive. A palm strike directly shattered his throat bones, and soon Piggy went to the western heaven to worship Buddha Rulai. After Jiang Che finished mending the knives one by one, he then hung the bastard Lin Yu up with a rope. After finishing everything, the siren of a police car sounded right downstairs outside. The corner of Jiang Che's lips hooked. The time was just right. In the next second, the slate in his hand directly disappeared out of thin air and was put into his jade pendant space. The murder weapon that knocked Lin Yu's head was definitely not something that could be left behind. Jiang Che got a few more drops of blood on himself. The scene was simply too clear. Lin Yu came to save Yi Mengyao first. Because he was undefeated he was tied up. Then Jiang Che arrived. He fought the thugs and successfully saved Yi Mengyao. Oh! The sleeping Yi Mengyao slowly opened her eyes at this moment. What entered her eyes was precisely Jiang Che's back. Yi Mengyao forced herself to endure her headache as her arms propped herself up. Looking around, how could the intelligent her not know what had happened to her? She only remembered that she had just left the school gates not long ago, when someone covered her mouth from behind, and then she lost consciousness. Kidnapped. People collapsed on the ground around her. Did this person save herself? But why was the back so familiar? Gradually, this back figure and the familiar figure in her heart gradually overlapped. Jiang Che, is it you? Was it you who saved me? At this moment, Jiang Che slowly stared back, his eyes calm and waveless, and even a bit cold. It didn't say anything, but Yi Mengyao, who was good at brainstorming, had already fantasized out the reason. In order to save himself, she entered the dragon pool and tiger's den alone, and made an enemy of so many thugs. In an instant, a line of clear tears slid down. Jiang Che, you still like me, right? Ha, it's just to maintain the friendship between the Jiang family and the Yi family, and even if it's an ordinary classmate in danger, I wouldn't see death to save him. Jiang Che's words made Yi Mengyao's tears flow even more. I don't believe it. You must still like me. Saying this, Yi Mengyao even directly hugged Jiang Che from behind. Tears wetted Jiang Che's thin shirt. Even Yi Mengyao was surprised. Her misogyny had gotten better? Surprisingly, she herself didn't resent the contact with Jiang Che. This realization made Yi Mengyao very happy, but she was too happy too early. Jiang Che knew very well that his persona should be high and cold at this time. If he wanted to temper this kind of arrogant young lady, this district of a crematorium was not enough. Miss Yi, the police are coming soon. I don't want to have any unnecessary misunderstandings with you. Jiang Che directly tried to break free from Yi Mengyao's embrace, but Yi Mengyao refused to let go. Soon, the police rushed up one after another. Then they were all dumbfounded. Behind them, after Yi Changkong and his wife saw Yi Mengyao safe and sound again, the anxiety on their faces only relaxed, especially Lin Shui. Her face had already turned into a tearful person. Yuan Heir, who followed the police alone, ran out at this time, and after seeing Yi Mengyao embracing Jiang Che, she was in a trance for a moment. An inexplicable sourness spread in her heart, but it was only a moment, and even Yuan Heir herself didn't notice it. Only at this time did Jiang Che forcefully break free from Yi Mengyao's embrace. I've finished showing what I should show. I've already finished showing what I need to show, so it's time for you guys to make up for it yourselves. The scene was too easy to recognize, and it was obvious that Jiang Che had saved Yi Mengyao, but as for Lin Yu hanging from the ceiling, not many people cared about him. Not many people cared about him at all. Or a kind police officer dialed the emergency number and the ambulance pulled him away. Yao Yao, what's going on? Are you hurt? Sister Yao Yao, I'm so worried. Yuan Heir hugged Yi Mengyao and even cried out. She didn't know if she was sincere or not. I'm fine, it was Jiang Che who saved me. Yi Mengyao lightly bit her thin lips, and her slender finger pointed at Jiang Che. There was a hint of shyness on her face. Chapter 28, The Shock of the Crowd. Wang Yanran reappears. The person Jiang Che saved? Everyone's gazes at the scene looked over to Jiang Che's side. The eyes of Mr. and Mrs. Yi Changkong instantly changed. Little Che is so grateful to you. Lin Shui ran to Jiang Che and tightly held Jiang Che's hand, her eyes filled with gratitude. Although Lin Shui had given birth to Yi Mengyao, her appearance still looked very young, almost indistinguishable from her own cheap mom, a typical rich wife. Like this kind of noblewoman, Jiang Che had hooked up with many of them in his previous life by virtue of his skillful tongue. But after being reborn, he had learned from his mistakes and decided not to be a chow thief anymore. It's fine. I would have saved an ordinary person instead. Jiang Che's attitude was just a bit colder, a posture of rejecting people. Lin Shui sighed helplessly, glancing at her daughters and then at Jiang Che. Daughter, Mom will help you one more time. Little Che our family Yao Yao is actually spoiled by all of us who are parents, but she actually doesn't have a bad nature. I'm the one who made it so that she's not allowed to fall in love before she graduates. Great motherly love made her ready to carry it all alone. Yi Mengyao cast a grateful glance at her mom. Yi Changkong's eyes that looked at Jiang Che also revealed a complex color. He didn't expect that the one who saved his precious daughter was actually Jiang Che. Little Che, in the next 2 days, our Yi family will definitely personally come to the door to thank you. Yi Changkong also knew Jiang Che still had a grudge against his own daughter, and he could also see that his own daughter actually had thoughts about Jiang Che. Wife, you take Yao Yao to the hospital for a checkup first. I'll stay here with Xiao Che. Yi Changkong pacified his wife and daughter, then came to Jiang Che's side. A few police officers were crouching beside Fatty and Blade and the others with gloomy faces. After all, there were dead people here. 4 people at once, and there was even one person holding a firearm. And right at this moment, a familiar silhouette walked out. Jiang Che, why are you here? Wang Yanyan was somewhat shocked after seeing Jiang Che's figure. At the same time, her cheeks were slightly flushed. Oh, Sister Yanyan? Jiang Che hooked his lips and smiled. Wang Yanyan was wearing a police uniform today. Her hair was tied up very neatly. She looked valiant. Even her police uniform couldn't suppress the ripples in her chest. What Yanyan's sister? Yi Mengyao yelled in a small voice. Her heart was very tasty. Of course she recognized this big fierce sister that she had spied at the entrance of the Jiang family villa earlier. The woman who was close to Jiang Che. She was actually a police officer? And the relationship with Jiang Che was so close? This caused the jealousy in Yi Mengyao's heart to completely overturn. Daughter, let's go. Lin Shui was too familiar with her own daughter and directly pulled Yi Mangyao away. Yuan naturally didn't stay here either, and followed to the hospital. Only when she left, eyes surveyed Wang Yanran, and then looked down at her own flatness. She hated the big fierce sister. Did you kill all these people? Wang Yanyan frowned and inquired about Jiang Che. What's wrong? Ha, do you think I'm stupid? You killed 4 trained kidnappers with your bare hands? One of them was even holding a pistol? Wang Yanyan clearly didn't believe it. Jiang Che also sighed at this time. I'm afraid they wouldn't believe it without showing their hands. He directly swung a punch at a stone pillar on the side. Bang dash a dull ringing sound. The pillar made of reinforced concrete was unexpectedly punched out with a bull-sized fist mark, a few centimeters deep, with spider web-like cracks all over the pillar. This punch went down, directly shocking the jaws of the others. Ancient martial artist? Jiang Che, you're an ancient martial artist? Ancient martial artists were not a particularly mysterious group in this world, and quite a few people had swindled under the banner of ancient martial artists, and every year, there were quite a few people who were miserably cheated. Although Wang Yanyan was curious about how Jiang Che had become an ancient martial artist, she quickly suppressed her small thoughts. Her face resumed its high spirits. Since it's an ancient martial artist, that explains it. But after all, a dead man. Jiang Che, you still need to go back to the police station with us and see what the autopsy report says over there. Jiang Che wasn't afraid. The scene had already been cleaned up by him. Coupled with Yi Mingyao's testimony, even if Lin Yu woke up, he wouldn't be able to make much of a fuss. Jiang Che arrived at the police station looking exceptionally calm. Director Wang Liuyun of the Public Security Bureau had personally come to receive him. Ha ha, I didn't expect that you, Jiang Che, would turn into a hero straight away. Ever since he left the Jiang family that night, he had been looking at Jiang Che more and more favorably, and at this moment, Jiang Che had pulled off another heroic deed of saving someone's life. So this was simply the perfect son-in-law candidate. After Jiang Che and Wang Liuyun exchanged pleasantries for a while, Wang Yanyan came. The report is out. Jiang Che, you can leave in a while. Wang Yanyan pursed her lips. Humph. I didn't expect a little pervert like you to save a girl from a hero. You're looking at someone else's girl, aren't you? Che, where is that chick? Yi Mangyao's figure as good as Sister Ranran's. What are you saying? This is the police station. My dad is still outside. Wang Yanran's eyes were slightly cold as she glared at Jiang Che. Jiang Che sighed softly. His mood seemed a bit low. Just now, when I was fighting that group of thugs, I was scared. They had guns in their hands. But if there was a slight mistake, I guess I would have been accounted for there. Sister, you mustn't. Hug me, kiss me, comfort my fragile heart. The first half of the words also listened to Wang Yanyan some heartache. The result of the latter words directly to her whole broken defense. Sure enough, the nature of a pervert does not change. Okay, hug you. Wang Yanyan still had a soft heart. Jiang Che was just a bigger boy in her eyes, but she had clearly underestimated the guts and courage of a pervert. Censored. You asshole. Wang Yanyan's face was slightly red and she gritted her teeth, but looking at Jiang Che's departing back, subconsciously, she called out to him again. Jiang Che, don't do such dangerous things in the future. You counted yourself lucky this time. Even if you're an ancient martial artist, can you carry a bullet? Typical knife mouth and tofu heart. Jiang Che smiled sparingly and just waved his hand without turning around. Drool, remember to wipe it. Bastard, you die. The hint of gentleness that Wang Yanyan had managed to bring up instantly dissipated, leaving only the woman's cursing voice. Jiang Che, who was sitting back in the car, had his palms slightly bent, presenting a sort of C shape. How outrageous. This Wang Yanyan was truly worthy of being a hot female police flower. Wang Yanyan's feelings for him nowadays were already in an ambiguous state, or perhaps she originally had a certain emotional foundation for herself, just separated by a layer of window paper. Lin Yu wanted to get on Wang Yanyan's line. It was probably impossible. Most of this guy's opportunities in the early stages had been cut off by himself in advance. What's more, something that big had happened. Yi Changkong mustn't find trouble with Lin Yu? It's still a question if he can stay in Shirlan School. Chapter 29, Divine Technique. Her heart pass. Lin Yu dismissed. Drop. Congratulations to the host for completing the choice of villain and obtaining the divine skill, her heart passage. Jiang Che pursed his lips and smiled. Here comes the good stuff again. Fusion skill. In the next second, Jiang Che clearly felt the difference. As long as he was willing, he could hear the hearts of all members of the opposite sex within 50 meters from him. As for the hearts of men, he wouldn't be able to hear it. Why else was it called her heart pass? Jiang Che rolled down the window of the car, which happened to be waiting for a traffic light. An open-topped Ferrari was parked side by side with him. The one driving the car was a hot girl with dyed red hair dressed in a sexy outfit, and whistled a flirty whistle after seeing Jiang Che. How are you, handsome? Jiang Che silently opened her heart pass. TSK, this little white boy is so handsome. I really want to take a wire ball and ruthlessly. Jiang Che. Scary. more perverted than me. It's true that when a woman is perverted, there's no such thing as a man. Little handsome, do you want to tonight? Bye. Jiang Che slipped away with a kick of the gas. Afterwards, he turned up her heart pass to the maximum. Really, you can't even do this? If it's just this, I can get off now. I'm so hungry. When can I go home for dinner? My God, it's a Maybach. I have to stay away from it. I can't even pay for it if it hits me. How dare you come after me with this lickspittle? It's not even your turn. There were all sorts of things, and Jiang Che's head was spinning from listening to them. He hurriedly closed her heart pass. At this time, the Yi family. Yi Mengyao was checked from inside the hospital and was not in any serious trouble. This made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. At the dinner table, the atmosphere of the Yi family was a bit odd. Yao Yao, your feelings for Jiang Che, how is it? Yi Changkong was the first to speak. Before, his impression of Jiang Che was nothing more than a playboy. Although he was a good match for his own daughter, he felt that no one was good enough for his daughter. But now, his impression of Jiang Che had greatly changed. When Jiang Che was mentioned, Yi Mengyao couldn't help but slightly blush in her cheeks. Mom and Dad, I realized that I already like him. Yi Mengyao blushed as she said that, and I don't resent his contact. Lin Shui on the side also sighed at this time. Now it's not going to be easy to mess up. Yao Yao. You rejected Jiang Che many times before, probably broke his heart. So my precious, it might be harder for you to regain Jiang Che's favor if you want to. Lin Shui's words caused Yi Mengyao to tighten her thin lips. How could she not know in these days? Jiang Che, he wasn't even willing to have too much contact with himself right now, so how could she possibly recover him? Not to mention regaining Jiang Che's favor. And there was also that policewoman called Wang Yanyan. It was like a thorn in her heart. Whenever she thought of that woman's proud figure, she would inevitably feel inferior. My precious daughter, it is said that a man chasing a woman is separated by a mountain, and a woman chasing a man is separated by a veil. As long as you put down your missy's condescension, you will definitely be able to gain Jiang Che's favor. What do you think? After hearing her mom's words, Yi Mengyao's expression grew more and more determined. Mom was right. She had indeed always appeared in front of Jiang Che as a big miss before. The girl's pink fists clenched up tightly, as if she had strengthened some sort of conviction. And right at this moment, a phone call came over. A call from the hospital? After Yi Changkong connected it, the words from the opposite side caused him to narrow his eyes slightly, a hint of anger flashing through his eyes. This punk, still talking about an expert? I think it's just a piece of trash. Yi Changkong was furious and cursed angrily. What's wrong, hubby? What is it? Nothing. It's just that I secretly hired a bodyguard for Yao Yao before, but it turns out that this guy is too trashy. He didn't even know when Yao Yao was in danger. Not useful at all. He was even beaten up by the robbers. Yi Mengyao blinked her eyes. Bodyguard? Dad, when did you hire a bodyguard for me? How come I don't know? It's that Lin Yu from your class. I spent some contacts to hire him. They said he's a big expert who can protect your safety. I didn't expect him to be such a loser, just causing trouble. But he can't even protect you. What? Lin Yu? Dad, why did you invite that guy? At the mention of Lin Yu, a trace of disgust flashed through Yi Mengyao's eyes. The way this guy looked at himself was incomparably naked. AI. Let's forget about these things for now. Tomorrow I'll go and sack Lin Yu, and those people behind the kidnapping of Yao Yao. Do you really think that I am a soft persimmon? Yi Changkong's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. The big boss who could make the company nearly 100 billion market capitalization enlisted. There were not many who were soft persimmons. How could they not retaliate back after eating such a big loss? Jiang Che didn't know that Yi Mengyao was ready to chase after him, even if he knew. I'm afraid that he would only laugh. From the beginning to the end, the initiative was in his hands. Dealing with this kind of arrogant young lady, Jiang Che is very experienced. Before, you were indifferent to me, but now I'm making you regret it. Of course, the main reason for Yi Mengyao's change of heart was, Jiang Che he's handsome enough. Jiang Che, who had just returned home, was given a big hug by his own mother Sama. The two of them, Zhang Yunli and Zhang Yuan, were naturally incredibly worried about Jiang Che's well-being, especially Zhang Yunli. Embracing Jiang Che, he wailed and cried out. A man in his 30s. At this moment, he looked no different from a little girl. You're the only precious son I have. If anything happens to you, Jiang Che only felt a wave of sweat, wiped the corner of his forehead, and found an excuse to slip away. Having a mother like this was simply hopeless. If he hadn't gotten the villain script, he would have thought that he had become the hero of a Korean manga. Ahem. People could be perverted, but they couldn't be born. I don't know how this Lin Yu fellow is doing. Counting the time he should have woken up by now, right? Jiang Che murmured in his heart. Chapter 30, Lin Yu, I cracked ah. At this time, Lin Yu in the hospital had already woken up from his coma. Because he was also one of the participants in the case, there were two police officers sitting in front of the hospital bed. As soon as the two saw that Lin Yu had woken up, they directly asked questions. The results they got, however, surprised the two policemen because it was completely different from what Jiang Che had said. However, after asking their superiors, they directly dismissed Lin Yu's words because there was no conclusive evidence. Mr. Lin, what you're saying is very empty. There's no evidence that can prove that it was you who saved Miss Yi. By the time we police arrived at the place, you had already been hanged by the thugs. The eyes of the two police officers looking at Lin Yu at this moment revealed contempt. It wasn't the first time they had seen Lin Yu. Before, when Lin Yu was detained for fighting and assault, they were also present. Mr. Lin, we know that you were so eager to save people that you even went so far as to get shot, but you really didn't save the people. The police officer's words almost made Lin Yu faint with anger. Who saved them if not me? You guys see how beaten up I am? I was later shaded by old Six. There's old Six. Wait, who saved Yi Mengyao now? You guys tell me who saved Yi Mengyao. Lin Yu's CPU finally spun around. He also understood that there must have been old Six who had shaded himself behind the scenes, topping his name as the hero who saved her. The policeman sighed helplessly. Forgive us for having no comment. The two policemen then both left, leaving Lin Yu alone in the hospital bed. Damn, which one sneaked up on me from behind? Asterisk 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 asterisk. I was hit by 2 sticks and a bullet, and I almost didn't see too much milk. Surprisingly, I've done the graft for the others. He had just dreamed of Yi Mengyao learning that he had risked his life to save her, thus completely falling in love with him, and himself holding the beauty. It was simply awesome. But now, there was nothing left, and he had suffered so much for nothing. Don't let me know who you are. Just when he was angry, his cell phone rang. Yi Changkong? Lin Yu seemed to have grabbed some kind of life-saving straw and directly answered the phone. As a result, he was faced with a splitting tirade. I asked you to protect Yao Yao. What the hell are you doing? Just like you are still an expert? Lin Yu panicked. Uncle Yi, listen to my explanation. I really went to save Yao Yao. You shouted for Yo-Yo too? You even went to save Yao Yao. You went to give away your head. If it was a normal day, if someone dared to speak to Lin Yu in such a tone, he would definitely just fling his face. But now was different. Yi Changkong had to lick it. What if Yi Changkong didn't let himself be Yi Mengyao's bodyguard anymore? Wouldn't all of his plans of picking up girls go down the drain? Uncle Yi, listen to my explanation. Yi Mengyao was actually saved by me. Your bull asterisk 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 ting me. It was clearly Jiang Che who saved her. Do you think I'm blind? From tomorrow onwards, you don't have to go to school, and I don't want a morally corrupt person to protect my daughter. With that, he hung up the phone. Lin Yu's entire body froze. Damn, it's Jiang Che again. After he defeated the kidnappers himself, the old Six who sneaked up on him was Jiang Che. He even had the audacity to replace himself as the hero who saved Yi Mengyao. The thought that he had sacrificed so much, but in the end, he ended up giving Jiang Che a graft, which made him incomparably irritated. But now there was no time for him to think more. He had only just integrated into the school, and he hadn't even had the chance to look at so many beautiful girls inside Shirlan School. Moreover, the secret book and jade pendant that belonged to him were still in Jiang Che's hands. To just leave in disgrace like this was simply not willing. Damned Jiang Che. I'll swear not to be human until I kill you. Lin Yu's fist might crackle. Then he began to think. I need power and background. I need someone to help me get back to Shirlan School. As if he had remembered something, the corners of Lin Yu's mouth hooked up slightly. Healing and saving people. His two masters, one with unique medical skills, the other with unrivaled assassination skills, had inherited their mantle themselves. The medical skills were naturally very powerful, and superb medical skills would always be the most convenient way to make friends with powerful people. He set up a stall to save lives and make a name for himself. Soon, a business plan was formed in his mind. Jiang Che, you wait for me. Sooner or later, I'll get you killed. The next day, the fact that Jiang Che had saved Yi Mengyao directly spread throughout the entire Shirlan School. This matter was tantamount to a heavy bomb in everyone's hearts. Alarming the school, Jiang Che had almost become the perfect boyfriend that all the girls in the entire Shirlan School fantasized about. Have you heard? Yi Mengyao was kidnapped yesterday, and it was Jiang Xiao who saved her. Of course I know. It's rumored that the group of people who kidnapped Yi Mengyao were a team of professional mercenaries from a foreign country, and some of them had guns in their hands. I heard that there are more than 10 thugs with guns. Jiang Xiao alone broke into the dragon pool and tiger's den and saved Yi Mengyao. Think about it. It's so handsome. It's like a boyfriend. Yi Mengyao. This woman is too ungrateful. Such a good guy can refuse. Yi Mengyao? I think it's just a green tea or white lotus flower. Jiang Che fought a dozen people for her. If it was me, I would have been moved to the point of fading out that night. How is that possible? One person fighting a dozen people? How is it impossible? I've heard that Jiang Che is also an ancient martial arts expert. He's the personal disciple of a certain hidden master. and is at the legendary harmonization power cultivation level. The more the rumors spread, the more outrageous they became, almost as if they were describing Jiang Che as a Superman. Jiang Che, have you eaten breakfast yet? This is the breakfast I brought for you. Yi Mengyao's cheeks were scarlet as she held a steaming breakfast in her hands and arrived in front of Jiang Che. The haughty young lady put down the arrogance in her heart, and just in time, Lin Yu entered the class and happened to catch the scene in his eyes. He had come to go through the withdrawal procedure, which was the so-called packing up and getting out. In an aristocratic school like the Shirlan school, wanting an ordinary student to withdraw from school was just a word from the school managers. Lin Yu's eyes widened at this moment. Jiang Che, thank you for saving me. This shy appearance of Yi Mengyao truly pierced Lin Yu's eyes. The muscles on his face were trembling madly. It was clearly himself who had saved Yi Mengyao. Damn it, he still had a gunshot wound in his shoulder right now. If he wasn't a dark force powerhouse, he would have died long ago. I gave up my life to save you, and you turn around and thank other men? This was a fact he couldn't accept at all. I've eaten breakfast. You don't need to thank me either. I've said it before. Even if it's just an ordinary classmate, I'll still go and save it. Jiang Che's attitude is still high and cold. A breakfast is like letting the little master come back to me? Although I do crave your body right now, but craving is craving. What should be abusing you still has to be abusing you. Yi Mengyao bit her lip. Jiang Che, he was definitely still angry with himself. I blame myself. Why was I so bad-tempered before? Making things irreparable. But if he had left a little bit of leeway, wouldn't he not have gotten into this result today? The expression on Lin Yu's face couldn't be tensed. He felt like his entire body was about to crack. The high and mighty miss surprisingly became Jiang Che's licking dog? Then what was he? In the dark, he only felt like he had a green hat on his head. Chapter 31, Oh, little girl, give the master a rush. Lin Yu's entire being nearly collapsed. Yo, isn't this Lin Yu? Jiang Che didn't pay any attention to Yi Mengyao and turned his gaze towards Lin Yu, a faint smile tickling the corners of his mouth. The other students didn't know the meaning of Jiang Che's smile, but how could Lin Yu still not understand it? It was clearly mocking him. Jiang Che, don't be complacent. Sooner or later, I'm going to take back everything that belongs to me. Lin Yu directly let out a vicious sentence, then turned around and left. He would definitely come back. Jiang Che surveyed Lin Yu's departing back and stroked his chin, his eyes gradually deepening. Now that Lin Yu had been straightened out of the campus by himself, many of the plots within the campus wouldn't be able to be triggered, which might cause the plot to develop in an unpredictable direction. But he began to calculate in his heart. Lin Yu the bastard would definitely not be willing. In the original drama, in the early stages, Lin Yu mainly relied on two means to accumulate connections and improve his self-strength. The first is to set up a stall on the side of the road to heal the sick and save lives, encountering many big names and making friends with a lot of powerful people. Second, secretly going to the underground boxing ring to fight black boxing, in life and death combat to quickly improve their strength. Rather, we can target him based on these 2 points. You want to cure people? Do you have a license to practice medicine and you save lives? And you want to fight black boxing? I'll just backhand a report and send you to the bureau. Jiang Che has familiarized himself with many years of online literature, and has made many tweets about the unreasonable plots in many city coolers, which naturally came in handy at this time. Wang Zhang, Lu Tai, you guys come here. After class, Jiang Che directly called Wang Zhang and Lu Tai over. Brother Jiang, what is it? You're really powerful. You came out of the siege on your own, and saved Yi Mengyao all by yourself. Jiang Che glanced at them indifferently. Lu Tai, does your family run a few black boxing rings? Lu Tai smiled somewhat sheepishly. Brother Jiang, where is there any black boxing ring? That's a serious business. Black boxing stadiums are illegal activities, involving large amounts of gambling and sometimes killing people. Jiang Che didn't poke him. Lin Yu is a dark force ancient martial artist. He may go to your boxing ring to fight next. You can just mess with him directly then. Don't fight him hard. Just disgust him. If it doesn't work, then call the police to get him. Also, Lin Yu may go out to set up stalls in the next 2 days to cure people. You guys are responsible for messing with him. As long as he treats people, you call the police and arrest him for practicing medicine illegally. Jiang Che directly taught these 2 little brothers how to fix Lin Yu. Although these 2 guys are quite stupid, but they are indeed righteous enough. In the original play, Lin Yu was so miserable that he didn't betray himself. Okay, Jiang Xiao, don't worry, I'm definitely a professional in this area. But Jiang Xiao, this Lin Yu is the dark power strong man? What if he makes a move on us? One of my dad's bodyguards from a big client is a dark force master, and 1 punch can kill a person. Fatty Wang Zhang's face was a bit scared. Fatty, are you stupid? We cannot beat us directly lie down Lying down blackmail him still do not understand? Lu Tai directly cited a 3. The whole person are whole out of experience. Yes, there is a future. Jiang Che nodded. After Lin Yu's wisdom-lowering aura failed, Wang Zhang and Lu Tai's two eyes cleared up. Their stupid gazes were gone, and their smart IQs took over the high ground again. The two of them ran away with their asses turned upside down. Jiang Che's eyes then became indifferent. If these two guys were efficient, he could save a lot of energy. They were two moldable talents, proper villainous little brothers. All morning, Yi Mengyao was looking for various excuses to court Jiang Che. The goddess who was usually high up in the air had now directly become a licking dog. It was called a bipolar reversal. Yi Mengyao, what exactly do you want? At one time, you were indifferent to me. Now you're pulling this stunt, trying to cheat on my feelings again? Jiang Che knew too much about how to fish. If he acted aloof and didn't give Yi Mengyao a response, this big miss might really be disheartened in the end. But what Jiang Che wanted wasn't this kind of result, properly giving her a little response. Yi Mengyao would then magnify the meaning of her words indefinitely, thus brainstorming madly. Isn't this the true portrayal of many dog-licking brothers? In fact, it was the same in exchange for a goddess. Jiang Che, I did have a problem with my attitude towards you before. I apologize to you. I really didn't think about cheating on your feelings. I was still young. I didn't know anything. Can you give me another chance? Give me a chance to like you? Yi Mengyao even confessed directly. The young lady who has always avoided talking about her feelings. Surprisingly, she would take the initiative to confess her love for Jiang Che. This was a heavy bomb for the other students inside the classroom. They couldn't understand why a month ago, Yi Mengyao was still indifferent to Jiang Che and disliked him, but now she was directly chasing after him? Could this be the powerful charm of a hero saving a beauty? Yuan Heir was lying on the table, her little face turned away, looking out the window. For some reason, this scene made her heart sour. Bastard! What a big asshole! The little lowly's mind was all messed up. Yi Mengyao was her closest best friend. The relationship between the two had actually surpassed that of a normal ordinary best friend. Although Yuan Heir didn't say anything, but in her heart, she had already developed a rather hazy feeling towards Yi Mengyao. And on the other side was Jiang Che. This pair of little lilies, before they even had the chance to bloom, they were mercilessly destroyed by Jiang Che, the great demon king. Give you a chance? Jiang Che lightly laughed and shook his head. His smile seemed to carry a touch of self-deprecation. Yao Yao, do you think that me chasing you before then was really chasing you? What I was chasing was just that innocent girl from my childhood. That little girl who would surround me, wear a princess dress, and follow me around calling me Brother Jiang. Only this little girl has grown up and completely disappeared. Jiang Che's voice revealed a kind of relieved disappointment. Not a single word of his words mentioned Yi Mengyao, but every single sentence was related to Yi Mengyao. Oh, little girl, give the master a rush. Chapter 32 Yi Mengyao's shock. Crashing into the secret between Jiang Che and Yuan Heir? Yi Mengyao froze. The entire person's spirit collapsed a little. She hadn't expected Jiang Che to say such a thing. Chasing. Is it me from my childhood? Yes, when she was a child. The two of them and Jiang Che were the childhood sweethearts that everyone envied, and she herself often followed Jiang Che around. Those days were so beautiful, too young and innocent. I see, so that's how it is. Yi Mengyao's heart was flooded with bitterness, her chest was depressed, and she had the feeling that she wanted to cry. It turned out that Jiang Che had liked himself from so early on, but he no longer liked himself now. She had woken up too late, but she wasn't ready to give up. Jiang Che, you chased me for 2 years before. How about I chase you this time? Give me a chance. The young girl secretly cheered herself up deep inside. The news of Yi Mengyao confessing her love to Jiang Che in public quickly spread throughout the entire Shirlan school. It caused quite a few ripples. It caused the hearts of countless boys who were secretly in love with her to break into crumbs of ash. At this time, Jiang Che, who was the originator, was relatively calm and collected. Yuan Heir, do you want to get on the bus? Come to my house and tutor me? Jiang Che's handsome face revealed an evil smile as he blocked Yuan Heir in the corner. Having just finished abusing Missy in front of him, blocking her little bosom friend in the back was simply refreshing. I don't want to give you lessons. I still have to take my mom to the hospital for dialysis tomorrow. You can give me the money up front. The lessons I owe first. Yuan Heir directly hugged her school bag and drilled out from under Jiang Che's armpit. The little lowly's body was too petite. She didn't even need to lower her head. Where she stood was not as high as Jiang Che's shoulder. Ha! You still want to whore me out for nothing? Where is there such a good thing? Tomorrow is tomorrow. You make up for today's class first. Jiang Che pulled Yuan Heir over with one hand and then stuffed her into the car. Yuan Heir wasn't in a hurry. After all, she had already gotten used to this guy Jiang Che's touch. Humph, you big asshole. How dare you try to cheat on Sister Yao Yao's feelings? Yuan Heir, as an experienced little green tea, she could tell with a glance that Jiang Che was hanging on to Yi Mengyao today. He was simply a super pervert. Not only did he bully himself, he also wanted to cheat Sister Yao Yao's feelings? You're still worried about your sister Yao Yao? Aren't you her plastic BFF? Don't pretend to be a white lotus flower too. You're the one pretending. Who am I to discredit the relationship between me and Sister Yao Yao? Jiang Che laughed. What? I'm not better than you? At least I saved Yi Mengyao's life. She's so grateful to me now that she's even starting to fall back on me. And what have you done for Yi Mengyao? What else can you do besides being a tick that lies on her body and sucks her blood? After telling more lies, Jiang Che himself believed it. Yuan bared her small tiger teeth. Every word Jiang Che said accurately stepped on her minefield. Humph. You must have had ulterior motives even after saving Sister Yao Yao. Don't pretend to be a good person. How could a pervert like you reject Yi Mengyao? Yeah, I can't reject Yi Mengyao. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? You are angry to the point of not wanting to speak. Although Yuan heir is a green tea, but actually her nature is still not bad. After receiving money she at least does something giving Jiang Che tutoring very seriously, although he had to guard against Jiang Che's salty piggy hands from time to time. Are you listening or not? Little Loli was anxious and glared angrily at Jiang Che. She had painstakingly lectured him for half a day, but as a result, this guy didn't seem to be listening to her lecture at all. Of course, isn't this question simple? Jiang Che took the pen and casually wrote down the answer. Hey, surprisingly, it's right. Jiang Che, have you written the same question before? No. Humph. I don't believe it. Yuan heir's body really smelled good and was very soft, and the physiques possessed by Heaven's Destiny heroines were all undoubtedly incomparably special. After all, the dog author in order to take care of all the readers' XP. What soft and cute pretty lowly, arrogant young lady, cold-eyed policewoman, overbearing female president what? There should be everything. Since he has loaded the villain script, it's only natural to take away everything around the protagonist, not just limited to his opportunities, and his women, the yellow dividing line. The truth was just as Jiang Che expected. As long as the bottom line was breached, then the bottom line will get lower and lower. The source of all the evil was nothing more than a kiss. Yuck! You dead pervert! Yuan heir glared at Jiang Che in death, itching to eat him in one bite. At the same time, the little girl was incomparably terrified in her heart. How did it come to this? Her bottom line was constantly being broken. In the beginning, even a kiss was something she was incomparably refusing and at this moment, Yi Mengyao's family had already arrived at the front door of the Jiang family villa. Butler Li, Jiang Che saved our family Yao Yao before. We specially came over today to thank him. Yi Changkon's attitude was pious. Even if it was a small butler of the Jiang family, he had lowered his stance. After all, Jiang Che was kind to his own family, and the Jiang family was also very strong. The richest man in Hangzhou City was not just talk. In fact, they didn't just come this time to give thanks. There were also some other small thoughts in there. Butler Li Ming nodded. Mr. Jiang and the others are at home. You guys come with me. Yi Mengyao followed behind her parents, surveying the Jiang family's villa area. Detached villas like this were very common for her as a young lady. The cost of one was only a few $100 million. Moreover, when she was a child, she often came to playing hide and seek with Jiang Che inside the garden. Those images gradually became visible in the young girl's mind. Without realizing it, the girl's eyes became moist. But right at this moment, her gaze raised slightly. The entire person was then stunned. On the third floor of the villa, in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, two familiar figures. It was Jiang Che, and there was also Yuan heir. Yi Mengyao's entire brain was buzzing. She had never thought that Jiang Che would actually be with Yuan heir. Chapter 33, Yi family proposes marriage? Triggering a divine choice again. Yi Mengyao was horrified. Ever since she recognized her feelings for Jiang Che some time ago, she had been trying to mend the relationship with Jiang Che, and kept cheering herself up. As long as she was sincere enough, she would definitely be able to move Jiang Che again. Yi Mengyao unwillingly wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and when she looked over again, she realized that Jiang Che was the only one left in front of the window. Can it be that? Is it because my obsession with Jiang Che is too deep and I'm hallucinating? That was definitely the case. Although Jiang Che seemed to be treating Yuan heir more affectionately lately, she still knew her best friend better. She had already declared her ownership to Jiang Che, so how could Yuan heir possibly do such a thing as stealing from her family behind her back? Absolute. No. Ahem. Why are you still pushing me? In the bedroom, Jiang Che sat on a chair, playing with a small butterfly hairpin in his hand. Yuan heir's small face was filled with anxiety. Finished. I'm going to die. Sister Yao Yao saw it. I'm going to be killed by you. What will she think of me? Sister Yao Yao? Humph. It's all because of you. This hateful guy. The little loli directly threw Jiang Che out to take the blame. However, Jiang Che wouldn't spoil her and once again offered up the almighty cell phone. I see that you seem to be pervert. You dead pervert. Yuan heir already knew Jiang Che better, and although she was a bit angry and helpless, She seemed to have gotten used to Jiang Che's perversion. Soon, familiar voices came from downstairs, and Yi Mengyao's family was climbing with Jiang Che's parents. Jiang Che, what should we do? In a moment, if Yi Mengyao finds out about me. Yuaner was a little anxious, and was even ready to find a closet to directly drill into. Jiang Che, in a moment, you can help me cover for a bit. Yi Mengyao is dull, she's very easy to fool. Your words are definitely good. Jiang Che, on the other hand, held his arms over his chest. Why should I help you? Yuaner bared her teeth. Humph, you've taken advantage of me. What's wrong with helping me out? Hey, I can spend money I paid for it, and now you're doing this to me? Please. Brother Jiang Che little lowly directly pampered herself and wrapped her arms around Jiang Che. Seriously, I'm afraid that no man could refuse a little lowly's pettiness. Let's come with me on this. You wait here, I'll go down first, whether you'll be discovered. It's up to you. Oh, the little lowly found a closet to hide in. She actually didn't want to be like this, but Yi Mengyao was now chasing Jiang Che backwards. To be ambiguous with Jiang Che right now would be prying the corner of the wall. Yi Mengyao would definitely have a grudge against herself when she found out. In the living room on the first floor, Yi Mengyao's parents were chatting with Jiang Che's parents. What a million thanks. If it wasn't for Xiao Che, Yao she would have been in danger this time. Where? Our family's Che is a man of integrity. He would have saved even an ordinary classmate. Yi Changkong and the others were able to clearly feel the estrangement of the two Jiang Yuan. It seemed like they were deliberately drawing a line. Especially Jiang Yunli looked at Yi Mengyao with an inexplicable disgust in her eyes. It was this girl who had been hanging on to her own son for several years. Yi Mengyao had long been labeled as a green tea whore in her heart. Yi Mengyao lowered her head, not daring to speak. Jiang Che's mom didn't seem to like herself. Elder brother Jiang Yuan, is Xiao Che he not at home? Yi Changkong asked. Oh, Xiao Che he's upstairs studying. Jiang Yuan was just about to continue when a figure slowly walked down the stairs. There's no need to say words of thanks. Jiang Che once again changed into that high-strung look and slowly came to the center of the living room. His eyes skimmed over Yi Mengyao and looked towards Mr. and Mrs. Yi Changkong. However, nothing was said, but it was as if everything was said. Little Che we didn't just come here to thank you this time. Our family Yao likes you very much. You've chased after our family Yao before. There's mutual favoritism. If we can form a marriage. Mother Yi directly singled out her purpose. She was here to tie the knot. Jiang Yunli, on the other hand, snorted coldly. Before, your family's daughter still couldn't look down on my son. Why are you here to talk about marriage now? Our Jiang family's door is not something you can just casually enter. Jiang Yunli also blared viciously at Yi Mengyao, rather like an evil mother-in-law. Yi Mengyao was on the verge of crying out, and the atmosphere became a bit awkward for a while. Yi Mengyao's family of three could be considered a dilemma. Obviously they were annoyed, but after all, Jiang Che had saved Yi Mengyao, so they had to make peace. Yi Changkong dryly coughed. Things between the children. Just let them work it out on their own. Don't you think so, Xiao Che? For a moment, gazes were all placed on Jiang Che's body. If Jiang Che opened his mouth at this moment and expressed that he had a crush on Yi Mengyao, it was estimated that Miss Yi would soon become his fiancée. If she refused, I'm afraid that Yi Mengyao would completely despair. After all, in front of both parents, rejecting her is equivalent to a direct slap in the face. And girls want faces too. Drops. The Yi family has requested an engagement from the host, triggering the villain's choice. Choice 1, accept gladly and become the Yi family's son-in-law. The host directly gains 100 points of favor from Yi Mengyao, and receives the titled married husband. Choice 2, decisively reject it and facepalm the Yi family, humiliating Yi Mengyao. Yi Mengyao's favorability minus 80 points, and obtains the reward, 3 years of internal strength. Choice 3, acting up. My attitude is all up to you guys to guess. Everyone's favorability plus 10. Obtains title reward, Lord of the Harem. Once again, the villain choice was triggered. Jiang Che surveyed the three choices. Choice 1 could directly obtain Yi Mengyao's full favorability, but that title reward at the back was too disgusting. Mistress, after the host wears this title, Yi Mengyao will be completely dead to you, but at the same time, the host will never be able to gain the favor of any other Heaven's Destiny heroine again. Garbage stuff. Dogs don't even use it. As a qualified pervert, how can you take only one drink from 3,000 weak waters? Although Yi Mengyao is very fragrant, the kind that the average person who marries home will definitely live 20 years less. But Jiang Che is not an ordinary person. He's not a kid anymore. Chapter 34, Jiang Che's smile gradually perverted. Choice 2, directly rejecting Yi Mengyao. Yi Mengyao's favorability was almost directly cleared. This was not the result Jiang Che wanted. He was just fishing. Poor Yi Mengyao. It's not like he really wasn't interested in her. As for how to end it now that he had set someone up so high and cold, Jiang Che had long been prepared. Yi Mengyao birthday party at the end of the month would be a breakthrough. And when Yi Mengyao was poisoned, won't this be solved? It could be said that from the very beginning, Jiang Che's hands had been in the driver's seat, and he had already arranged everything. As for the reward for choice 3, a title, Lord of the Harem? Lord of the Harem, after the host wears this title, he gains immunity from the harem, and no matter how wanton the host is, he will be as steady as an old dog, and will never follow Brother Chang's old path. Jiang Che, hey, what do you mean? I'm so eloquent, I have such a high EQ, how could I possibly follow Brother Chang's path? You're more or less looking down on people. System alert, have you forgotten how you died in your previous life? Jiang Che unexpectedly, he couldn't refute it. Although he had died in a car accident in his previous life, it was obvious. The probability is that it was man-made. In his previous life, he had overwaved and accidentally waved himself to death. Ahem, you're right, Unity, this title is still good. I'll go with 3. At this time, inside the house, several people were waiting for Jiang Che's answer, especially Yi Mengyao. There was a humility in her eyes as she looked at Jiang Che. Jiang Che directly unleashed her heart pass. Lin Shui, AI. Xiao Che is definitely going to reject Yao Yao with this look. I'm afraid it's going to be hard for Yao Yao to come out of this. Zhang Yuli, I poo-poo, just you little white lotus still want to marry my precious son? Che rejects her with fire. Yi Mengyao, Jiang Che, Mom, Dad, Uncle, Aunt and they are all here. Please don't reject me anymore. Don't let me hate you. Oh ho, no wonder if I rejected you. It would directly reduce my favorability by 80 points. The little heart is surprisingly so fragile. At the same time, Jiang Che also realized that if he rejected Yi Mengyao in public now, I'm afraid this girl would blacken out. Jiang Che unintentionally glanced at Yi Mengyao, and his 4 eyes met. The eyes carried 4 points of complexity, 3 points of sorrow, 2 points of hatred, and 1 point of love. The old fan-shaped statistics chart was up. He didn't say anything, but only let out a soft sigh. His expression slightly tired. I'm tired. After saying that, Jiang Che turned around and re-entered the upstairs. Jiang Che only used 3 words, but they were just right. Especially Yi Mengyao's eyes brightened up a bit in an instant, with a touch of joy in her expression. Jiang Che, although he didn't agree, he didn't reject it either. And the way he looked at me just now, so complicated. The kind of eyes that although she couldn't understand, she still saw a point of love in them. For a young girl who was prepared to chase Jiang Che backwards, even a tiny bit of affection would be infinitely magnified by her. Thinking that Jiang Che still liked herself, Yi Mengyao's family left the Jiang family, sitting in the car. Yao Yao, the fact that Xiao Che didn't reject you just now means that things are still turning around. Lin Shui started encouraging her own daughter again. In fact, her feelings towards Jiang Che were still very good. There was no one more suitable to be her son-in-law than Jiang Che. Moreover, Jiang Che had also saved Yao Yao's life. Yi Mengyao nodded her head as if she was a small chicken. Mom, you're right, Jiang Che, he's definitely still angry with me. I treated him too badly before. Although he hates me, he definitely still has me in his heart. I still have a chance. One of the 4 great illusions of humans. He still likes me. Yi Changkong fell silent. His own sweet little cotton girl was starting to fall back on other men. This made him feel bad in his heart. But Jiang Che had after all saved Yao Yao and had actually gained his approval. Moreover, he always felt that there seemed to be something not quite right in Jiang Che's eyes when he looked at Yao Yao. There was something colorful. It should be his own illusion, right, hubby? I don't want Yi Mengyao to marry into our Jiang family. This girl is full of heart. Jiang Yunli looked at Jiang Yuan with worry. At this moment, Jiang Yuan also rubbed his forehead helplessly. His own wife was a silly white sweetie. Her emotional intelligence and IQ was almost 0. He had already seen that Yi Mengyao was actually just a simple-minded little girl, not a scheming at all. This girl was too simple, and everything in her heart was written on her face. Wife, you're right. I agree. But didn't Xiao Che also not refuse? Let's leave the children's matters to the children. It had to be said that Jiang Yuan was indeed a qualified husband. Humph. I don't care. I just don't like Yi Mengyao. The woman skimmed her mouth. The girls who want to marry into our Jiang family can be lined up as far as the South Pole. Is she worse than Yi Mengyao? Let's not talk about anything else. Let's just say that Director Wang's daughter, Wang Yanran, is so pretty and has a very pleasant personality. There's also that Yuan heir who often comes to our house these days to tutor Xiao Che. She's also very cute. She's my favorite. But after mentioning Yuan heir, Jiang Yunli glanced down at the time. It's almost 10 o'clock at night. How come they haven't finished yet? The corners of Jiang Yunli's mouth curved up as if he had thought of something. Obviously, Yuan heir should still be in Jiang Che's house right now. Hubby, prepare to strike. The corner of Jiang Yuan's mouth twitched. Move what? I'm very rare with this Yuan heir. We have to create opportunities for our son. Think about it. It's 10 o'clock at night. That little girl will definitely be going home later. Let's just keep her here. Let's have her stay with our son. There's bound to be some kind of spark. Jiang Yunli had a look of anticipation on his face. He even started rubbing his hands together. Jiang Yuan. He couldn't understand this brain circuit of his wife, but he was greatly shocked. But as a wifey, as long as it was something his wife said, he supported it all. Hubby, I'll be upstairs in a while. Hiss. Honey, aren't you going a bit overboard here? Don't make a scene. Won't they? Unla. In the bedroom on the 3rd floor. Jiang Che, did Sister Yao Yao ask about me? Yuan Air drilled out from inside the closet. The little loli had made a mess inside Jiang Che's closet, and there was a pair of Jiang Che's shorts on her head. The girl disgustedly used 2 fingers to clip Jiang Che's shorts and threw them out. No. Jiang Che smiled and stared at the little loli in front of him with a slight smile. Chapter 35, Yuan Air, I'm going to eat it, and Jesus can't stop me. Jiang Che, it's already 10 o'clock. I should go. Before leaving, you settle the bill first. Little Lori even took out a calculator and started pressing it. Tutoring fee 700. Some other miscellaneous expenses. I wasted so much of my words in order to give you a lecture. But as she spoke, the little girl couldn't go on. Alright. Forget it if you give me 1,000. The little loli bit the corner of her lip and glared viciously at Jiang Che. This guy was simply getting more and more excessive. Ha, what's wrong, my little money grubber? How come you're not greedy for money anymore? Jiang Che revealed an evil smile. This Yuan Air was really quite interesting, making one unable to resist the urge to get closer to her. Opening her heart pass, he eavesdropped on the little secret in Yuan Air's heart. Don't need so much money. Mom needs more than 5,000 a month for dialysis. Plus daily life can be more than 10,000 a month is enough to use. Jiang Che, this stinky guy, if it wasn't for the fact that he's the best earner, I wouldn't be tutoring him. Injustice, dead pervert. Sooner or later, your whole family will go bankrupt and hang you, stinking bastard, from the streetlight. Yuan Air's heartfelt words made Jiang Che almost laugh out loud. Sure enough, a little girl is still a little girl after all. This little mind. It was simply too ridiculous. Jiang Che pointed out the window. It's already past 10 o'clock. Why don't you not go back? Just stay at my house. Jiang Che, you think so? Yuan Air's small face instantly exploded red. Her face puffed up like an inflated puffer fish. Could she not know what Jiang Che was thinking in his heart? This guy's thoughts were all written on his face. And right at this moment, a knock came from outside the door. Knock. Are you guys there? Still studying? Jiang Che gave Yuan Air a silent gesture before going to open the door. Jiang Yunli walked in with a smile on his face, a plate of freshly cut fruits in his hand. Ha, Yuan Air, you haven't left yet? Jiang Yunli asked in mock surprise. Sister, I'll be ready to leave soon. The girl's voice was sweet. It was as if Yuan Air had found some kind of life-saving straw. Before, when Yi Mengyao's family was downstairs, she didn't dare to go downstairs at all. That's why she hid until now. Yuan Air, are you ready to go now? Jiang Yunli looked embarrassed. Just now, something happened inside your Uncle John's company, and all the cars in the garage at home were taken away, so I can't send you back now. The woman's expression was regretful, but at the same time, she used the corner of her eye to give Jiang Che another frantic sign. Jiang Che, ahem, you guys are so calculating of a little loli's heart? Yuan Air blinked her big eyes twice, then shook her head. Sister Jiang, I can take a taxi back by myself. Obviously, Yuan Air didn't want to stay with Jiang Che at all. If she stayed with him for a night, she would definitely have to be eaten up herself. She was scared, very afraid of having any excessive contact with Jiang Che. Take a taxi? How can this work? How dangerous is it for you, a little girl, to take a taxi alone at night? And you're so pretty and cute. Jiang Yunli walked forward and took Yuan Air's soft and boneless little hand. Just stay at our home. It just so happens that there's a vacant bedroom next door to Che, and there are some girls' pajamas and nightgowns and stuff in there. Yuan Air was numb, wanting to refuse but unable to open her mouth. Jiang Yunli had a mouthful of Yuan Air, calling her so intimately. Sister Jiang, then I'll stay here for the night. The girl finally nodded her head and agreed. After all, it was a house away and it wasn't like she was sleeping with Jiang Che. The big deal was that she would lock the door herself at night. Then, Yuan Air, I'll leave first. Jiang Yunli had absolutely no resistance to a petite and cute little loli like Yuan Air, and even gave the girl a kiss on her cheeks. So much want to have such a cute daughter. Since he didn't have such a cute daughter, having a cute daughter-in-law was almost as good. After Jiang Yunli left, Yuan Air glared fiercely at Jiang Che. After picking up her small school bag, she walked out of Jiang Che's bedroom to the next room. Just as she entered, the girl was shocked that it was said to be a bedroom, but this one bedroom was bigger than even her home. The bedroom was filled with a girly atmosphere. Even the walls were pink, and there was an oversized teddy bear doll on the large bed. There was even a pure white piano in the corner of the wall, and at a glance, it was clear that it was worth a lot of money. This is a girl's room? It seems like it hasn't been lived in for a long time, yet it's often cleaned? Yuan Air blinked her big eyes. Could it be that there were other girls living in Jiang Che's house? It's so big. The girl didn't think much about it and directly jumped on top of the big bed. The soft big bed made her entire body and mind relax a lot. Wow, there's a separate bathroom inside the bedroom? This is too luxurious, isn't it? The Jiang family villa was even more luxurious than Yi Mingyao's home. The little loli took off her shoes and flopped on the bed, wiggling her 2 jade moist little feet. The 10 cute toes were pearly and white with a faint pink color. I'm going to take a shower first. Hee hee. Yuan Air jumped down from the bed and bounced to the bathroom, receiving an entire bathtub full of water. The girl's entire body was soaked in the water, only revealing a small head, and playing with the water from time to time. The skin on her body was fair and tender, just like a good sheep's fat jade. The girl's body exuded a youthful and beautiful atmosphere, full of energy and full of vigor. With an expression of enjoyment on her face, this kind of life was something she had only experienced when she was by Yi Mingyao's side. Soon after, she took a good bath and came out with only a layer of white bath towel wrapped around her body. Yuan Air had a petite figure, and the bath towel draped over her was similar to draping a sheet over her body, wrapping her up tightly as a dumpling. But when she finished her bath and was ready to go to bed, she discovered that there was actually an extra person on the bed. Jiang Che? Chapter 36, Yuan Air's Little Mind. Anti-Warlord Strikes. Yuan Air's person went numb. Jiang Che, how did he appear here? Before she came in, she had clearly unlocked the bedroom door. But right now, she should be thinking more about her own safety. A girl had just taken a bath, wrapped in a towel, and was seen by a man. Is there any need to think about what will happen? Jiang Che, how did you get in? The little loli clutched the bath towel she was wearing. Even her tiny toes curled up, just revealing only a small head as she stared at Jiang Che dead in the face. Oh, this bedroom of yours is connected to my bedroom. Don't you know that? Jiang Che said and pointed at the balcony door. Good lord, the balcony door directly connected the 2 bedrooms. You pervert, hurry up and get out. Jiang Che was only wearing a large pair of pants at this time, and was naked. After several rounds of strengthening by the system, his body, it was already close to perfection. The 6-pack abs were set in the teenager's abdomen like hard stones. Not as scary as Mr. Bodybuilder, but it contained an explosive and terrifying power inside. Coupled with Jiang Che's handsome face, it was hard for any girl to be able to reject the Jiang Che at this moment. Even Yuan Air couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Yuan Air, how does this asshole have such a good body? I haven't seen how he works out either. Yuan Air, oomph, an asshole is an asshole. No matter how good his body is, it doesn't change the fact that he's an asshole. Yuan Air, what does he want? Jiang Che is definitely trying to bully me, and there's no way I'm going to let him have his way. I'll call the police if he gets rough with me. Forget it, I'll just yell it out, but it shouldn't be any use to yell, right? Yuan Air, I seem to know why Jiang Che's mom wants me to stay in this bedroom. That's her purpose. Oh, what a good mom who loves her son. The little loli's little thought was all overheard by Jiang Che. Jiang Che was very satisfied with this her heart pass skill. This skill was simply a divine skill for the mildly perverted Jiang Che. Eavesdropping on a girl's heart. This was even more interesting than directly flirting with a girl. What's wrong? This is my home. Can't I still come in? Jiang Che gave a spontaneous smile. He was still very interested in this little girl Yuan Air. When Yuan Air saw this deadpan look on Jiang Che's face, she understood. Jiang Che, he was a superb pervert. I'm afraid I'm going to be in trouble tonight. Jiang Che, and I still have to take my mom to dialysis tomorrow. The little loli began to use her watchword again. Selling cute. Seriously, Yuan Air's cute selling skills had simply been practiced to the point of perfection, and even Jiang Che had slightly softened his heart. It's not small. You're 19 years old. You're 1 month older than me. I even have to call you sister, right? Sister Yuan Air. Jiang Che's words made Yuan Air tense up. This guy is simply shameless. Air no. He didn't have a face at all. Say, you should be older than Yi Mengyao, right? Why would you call Yi Mengyao sister? Jiang Che asked with some curiosity. Humph, what do I need you to care? Yuan Air opened her mouth without a good mood. Yuan Air, I don't want to be called Yi Mengyao's sister either, but Yi Mengyao thinks that I look a lot younger than her, so that's why she forced me to call her sister. Jiang Che, good guy, so that's how it is. Jiang Che, why do you always have to bully me? I've never messed with you. Why are you so bad? Why don't you go bully others? Why don't you go bully Yi Mengyao? When Yuan Air thought about what she had experienced these days, she was so aggrieved that she wanted to cry. But ever since she met Jiang Che, her bottom line had been broken again and again. She had begun to be afraid that she would really fall, that she would be overcome by Jiang Che's sugar-coated attacks. She doesn't want that. In the nick of time, Yuan Heir seemed to have sensed something. First, her cheeks flushed, but then she let out a sigh of relief. Saved. Jiang Che, my one is here. It's really coming. Yuan Heir had never thanked her aunt so much before. Because her physique was weak, she often had menstrual cramps. That's why she had an incomparable aversion to physiological periods. But at this moment, the evil aunt had saved her life. Yuan Heir, thank God. I love you, auntie. She was indeed scared. How could Jiang Che's big size 45 feet fit into her small size 38 shoes? Jiang Che, looking at Yuan Heir drilling into the bathroom in a flurry of smoke. Jiang Che leaned on the bed, gently caressing the corner of his forehead with a slightly huffy expression. Dog author, is this the treatment of a protagonist? I'll just touch the female lead. You'll give me a period? Why can't you touch the female lead? Because he's the villain. Dog, I'll behead you even if you cross the dimensional wall. Jiang Che spat out a couple sentences. However, he wasn't in a hurry because Yuan Heir couldn't escape from her anymore. Although a girl like Yuan Heir had a heavy heart, but in fact, peeling away the layers of her disguise. She's just a fragile girl. Let me go. I've been in the small black room 4 times. Grandpa Shin he let me go. I'll give you a kowtow. Yuan Heir soon came out of the bathroom, wearing a pure white nightgown, which apparently did not fit Yuan Heir, and was more than one size too big. After coming out, Yuan Heir was simply relaxed. Yuan Heir, humph. Jiang Che you dead pervert, stinking bastard. I'm having my physiological period. What can you do with me? Yuan Heir was in such a good mood that she even started to mock Jiang Che in her heart. Her physiological period was a talisman for her right now. Even though she was in a great mood, the expression on her face was terrible because she was in real pain. The girl covered her stomach, the expression on her face as ugly as a bitter melon. Jiang Che, my aunt is here. My stomach hurts. Yuan Heir, hiss. It really hurts. Is this the price for getting out of Jiang Che's clutches? I want to cry. After hearing Yuan Heir's heartfelt words, Jiang Che lightly laughed out. See, this is Yuan Heir. What is called green tea? This is called green tea. One thing on the surface, one thing in the heart. The old sow wears a mask. One thing after another. Chapter 37, eavesdropping on Yuan Heir's heart. Top contrast. I don't want you to massage me. I'll just drink some hot water. But the girl with unbearable menstrual cramps didn't want to move at all. Although her heart was quite happy that she had escaped Jiang Che's clutches, it was still unbearable. In the past, when she had menstrual cramps herself, it was her mom who rubbed her stomach. Although Yu Weiwei used to be a prostitute and a snob, she was also the gentlest mom to Yuan Heir. Jiang Che, who had heard Yuan Heir's heart, naturally understood that Yuan Heir being happy was really happy, and her stomach pain was also really painful. Hey, dog author spoiled my good deed. Jiang Che stopped and carried Yuan Heir to the bed, picked up a futon and covered her up, and even went to make her a bowl of brown sugar water. The little loli blinked her big eyes twice. She couldn't figure out how the perverted Jiang Che suddenly became gentle. What do you want, asshole? Even if you become gentle, there's no way I'll like you. You're just a pervert. However, she still took the porcelain bowl and drank the brown sugar water in small sips. In her heart, she still kept cursing Jiang Che for being an asshole. The girl was curled up on the bed, a tiny one that looked as if she could be pinched to death with her hands. Drinking enough, right? Does it still hurt? Jiang Che's soft voice rang in Yuan Heir's ears. The girl subconsciously shook her head, and was indeed much more comfortable. AI. Jiang Che sighed helplessly and covered Yuan Heir with a layer of quilt. What are you thinking about? Although I'm a bit perverted, I'm not bloodbath yet. Jiang Che displayed a rare gentleness, causing Yuan Heir to lose her concentration for a moment. Night. Yuan Heir curled up beside Jiang Che, her beautiful big eyes blinking. What Jiang Che said seemed to be right. After he rubbed himself, her stomach was much more comfortable. Before, when she had menstrual cramps, it was her mother who rubbed her stomach. It was the first time that someone else rubbed her stomach, let alone a man. The little girl surveyed Jiang Che's side face and bit her thin lips. Yuan Heir, in fact, if Jiang Che wasn't so bad, and didn't bully me in the beginning, I might actually like him, right? Jiang Che, who had heard Yuan Heir's heartfelt words, almost spurted out in laughter. He understood the mind of a girl too well. That's how girls are. If you're willing to be an honest man, then 90% of the girls won't even want to look at you. But this feeling was surprisingly good. There shouldn't be any man who could refuse a girl like Yuan Heir who was cute with arrogance, similar to a female brat, but with a much more adorable personality. To put it bluntly, she was from a poor family, different from the kind of Miss Yi Mangyao who was born with a golden key in her mouth. But peeling away the layers of her shell, she was also just a fragile young girl. Jiang Che, someone called me. It must be Sister Yao Yao. Let go of me. I'll explain to her. In the next second, Yuan Heir put her cell phone through, and in the process, she also covered Jiang Che's mouth. Hello? Where are you? Yuan Heir, Yi Mengyao's voice made Yuan instantly tense up. Sister Yao Yao, I'm home. Oh, Wan Heir, did you go to Jiang Che's house today to help her with her tutoring? Yi Mengyao asked tentatively. Yuan pondered for a moment. Went. Yuan Heir's words made Yi Mengyao fall into an ice cave. She couldn't even hold her cell phone steady. Is it hard to believe that Wan Heir really has something to do with Jiang Che? The scene she saw at night was real? Yuan Heir then went on to speak. But I left in the afternoon. I was going to go look for you to play at night, but you didn't seem to be at home. Girl's mouth. Lying ghost. To tell such a rounded lie so lightly. Ordinary people can't do it. Yi Mengyao let out a sigh of relief after hearing Yuan Heir's words. The timing was right. It was already evening when she went to Jiang Che's house. Yuan Heir left in the afternoon. She must have misread it before. Wan Heir, from now on, you can come to my place on weekends. My mom and dad welcome you. No need. Sister Yao Yao, I'm hanging up first. Yuan Heir hung up the phone at the speed of light and had a feeling of gratitude after the robbery. Fortunately, she hadn't been discovered by Yi Mengyao, or else I'm afraid that the sisterly love would have ended here. Right now, Yi Mengyao was being fooled by Jiang Che. Humph. Jiang Che, you dead pervert. Chapter 38. Yuan Heir's heart was in turmoil. Yuan Heir woke up very early. She often woke up very early, and she usually made everything for breakfast at home. Well, Yuan Heir twisted her body twice, herself being hugged to death by Jiang Che. Damn it, did you treat me as a hugging pillow? Dead pervert. Big asshole. But although the little loli was cursing Jiang Che in her heart, her little head still unconsciously burrowed towards Jiang Che's warm embrace like a little milk cat. After all, Jiang Che's boyfriend power was really overwhelming, and he was able to provide Yuan Heir with a sense of security to a great extent. Without realizing it, Yuan Heir unexpectedly fell asleep again. Jiang Che, I'm going home. After Yuan Heir got dressed, she picked up her small school bag, and without even putting on her socks, she was ready to slip away. Jiang Che laughed. What are you laughing at? I told you to be complacent. Yuan Heir viciously kicked Jiang Che's calf. The originally milky lowly voice became incomparably hoarse. Jiang Che wasn't in a hurry. He still enjoyed seeing Yuan Heir's jumpy appearance. Regardless of whether Yuan Heir was green tea or not, her nature was indeed quite cute. If you want me to give you money, feel free to ask for it. It was fine if Jiang Che didn't open his mouth, but when he did, he almost made Yuan Heir half dead from anger. You asshole, what do you take me for? A ghost would want your money. Why don't you go to hell? You dead pervert. You deserve to be hanged from a streetlight. Saying that, Yuan Heir seemed to have thought of something and pulled out $500 in cash from inside her pocket. It was thrown directly in front of Jiang Che. Here, this is the money I gave you for whoring. There was a direct wave of anticlimax, but it made Jiang Che want to laugh as he watched. Yuan Heir, still really pure and cute. Jiang Che naturally wouldn't bother with Yuan Heir. Money or not, it didn't matter at all. It didn't matter at all. Because money had already lost its meaning for Jiang Che. He still had more than $200 million of pocket money stored in his bank account right now. Then my gold master lady, next time you can come back to me again. Oh. Jiang Che smiled and took the $500 down. You dead pervert. You're quite suitable to be a duck inside a clubhouse. Jiang Che smiled, still perverted. That's natural. With my face value and ability, even if I go inside the clubhouse, I'll still be a duck king level existence. Yuan Heir. She swore that she had never seen such a shameless person. After Yuan Heir and Jiang Che both went downstairs, Zhang Yunli had been waiting for them for a long time. Wan Heir, Xiao Che, you guys came down? Zhang Yunli surreptitiously sized up Yuan Heir and then laughed out. It's done. This daughter-in-law plan of his has been completed. Moreover, looking at Yuan Heir's appearance, she didn't seem to be particularly annoyed with Xiao Che. Baby Wan Heir, come over here. Sister Jiang has asked Auntie Wang to prepare a lot of breakfast. Look at this. There's lean meat congee, white congee and brown sugar oatmeal congee. Zhang Yunli's excessive enthusiasm made Yuan Heir a little overwhelmed. Her impression of Zhang Yunli had changed. This mother clearly wanted to make herself her daughter-in-law. She was even going out of her way to do so, saying something about the family car being taken away, but she couldn't hate Zhang Yunli at all. This big sister was really gentle with her, just as gentle as her mother. Sister Jiang, thank you. Yuan Heir lowered her head and took small sips of the congee. Zhang Yunli, on the other hand, glanced at Jiang Che and desperately gave Jiang Che a wink. Hurry up and go. Go and coax her. What are you doing here? But she could only be anxious. Baby Wan Heir, this is Sister Zhang's heirloom. Zhang Yunli took out a jade bracelet. It looked flawless, and at a glance, she knew it was expensive. This jade bracelet, specially given to our Jiang family's daughter-in-law, is now yours. Zhang Yunli shoved the jade bracelet into Yuan Heir's hands without a second thought. The little loli desperately shook her head. No way. Sister Jiang, I don't have anything to do with Jiang Che. I don't want it. But Jiang Yunli didn't think so in her heart. The little girl was thin-skinned and it was normal for her to be unwilling to admit it. Heir, just take it as a gift from your sister, okay? But heir refused to accept it no matter what. In the end, Jiang Yuli could only helplessly take the bracelet back. However, her attitude towards heir did not change at all. Of course heir couldn't accept Jiang Yuli's bracelet. She was really afraid that her relationship with Jiang Che would progress further. She herself had already slept with Jiang Che last night, and although nothing had happened, she was really scared. Hey, you child. Jiang Yuli helplessly rubbed the corner of his forehead, and then his favorability towards Yuan rose even more. There were many girls who wanted to marry into the Jiang family, but a girl like Yuan who had come out of the muck and not gotten into the dirt was rare nowadays. Jiang Che brought heir to the garage. The Jiang family has its own independent underground garage, which is parked with a whole row of cars. Maybach in the inside can only be said to be moderate, but there was no sports car. With the strength and status of the Jiang family, there was already no need to use that kind of high-profile sports car to show off their strength. Still talking about the family cars being taken away. Clearly lying. Heir's mouth pouted, seemingly a little angry. Jiang Che still chose the Maybach. He had a feeling of love for the Maybach. This car is stable and low profile. Even if the fight in the car outside cannot see the difference. Don't ask. Ask is the experience of the previous life. Heir, you can't be small. You gained my mom's favor so quickly? Jiang Che stuffed Heir into the passenger seat and teasingly laughed. Heir didn't want to speak and just turned her head away, not wanting to shilly-shally, blue and thin. She knew very clearly that Jiang Che had already left an indelible impression in her heart. Chapter 39. Is this a pulse that a human can have? Baby, what do you think our relationship is now? Lovers? Or ordinary friends? Jiang Che was driving while continuously breaking down Heir's heart defense. Every word he said caused Heir's body to tremble, as if she could now feel countless ants crawling on her body. Jiang Che. Heir's voice was firm as she looked at Jiang Che with her sideways eyes. I don't know where I offended you before. You've bullied me enough now, right? How about you let me off the hook? I promise I won't curse you in the future. Dead pervert, shameless, who is a lover with you? Dreaming? Jiang Che let out a light laugh. Her heart passage was truly a divine skill as well. What? Your little mouth isn't tired yet? Still able to blather? Jiang Che's words caused Heir to be so angry that she gnashed her teeth. Jiang Che, is your head stuffed with yellow waste? Thus, Jiang Che and Heir traveled all the way to the slum area. Jiang Che met Wei again. Mr. Jiang, you're here again? Even though this woman's body had been tortured to the point of being riddled with holes by uremia, she had always carried a hidden smile on her face. Wei glanced at Heir again, her complexion a little bleak. She had a very sharp eye and naturally saw that Heir was still clean. Wei was torn. On one hand she was afraid that Heir would be bullied if she married into the mansion. On the other hand she wanted to send her into the mansion to enjoy a better life. Oh, Heir said you're going to the hospital for dialysis. I just happened to stop by and bring you to the hospital. Jiang Che's words caused Heir to even faintly freeze. What does this asshole want? He would be so kind as to send my mom to the hospital? Wei, on the other hand, smiled. Then thank you, Mr. Jiang. Wei, we're not taking his car. I'll take you in a taxi. Heir didn't want to be in too much contact with Jiang Che. She was afraid that she had really fallen into it. Wei was so shrewd that those little thoughts of Heir's were nothing in front of her, which made the corners of her mouth rise slightly. Why don't you sit? This is Mr. Jiang's good intention. Jiang Che didn't look down on Wei just because she worked as a prostitute when she was young. In his opinion, this woman was actually worthy of respect. Every kind mother should be honored. Heir, but you were in my car when you came here as well. Why are you so double standard? Jiang Che came up to Heir's ear and opened his mouth with a bad smile. As expected, he directly disliked the little lowly with one sentence, rendering her speechless. And at this time, Hangzhou City Center Hospital. A lot of people had gathered. A young man with a wild and arrogant face was sitting cross-legged at the entrance of the hospital. There was also a small stall in front of him, with 8 big words written on a wooden sign. Ancestral Imperial Doctor. Cure all diseases. Who could this person be if not the protagonist Lin Yu? Only at this time the son of the fate of the world seems to be not very good. The clothes on the body of the tattered and torn. The shoes also broke a big hole, revealing the big thumbs. Bearded, but still can't hide his pompous style. No license to practice medicine, but dare to set up a stall in front of the city hospital? This is no longer robbing business, but a naked face. That's why there were quite a few people in front of the hospital, and there were even some people who took the initiative to go up and consult. Little brother, can you really cure all diseases here? A hunched-over old man asked tentatively. The corner of Lin Yu's mouth rose. Old man? He liked old men the most. Like this kind of old man. Either he himself is a person in a high position, or his son or daughter or whatever is a person of power and wealth, or else, I'm sure he has a granddaughter or something. Anyway, it won't be a loss to save him. With his medical skills, he can bring you back from Hades even if you have terminal cancer. That was the word of mouth from the master's father who taught him his skills as a healer. That's natural. I'm the heir to the ghost doctor. There's no disease in the whole world that I can't save and cure. Lin Yu then looked up again at the 4 big words of the city hospital and said disdainfully, I'll cure the diseases that hospitals can't cure. I'll save the people that hospitals can't save. Relieving the world. This is my code of practice. Saying so directly caused a furor. This was equivalent to writing directly on the hospital's face and pretending to be a bully. Perhaps due to the influence of the protagonist's aura, it was as if the people inside the hospital had all lost their minds, and would only look at Lin Yu pretending to be a pussy, at most verbally arguing with him. However, they did not stop Lin Yu from continuing to pretend to save people. Why is this person so crazy? He can cure a disease that the hospital can't? I don't think he should have made a big deal out of it. After all, this is in front of the hospital. I don't believe it. Now Chinese medicine has been scolded into what? Some herbs can cure the sick and save lives? Only a ghost would believe that. Ghost doctor? Have you read too many novels? The passersby from the Atmosphere group and the Mocking group took turns and started to set the mood, causing the corners of Lin Yu's mouth to rise even more. All get out of the way. I'm going to start pretending. Old sir, I see that your face is pale and seems to be. Just when Lin Yu was in the middle of pretending, inside the crowd, a tall and a short person started to talk. Whoa, monkey, Jiang Che is right. This thing actually came to set up a stall? It's really a Chinese medicine practitioner? What to do? I feel like this Lin Yu really has something? Should we straighten him out? Are you not talking nonsense? We should definitely fix him. Then let's call the police. Jiang Che said. This guy doesn't have a license to practice medicine. We'll sue him for sure. Lu Tai directly slapped on Wang Zhang's head. Are you stupid? Of course it is equal to a moment. I just invited a good actor. See that old man? This is what I invited over. What? That old man is the actor you hired? Wang Zhang was dumbfounded. Of course, do you think I'm as stupid as you? Since this bastard is practicing medicine illegally, definitely let him diagnose him first. Then screw him. Ha. Both of them laughed, their smiles progressively perverted. And at this moment, Lin Yu had already begun to pretend. After feeling the old man's pulse, Lin Yu instantly widened his eyes. What kind of pulse is this? Why is it so terrifying? This kind of pulse, unheard of, unseen. Lin Yu thought that he had learned Chinese medicine from his master for more than 10 years, but he had never seen such a pulse. Is this a human pulse? Chapter 40, Lin Yu failed to pretend and entered the palace for the second time. Lin Yu's entire body was dumbfounded. This pulse that he felt himself, it was too wrong, wasn't it? Dare I ask, old sir, your body, something is not quite right. The moment Lin Yu said this, it directly caused the other people around him to hotly debate. Not quite right? Where is it not quite right? You really don't say. This guy's pulse diagnosis seems just like the real thing. The old man opened his mouth and asked, what's wrong with my pulse? Is there a problem? Lin Yu was silent. He didn't know how to answer. This was more than a problem? The problem was much bigger. Old sir, to put it mildly, I feel as if there are 10,000 alpacas bouncing around inside your body. May I ask, old sir, can you take off your clothes? Lin Yu's words caused the old man's face to change. In a cold voice, he rebuked, what do you want? Old man, I'm 80 years old this year. Do you want to make me lose my old age? Lin Yu's heart was in a state of numbness. What is this old deng thinking? Make it seem like I want to do something to you. But now that there are so many people, he can't get angry yet. After all, he is a healer now. Old sir, you thought wrong. I just want to see your, not to see. I can't help but know what you brat is thinking. How can you be a miracle doctor? You're lying. The old man collected the money and directly began to soar with his acting. Everyone come and take a look. This little youngster even made such a vulgar request to an 80-year-old man like me. What kind of divine doctor is this called? Saying this, the old man flung his sleeve in anger, and as a result, a small pink oval ball flew out from inside his sleeve by accident, and buzzed as it landed on the ground. In an instant, the atmosphere around them became grave. Ahem, what is this thing? Why did it fall from my body? Lin Yu man went numb. Nice guy. He said that when he was checking his pulse, how come his pulse was so peculiar? It always felt like something was bouncing around. So it turned out that this old man had hidden a piece of this in his arm? This would not be strange. Old sir, aren't you going to explain? You stuffed this thing into your arm. Even if Watua came to check your pulse, he couldn't diagnose it, right? Lin Yu sneered. And at this moment, the old man was obviously a bit flustered and embarrassed. Damn, this old man is really a waste. Dock him a chicken leg. Monkey, we can only go on our own. The task given to us by Jiang Che must be accomplished. The two of them, Wang Zhang and Lu Tai, discussed, obviously. It wasn't for no reason that these two guys would be hung up by Lin Yu in the original drama, because the two of them were really stupid. But luckily, Lin Yu himself wasn't too smart. Wang Zhang, Lu Tai and the two of them directly stood out. Hey, you guy, coming out as a doctor. Do you have a license to practice medicine? Yeah. Which medical school did you graduate from? The two of them sang in unison, confusing Lin Yu, but Lin Yu quickly recognized them. You guys. Wang Zhang did not give Lin Yu a chance to speak. We're asking you, do you have a license to practice medicine or not? If you don't have a license to practice medicine, you're practicing illegally, and if something goes wrong, you'll go to jail. The two men spoke righteously, instantly feeling that they had become ambassadors of justice, and had to come out to bring about a wave of justice. Lu Tai also kept giving the old man a wink. The old man is also an old actor. Before he was called to run the theater as a dragon set many times, are more than 80 years old, he still had a dream of being an actor. Yes, this is a quack doctor. They say old Chinese doctors are old Chinese doctors. Who's so young? It's a good thing I didn't let him treat me. Maybe I would have been cured to death by him. Lin Yu's entire body was about to be infuriated. His chest was heaving. He wanted to punch this old deng to death. After Wang Zhang and Lu Tai reminded the two of them, many of the workers inside the hospital also chimed in. Right, where is this guy's license to practice medicine? Nowadays, no matter whether it's Chinese medicine or Western medicine, you need a license to practice medicine in order to treat the sick and save lives. What's your name? Which college did you graduate from? Faced with the layers of forced questions, Lin Yu had a big headache. Although he was incredibly confident in his own medical skills, even a dying patient could be saved by his own medical skills, but he really didn't have a license to practice medicine. Before he left the mountain, his master had never told him that. What kind of medical license is needed to heal people? Where could he get a license to practice medicine? Calm down. I know you don't trust me, but please give me a chance to prove myself. But the others didn't buy Lin Yu's account at all. The melon eaters, they would have liked to get up in arms. How are you going to prove yourself? You're a guy who doesn't have a license to practice medicine. Who dares to let you save a life? If you cure someone to death, do you know how serious the consequences will be? A middle-aged man wearing a white coat and a mask walked out, looking at Lin Yu with anger in his eyes. Having been a doctor for most of his life, Xiao Yang had performed thousands of surgeries and saved countless people. Although he was a Western doctor, he still had quite a bit of respect for Chinese medicine, but he hated charlatans who solicited under the guise of Chinese medicine. Obviously, Lin Yu was a typical charlatan in his eyes. Prof. Xiao, you're here? Look, Prof. Xiao, this guy is too crazy. Without a license to practice medicine, he still comes out to be a doctor. Isn't this harming people? Lin Yu also panicked at this time. I can really save people. Even if it's a dead person, I can bring him back to life. And right at this moment, something very coincidental happened. An ambulance happened to come outside the emergency room. Quickly come someone, there's a patient here who's dying. The corner of Lin Yu's mouth was twisted. Really sending water to drink when you're thirsty and giving pillows when you're sleepy? All get out of the way. I'm going to start pretending. Lin Yu didn't care about these people and directly rushed towards the ambulance. He knew very well that these people would not be able to listen to his explanations. Only he could conquer them with his own powerful medical skills. What do you want? Hurry up and get down here. Where are the guards? Where did the guards go? There's a madman here. Lin Yu clenched his teeth. He couldn't care less now. He directly scurried to the top of the ambulance and casually pulled out his hand. A small cloth bag appeared in his hand, all of which were silver needles. Acupuncture is the specialty of a divine doctor protagonist. A divine doctor protagonist like Lin Yu can cure everything with a single hand of acupuncture. And even AIDS can be cured for you. However, when Lin Yu saw the appearance of the patient in the ambulance, the expression on his face froze. Cough. Excuse me. Half of this guy's arm was crushed. The left side of his brain was shattered. Cerebrospinal fluid was flowing out of his nostrils. His eyeballs burst open. And if it wasn't for the adrenaline that was still hanging on to his breath, he would probably have already gone karma. His medical skills were indeed very powerful, claiming to be able to live and die. But Nima was not a resurrection divine art. Arrest him. This is a lunatic. A lunatic who ran out from inside a mental hospital. There were security guards on all sides, looking at Lin Yu for a while. What kind of treatment to save people? I'm afraid I'll end up in the station again. Chapter 41, Yuan Heir's heartbeat. Lin Yu diagnosed with paranoia. Damn, why is it so backward? Lin Yu cursed. He didn't want to go to the police station. After running down from the ambulance, he was ready to slip away. Faking it didn't work. Hurry up and run. He's going to run away. Quickly catch him. Catch him. Lin Yu snorted coldly. With these guys, How could they be a match for a dark force powerhouse like himself? Still want to catch up with me? Thinking a bit too much really. Just as he was about to run away, a voice entered his ears. Yo, isn't this Lin Yu? Jiang Che walked out from the hospital, and Yuan Heir followed behind him. When enemies met, they were red in the eyes. Lin Yu couldn't wait to eat Jiang Che after seeing him. It was this guy. He was targeting himself from the very beginning. Jiang Che, get lost. Don't block my way. Lin Yu raised his hand and wanted to give Jiang Che a punch. He had long looked at this guy with displeasure. Now it was just the right time to give him a punch to relieve his hatred. I know that you're at the early stage of dark force, but I'm sorry. I'm already in the middle stage of dark power now, Lin Yu sneered. His fist carried a strong wind sound and greeted towards Jiang Che's face. Jiang Che, you've been off the mountain for less than a month, and you've broken through a small realm? This was the son of Qi in cool novels, whose cultivation didn't even bring a rise for more than 10 years when he was on the mountain, and as a result, his strength quacked and soared after entering the metropolis. But it's a pity that Dao is 1 foot taller than the devil. I'm at the late stage of dark strength. Jiang Che didn't say anything. He directly operated Taiji and received this punch from Lin Yu. Receive conversion FA. Lin Yu's face showed shock, but before he could react, Jiang Che directly gave him a firm elbow strike. It ruthlessly smashed into his face. Bang! Lin Yu directly flew out, coughing up blood nonstop after falling to the ground. His face crooked. Dark force. Late stage? He had shifted from shock to fear. When he first met Jiang Che, he was still an ordinary person. After that, it was only a week's time before he transformed into an early stage dark power cultivation, and now in less than a month, he's at the late stage of dark power. Riding a rocket isn't that fast, is it? But he couldn't think about it anymore. He was directly dragged away by the security guards who arrived, and it was estimated that the police would be arriving soon. But before being dragged away, Lin Yu stared at Jiang Che with a deadly stare. It must be the cave's secret realm. This Jiang Che fellow had gotten a heavenly chance inside the cave's secret realm before he transformed, surpassing himself in such a short period of time. Damn it! All of this is only mine. He thought that his cultivation talent was outstanding, and if he had gotten the chance of the cave, he was afraid that he would have reached the great circle of dark power by now. He might even have broken into the harmonization power. Damn it! Damn it! It was all because of this damned Jiang Che, repeatedly targeting himself, robbing his own chance, taking away the credit that belonged to him, and even making a move on the young girl he desired. Cave's secret book. I will definitely get it back. Lin Yu understood even if he was stupid. He on the other hand had been targeted to death by Jiang Che. If he wanted to turn around, he had to know the cave secret. Jiang Che, this guy who practiced the secret book, was able to soar from an ordinary person to a late stage of dark power in a month. A cultivation genius like himself would definitely be able to take off. Now it was fantasy time, but just as he was why-whying, the hastily arrived officer once again escorted Lin Yu to the police car. Jiang Che, thank you. Yuan Heir followed Jiang Che's side and pondered again and again before opening her mouth to Jiang Che with a red face. Just a moment ago, after Jiang Che had sent Yu Weiwei into the hospital, he had also found the best doctors and machines to help treat her. 4 patients with uremia. The goodness of the dialysis machine was very important, and in the past, he didn't have the money to do it himself. The money he got from Yi Mengya was all used to treat Yu Weiwei. A dialysis is 400 to 500 a month to do at least a dozen times dialysis. Without money, she could only do the worst, but Jiang Che was generous, provided the best medical environment and medical facilities. This was Jiang Che's young plot to corrupt himself with material things, and his 9 cents was enough to change his and his mother's lives. But even if Yuan Heir knew, she wouldn't be able to help but be moved. Oh, what's wrong? You're not going to fall in love with me just like that, are you? Jiang Che revealed an evil smile and pinched the little lowly's face, infuriating her enough that she couldn't wait to jump up and punch Jiang Che in the face. You dead pervert. There's no way I'd like anyone but you. Then you have to think about it. Your Yao Yao sister is still thinking about how to chase me backwards. If you're late, you'll have to wait behind Yi Mengyao. Jiang Che's words completely enraged Yuan Heir. Can you die? Jiang Che, why don't you die? I knew that you bastard still has thoughts about sister Yao Yao. Jiang Che glanced down at the little lowly who was blowing up, and the corner of his mouth hooked up a smile. Although it was said that a lowly could be controlled but not pushed, but that was an illegal lowly. The third dimension copper alchemist must die. But Yuan Heir, this is a real legal lowly. Hold in the arms of soft and fragrant. Then what pillows are softer? She will also use to look at the miscellaneous fish general eyes glaring at you. Anyway, for those perverted lowly, control is simply irresistible temptation. The girl lowered her head and sulked alone. So scared. If Yi Mengyao knows about the relationship between Jiang Che and me, she will definitely get angry. I don't want to. After Lin Yu entered the palace for the second time, he wasn't locked up for a long time. He was locked up in the afternoon and released in the evening, only that the police arranged for the relevant psychiatrist to give him a checkup. Finally came to the conclusion, Lin Yu suffers from a certain degree of paranoia, often fantasizing that he is a miracle doctor, and is keen to cure others. Damn it! I'm not delusional. You're the one who's delusional. Lin Yu stood in front of the police station and cursed. To think that he, a divine doctor, was diagnosed with paranoia? It was simply ridiculous. I'm lucky I didn't find something wrong with you. Cursing, Lin Yu began to curse Jiang Che again, but the more he thought about it, the more wrong he became. He directly slapped his thigh. Jiang Che, he's been fixing me from the beginning. Maybe he already started laying out his plans while I was still on the mountain. But how is this possible? It doesn't make sense. Lin Yu's CPU was gradually overloaded. He couldn't figure it out, so he just didn't think about it. Now a serious problem was in front of him. Goo. Hungry and sleepy, the current him no longer had a shelter. He could only sleep in a bridge hole. Chapter 42 New Son of Qi. Junior Security Guard Chen Hao. Get lost. Don't bother me. Jiang Che had just returned home when the family's white ragdoll cat ran to his feet and kept rubbing against him. This female cat seemed to be in heat recently, always rubbing against his pants leg. Jiang Che wasn't really interested in cats and directly used his foot to gently move it aside. The ragdoll cat yelled twice in aggravation and then hid under the table. Little Che, you're too rude, aren't you? Are you this rude to girls as well? Jiang Yuli trotted over to the table and took the cat under the table into his arms. You're scaring little boy. Jiang Yuli gently stroked the ragdoll cat with his hand, and the ragdoll cat aggressively rubbed against Jiang Yuli's chest. Damn, even a cat is so green tea now. Jiang Che cursed in his heart. During dinner, the two of them, Jiang Yuan and Jiang Yunli, held a meeting for Jiang Che together. As for who was being discussed, that was naturally Yuan heir. Little Che, Yuaner and Yi Mengyao, what are you going to do? Jiang Yunli had obviously told Jiang Yuan about the matter between Jiang Che and Yuaner, and this was no small matter, especially since the Jiang family was still a $100 billion mansion. Jiang Che frowned. What did it mean? What do you mean? You want me to choose between the two? Only children make choices. I want them all. As a qualified villain, you'll definitely meet a lot of sons of Qi in the future, so it's only natural that you'll meet quite a few destined heroines. Giving up on any of the heroines, Jiang Che felt like he was burdened with a great sin, but obviously, he naturally couldn't say these words to his parents for fear of scaring them to death. Jiang Che didn't say anything and directly digressed. How is the situation inside the company now? It should be pretty good, right? Mentioning the company, Jiang Yuan was all proud. That's for sure. I've given the company a wave of cleaning during this period of time, replaced a lot of the company's old people, and also promoted some newcomers. The most important thing, the new product passed the national standard audit, and the effect is very significant. Xiao Che, our company has changed a lot of people. Do you want to try out for the company? This is the right time for you to build up your prestige. Jiang Che directly and decisively refused. Just kidding. How could he possibly work in a company? Wouldn't he enjoy being a rich kid? On the other hand, Yuan heir couldn't sleep. The girl was nestled on top of her own crib, holding a washed-to-white doll bear in her arms, wearing a thin white nightgown. Yuan heir stared blankly at the night sky outside the window, seemingly in a daze, only blinking when her eyes were dry, looking like a rag doll in general. She recalled the present of last night. She was now completely at a loss as to how she should face Jiang Che. If Jiang Che really liked herself, then it would be okay. But the problem was, she knew very clearly that Jiang Che was a dead pervert. He was simply craving for his body and wouldn't be serious about himself. But she was gradually falling. This feeling was terrifying. It was like a traveler falling into quicksand, struggling desperately, but she could only be swallowed up little by little. This was something she couldn't even think of before. Moreover, Yi Mengyao was also fond of Jiang Che. Although she had always acted as the little ricebud by Yi Mengyao's side, she actually had very deep feelings for Yi Mengyao. Sister Yao Yao, I'm sorry. Thinking about it, the little loli actually cried out softly, hugging the doll bear tightly, as if this would give her a sense of security. As she cried, the girl fell asleep, hugging the doll and curling up into a small hedgehog. This kind of sleeping position could best reflect a person's uneasiness and helplessness. Jiang Che, you dead pervert, don't bully me, okay? Obviously, Jiang Che's impression on Yuan heir had already penetrated deep into her bones, and even her ravings in her dreams. All of them were cursing Jiang Che. Achoo! Jiang Che wiped his nose. Was someone cursing me last night? He was a little surprised himself. He was a late-stage Dark Force ancient martial artist, but he caught a cold? It was truly a strange story in the world. Just as Jiang Che was thinking, the system's voice interrupted his thoughts. Drops! The system has detected a new son of Qi. Jiang Che frowned. A new son of fortune appeared so quickly? Lin Yu, I haven't even screwed him over yet. Drops. The host is a villain, and automatically holds the title of villain. The probability of you encountering the son of fortune or the daughter of fortune will be greatly increased. Well, it's really becoming a villain. But system, it shouldn't be possible to meet that kind of particularly outrageous protagonist, right? If a demon emperor returns, an immortal is born, a god king is reincarnated, then I'll fight them with my head? Are you kidding me? I'm in martial arts, and you're playing immortal cultivation with me. What's the point of playing? Why don't you just destroy it? Not for the time being. The current level of the world doesn't allow for a protagonist of this caliber. You mean it will in the future? The corner of Jiang Che's mouth twitched. Was it too late to unbind the system now? Hey, forget it, maybe we can play with fairies later. Jiang Che gulped, but soon his perverted expression tightened. Ahem, where is this protagonist? How come I don't see it? Soon, he saw a small young man in a security uniform. The young security guard also had a panel data on his head. Chen Hao, wisdom reduction aura is no longer active. 21 years old. Identity as a newly hired security guard at Shilan School. An heir of the ancient martial arts Chen family. Masters Taijiquan and has a mid-dark force cultivation level. Junior security guard? Jiang Che glanced at this Chen Hao thoughtfully. It was already obvious. The young master of a big family has come out to experience life as a small security guard, and started to pretend to pick up girls and beat up all kinds of faces. In short, it's just one word, cool. Chen Hao also seemed to notice something at this moment, turning his head to look at Jiang Che's car with a hint of bewilderment in his eyes. He always felt that someone was looking at him, but just at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A female voice's cry came from the front. You guys get out of here, I've called the police. You guys stay away from me. Chen Hao's face changed when he heard the girl's cry, and he directly rushed over. And Jiang Che's eyes also slightly converged as he accelerated directly with a kick of the gas. You still want to pretend to be a bully? Then you're destined to overthink it. Chapter 43. Let go of that girl. Let me do it. Xin Xiaoqiao was desperate. The few yellow-haired gangsters in front of her were famous gangsters in the surrounding urban area, and it was said that quite a few girls had been ruined by them, but the news had been suppressed by them. Hey, little beauty, do you want to enter your brother's embrace? We've been staring at you for a long time. What a big beauty. Follow the brothers. Ha ha ha. Classic punk quotes. Jiang Che instantly understood after seeing this scene. This was afraid that it was yet another Heaven's Destiny heroine being rescued by a hero. Jiang Che spat out a sigh. Drop. The host has encountered a bridge where a hero saves her beauty, triggering a divine choice. Choice 1, beat up Chen Hao violently, and then join amongst the yellow hairs. Xin Xiaoqiao's favorability -100, and receives the reward NTR medal. Choice 2, sit and wait for Chen Hao to save Xin Xiaoqiao. Xin Xiaoqiao's favoritism towards Chen Hao +10, and gain 5 years of inner strength. Choice 3, let go of the girl. Xin Xiaoqiao's favorability will be +20, and she will be rewarded with the divine transfiguration technique. P.S. The protagonist will only use the transfiguration art to hold the son of Qiluk. There won't be any transfiguration in female leader XX, so don't worry about consuming it. Jiang Che looked at option 1 and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Join amongst the yellow hairs? NTR medal. After wearing this medal, the host will unlock 3 forms: yellow-haired teenager, greasy beer-bellied middle-aged uncle, and mosaic-faced muscle-bound man. And the probability of the host's NTR will increase by 100%. Wow! 3 fantasy gods. I'm a pervert who feels perverted just listening to it. Choice 1 is definitely out of the question. And as for choice 2, it's even more impossible. Swish. A sound. Jiang Che directly came up with a drift, and the Maybach's huge body drew an arc on the road. The sudden and abrupt change caused the several yellow hairs in Xin Xiaoqiao to be extremely shocked. After seeing Jiang Che get down from the driver's seat, the several yellow hairs had their brows furrowed. Although they didn't know Jiang Che, they knew the Maybach. People who could afford to drive a Maybach were basically either rich or noble. What do you want, kid? Don't think we're afraid of you just because you drive a Maybach. After seeing Jiang Che, Xin Xiaoqiao's entire body rekindled hope. Save me, please save me, they're going to violate me. Jiang Che grinned, taking a step forward. He had a righteous face. Pointing at the few yellow-haired punks, he spoke in a neutral tone. Let go of that girl. The moment these words came out, the air instantly fell into an eerie silence, and the few yellow-haired punks stared wide-eyed. What was this situation? Before they even had time to react, Jiang Che walked in front of Xin Xiaoqiao and swept her into his arms. Xin Xiaoqiao's head directly buzzed, and her eyes went blank. What are you looking at? Get lost. Jiang Che's voice was mixed with dark energy, shocking people's hearts. A fear arose in the hearts of the several punks, and they subconsciously classified Jiang Che into the line of people who could not be offended. You guys let go of that girl. At this time, Chen Hao had only arrived late, only to see such a scene. In an instant, he was enraged. Subconsciously, he took Jiang Che as the leader of these punks. Thus, he directly made a move. What are you doing? It's not me. Why are you hitting me? We didn't touch that woman. Go find him. A few yellow hairs were brutally attacked by Chen Hao, and in 3 or 2 strokes, these yellow hairs were cleaned up. Jiang Che glanced sideways at Chen Hao and slightly hooked his lips. Looking down, he sized up this girl, truly worthy of being a Heaven's Destiny heroine. Her heart pass opened. Anyway, Jiang Che was in the late Dark Force stage and wasn't afraid of Chen Hao, a mid-Dark Force Chi Destiny son. Who is this guy? Which asshole is it? But he's really handsome. Wait, isn't he the senior Jiang Che in the school? How come it's senior Jiang Che? What kind of person is Mr. Gang Chuo? Jiang Che is hugging me. Am I dreaming? Jiang Che is so handsome, the smell of his body is so fragrant, and his embrace is so warm. Jiang Che, what the hell? This Heaven's Destiny heroine is one of his own little fangirls? Ha ha ha, isn't this interesting? Jiang Che leaned down and whispered in Qin Xiaoqiao's ear. Shoo, this place is dangerous. I'll take you away later. Qin Xiaoqiao nodded stupidly. I told you to let go of that girl. Chen Hao's furious voice came out once again, and he was even ready to go forward and give Jiang Che a punch. Jiang Che only picked up Qin Xiaoqiao by the waist. Chen Hao froze for a moment after seeing Qin Xiaoqiao's face. What a beautiful girl. One glance for 10,000 years, but what immediately followed was boundless anger. This dog, how dare he touch the girl he had his eyes on? What a damned thing. Directly stepping in front of Jiang Che, he swung his fist and was ready to strike. What do you want to do? Can't I hug my girlfriend? Jiang Che looked sideways and glanced at Chen Hao. You fart. I've heard this girl shouting for help. I'll eat if you're her boyfriend. Jiang Che pinched Qin Xiaoqiao's arm in his arms. You can leave. He's my boyfriend. Qin Xiaoqiao spoke with a red face. Boom! Chen Hao man froze. He couldn't believe his ears. Just now, this young girl was still screaming for help. How come now? I know. It must be him who threatened you, right? I'll help you right here. Who are you? Can you get lost? Qin Xiaoqiao chided out in a delicate voice. Chen Hao's raised hand froze in midair. Ha, baby, let's go. This guy just knows how to cheat food and drink. Jiang Che turned around and walked into the front of the car, pulling open the door and shoving the young girl into the passenger seat. With a bang, the car door was directly welded shut. With a foot on the gas, he only left Chen Hao with a dumbfounded back. Damn, who the hell are you? That girl, 100% is being held hostage. Chen Hao gritted his teeth. The appearance of that young girl appeared in his mind once again, and although it was only a glimpse, he had already regarded that girl as his future wife. A girl that beautiful, only he could be worthy of her. But it was not easy for his heart to be moved once, but it made him lose so completely. Chapter 44, Rebellious Girl Qin Xiaoqiao. 2 levels of contrast. After Jiang Che stuffed the young girl into the passenger seat, he went through a few traffic lights and finally parked the car on a sparsely populated roadside. Afterwards, he cast a sideways glance at the girl. It had to be said that this girl as the Heaven's Destiny heroine was indeed very pretty as well. Dressed in a Sherlan school uniform, she wore a pair of round-framed glasses. Her nose was high. She had a pair of bangs. She was sitting in the passenger seat clutching her coat, and her cheeks were slightly red. At a glance, she knew that she was the kind of good girl. But Jiang Che naturally did not think that this girl was as innocent as she appeared. Just now, because I had to save you. That's why I was more offended. Jiang Che smiled. What's your name, girl? Qin Xiaoqiao lowered her head. Her cheeks were all red. She seemed to be very shy. Qin Xiaoqiao. Qin Xiaoqiao? Jiang Che felt that this name seemed somewhat familiar, and after thinking about it in his mind for a while, he remembered it. Qin Xiaoqiao, the president of Sherlan School's student council. Her parents were both current teachers at Sherlan School, especially her mother. It was even her own English teacher. At the same time, she was also the third-ranked school beauty of Sherlan School. As for the top 2, they were naturally Yi Mengyao and Yu Wan'er. Jiang Che's heart was in a state of shock. This kind of thing, only exists in the world of fiction. Where are there so many schoolgirls in real life? High school students are busy studying, and college students are busy playing games and falling in love. So who will select a school flower for you? Qin Xiaoqiao? Good name. Very nice indeed. Jiang Che laughed out softly. Qin Xiaoqiao lowered her head. Don't say I'm well-behaved. Well-behaved. Who wants to be obedient? I'm tired of hearing that since I was a kid. I hate it when people say I'm a good girl. Jiang Che was slightly stunned. This Qin Xiaoqiao. He then understood with a hook of his lips. Girls like Qin Xiaoqiao, whose parents were both teachers, generally had high requirements for their children. One could even say very high. That's why children from this kind of family are more prone to rebelliousness. And Qin Xiaoqiao is most likely like this. Thinking of that English teacher of his. Indeed, she was a menopausal, irritating woman with a lot of farting around. Oh, I suddenly remembered. You seem to be the president of our school's student council, if I remember correctly. Your mom seems to be my English teacher, right? Isn't your mom's name Lily Wang? Qin Xiaoqiao raised her eyes, nodded, and said with some surprise, well, my mom is called Wang Lily. It's really true. Your mom, there's really a lot going on. She's disgusting the people in our first class. Jiang Che directly spat up her mom right in front of Qin Xiaoqiao. If it was any other girl, she would have definitely flipped out. But Qin Xiaoqiao was different. Senior Jiang Che is right. My mom is just annoying and mouthy, forcing me to study and practice piano all day long. It's too much. Mr. Jiang Che, my mom is actually like this to all the students, and she's also very strict with me at home. The contrasting female of the table. Hey, don't mention your mom anymore. It's annoying to think about it. I'm afraid I'm going to curse if I say it again, spitting on her mom in front of Qin Xiaoqiao. I guess Jiang Che is the only one who dares to do so. Senior Jiang Che, don't you dare talk about my mom. She's doing it for your own good. Ghosts will believe it. That old hag of a mother is a nuisance. What do you mean I'm doing it for your own good? You're just doing it for your own vanity. Jiang Che hooked his lips and smiled. Her heart pass is truly a divine skill. What's wrong? Your mom often messes with the minds of us school dregs. Is it not okay for me to spit out a few words? Jiang Che gradually began to pervert, and even unbuckled his seatbelt. Then you can't call my mom an old hag either. Qin Xiaoqiao seemed to be a bit angry and pouted her lips. It appeared somewhat cute. Old demoness. Old demon granny. Old demoness. Jiang Che was a little tense. This rebellious Qin Xiaoqiao. It was really somewhat adorable, which made Jiang Che unable to resist wanting to see another side of her. Fine. Your mom. She's always messing with my mind. I'll take it as revenge back today. Jiang Che hooked his lips and glanced at Qin Xiaoqiao. Qin Xiaoqiao slightly bit her lip. Senior Jiang Che, you said, what about? Use me to get back at mom? How could you be like this? Senior Jiang Che? But, mom, you did go a little too far indeed. You wouldn't let me fall in love until I graduated from college. I'm going to do it now. I'll kill you all. Jiang Che laughed as Xiao Xiao lived and died. The young girl's inner thoughts were so stupid that Jiang Che almost lost his smile. Jiang Che knew too well that a girl like Qin Xiaoqiao, a high-pressure family environment would inevitably cause the child to develop a rebellious mentality. She panicked. Yellow dividing line. Jiang, Senior Jiang Che, I'm leaving first. I'm going to be late for morning study. Qin Xiaoqiao got down from Jiang Che's car, panicked, hugged her small school bag and ran away. Shame on you. Hurry up and sneak away. Xiaoqiao, this is my phone number. If you miss me, you can call me. Qin Xiaoqiao took the note in Jiang Che's hand and hurriedly got out of the car. When she just got out of the car, her knees went weak and she almost fell. Jiang Che looked at Qin Xiaoqiao's departing back and hooked a bad smile. Hey, Qin Xiaoqiao, see you some other time. Jiang Che's words caused Qin Xiaoqiao's cheeks to blush and she didn't dare to meet Jiang Che's eyes at all. Qin Xiaoqiao directly twisted her head and left. Senior Jiang Che is so handsome. I like it so much. Jiang Che? Black question mark. Hard to crash. Chapter 45, Qin Xiaoqiao, I don't want to be a good girl anymore. A certain grandmaster had once said, don't miss out on a good girl and don't let go of a bad girl. Although Qin Xiaoqiao wasn't considered a bad girl, there was no difference between her and a good girl, so how could Jiang Che let her go? A girl who was given for nothing was a real saint. A girl like Qin Xiaoqiao wanted to rebel, but was as pure as a piece of white paper. Phew! Jiang Che exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He was all the way to the door ready to knock, but it turned out that the person ran away in fear. Although Jiang Che was a bit perverted, he couldn't force himself on people, right? In the school security room. Leader, I will definitely shoulder the profession of security guard, and in the future, I can guarantee, as long as I am in this position for a day, idle people will never be able to enter the school. Chen Hao patted his chest, wearing a security uniform. Well, little Chen, you do a good job. The leader with a big belly patted Chen Hao's shoulder and nodded. After Chen Hao walked out from the security room, he didn't know why. He remembered the scene just now again. It was so hard for him to fall in love with a girl at first sight, but he ended up getting into another man's car. Isn't it just a Maybach? I'm the young master of the Guwu Chen family. What kind of luxury car don't I have? Don't look at the fact that he was only a small bodyguard now, but he was actually a hidden dark force mid-stage expert. Just when he was depressed to the extreme, his eyes happened to see the entrance of the school. A girl in school uniform walked down from the Maybach in a panic, and even almost all of them had to fall down. Chen Hao's eyes lit up. Wasn't this the girl he had been longing for? Wait. Chen Hao took a look at this appearance of Qin Xiaoqiao, and a terrible thought was born in his heart. Just now, they couldn't have been in the car. Something happened, right? Just thinking about this possibility made Chen Hao's heart ache to the point of suffocation. No, surely it can't be. That girl is an ice-clean and pure-hearted girl at a glance. How can she be that kind of indiscreet girl? It must be that her legs hurt. Yes, it must be a leg pain. Classmate, class is about to start. Hurry up, Chen Hao urged. Qin Xiaoqiao propped one hand on her knee, her entire breathing disordered. Jogging, she arrived at the school entrance. Classmate, what's your name? You're late. I'm going to record it. Don't worry, I won't report it to the school. Chen Hao walked up to Qin Xiaoqiao, and after seeing the girl's shy appearance, the whole person was like a heavy blow. It's you? Qin Xiaoqiao froze. Just now the guy who wanted to save her heroically. How did he change into a school security guard? Ahem. My name is Chen Hao. I'm a security guard at the school now. What's your name, classmate? Although Chen Hao was heartbroken, he still asked patiently. Qin Xiaoqiao slowly spoke. My name is Qin Xiaoqiao. After saying that, she stepped into the middle of the school gate. Qin Xiaoqiao? How beautiful. For a moment, Chen Hao had thought of the name of the child between them. Hey, security guard, open the door. I want to go in. A lazy voice interrupted Chen Hao's thoughts. Chen Hao turned his head to see that Jiang Che was looking at him with a smile. You're that asshole. Chen Hao glared at Jiang Che with a deadly glare, the anger in his eyes spilling out. It was this damned guy. What are you scolding me for? Quickly open the door and let me in. Jiang Che spoke playfully. Chen Hao clenched his fists tightly in death. Idle people are not allowed to enter. Jiang Che had expected this guy to make things difficult for him, but he wasn't worried. He pulled out his student ID. This is my student ID. Now I can enter, right? Jiang Che's words made the corner of Chen Hao's mouth twitch. This damn guy was even a student of Shirlan School? But you're late. Class is already in session now. Chen Hao bit the bullet. He couldn't let this guy enter the school anyway. The school has school rules, but any student inside the school is free to enter and exit the school during classes. Jiang Che opened his mouth with a confident face. Anyway, the main fight a bluff. Randomly pulling a school rule. You don't believe me? If you don't believe me, go check it yourself. Anyway, the number of words in a school's general school rules could be enough to produce a novel. Jiang Che didn't believe that Chen Hao would check them one by one. Chen Hao really couldn't hold back and glared at Jiang Che. Can you open the door now? Although he was reluctant in his heart, he still opened the door. Jiang Che strutted through the school gate. Goo, my waist. Jiang Che pressed down on his waist for a moment. Frowning, whispering to himself, he said, I'm exhausted, little master. Goo, my waist is almost broken. Chen Hao's face became pitch black as he gritted his teeth and stared at Jiang Che, itching to kill him immediately. If it was his previous self, would have punched him in the face long ago, but now he couldn't do it. Although he was the young master of the ancient martial Chen family, he still had to follow the law, and couldn't hit people indiscriminately. Confucianism uses the written word to break the law, and chivalry uses martial arts to violate the prohibition. The Dragon Kingdom couldn't even count the number of harmonization strength powerhouses shot every year on one hand, so it didn't matter what kind of strength you were. All beings are equal in the face of American Jiu-Jitsu. Qin Xiaoqiao, who had returned to the classroom's entire face was slightly better, but her heart was already in turmoil, and she couldn't listen to the first two classes at all. Senior Jiang Che, there's something badass about it, and it's so handsome. Humph, old hag, you guys won't let me fall in love, right? I'll be with Mr. Jiang Che after a while, so I'll be mad at you all. No one knew just how strong Qin Xiaoqiao's parents' desire to control her was, especially her mom. Every day, they had to watch her do her homework until late at night. I remember when she was an adolescent, she liked to clip her legs. She was scolded by her mom, who said she was shameless. Since then, Lily Wine got a sofa and lived in her bedroom. Every time she took a test, she had to be in the top 10 in her grade, or else she had to be beaten on the palm of her hand. This kind of twisted love made her feel fear and terror, and the rebellious heart had long been deeply rooted in the young girl's heart. The young girl looked down at the small note that Jiang Che had handed over to her, her eyes gradually firming up. She didn't want to be a good girl anymore. Chapter 46, Yi Mengyao, Wan Heir. Do you like Jiang Che? Jiang Che sat in the classroom and began to study the skills he had just acquired. Divine Grade Transfiguration Art. God Grade Transfiguration Skill. It can change the host's facial appearance, height and bone structure. With this skill you can even transfigure yourself into a girl. And the system is kindly gifted with a complementary skill, Master Ventriloquism. Divine Transfiguration. This is not just any ordinary makeup technique. This is already equivalent to a supernormal ability technique, completely changing one's appearance from the inside out. It was no exaggeration to say that Jiang Che, who had fused that skill, as long as he was willing, he could even completely transform himself into a woman. Of course, Jiang Che wouldn't do that. As a straight man of steel, if he turned into a woman, then it would be better for him to die. This skill may sound a bit chickenish, but after all, More skill is better than less. Let's say you're already 18 centimeters, but you still want to make it past 20. Jiang Che, what are you laughing at? Jiang Che? Right at this moment, a piercing voice entered his ears. Raising his eyes, a middle-aged woman with black-framed glasses was pointing at him with the tip of a piece of chalk, and the woman was also crossing her arms, looking like a tigress. Wang Lily, his own English teacher and also Qin Xiaoqiao's mother. This year, she was in her early 40s, although she was only 2 or 3 years older than her own mother, but she was a heaven and earth. Jiang Yunli looked like a 20-year-old girl, while Wang Lily looked like a 50-year-old mom. Jiang Che glanced at Wang Lily. I remembered something happy. Wang Lily frowned. Go home and think about happy things. I'm in the middle of a lesson here. Listen carefully. Jiang Che laughed out lightly. Really an old hag, but I still want to say one thing. Your daughter is so beautiful. Wang Lily didn't continue to make things difficult for Jiang Che. In her eyes, Jiang Che's kind of scum was completely hopeless. Just a second-generation fop waiting to die. Her own daughter should never marry this kind of dude in the future. Although Wang Lily was rigid, she never dragged the class. This side of the class bell has just rung. The topic was halfway through the lecture and then stopped. Not for a second did she stay inside the classroom. Jiang Che, have you eaten yet? This is the breakfast I brought for you. Yi Mengyao continued to walk in front of Jiang Che as usual with an early breakfast, her eyes secretly looking at the teenager in front of her, her heart jumping about. Jiang Che, this is the breakfast I made with my own hands. I wrapped the buns myself last night. Can you taste it? Yi Mengyao's eyes showed a touch of begging. When had the teenage girl whose 10 fingers were not touched by the water of the spring ever cooked with her own hands? But that night, Jiang Che's attitude towards the marriage contract made her see a glimmer of hope that she might actually be able to salvage that one true heart of Jiang Che's. She really regretted it. And during this period of time, every night when she slept, she would think of the bits and pieces of what she had been. Jiang Che glanced at her bashfully, his heart feeling good. In the face of Yi Mengyao's loving breakfast, Jiang Che didn't reject it. Instead he picked up a xiaolong bao and put it in his mouth. It just so happened that he had just worked hard in the car and was now a little hungry. Yi Mengyao's bun was beautifully wrapped, small and delicate, soft and whistling, emitting hot air. Jiang Che took a bite, his eyes slightly converged. It was unexpectedly delicious. He had thought that Yi Mengyao would make dark cuisine. Thanks. Jiang Che still had that look of rejecting others, but in fact, he was already feeling good inside. See, this is Missy. This is the woman. When you're desperately chasing after her, she treats you with disregard. When you don't chase her, instead, she took the initiative more than anyone else, and even started to backpedal. Yi Mengyao lowered her head with a blushing face, gently biting her thin lips. For the first time, Jiang Che hadn't rejected her. Didn't this mean there was still room for maneuver? Or, he still liked himself? Jiang Che, can you accompany me to choose a dress this weekend? The dress I'm wearing for my birthday party. I want you to help me choose it. Yi Mengyao timidly opened her mouth. Jiang Che, getting an inch, aren't you? I don't have time. I still have to have you want heir tutor me during the weekend. You want heir, who was QD, stared wide-eyed at this point. Hey, why are you bringing me along too? You want me to tutor you on the weekend? I won't even go. I won't have an aunt to protect me next weekend. Want heir. Yi Mengyao bit her lip in death. I don't know why, but the 3 words you want heir sounded so harsh coming from Jiang Che's mouth. Yi Mengyao walked away somewhat despondently. After returning to her seat, the young girl's heart had been obsessed with a question. You want heir in Jiang Che? How did their relationship suddenly become so good? Was it just tutoring and studies? Although she was stupid and sweet, it wasn't like she was really stupid. A woman's sixth sense told her, the relationship between Wan Heir and Jiang Che shouldn't be as simple as it appears. But she really trusted Yuan Er too much. After all, this was her good girlfriend. The relationship between them had to be so good that they could use the same straw. Wan Heir baby? Yi Mengyao used her elbow to gently poke the little loli who was working on a problem. Sister Yao, what's wrong? Yuan Er had already guessed what Yi Mengyao wanted to say, but she still pretended to have an innocent face. How do you feel about Jiang Che? What kind of person do you think Jiang Che is? Yi Mengyao asked. Then, there's no need to say? Big bad egg, dead pervert, pure and innocent asshole. At most, only that little bit of tenderness. But these words obviously couldn't come out of one's own mouth. There was definitely something wrong with them once they were said. Jiang Che actually, his talent for learning is quite good. He just doesn't love to study much. Sister Yao, he's really smart. He'll learn as soon as I teach him. But he just doesn't want to learn. How could Yi Mengyao possibly outplay Yuan Er? If Yi Mengyao's EQ is 0, then Yuan Er's EQ is 100. I directly answered the question without any cracks to speak of. Yi Mengyao was a bit annoyed. She didn't want to ask this but she has never been very eloquent. She just can't speak on her own. That's what made her hurt Jiang Che's heart. Heir, what I want to ask is, do you like Jiang Che? Helplessly, Yi Mengyao directly played straight ball. Yuaner's expression instantly froze. Her mood completely flustered. Chapter 47 Jiang Che's disguise. Chen Hao who was pitted. Heir was flustered. Yi Mengyao's words poked at the deepest vulnerability of her heart. In an instant, the little girl felt as if her heart had been stripped bare. Sister Yao Yao, how could you think that? How could I possibly like Jiang Che? The smile on Heir's face was slightly stiff, but a voice couldn't help but appear in the bottom of her heart. Do you really not like it? Obviously, it was impossible for her to not have feelings for Jiang Che. Even though she hated Jiang Che so much that she couldn't wait to jump up and bite him to death, she had to admit, she did like Jiang Che as well. Oh, Heir, I'm relieved when you say that. If you like Jiang Che, then I'll quit. Since you don't like Jiang Che, then I will definitely chase after him. Yi Mengyao put up her arms and gave herself a pep talk, her eyes even more determined. But she didn't see Heir's disoriented look. At noon, class teacher Zhu Yong entered the class. I have an announcement for everyone. This afternoon, a leader from the province is coming to our school for a secret inspection, so you guys must pay some attention to it. When you meet someone wearing an executive jacket, carrying a briefcase, and wearing large leather shoes, you must be more restrained. Zhu Yong's words caused the other students in the class to sigh. Formalism again. Even students in an aristocratic school couldn't escape the clutches of formalism. As for Jiang Che, after hearing these words, he pondered slightly before revealing a jie smile, the divine-grade disguise technique that he had just obtained. Wouldn't this come in handy? Chen Hao, you little security guard. Today, I will first give you strength. In the security room, do you hear me? This afternoon, put your eyes on me. There are big leaders coming to inspect the province. Don't talk too much, okay? The big-bellied principal personally came to the security room and communicated with Chen Hao. I understand. Chen Hao nodded his head. In fact, his heart was despicable. What kind of big leader wants to make me a big expert of the middle stage of dark force? Grovel? This is obviously impossible. A dark force powerhouse could not be humiliated. Not to mention that behind him was the behemoth that was the ancient martial arts Chen family. But Chen Hao knew the current self was just a small security guard. It was better to keep a low profile. Little Chen, do a good job. I think highly of you. If you do well, I'll promote you to head of security. The principal began to draw a big pie. Take care, principal. After Chen Hao sent the principal away. Bah, what the hell are you doing? Still making me grovel to someone? Do you know who I am? I'm the young master of the ancient martial arts Chen family. My dad is a generation of Taiji master. Chen Hao was holding a bellyful of fire in his heart. The matter of Qin Xiaoqiao being defiled by that dogman in the morning. Qin Xiaoqiao was defiled by that dogman in the morning. It's always been on his mind. Right at this moment, another familiar voice rang out. Little Chen, what did you say? The ghostly voice directly frightened Chen Hao. Looking up, how come the principal had folded back again? School, principal, why are you back again? You changed your clothes? Chen Hao rubbed his eyes in confusion. If he remembered correctly, it seems that the principal wasn't wearing this dress just now, right? What? Is my change of clothes in your way? Or is it that you don't like me? The principal snorted coldly. No, it's fine, principal you say. Chen Hao instantly became somewhat humble. Well, it's just that someone from the education bureau called me just now, saying that the leaders from the province are not coming. The principal paused, and then continued to speak. Recently, there are often some outside vendors inside our school, wearing executive jackets, carrying briefcases, pretending to be human-like, but in fact, they are the ones who mix into our school to sell stationery. You have to keep a close eye on these people. Understand? Don't drop the ball for me. Chen Hao was a bit confused listening to this. He only felt that his CPU was a bit overloaded. Just now, he had said that his attitude should be more humble, but now he was going to drive people away? Sure enough, these leaders are just pure cerebral palsy. Yes, I guarantee that no one will be able to blend in, especially these hawkers. I'll see one and hit one. Chen Hao swore and patted his chest. The principal nodded in relief. Not bad. You have a promising future ahead of you. Little Chen, I'll notify the people on the finance side to give you a raise in salary after a while. After saying that, he patted his butt and left. Looking at the principals departing back, Chen Hao was a bit smug. This principal, although, at least gave me a raise. Chen Hao was the young master of the ancient martial Chen family. Yes, but he was currently working outside and couldn't rely on his family. It is still more important to the salary and other things. Ha, I'm going to die laughing. Jiang Che found a place where no one was around, lifted his divine transfiguration technique, and immediately took off the suit he was wearing and threw it into the jade pendant space. That's right, the principal just now was naturally him in disguise. In terms of messing with people's minds, Jiang Che was a professional. Campus life didn't seem to be that boring, picking up girls during the weekdays and occasionally tutoring the sons of Chi. It's a lot of fun. Hey, how good would it be if this Lin Yu guy was still inside the school? Had I known that I wouldn't have screwed him so hard? One less source of joy. Jiang Che somewhat missed Lin Yu. Lin Yu, this fellow was simply simple-minded and limber. Dealing with him was simply not too simple. Achoo. Damn, I'm actually catching a cold? Lin Yu was grimy at this moment, and his clothes were in tatters. It was obvious that the mix was rather miserable. Hell knows what he had gone through in the past 2 days. He was preparing to set up a stall on the roadside to save people, but as a result, whenever he was about to act like a bully, there were always a few guys in the crowd shouting quackery, and every time, they say that they don't have a license to practice medicine, and all the patients they managed to lure were scared away. There were bad guys in the crowd. Just when he was having a headache, suddenly there was a commotion in the crowd in front of him. Where's the ambulance? Where did the ambulance go? Someone fainted here. It's over. It's over. I forgot to bring my dad's quick-acting heart-saving pills with me when I went out today. Hurry up and call an ambulance. Lin Yu slowly raised his eyes, the corner of his mouth hooked up with an evil smile. He could wait until now. After going down the mountain for so long, he could have a chance to pretend to be a bully. Who was he? He was the heir to the ghost doctor. Wouldn't a heart attack in the area be a handful? Chapter 48, Chenhao spits at the provincial leader and the angry principal. Shirlan School. Chenhao was lying in the security room at the entrance of the school, his 2 legs leisurely resting on the table. Smoking cigarettes and brushing the videos of beautiful women was simply beautiful. Damn, these female anchors. They're full of high tech. Chenhao spat out. He thought of Qin Xiaoqiao again. Like this kind of girl is the pure natural beauty girl. Beautiful, simple and lovely, dumping those female anchors by 8 streets. But when he thought of Qin Xiaoqiao's appearance when she got down from the Maybach, his heart ached. Damn it, that student who bullied her is called Jiang Che, isn't it? You already have a way of taking death. Just at this moment, several middle-aged men appeared at the door one after another. Is the security guard here? Open the door. Let us in. Following the sound, Chenhao's gaze narrowed slightly. Executive jackets, big leather shoes, carrying briefcases, and all holding a few teacups with water in their hands. If it was a normal day, Chenhao might have thought that they were all some kind of leaders or something. But just now, the principal had reminded himself that this kind of people were not leaders at all, but hawkers who came from outside the school. Asterisk. Chenhao clenched his fists and directly opened the window. Hey, what the are you all? Don't you know that it's class time? If you're not current teachers and students of the school, get the hell out of here. He was not in a good mood to begin with, and the girl he fell in love with at first sight was flirting with other men, which made him feel like he was being green. So naturally, these leaders from the province became Chenhao's punching bag. The leaders who were scolded by Chenhao looked at each other with some confusion on their faces. They had never expected to be scolded by a security guard? Ha ha ha. Shirlan School is worthy of being an aristocratic school. Even the security guards have such a strong sense of precaution. This student's safety is indeed guaranteed. One of the leaders at the head laughed slightly awkwardly. Security brother, we're just going to enter the school to take a stroll. We communicated with your principal in advance. You let us in? The leader squinted and smiled, not looking angry. I told you guys to get lost. You hear me? What the hell? Do you really think that any cat or dog can come in? Chenhao scolded sternly. It can be said to be the kind of face that is not given at all. Leaders give you steps you do not go down, but also demolished the leadership of the stage. A few provincial leaders at once cannot strain. Face as hard as eating. This little comrade, how do you talk? Don't you even know the minimum respect? Chenhao was disdainful. You're a bunch of ing peddlers. I respect Nima. Chenhao even spat a mouthful of phlegm. Under the enhancement of dark energy, this mouthful of phlegm was not ordinary phlegm. It was the phlegm in Wang Wei's poem, and it flew out 7 or 8 meters away at once. With a loud snap, it was accurately spat on the leader's face. The atmosphere was strangely silent. Where is your principal? I want to see your principal. The leaders couldn't tense up. It was really a tiger falling down and being bullied by a dog. Although they, the inspection team personnel, didn't have any particularly big real power in the Ministry of Education, but which school mustn't treat them respectfully? As a result, today even the school door did not go in it. Was so humiliated, Naruto came to endure. Secretary Lin, I'll make a call. Another person on the side hurriedly made a call, and Chenhao still had a sneer on his face. Still pretending to make a call? I'm afraid there's no answer. You people, I'll tell you again. You apologize to us. Open the school gate and forget about it. We won't bother with you. Secretary Lin gritted his teeth and wiped the phlegm off his face with a tissue. A feeling of revulsion surged through his heart. Did this bid eat garlic at noon? Apologize with you guys? What the hell are you guys asking me to apologize to you? Chen Hao was still arrogant and wanton. Secretary Lin. What a long time to live. A security guard was able to bully them. Hey, are you Wang Lijian, the principal of Shirlan School? Our inspection team was stopped by your school's security guards at the school's entrance. Come here quickly. On the other side, Wang Lijian's brows furrowed after he picked up the phone. How could it be? Didn't he talk to the door security in advance? What is this situation? But he still rushed out in a fire. When Chen Hao saw that the other party had actually dialed the phone, his complexion got a bit tense. Although he was arrogant, he wasn't a fool, and these people didn't seem like they were pretending. If they were ordinary vendors, being targeted like this by himself would have long since scared away. But these people were still standing here in a furious manner now. You guys, are you really the leaders from above? Chen Hao asked tentatively, but Secretary Lin and the others didn't respond to him at all. And this scene at the school gate also attracted the attention of many students. This little security guard is really powerful. These people know at a glance that they are leaders from above. This he dares to dislike? This is really not afraid of death. Not a moment later, Wang Lijian hurried over. Secretary Lin, what's going on? What happened? Wang Lijian wiped the sweat from his forehead. He was just a principal. His power wasn't even as big as the school managers inside the school. Seeing that he had actually called the principal over, Chen Hao looked slightly alarmed and hurriedly stood up. Principal Wang, why are you here? Principal Wang didn't bother with him and quickly learned the cause and effect of the matter. He almost didn't die in one breath. Secretary Lin, you guys come in quickly. Chen Hao, what are you doing? Hurry up and open the door. He hated to strangle Chen Hao at this moment, but he was a principal after all. It was impossible for him to get angry in public. This was how it was in the school. Usually the principal and vice principal rarely got angry and were all smiles. All the dirty work was left to the director of instruction and the class teacher. Chen Hao hurriedly nodded his head. His head was blank inside until now, completely confused about the situation. I'll be looking for you later. Secretary Lin, this way. Wang Lijian glared at Chen Hao, then nodded his head to the several leaders. Your school's security guards are so powerful, and they call me a peddler? What's wrong? Looking down on small traders? Where? Chen Hao clenched his fists and cursed in his heart. Principal. Mud horse. He had absolutely no idea what was going on. Was this principal nymphomaniacal? I completely follow what you said to do well, but Chen Hao knew very well that if he didn't do something, I'm afraid this security guard is going to be the end of the line. I can't lose this job. There are so many beautiful women inside the campus waiting for me to pick them up. Chapter 49, Disliking Wang Lily. Qin Xiaoqiao's boldness. Chen Hao wasn't dismissed in the end. He still relied on the power of the ancient martial Chen family, allowing him to remain inside the school as a security guard. But although he was the young master of the Chen family, how could the Chen family only have one young master? Some of the Chen family members had long felt dissatisfied with him. Damn it, I don't want to return to the Chen family. Chen Hao clenched his hands tightly. At first, he had fallen out with the people in the family and that was why he came out. His father had given him 3 years to come out and make a name for himself. If he couldn't achieve anything, he would have to return to the family. The family promised to help him only 3 times. As a result, Chen Hao never thought that this first help would be used in such a small place. It is really a cannon hitting a mosquito. Jiang Che, are you really not going to pick a dress with me? Yi Mingyao's large, watery eyes were permeated with hope as she tightly clutched a corner of Jiang Che's coat. Jiang Che backhanded the young girl's delicate jade hand and pushed it away without mercy. I'm sorry, Wan Heir is going to tutor me in my homework in the afternoon, so you can go by yourself. Jiang Che said and took Wan Heir's small hand. You Wan Heir? What Wan Heir? Jiang Che, don't talk nonsense, okay? It's over. Sister Yao Yao is definitely going to become hostile towards me. There's more. I'm not going to tutor you. I don't want to go. This was indeed the case. Yi Mengyao's face suddenly changed when she heard Jiang Che blurt out the phrase Wan Heir, called so intimately. Yi Mengyao bit her thin lips and looked towards Jiang Che. Yuan was also in a hurry at this time. Sister Yao Yao, he's not willing to accompany you. Can I accompany you? Yuan Heir's trick to Yi Mengyao was simple. Spoiling and being cute. Yi Mengyao quickly fell under the little lowly's sugar-coated bomb. Well, Wan Heir, let's go together. Yi Mengyao pulled Yuan and left. Before leaving, Yuan even turned around and made a face at Jiang Che, as if she was mocking him. Humph, dead pervert, what's in your mind, can I not know? Curse you for a lifetime of young committee. Ha! Jiang Che's eyes flashed with a hint of danger. As a hunter, the prey was already inside the dinner plate, still insanely provoking him without realizing it. It did make him a bit angry. In the office, Xiao, what kind of stuff did you take in this mock exam? You only got 142 in English, and you managed to get 2 questions wrong in reading comprehension? Did you grow eyes for nothing? The answers are all written on your face. Wang Lili took the paper and criticized the well-behaved girl in front of her for a while. Xiao was so scared that her body was like a sieve, lowering her head and not daring to speak. Mom, I was wrong. I'll definitely improve on my next English exam, the young girl stammered, on the verge of being lectured to tears, clutching the corner of her coat tightly. Progress? I want a perfect score. Mom, I will definitely get a perfect score on my next exam. Xiao desperately nodded her head, but a trace of imperceptible hatred flashed through her lowered eyes. And just then, the office door was opened. A white-clothed figure walked in. Who else could it be if not Jiang Che? Teacher Wang, I forgot to hand in my English homework. This is my English homework. Wang Lili was in the middle of disciplining someone when she looked up at Jiang Che, the displeasure in her eyes written on her face. Ha, you can forget to hand in even the homework you copied. Jiang Che didn't refute Wang Lili's words, although his grades in all subjects were now unrivaled. This one assignment was really copied. No, not only did he copy it, he didn't even write a single word. It was all written for him by Yuan Heir. Jiang Che glanced at Xiao who was being reprimanded to the point of tears. No wonder this girl would be so rebellious, bumping into such a strong, domineering and controlling superb mother. Not jumping off the building is already considered a good state of mind. Little girl, one-dimensional obedience cannot see your brother Jiang give you a sample. Mr. Wang, you're wrong. I didn't copy the homework. I didn't write it at all. It's all written by others for me. I didn't touch a word. Jiang Che shrugged his shoulders. The dead pig was not afraid of boiling water. Wang Lili was stunned. She had never seen such an arrogant student. You, who helped you write this? Get her over here. Jiang Che skimmed his mouth. What? Shouldn't you punish me? A student who made a mistake. Ms. Wang, why are you looking for someone else? Or are you afraid of my background? Not daring to offend me? Jiang Che's words caused Xiao's eyes on the side to go wide. Her red eyes filled with excitement. Senior Jiang Che actually dared to directly stiffen her mother, and didn't give her any face at all. This was too handsome. This was totally what she wanted to do but didn't dare to do. Wang Lili was smoking with anger. Jiang Che was indeed right. Although she looked down on a dude like Jiang Che, she really didn't dare to offend him. After all, his old man was the richest man in Hangzhou, and he was the biggest school manager of Shilan School, the kind that could make himself unmarketable in the entire Hangzhou education sector with a single word. Jiang Che, I don't want to argue with you. If you don't want to write, you don't even have to write your homework in the future. I'll see what you'll do when you take the national exam in the future. Wang Lili's words couldn't stimulate Jiang Che a bit at all. Ha ha, Teacher Wang, I don't need to study. My pocket money for a month is more than what you've earned in your life. Study? What's there to learn about learning? Jiang Che was good at disliking people, and in one fell swoop, Wang Lili was dumbfounded. Silence was tonight's conchao. Mom, I'll go back first? Xiao asked tentatively. Get lost and go back. Wang Lili's face was considered clean. People like her, after losing face in front of outsiders, she would definitely get it back on her own family. Xiao ran out as if she was relieved, and her eyes flashed with a hint of fascination as she looked at Jiang Che before leaving. Jiang Che humiliated Wang Lili for a while longer before strutting out of the office. He was already unhappy with this old woman. What the hell are you? If I'm not happy, I can make you unable to mix in Hangzhou with just one sentence. Jiang Che's front foot had just left, and behind him Wang Lili was furious as she swept the things on the table off the ground. Jiang Che had just walked to the stairway when a warm and soft body jumped into his arms. The refreshing fragrance made the corners of Jiang Che's lips hook slightly. A rebellious young girl was really enough for nothing. Xiao gathered her courage and raised her head to forget Jiang Che in front of her, her eyes revealing hope. There was also a hint of rebellious wildness. Chapter 50, Trigger Choice. Chen Hao's holding back. Xiao was too bold, but it was both unexpected, yet reasonable. Drop. Trigger Villain Choice. Choice 1, immediately push him away and slap him as a warning. Receive the title, Turtle Slave. Choice 2, a shallow kiss. Gain 3 years of internal strength. Choice 3, I'm on fire now? Receive a reward, super self-healing factor. Still choosing 3. Jiang Che felt that he didn't need to choose anymore. In the future, he didn't even need to look at the title when triggering the villain's choice. He could just choose 3 directly. Turtle Slave. In ancient times, the men who washed the women's underwear and panties inside the greenhouses were the lowest and most humble existences. Every turtle slave aspires to become a real man. After the host wears this title, the host, after wearing this title, will never be able to rise up. Number 1 chooses none of the dogs. I choose 3. Super self-healing factor at the drop of a hat. Old witch, old hag, I'll let you lecture me. You don't want me to fall in love. I don't want to. I want to fall in love. Although Qin Xiaoqiao was unable to speak, her heart had been completely disintegrated. The contrasting side of a good girl was not something anyone could see. Just then, a footstep appeared in the corridor. It startled Qin Xiaoqiao. Jiang, Senior Jiang Che. Someone is coming. Jiang Che hooked his lips into a smile, then came up to Qin Xiaoqiao's ear, using his clothes to cover the young girl's body. Xiaoqiao, follow me. Qin Xiaoqiao nodded her head when she was confused. The two then walked out of the school building one after the other. Jiang Che had just left with his front foot when Wang Lily came over to receive water with a water cup in her hand. Just now, I seem to have seen Xiaoqiao. Was it an illusion? Wang Lily rubbed her eyes and frowned. Jiang, Senior Jiang Che, where are you taking me? Qin Xiaoqiao blushed slightly and asked curiously. Jiang Che came close to the young girl's ear and murmured softly. Subsequently, Qin Xiaoqiao's face instantly burst into red. This is too exciting, isn't it? Why is there an inexplicable anticipation? Humph, damnable old hag. Not only do I want to fall in love, I'll do everything you won't let me do. She's got a great mind-reading skill. It's like, you've got 4 bombs and 2 kings in your hand, and your opponent is playing you with open cards. Qin Xiaoqiao had said it all. TSK. Jiang Che pinched Qin Xiaoqiao's face. Xiaoqiao, I think you also hate your mom, right? Do you want to get back at her? Qin Xiaoqiao wasn't a little cutie either, knowing what Jiang Che's mouth meant by revenge. But this, how do you think you'll earn it? Qin Xiaoqiao muttered in a small voice. Jiang Che was slightly embarrassed. It was like fooling a little loli with a lollipop. As a result, they didn't fall for it at all and even gave you a backhanded slap. Xiaoqiao, how many chances can there be to indulge in life? Not to mention that your mom keeps you under such strict control? Jiang Che froze Qin Xiaoqiao with a single sentence. Her heart moved. Although I might be at a disadvantage, as long as I can make that old hag feel bad, I'm happy. Not to mention that Senior Jiang Che is so handsome. It's done. The corner of Jiang Che's mouth hooked up in an arc as he led Qin Xiaoqiao towards the school's main gate. He had intentionally walked through the gate. After all, our little security guard Chen Hao is still watching the gate, right? Although Chen Hao in the security room was looking at his cell phone, his mind was filled with Qin Xiaoqiao's figure. As the young master of the Chen family, he generally has a very high vision, and there are very few women who can meet his eyes. But he fell in love at first sight with Qin Xiaoqiao. Just when he was thinking about it, the glass of the security room was knocked on. Security guard, open the door. A voice entered Chen Hao's ears. Who the hell is your grandpa? Chen Hao was furious before he even looked up. He was only in his early 20s. Where did he look like a grandpa? As a result, when he looked up, the scene in front of him almost made his brain bleed. This guy, Jiang Che, even had his arm around Qin Xiaoqiao, and the two of them were behaving very intimately. It's not a grandpa. Then I'm sorry. I called out the wrong uncle. Jiang Che's apology was full of sincerity. Chen Hao's face was pitch black at this moment, and he cared more about Qin Xiaoqiao than being called a grandpa and uncle. Qin Xiaoqiao, isn't this guy the one who bullied you? How can you hang out with this kind of guy? Qin Xiaoqiao raised her eyes slightly. You, who are you? Chen Hao's expression was as difficult as if he was constipated. Alright, security uncle, you open the door quickly. The two of us are going out to do something urgent. Jiang Che looked more anxious. No way. It's the middle of the school day. Students can't leave the school at will. How could Chen Hao let Jiang Che leave school with Qin Xiaoqiao in his arms? After leaving the school, hell knows where they would go. Uncle security guard, have you forgotten Shirlan School's school rules? Students can freely enter and exit the school. Do you really think that aristocratic schools are the same as ordinary schools? Jiang Che's words silenced Chen Hao. He had heard this sentence twice. He really went to look up the Shirlan School's school rules at noon, but after seeing the 500-plus pages of the school rules handbook that was comparable to a dictionary, he resolutely gave up. No means no. Don't be uneducated at this young age. Hurry up and go back to study. Jiang Che was happy to see Chen Hao setting up a score. Turning sideways, he whispered in Qin Xiaoqiao's ear. Say something quickly. If we delay for a while, people will be coming from all around. Qin Xiaoqiao's delicate body trembled. She was enjoying the excitement of rebellion, but if she was really discovered by her mother, she would definitely have to receive a scolding and a severe beating. Security uncle, Senior Jiang Che and I really have something to do. Just let us out. Chen Hao. Chapter 51, Qin Xiaoqiao's shyness. Obtaining super self-healing factor. Chen Hao felt like he had never been so suffocated before. Obviously his favorite girl was right in front of him, but he could only watch her snuggle beside other men, opening the school gate for her and watching her drift away from other men. No. Feeling as if a piece of his heart was missing, Chen Hao hurriedly took off the security uniform he was wearing and sneakily followed him. Jiang, Senior Jiang Che, where are you taking me? Qin Xiaoqiao asked knowingly. Although she was looking forward to it in her heart, she still displayed the appearance of a soft white rabbit. Hush! Jiang Che hooked his lips and smiled, grasping the steering wheel with one hand, in a manner that made Qin Xiaoqiao a little mesmerized. Damn! How did you drive away? Chen Hao was a little anxious, his heart aching as he watched Jiang Che drive Qin Xiaoqiao away. Although he was a strong person in the middle stage of dark force, how could he possibly catch up with the Maybach on foot? After looking around for a moment, he then placed his eyes on the shared bicycle by the roadside. And so, Chen Hao pedaled the bicycle and chased after it. The physique of a dark-strength powerhouse was still very terrifying, and the originally extremely slow bicycle was stomped out by him with sparks. Have you ever seen a 50 miles per hour bicycle? I've seen a 50 miles per hour bike. Today, you've seen it. Jiang Che naturally saw Chen Hao in hot pursuit behind him and almost didn't hold back his laughter. Can a shared bicycle chase a Maybach? Then a foot of gas accelerated again. In the end, the two came to the door of a 5-star hotel, and Qin Xiaoqiao was a bit stunned, snuggled beside Jiang Che without saying a word. She followed and walked in. Her big eyes were constantly looking around. A luxurious hotel like this. She had never been here before. Wow, this is so luxurious. A 5-star hotel. I'm so nervous. Senior Jiang Che is not only handsome, but also has money. It seems, I really don't lose anything. I'm going to go against that old hag anyway. Although Qin Xiaoqiao hadn't said anything from the beginning to the end, her heart was like a chatterbox that kept on chattering. It didn't take long for the hotel's lobby manager to walk up to her face. Hello Mr. Jiang, I'm the manager of Grand Hyatt Hotel, Su Shang. You can just call me Xiao Su. Manager Su was surprised. As the lobby manager of a 5-star hotel, he certainly knew all the powerful people in Hangzhou like the back of his hand. This son of the richest man's was after all the son of the richest man despite his low profile. Hello, a sweet. Jiang Che wrapped his arm around Qin Xiaoqiao and glanced at this lobby manager called Su Shang. Not knowing what was going on, he seemed to feel a hint of a cloudy wind blowing through. Okay, we'll handle it for you. It just so happens that we still have a top suite left in our hotel. Seeing manager Su with such an attitude, Jiang Che couldn't help but feel a little frustrated in his heart. Such things as power and status. It's so damn fragrant. Jiang Che walked out of the bathroom, wearing only a robe. Drops of water on the ends of his hair slid down his handsome face, and the muscular contours of his body had reached a state of perfection. Between teenager and mature, it directly mesmerized Qin Xiaoqiao, drooling with gluttony. So handsome. These abs, they're too perfect, right? Ooh, drooling with gluttony. The young girl covered her face, brushed past Jiang Che, and hid in the bathroom. And it was at this time that Chen Hao arrived late on a shared bicycle. His last glance was just in time to watch Jiang Che walk into the middle of the hotel with his arm around Qin Xiaoqiao. Damn it! Chen Hao's entire heart was about to break. What could a man and a woman do when they entered the hotel? Is that even something to think about? Can I go in? The one that man was hugging just now is my girlfriend. Chen Hao spoke in a panic, attempting to fabricate the fact that he had been green to gain manager Su's sympathy. However, manager Su and the others frowned. It's hard to believe that. Mr. Jiang is also a chow thief? That girl beside Mr. Jiang just now is your girlfriend? Chen Hao hurriedly nodded. Yes. I'm here to catch an adulterer. Let me in. This damn rich second generation robbed my girlfriend. Manager Su sized up Chen Hao, so he was a little trash with no power or influence. Then it's fine. The person that Mr. Jiang has his eye on, let alone your girlfriend, even your mom. You have to hold back. Manager Su glared at him. Not to mention, do you think you're dressed in such rags and are still so ugly. That girl won't look at you unless she's blind. Hurry up and get out, said the man from the security team and forcefully pulled Chen Hao away. Qin Xiaoqiao was indeed very pretty, and after the round frame glasses were taken off, the blocked face value rubbed off and soared up. Wearing a white halter nightgown, the whole person was flawless. Jiang, Senior Jiang Che. Qin Xiaoqiao lowered her head, her two small hands pinching the hem of her skirt. Looking churlish, her long hair was pouring down, dripping with water droplets. The faint mist of water on her body was still steaming, and she was bare with a pair of jade feet. Her flawless jade legs were all natural, just like the most perfect carvings. The corners of Jiang Che's lips rose slightly. Censored. Drops. The host has completed the choice of villain. The reward has been issued. The host has obtained the super self-healing factor. P.S. Because of being locked up in a small black room, this chapter deleted 500 words, in order not to be shelved. Some of the later chapters one try to write a little more obscure. Readers' dads forgive me. I believe that the comments section inside will certainly have a good-hearted person write, ahem. I didn't say anything Slipped away. Chapter 52 Jiang Che's power. Those things in the hotel. Jiang Che was gorgeous. Jiang Che. Senior. Qin Xiaoqiao panicked to clean up. Her hair was still messy. It's already 5 in the afternoon. School will be over soon. If I go home like this, Mom will definitely find out my abnormality. She'll beat me to death. It was only at this time that Qin Xiaoqiao began to be afraid of the aftermath. Because of her own momentary rebellion, she actually, although she really wanted to see her mother's furious appearance, Wang Lily was really going to beat her. She could already fantasize about Wang Lily scolding her for being a while whipping her with a chicken feather duster. Jiang Che, on the other hand, let out a light laugh. What? You're scared? It's only now that you're scared. Isn't it a bit too late? Qin Xiaoqiao's small face turned red and lowered her head. But Mom, she'll really beat me to death if she finds out. Qin Xiaoqiao whispered softly. Although she was rebellious, but all the same she already feared her mother to the bone. Jiang Che laughed softly. What are you afraid of? That Mom and Dad of yours are afraid that they won't be able to return tonight. Jiang Che's words caused Qin Xiaoqiao to freeze. What do you mean? Jiang Che then took out his cell phone in front of her and edited a few text messages and sent them out. Then not long after that, Qin Xiaoqiao's cell phone rang. My mom's call? Qin Xiaoqiao exclaimed in shock, her small face pale. The matter between herself and Senior Jiang Che wouldn't be exposed, right? The young girl trembled as she picked up the phone. Wang Lily's exasperated voice came from the opposite side. Xiaoqiao, your father and I have some temporary matters. The school is going to let us travel to other schools to study for a few days. We won't be able to go back in these nights, so buy yourself some food. Remember, video call me every night at home on time. After that Wang Lily blathered a whole bunch of words. Then Mom, I'll hang up first. Well, I'll call you anytime these nights. Only after hanging up the phone did Qin Xiaoqiao let out a long breath, gently stroking her chest. Senior Jiang Che, I almost revealed myself just now. What? I was kind enough to help you get away from your parents, and you're still relying on me? Jiang Che raised his eyebrows and said, my mom and dad suddenly went on a business trip. Did you make it happen? What else? Could it still be you? Jiang Che's family was the biggest school manager of Shilan School, so naturally, it was just a matter of his word if he wanted to do something. Oh, then thank you. Qin Xiaoqiao lowered her head, a warm current rising in her heart. Senior Jiang Che was really gentle. Your parents are traveling on business. You're the only one living at your home these days, right? Jiang Che asked with a smile. You're not right. How could Qin Xiaoqiao not understand what Jiang Che was saying? No, I can't. My mom has installed surveillance cameras in the house. You'll definitely be discovered if you come. Qin Xiaoqiao's expression was a bit dark and indignant. She had long had enough of this kind of mom, installing cameras all over the house. Generally speaking, those who install surveillance at home are those who have old people and babies at home. But she's already grown up. Wang Lily has too much control over herself. This twisted love is so oppressive that it suffocates. Jiang Che lowered his eyes and remained silent. The current Qin Xiaoqiao was only rebellious inside. The long-time coy in front of her parents, she now did not dare to fall out with her parents face to face. It just so happens that these 2 days are both weekends. Qin Xiaoqiao, somewhat horrified. Jiang Che didn't care too much about it, as he began to check out the god-level ability he had just obtained. Super self-healing factor. After the host uses this skill, your body's self-healing ability will receive a massive boost, including the ability to redivide some highly differentiated cells. With this ability, you'll be like an undefeatable strongman. This skill is a life-saving skill. I just don't know if it'll be like Deadpool, where you can't die. I don't think it's likely. I'll wait for some time to test the effect. Chen Hao, who was still squatting in front of the hotel, was already confused. The moment he thought of the scene where Qin Xiaoqiao was bullied by that Jiang Che, his heart kept throbbing. After living for more than 20 years, it was not easy to meet a young girl who touched his heart. But unexpectedly, no, it wasn't until after 7 in the evening that the two walked out from inside the hotel. Chen Hao, who had been hungry for most of the day, was instantly energized. But after seeing Qin Xiaoqiao's appearance, his entire heart exploded. He couldn't wait to immediately rush up and separate them, but he could only be impotent and furious. Eyes wide open, he watched as Jiang Che brought Qin Xiaoqiao to the car, and the two of them went nowhere. But just as he was about to chase after them on his shared bicycle, his cell phone rang. Hello, Chen Hao, where did you go? Aren't you on duty in the security room? The voice on the other side sounded angry, startling Chen Hao. What's wrong? You hurry back to me. The school has been burglarized. An entire school building has been stolen. That gang of thieves tumbled in through the gate. Where have you been? The words of the school security department made Chen Hao's face sink. He had left in too much of a hurry in the afternoon and hadn't even said a hello. But how could it be such a coincidence? He had just left in the front, and then the school was burglarized? This is too much of a coincidence, isn't it? Chen Hao glanced at his cell phone, and then looked at the back of Jiang Che and the others leaving, and in the end, his face was filled with helplessness. He couldn't lose this job yet. Chapter 53, Yi Mengyao's Despondency. Lin Yu returning to school? If Qin Xiaoqiao's home didn't have surveillance, Jiang Che might really take her to stay in a hotel for 3 days. Senior Jiang Che, the district is ahead. I'll just get off by myself, or else the other neighbors will definitely tell my mom and dad if they see me. The district that Qin Xiaoqiao lived in was just a very ordinary residential building, although the relationship between the neighbors wasn't great, but getting off a luxury car by herself, being seen by people will definitely chew on them behind their backs. It's okay. Qin Xiaoqiao's face was flustered as she picked up her school bag and got out of the car. The young girl ran back to her house in a flash. Jiang Che licked his lips and his eyes slightly narrowed, both making Chen Hao, the son of heaven's destiny, suffer, and also making that old hag Wang Lily feel bad, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It was truly comfortable. As for what kind of girl Qin Xiaoqiao was, genuinely contrasting, on the outside she appeared to be a soft and cute good girl, but in fact, her inner psyche, TSK, at one point, Jiang Che didn't even dare to turn on her heart pass to eavesdrop on her heart. At night, in the Yi family villa, in front of a huge floor-to-ceiling mirror, a young girl in a black dress pinched the corner of her skirt and twirled around in front of the mirror. Wanner, do you think I look good in this? At this moment, Yi Mengyao was wearing a black evening gown. Her long hair was pulled back together, and her fledgling figure was just enough to hold up the set of gowns. Between youthfulness and maturity, and the black lace gloves added a few more points of maturity that was not appropriate for her age. There is no doubt that Yi Mengyao is very beautiful. As the first female lead, she is almost as beautiful as an elf. Even Yuan Heir, who was on the side, was dumbfounded. She knew that Yi Mengyao was very beautiful, but she had never thought that it would be this beautiful. This caused her heart to sour a little. She didn't even have a banquet on her birthday, much less such a beautiful dress. But she didn't try to be jealous of anything, because some things were not meant to belong to her. Not to mention, she wasn't unloved. At least her mom prepared a big piece of cake for her. Sister Yao Yao, you're so pretty. Yi Mengyao was somewhat fluttered by Yuaner's compliments, just like a proud white swan, and even danced a ballet in her gown. Yi Mengyao, as a great lady, naturally she could do everything in piano, chess, calligraphy and painting. Wanner, take a picture for me. I'll send it to Jiang Che in a while. I don't believe I can't charm him. Yi Mengyao's lips slightly hooked. Hearing Jiang Che's name, Yuaner's complexion dimmed, but she still picked up her cell phone and took a few pictures of Yi Mengyao's beautiful photos in a row. After seeing the photos, Yi Mengyao excitedly cupped Yuaner's face and took a bite at the little loli's cherry lips. Yuan Heir, you took such a good picture. I really love you. Saying that, Yi Mengyao sent the photo to Jiang Che. Jiang Che, this is my dress for my birthday party. Do you think it looks good? A soldier dies for a friend who understands him. A woman pleases herself. It's obvious. Yi Mengyao had gradually fallen in love with Jiang Che. Jiang Che, don't bother me with such trivial matters. In an instant, the excited expression on Yi Mengyao's face reappeared to become despondent, biting her thin lips tightly to prevent her tears from falling out. Sister Yao Yao, Jiang Che, he's a dead change. What does a big man know? He's just a wild boar who can't eat fine chaff and has zero appreciation. Yuan Heir began to comfort Yi Mengyao, but only Yuan Heir herself knew that just now, after seeing Jiang Che's words, a trace of joy actually flashed through her heart, even though she knew Jiang Che was Pui Yi Mengyao. In fact, without realizing it, Jiang Che's position in Yuan Heir's heart had become significant, and she would become either happy or sad because of Jiang Che's words or a decision. Yuan Heir, you're right, Jiang Che is a stinking bore. I'm dressed so beautifully, and he even told me to get lost. Yi Mengyao hugged Yuaner. The little heart was traumatized, and only baby Yuaner's pasting could ease it a bit. Holy, standing up, faced with the beautiful photo of the evening gown sent over by Yi Mengyao, it was impossible for him not to react. There were many ways to judge whether a girl was beautiful or not, but Jiang Che chose the most direct one. This little gown, this little body, worthy of being the first female lead, absolutely amazing. The expression on Jiang Che's face gradually perverted, and the corners of his mouth had begun to rise, taking on a square root shape. Jiang Che stared at the photo Yi Mengyao sent and licked his upper lip. Who wouldn't get confused looking at this? However, Jiang Che didn't look at it much. It was just a billion glances. After all, Yi Mengyao had already become the palm of his hand. At this time, the son of fortune, Lin Yu, was not as miserable as he thought. After all, it is the son of luck. He has embraced the thigh again. Hongzhou Su family. Old Master Su, how is this hand of mine in acupuncture? Although Lin Yu was dressed in rags, he was still imposing, and he had branched out again. On the eunuch's chair, an old man with a white beard had a grateful look on his face. Little brother, you are worthy of being the heir of divine Dr. Lin. This hand of medical skills is just like him back then. Back then, Divine Dr. Lin relied on this hand of acupuncture to renew my old man's life for more than 10 years. Su Jintian's words caused Lin Yu's face to take on an additional look of pride. That was for sure. By the way, my personal abilities are also extremely strong. I wonder if you have a granddaughter to protect. Old Mr. Su? No, I only have one son. The corner of Lin Yu's mouth froze. Cough. Forget it then. Which, may I ask Elder Lin, I need to go to school? Can you help me get a school registration for Sherlan School? Lin Yu is still not dead to Yi Mengyao and these girls. Thinking of borrowing the power of the Su family. Re-enter the school. Violently beat up Jiang Che. Reclaim the chance that belongs to him. And in the process, embrace Yi Mengyao and Yuaner, the school beauties, into his arms again. Sherlan School? That's fine. My son happens to be the director of the Hangzhou Education Bureau. Isn't that a coincidence? I'll talk to him tonight and ask him to make connections to get you in. Lin Yu burst out in gratitude. Then thank you, Elder Su. Chapter 54, The Secretary of Education as a Backer. Abuse of Power Understanding. Early the next morning, Jiang Che had just gone out the door when he encountered the two of them, Yi Mengyao and Yuaner. Perhaps Yi Mengyao had long been squatting at the door for a long time. Today's young girl was dressed in a school uniform with a single ponytail, wearing a pair of small white shoes with bubble socks. This kind of outfit resembled the heroine of a Japanese manga school program. This kind of dress is like a Japanese manga school heroine. It makes Jiang Che's eyes light up. Yi Mengyao's plasticity is very high. This kind of teenage girl's temptation to men is not at all lower than Yuan Heir's sweet Lolita. Jiang Che, good. What a coincidence. Do you want to take my car to school together? Yi Mengyao nervously opened her mouth, and also smoothly pulled Yuaner over from the side, her entire cheeks red and shy. Jiang Che, coincidence? You're all close to blocking my doorstep. Can this be called a coincidence? Although both the Yi family and Jiang Che lived in the same urban area, they were also separated by close to a kilometer of road, and it was clear that Yi Mengyao's girl's words didn't have any credibility at all. No, I'll drive myself. Jiang Che still had such a cold attitude, but Yi Mengyao didn't back down. She was now gradually getting used to Jiang Che's cold face, but she believed a fiery heart of her own would definitely be able to exchange for Jiang Che's return. Of course it's fine for you to drive. Juan Heir and I will go to school in your car. Yi Mengyao made a cheeky one. A few days ago, she had cried to her mom for help, and her mom had told her, if she wanted to chase Jiang Che back into her hands, she had to have a thick skin to do so, otherwise there was no hope at all. Yi Mengyao then turned her head and waved her hand at Butler Li, who was driving. Butler Grandpa, you can go home. Juan Heir and I are going to school in Jiang Che's car. Butler old man. Yi Mengyao's sudden commotion also almost flashed Jiang Che's waist. Jiang Che, you won't just stand by and watch the two of us, Juan Heir and I, walk back to school. Yi Mengyao was holding Yuaner's small hand. A big and small, two beautiful maidens were simply absolute. Not to mention that Yi Mengyao was also carrying a petulant tone in it. Follow me. You two sit in the back row. Jiang Che's eyes were filled with dislike. Yi Mengyao was slightly stunned in her heart, but what followed was boundless ecstasy. She hadn't actually expected that Jiang Che would actually let himself get on the car. After all, Jiang Che had hated himself so much before. The current Yi Mengyao had already been sickened by Jiang Che's PUA, and any time Jiang Che showed the slightest bit of gentleness, it would be infinitely amplified by her. It eventually became 5 big words. He still likes me. Yi Mengyao, after getting on the car, didn't dare to talk to Jiang Che too much, for fear that she would say something wrong and cause Jiang Che's resentment. Jiang Che, that dress photo I sent you yesterday, is it really not good? The young girl hesitated for half a day before finally opening her mouth. The corner of Jiang Che's mouth twitched. How could it not look good? What Miss Yi wants to wear is your own business. What's the point of asking me? Yi Mengyao, so angry. You want heir, dead pervert. Snubbing my Yao Yao sister again. Yao Yao sister, this man is Pua Yua. This guy just want to cheat away your heart. Wow. The two girls have different little minds. Just like this until the school entrance. Chen Hao is now very annoyed. Last night, because of their own unauthorized absence, led to the school inside the thief. Although the lost things were basically recovered, he was still fined 3 months' salary, so to speak. He had to work for nothing for 3 months. Let a person is very difficult. He was already penniless after leaving the Chen family, but now it was even worse. Damn it. If it wasn't for that what's her name Jiang Che, I could leave my post without authorization? That girl surnamed Qin is so pretty. What a good cabbage being arched by a pig. Chen Hao's heart throbbed with pain, and right at this moment, the voice of the shadowy spirit rang in his ears again. Uncle security guard, open the door, please. Chen Hao dreamed of this voice last night. Looking up, it was indeed Jiang Che. Wait, why has the girl next to him changed? Not Qin Xiao Xiao? Are they two super beautiful girls? And there's a little lowly among them? Damn, this dog. Jiang Che had already ascended to the top of this Fong Dang execution list in Chen Hao's heart. Ha, why do you have dark circles under your eyes? Did you not sleep well last night? Jiang Che's words poked the deepest part of Chen Hao's heart. Little, it's still not because of you. You abducted my favorite wife. I'll be damned if I can sleep soundly. Although he was furious, Chen Hao still gritted his teeth and opened the door. Jiang Che, I didn't expect you to care about the security guards. Yi Mengyao opened her own mouth, and at the same time, she also gave Chen Hao a fillip. Humph, stinking Jiang Che, caring about the security guards doesn't even concern me. I've been suffering from insomnia lately as well. Okay? Jiang Che, hard to be taught. When Jiang Che returned to the school, he was surprised to find a familiar face in the corridor aisle. Lin Yu. This Lin Yu fellow had actually returned? Lin Yu naturally also noticed Jiang Che's gaze at this time. His eyes secretly contained indignation. He now hated to kill this guy Jiang Che, but the current him didn't want to have any conflict with him and had to endure. Oh, isn't this Lin Yu? Weren't you expelled from school? How come you're back again? Jiang Che took the initiative to go forward and provoke. In fact, Jiang Che was really a bit curious. Where did this fellow get the opportunity from? How could he have the opportunity to return to school after being expelled? Lin Yu couldn't help but be a bit arrogant at this time. He had used his divine medical skills to save the life of the Su family's old master, and the son of the Su family's old master was the director of Hangzhou's education bureau. His current self was equivalent to having the director as his backing. Who would dare to fire him? Lin Yu had been suffering since he came down from the mountain, and now that he had managed to turn himself around once, how could he not act like a bully? Jiang Che, I have a saving grace for the Su family's old family head, whose son is the current Hangzhou City Education Bureau chief. Lin Yu's expression was haughty, his hands behind his back, his heart bursting with pleasure. You used to press me with your identity? I also have a background now, and my background is still the Secretary of Education, so I'm asking if you're afraid? After having someone to back him up, Lin Yu felt that his head didn't hurt, his feet weren't sore, he was able to walk with a straight back, and he turned back into that arrogant little divine doctor. Jiang Che looked at Lin Yu with a somewhat dazed look. So that's how it is. So it's the Secretary of the Education Bureau. I told you how he suddenly became so confident. He dares to pretend to be a bully in front of himself. But, this Lin Yu was really stupid, telling him so openly that it was the Secretary of Education backing him up. TSK, abuse of power understood, especially for an existence at the level of the Secretary of Education, who is usually cautious. After all, there are quite a lot of people who have their eyes on his position. People help you through the back door. You also so high-profile pretend, afraid that others do not know the Secretary of Education is your background in general. But this is also just right. Save yourself the trouble to investigate. I have not yet played my cards. You're the first one to come out. Chapter 55, The Director of Education's Downfall. The angry and crying Lin Yu. Sometimes Jiang Che was really quite envious of Lin Yu. Being the protagonist is different. All kinds of opportunities are flying all over the place. Walking to save a random old man can be the father of the Secretary of Education. It's simply that God feeds him. Oh, so there's a Secretary of Education helping you. Then I'm really quite scared. Jiang Che shrugged his shoulders and put on a scared look. After Lin Yu saw Jiang Che concede, he arrogantly opened his mouth. Jiang Che, you'd better return my jade pendant and scroll to me right now, or else you're doomed to a miserable end. Jiang Che naturally wouldn't give a damn about him. I'm still really scared. Oh. Saying that, he pulled out a goose-colored jade pendant and waved it in front of him twice. Lin Yu was directly ready to reach out and grab it. Hey, you can't get it. I'll just show you. Just playing with you. Jiang Che's voice madly teased Lin Yu's nerves, but the current Lin Yu didn't dare to make a move against Jiang Che, because he knew very well that he couldn't beat him anymore. This guy, he was already a late dark power stage powerhouse. He had only just stepped into the mid-dark power stage. Jiang Che, do you know who my master is? He is in existence at the peak of harmonization power. The day my master comes out of the mountain will be the day of your death. Lin Yu viciously let out a vicious sentence. As a result, a few students on the side couldn't hold back their laughter. Ha ha, you guy is really good at blowing awesome. Still at the peak of harmonization power? Why don't you say that your master is a great master? Alright, everyone just ignore him. This guy is just a psychopath. Have you all forgotten about him having a seizure at the review meeting earlier? How could that be forgotten? It's the first time in my life that I've seen someone who dares to learn how to bark like a dog in public. Lin Yu couldn't tense up and was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. And right at this moment, a silhouette walked towards Jiang Che. Jiang Che, I've finished writing your homework for you. Yi Mengyao squirmed and arrived in front of Jiang Che. Lin Yu's gaze was instantly attracted to Yi Mengyao. His gaze gradually became a little bit infatuated, while his eyes became a little bit mesmerized. So pretty. Yi Mengyao seemed to have gotten a few more points prettier. Yi Mengyao naturally also noticed Lin Yu's eyes. Her beautiful eyes knitted tightly. You're the bodyguard my father hired before? Lin Yu was overjoyed. Yi Mengyao actually took the initiative to talk to him? Right. I'm the bodyguard your father hired for you, to secretly protect your safety. As a result, Yi Mengyao snorted. I need a loser like you to protect me? What did you do when I was kidnapped before? Lin Yu panicked. Yao. It was me who protected. I was the one who desperately went to fight the criminals and even got shot. This Jiang Che guy is a peach-picking scumbag, Lin Yu explained while looking viciously at Jiang Che, itching to kill him. Yi Mengyao was enraged. Right now her feelings for Jiang Che could not be shaken by anyone. You shut the hell up. You don't take a piss and look at yourself. What a virtue. Yi Mengyao's quality still had to be lowered. Missy wouldn't be able to curse, and that kind of dirty and vulgar language was almost impossible to come out of her mouth. Lin Yu's entire body froze. Compared to Jiang Che's loud tirade, Yi Mengyao's humiliation was a sharp and quick knife. Yao. How do you deserve to call me Yao? I don't even remember what your name is, and don't look at me like that. Your gaze makes me feel sick. Although Yi Mengyao hated Lin Yu, she wasn't enough to say such humiliating words. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that this guy had a conflict with Jiang Che, so of course she herself was on Jiang Che's side. At this time, Yuan Heir also passed by Lin Yu's side, and the little loli also cursed in a small voice. Asterisk. You also don't look at yourself. Ugly like a fallen onion. Ugly monsters like you are also worthy of chasing after my Yao sister? Lin Yu. He felt like he had never been in such pain before, as if the entire world was full of malice towards him. As a result, a son of Qi was so angry that he cried, ran out. After Lin Yu was exasperated and ran away, the corners of Jiang Che's lips curved up. This son of Luck's mentality wasn't very good, and this smirk of Jiang Che's happened to be seen by Yi Mengyao, and the young girl who was used to self-rating started again. So what if you have a master with peak Huanjing cultivation? Both masters are currently unable to come out. Even if they did, I'm not afraid of them. After all, it's not like I don't have a backer. His cheap mom. The body is not an ordinary person. Inside the capital. Although Zhang Yuli doesn't know any ancient martial arts, she's a huge woman behind her. In the original storyline, she messed with Lin Yu because of her brainlessness, and was finally killed by his punch. Zhang Yuli was devastated. The Jiang family was furious, and as a result, Lin Yu was almost screwed over, or his masters sent him to a foreign country to get away from the wind. Otherwise, he would have been killed. Later, Lin Yu returned from his training in a foreign country, bound the god of war template, utilized the Jade Pendant's designated marriage contract to become a dragon son-in-law of a certain hidden family, and returned to the Dragon Kingdom to destroy the Jiang family. Anyway, the main fight is one word, canon. When school ended at noon, the two of them, Lu Tai and Wang Zhang, came to Jiang Che to report on the battle situation. Although he sniffed it out, but he still took a sip. Jia. Wang Zhang laughed, his face full of fat. Holy, fatty, you stay away from me. In the future I can't look straight at the water cup anymore. Lu Tai looked at Wang Zhan with a disgusted face. But Jiang Shao, we did what you said 2 days ago. This guy has never been able to fake it. Jiang Che glanced at these two. Although these two guys looked quite brainless, they were really good at fixing people up. Well, you all should have heard about it in the morning, right? Lin Yu said that the director of education got him in. As soon as Jiang Che opened his mouth, Lu Tai understood. Young Jiang, what you mean is, the director of education is abusing his power, trying to get him out of office? Jiang Che nodded. This Lu Tai reacted quite quickly. He was a material to be a minor villain. Jiang Shao, it just so happens that I know a few friends who work in the news agency. Now that the internet is so developed, directly exposing him online and spending money to buy hot searches will definitely screw him over, and can become the Secretary of Education's people, more or less all a little black material, will certainly use the authority to give people backdoor or something. After all, the world of human feelings, it's hard to avoid. This kind of thing can be ignored when it's said to be small, but when it's said to be big. Jiang Che thoughtfully glanced at Lu Tai and coughed. Ahem, I didn't say anything. Lu Tai would smile. Jiang Shao, I've long been looking at Lin Yu in a bad light, and at this time, Wang Zhang is still confused. In the morning he went a little overboard when he straightened out Lin Yu. Now he is a little weak in the kidneys. He can't even understand what they are talking about. His brain has stopped spinning. Chapter 56, The Director of Education's Human Numbness. Grass. Which idiot is in my water cup? Lin Yu angry directly threw his water cup out. The key is that just now he also drank a big mouthful. The flavor is not right before he noticed it. The upper head the key is, he still can't find who the murderer is. Let a person is very broken. Damn, everything has been going wrong lately. Yi Mengyao, are you that lowly? I originally thought you were a clean girl, but I didn't realize that you would also throw yourself at men. Lin Yu was unconvinced. He completely couldn't figure out where exactly he and Jiang Che differed. Wasn't he just a little bit stinking rich? A little bit more handsome than himself? What else does he have? The more Lin Yu thought about it, the more angry he became. Yi Mengyao and Yu Weiner. They were both clearly the girls he had his eye on. How did they throw themselves at other men? At this time, Lu Tai and Wang Zhang both started to busy themselves. Monkey, how do you think this Lin Yu was able to fall for the Su family? Su Shan, he is the director of the Education Bureau. Lin Yu is just an ordinary poor only. I reckon it. This Lin Yu should really have some Chinese medicine skills. Have you forgotten what Jiang Xiao said before? This guy Lin Yu will go around saving people's lives and making karma, so that we can interrupt his spell casting. This guy should have been kind to the Su family. That's why Su Shan he would give Lin Yu a shortcut. Fatty nodded. Su Shan's bottom isn't clean either. Before I heard from people in the circle that he had a cousin's son who bullied a female student in the same class. In the end he stepped in and suppressed the matter. We can start from this aspect. Hiss. Playing this big? What are you afraid of? The internet is so developed now. Let's find more private detectives to collect evidence. First find someone from the newspaper to report him for abusing his private power. Then spend money to buy hot searches. And when the heat rises, then expose him completely. I don't believe I can't get him killed. Fatty, you can smart on top of taking the high ground again? Fatty hemmed and hawed and scratched the back of his head. My brain is dizzy. Lu Tai was speechless. He also just fantasized about peeing on Lin Yu's water cup. The result is that Wang Zhang is even more outrageous. Admire. Soon, online, there are people one after another to post articles, reporting the Hangzhou City Education Bureau director abuse of private power. The original no school registration of people forced to arrange the school registration, and also spent a lot of money, invited a lot of water army to create momentum. The evidence is all listed very clearly. It was Lin Yu. This guy Lin Yu had already been expelled, but he ended up being sent back to campus, and digging deeper he was able to dig out that it had something to do with the director of education, Su Shan. This instantly blew up. Hiss, the director of education abusing his personal power? Sending a person with no school registration hard into a noble school? I can testify that this matter is true. I'm a student of Shirlan School. That Lin Yu in our class was forced in. He's actually just a gangster outside. Brothers, top it up. More people must see it. He. Sit back and wait for the melon eating. It's time for the favorite drama of melon eating netizens. A big star has been arrested for committing a crime. A netizen's live streaming with goods has flipped over. A high-ranking official has fallen from the horse. What's going on? Who is rumoring about me? Inside the Hangzhou Education Bureau, Su Shanrun went numb. However, after reading the message clearly, he frowned. Lin Yu? Is that the youngster who saved my father? A few days ago, when his own father had a sudden heart attack, it was this Lin Yu who made a timely move to save him, and afterwards, he gave his father follow-up treatment. His medical skills were unbelievable. It made Su Jintian rise up in love with his talent, and the request made by Lin Yu was also very simple, letting him become a student at Shirlan School. This was as easy as a slap in the face for Su Shan, the director of education. Although he didn't want to help someone from an unknown source, Lin Yu had after all saved his father, and it was also his father who had bitterly asked for him, so he still used his connections to send Lin Yu to Shirlan School. As a result, things were reported so quickly? Su Shan's brows furrowed, sensing that it was something not simple. No one who could climb to the position of the Director of Education Bureau was simple. Someone is trying to frame me? Could this Lin Yu be? Su Shan thought of Lin Yu in an instant. Could it be that Lin Yu's appearance was not an accident? Including him saving his father was a deliberate act by someone? Did his own political opponents do it? It was to make himself reveal his flaws. He thought about it a lot, but the reasoning didn't explain it. Director Su, the heat about you on the internet is very high right now. I'm afraid it can't be suppressed in a short period of time. Do you think you need to step in and clarify it? Su Shan sighed. Of course he knew the seriousness of the problem. Now that the internet was so developed, it was definitely impossible to escape, and the other party had enough evidence. He had indeed given Lin Yu a shortcut, but so what? Soon after, Su Shan self-recorded a clarification video, which was also accompanied by copy. This child Lin Yu was indeed sent to Shirlan School by me. I recognize that, but he also saved my father's life. If it wasn't for Lin Yu, without Lin Yu, my old father might have died, and I heard that Lin Yu was at a school age but had no school to attend, so I was moved to compassion. After this call art came down, the winds of the internet had indeed reversed somewhat. My God, so that's how it is. That explains it. If someone saved my father's life, I'm sure I'd return the favor. I don't think there's anything wrong with what Director Su did. Hey, is that the problem? The problem is that Chief Sui's using his power for personal gain. Okay, he could have used other methods to subsidize Lin Yu. Why did he have to do it in his personal name? I don't believe it anyway. Keep expecting a reversal. In the office, Sushan gently sipped a mouthful of tea, seemingly not worried at all in general. Wanting to bring him down through such clumsy means? It was too ridiculous. What's more, what he said was the truth. Lin Yu did save his father. At least in this one matter, he hadn't lied a single word. Whoa, this Sushan really is a tough bone to chew on. Monkey, give him strength. Okay, it just so happens that I have this guy's black material in my hand. Before harboring his nephew who abused his schoolmates, does he really think that no one will know if he hides deeply? GGG. Soon, another earth-shattering news exploded on the internet. Su, the director of Hangzhou Education Bureau, had gone so far as to harbor his own nephew. The sins that his nephew had committed were also dug out in full, having once schoolyard bullied other students, and even abused a girl from the same school. This news could be considered like a deep water bomb. Chapter 57, Xin Xiaoqiao's Self-Raider. Su Shan's confidence was all shattered overnight, because the evidence was overwhelming. The people above quickly sent people down to detain him. The public opinion on the internet was also comparable to a wave. Father misjudged me. These were Su Shan's last words before he was taken away for tea. He actually hadn't intended to get into that muddy water. After all, harboring his nephew to commit a crime like this. Harboring his nephew to commit a crime is something that you'd have to go to jail for if you caught him. But he couldn't resist his old man's bitter pleas, and even once kneeled down to beg him. He's a relative. He couldn't help. And then the son of the pit. I guess now there is not even a person to give him old age. After the collapse of the Su family, Lin Yu, naturally, he was kicked out of school again. The son of a generation of luck, the wild dragon of the mountain, the personal bodyguard of the school flowers, dropped out twice. The time he spent in the school didn't even add up to 3 days. Lin Yu had even spent 5 or 6 days in the detention center. Damn, this Su family is a waste of space. What's he doing? He's still the director of education? He's just a piece of trash. Lin Yu, who had started to pack up his bag again, was ready to roll out. Yo, isn't this Lin Yu? What's going on? Why did you quit school again? As a villain, mocking the protagonist was inevitable. Jiang Che's voice reappeared. You, Lin Yu's mind exploded. Wait, it was you. You're the one who brought down the Su family, right? Lin Yu wasn't too stupid, but Jiang Che didn't say anything more. He just laughed even more wryly. I'll kill you. The thigh that he had managed to get his hands on with great difficulty, but in the end, this hadn't even been hugged warmly yet, when the thigh was cut off, and even threw him out with it. The furious Lin Yu's eyes were red with anger, and he couldn't care less. He directly rushed up, swinging his fist in doing it. However, how could he be Jiang Che's opponent nowadays? Whether it was speed or strength, the mid-dark force was far inferior to the late dark force. Jiang Che directly kicked out, not even needing any skill. Bang! Lin Yu was directly kicked out, and after knocking over a few tables, he lay on the ground. Ho ho! Jiang Che, you're finished. You've hit me. Ha ha ha. Lin Yu insanely picked up his cell phone and had the template to dial the police. Police, someone is trying to kill me. He's already about to beat me to death. Come save me. Jiang Che. Well, this mad dragon protagonist has learned from me. Ha, but tart this trick isn't good for anyone to use. After putting down his cell phone, Lin Yu let out a loud laugh and pointed at Jiang Che and opened his mouth viciously. How about you can fight? You beat me like this. Aren't you still going to jail? That kick of yours just now definitely made me seriously injured. You're waiting to go to jail. Jiang Che didn't bother to pay attention to him. This Lin Yu was already going crazy. The police quickly arrived. This time the person leading the team was still Captain Li from before. Mr. Jiang, it's good to see you again. Captain Li nodded his head at Jiang Che. Hey, I'm here. Did Jiang Che beat me up? He beat me to the point of serious injury. I suspect I've broken a few ribs. Lin Yu lay on the ground and wailed in pain, trying to sell his misery to get attention. Captain Li frowned and glanced at Lin Yu lying on the ground. Isn't this the guy I arrested last time? Are you saying, Mr. Jiang beat you up? Beat you up like this? Captain Li asked. Yes. He's the one who did this. Where's the evidence? Evidence. Can't you see the evidence? I've become like this. Lin Yu spewed out a mouthful of old blood. But there's still evidence. There's surveillance. Look at the camera. Camera. Where's the head? Lin Yu raised his hand and was ready to point at the camera in the classroom. But it turned out that the head of the camera was gone. The scene was incredibly awkward for a moment. There are still witnesses. These students all saw that it was Jiang Che who hit me. Lin Yu cried out frantically, his gaze looking hopefully at the surrounding children's shoes. You guys help me testify. It was Jiang Che who hit me. The ones who were asked were basically female classmates. The girls in Shirlan school are basically middle-class families starting out. They can't afford to be the least bit interested in poor people like Lin Yu. Didn't see it. Did you see Jiang Che hit someone? I didn't see it either. Several girls shook their heads at each other. Lin Yu completely collapsed. Alright, this student. Why don't you come with us to the police station? Captain Lee spoke. Why? Why is it still me? Shouldn't it be Jiang Che who goes to the station? Lin Yu was furious. When he hit someone, he was the one who went to the police station. When he was hit, he was also the one who went to the police station. Is there any law? Is there any law? Jiang Che instead laughed softly, then walked over to Lin Yu, slowly squatted down, patted his shoulder, and murmured softly in his ear. You have to have power and a background when you come out. You little Yakuza. Jiang Che's words were tantamount to the last straw that broke the camel's back, and Lin Yu was so angry that he rolled his eyes. He fainted to death. Forget it, let's send him to the hospital first. A son of Qi, a strong person with a dark power cultivation, was directly exasperated by Jiang Che and spat out blood. It was probably considered unique. Chapter 58 Distant Cousin Gu Lingfei, another heroine? In the morning, Jiang Che came out of Qin Xiaoqiao's house. By the way, he sent her to school. Although Qin Xiaoqiao's house was full of surveillance, how could it possibly trap Jiang Che? Sitting in the passenger seat, Qin Xiaoqiao looked well behaved, staring blankly out of the car. The things that had happened in the past few days were too absurd for her, yet it was incomparably exciting. She had played the role of a good girl for more than 10 years, and had been educated almost harshly by Wang Lily since she was a child, not allowed to play games when she was a child, enrolled in all kinds of tutorial classes, and even unconsciously clamping her legs during puberty would get her called a, and wasn't allowed to talk to other boys. Before she met Jiang Che, she was rebellious and didn't dare to rebel against her overbearing and strong parents. But Jiang Che's appearance made her realize how incompetent her own mother really was, and she couldn't accept her own mediocrity. That's why she bet everything on herself. Qin Xiaoqiao's family was still an ordinary family after all, not even middle class enough. Her parents have earned money all their lives. I'm afraid they can't even buy him a Maybach. As a teacher in a school like Shirlan School, although Wang Lily didn't have a good temper, she really didn't dare to offend the students, but it was just colorful. Yi Mengyao was in a good mood recently, because her birthday was coming up soon, and there would be a lot of guests coming to celebrate her at the birthday party then. She herself would also be wearing a beautiful gown, and she would definitely be able to stun Jiang Che at that time. The corners of the young girl's lips couldn't help but rise, pulling Yuan Air aside. She smiled and prepared to walk into the school, but soon, the smile on her face froze. Jiang Che? Not far from her, she saw a silhouette coming down from Jiang Che's car, the two of them talking and laughing, and the girl beside him she also recognized, the president of the student council, Qin Xiaoqiao, the third school flower, a typical good girl. But how could Jiang Che be related to Qin Xiaoqiao? But without a doubt, she was jealous again, and it hurt with a twitch in her heart. So, Jiang Che was so popular with the girls? That policewoman Yen Yen before, and now Qin Xiaoqiao. Right, Jiang Che is not only handsome, but he's also very charismatic. How could he not be liked by girls? Sister Yao Yao, let's hurry up and leave. Don't pay attention to him. Yuan Air also had mixed feelings in her heart and secretly cursed Jiang Che as a dead pervert. Just knows how to hook up with little girls. Yi Mengyao also struggled to turn her head. She really wanted to rush up and question the relationship between Jiang Che and Qin Xiaoqiao. But what did she count as now? It was hard not to rush up. Being taunted by Jiang Che? She didn't want to. Unconsciously, Yi Mengyao's eyes became slightly red, covered with a thin layer of water mist. In the afternoon, Jiang Che returned home. Mother Superior had already been waiting at home for a long time. Zhang Yunli was holding a ragdoll cat in her arms, her pair of phoenix eyes sizing up her own son. And the ragdoll cat in her arms was also looking at Jiang Che with a crooked head in curiosity. And Zhang Yuan was also at home, feeding the fish in the fish tank. And after seeing Jiang Che return, he also turned around. Little Che, where have you been these past few nights? Jiang Che threw his school bag, went to a female classmate's house, playing straight balls directly. Sincerity was the surefire way to kill. In one fell swoop, Zhang Yunli and the two of them wouldn't be able to figure it out. So straightforward? Ahem, Shola. Even if you're not restrained, you also have to consider the other little girl. Although Zhang Yunli's face was a bit unnatural, after all, Yuaner was her hand-picked daughter-in-law, so she definitely couldn't say anything. To be honest, Zhang Yunli felt a little guilty in her heart towards that girl Yuaner. Zhang Yuan coughed twice, then spoke. Xiao Che you don't keep going to other girls' homes. Bring them to our home. I've also inquired about that girl's birth and family. It's not good, right? I'll tell you what, tomorrow your mom and I will move out. Zhang Yuan made a decision after deep thought. Anyway, with the Zhang family's wealth and status, there are as many top-class villas like this as one can get. But Xiao Che you still need to exercise moderation, but don't get anyone killed. That girl is still a child herself. if she gets pregnant? The corner of Jiang Che's mouth twitched. His parents were also worried about their son's happiness. Wow, he was also too lazy to say anything. But after chatting, the topic went elsewhere. Little Che, do you still remember your sister Fei Fei? Jiang Yunli slowly spoke. Jiang Che? What the hell? I have a sister. Seeing that Jiang Yunli didn't open his mouth, he continued. Gu Lingfei, don't you remember her? Jiang Che desperately searched up in his mind before remembering this person's name. Gu Lingfei. It was some distant relative cousin of his own, although it was a relative, but that blood relationship was basically negligible. Put inside the high school biology genetics topic at least out to 6 generations away. Mendel came to count a few pieces of draft paper of that kind. In the original plot of the scene is very little, just skimmed over. When I was a child, I lived in the Jiang family villa, and then I went abroad to study, and opened a company abroad. And now I have become a big president of a company with a market value of $10 billion. And before that, the one women's bedroom that Yuan heir had lived in was the one that was reserved for Gu Lingfei. Previously, Jiang Che had never put her on his mind. But now, the entire person's face went odd. A $10 billion company? High cool female president? How does this sound like the persona of a novel heroine? Chapter 59. Lin Yu tricked into an underground black boxing ring. Gu Lingfei. Coming? Jiang Che opened his mouth and asked. Fei Fei, she's going to move the company's headquarters back to the country, and she'll be developing in the country from now on. It was done. The next novel heroine pre-selected. Mom, do you know anything about Gu Lingfei's recent situation? It's been a while. I want to inquire about her. Jiang Yunli cupped her chin. You're asking the right person. I'm Fei Fei's best friend, the kind who can't stop talking. Jiang Yunli seemed to be able to use the term sister with any girl of any age. Fifi, her abilities are really impressive. It would be great if she could become my daughter-in-law. Ahem. Fifi, that girl is indeed a standard daughter-in-law candidate. With an ass that big it's obvious that she can give birth to babies. But Che already has one heir baby now. I'm so torn. Jiang Yunli subconsciously said what was on his mind. What I mean is, Fei Fei is half my daughter. Do you know what Gu Lingfei changed the name of her company to? Ling Che Group. Your kid doesn't have a low status in Fifi's heart. Fifi hasn't fallen in love yet, but she has often complained to me in recent months that there is a man who wants to chase her. Well, now Jiang Che was completely sure that another protagonist was going to appear. What kind of protagonist can there be in foreign development? In addition to the Dragon King God of War, or can there be another? Mom, now that it's so chaotic outside and there are wars everywhere, this man chasing after my sister Fei Fei wouldn't be some kind of mercenary, right? Jiang Che said snidely. Jiang Yunli looked startled and quickly nodded his head. Right. You don't say. You really don't say. It seems like it's really some kind of mercenary. Jiang Che's heart laughed. The Dragon King's God of War was everywhere. Gu Lingfei had returned to the Dragon Kingdom. It was estimated that this God of War he would be back soon as well. Xiao Che, I'm having the room next to yours cleaned every day. Wait until Fei Fei comes. Just let her come and live in our house directly. Jiang Che. Those little thoughts of Jiang Yunli's were almost written on his face. And even Jiang Yuan was silent. When he was working, a little secretary who chatted with him a few more times would be questioned to the very end. And when it came to his own son, he wants to introduce all the pretty girls to him? Isn't that too much of a double standard? I'm so sorry. The next morning, Jiang Che was numb when he got up. Jiang Yunli and Jiang Yuan had really moved away overnight and just left him with a ragdoll cat. Meow meow meow, the cat seemed to be hungry, rubbing its head against Jiang Che's ankle and looking at him with a pair of big blue eyes, as if it was pampering him. Get lost, Jiang Che was not a cat lover, even though this ragdoll cat was indeed very beautiful. After eating breakfast, Jiang Che looked down and saw this cat looking at him blearily again. Alright, I'll get you some cat food to eat, alright? Don't spring on me. Jiang Che shoveled her a bowl of cat food, then walked away without looking back. Grass mud horse. I'm a patient. At the hospital's main entrance, Lin Yu, wearing a hospital gown, cursed and opened his mouth. He was kicked by Jiang Che earlier and broke 3 ribs, but as a result, Jiang Che didn't have a problem. Instead, he was hospitalized for several days, and even the medical bills were still paid for by a certain kind policeman. Now that he has no money, he was directly kicked out of the hospital, and at this moment, a fat and a thin figure appeared in front of him. Hurry up and get lost. What hospital are you staying in if you don't have money? Wang Zheng pointed at Lin Yu with a cross-faced face. The two of them had become professional runners now. Wherever Lin Yu went, they would definitely follow him there. The main one to make things difficult for him. Everything is just a mission for Jiang Shao. Lin Yu was now angry at the sight of these two goods. These two were that guy Jiang Che's lapdogs. This is a hospital. It's not run by your family. Who are you to tell me to get lost? As a result, Wang Zhan laughed. Ego? Sorry, this boomerang hospital is really run by my family. If you don't believe me, ask the doctors here. A doctor on the side smiled and spoke. You're joking, Mr. Wang. Lin Yu. Why? Why is even the heavens targeting him? Just leave. A hospital. How dare you do something like kicking a patient out of the hospital without a shred of medical ethics? Lin Yu snorted coldly. He was different. He was a ghost doctor's heir, harboring a benevolent heart for the relief of the world. Lu Tai also snorted at this time. What? You have medical ethics? How powerful you are, specializing in catching dignitaries out. You want to save people, why not go to the remote mountainous areas as a barefoot doctor, Ask yourself, which of the people you saved were ordinary people? Aren't you still rushing to people's status? Lu Tai's one sentence directly drybreaks Lin Yu's defense. He wanted to explain something. He really wasn't being purposeful, but it was simply impossible to explain, because as long as he saves people, the identity of the person he saves is designated to be extraordinary. As for letting him go to a remote mountainous area to become a barefoot doctor, how could that be? He was still thinking of picking up girls inside the city. Oomph. Lin Yu threw off his face and was ready to leave. And right at this moment, Wang Zhang's sentence broke his whole defense. You, man-eating fiend, murderer, you don't know to apologize to me either. Wang Zhang picked his booger, picked out a big pile, directly flexed his fingers and flicked it on Lin Yu's brain. Still sticky. It was sticking to his brain and wouldn't fall off. Lin Yu was already confused, but soon he thought of something. Vomit. Son of a, you're the one who put it in my water cup. Vomit. Lin Yu instantly broke his big defense. That morning was a lingering nightmare for him. Even thinking back on it now still made him want to vomit in disgust. I'll kill you. Lin Yu tried to make a move, but he didn't have the home field advantage, and the security guards inside the hospital had electric batons, so he was soon thrown out by the hospital security staff who racked him away. Damn it! Damn it! Lin Yu was lying penniless by a small roadside, feeling like the whole world had thrown him up, but he was, after all, a son of luck, the kind that God fed him. Soon, the next wave of chance that belonged to him arrived. Don't rob me. I'll give you money. Don't beat me up. Lin Yu quickly climbed up. Walking inside an alley, a middle-aged man in a suit was being violently beaten by a few punks. Let go of him. Once the protagonist struck, he knew if he had it or not. Although he had broken a few ribs, he was still easily thrashing the group of punks. The middle-aged man also slowly climbed up from the ground at this time, his eyes carefully sizing up Lin Yu in front of him. Young man, thank you. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I would have been killed by them today. I see you have such good hands, but you're not dressed very well. Aren't you short of money? The words of the man in the suit directly poked the deepest part of Lin Yu's heart. He was indeed short of money. That Jiang Che guy was relying on the fact that he had a lot of money to be so confident. You can make me rich? Lin Yu asked tentatively. Ha ha, of course. It's a shame you don't go to an underground boxing ring to fight black fighters with this body. The words of the man in the suit made Lin Yu freeze. Underground boxing ring to fight black boxing? Yes, 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 it's black boxing. Lin Yu frowned. He knew it was something illegal and criminal. I won't do anything illegal. $500,000 for winning a fight. If you make a name for yourself, you'll be worth even more. Millions of dollars. Lin Yu's pupils shrunk. The speed of this money is too fast. He was moved. Chapter 60 Yi Mengyao Birthday Gift. Sick Little Fangirl by Jie. 3 days later. Weekend. This weekend was extraordinary for Yi Mengyao. It was set at one of the biggest 5-star hotels in Hangzhou City, and there were quite a few people from first-rate and second-rate families. After all, the Yi family's wealth in Hangzhou City was one of the few, and the birthday of the Yi family's daughter was still very grand. Yi Mengyao was wearing a black dress, wearing light makeup, her skin was fair and smooth, and her whole person looked like a princess who came out of a fairy tale, almost flawless. Many guests were talking. Hiss, this daughter of the Yi family is so beautiful? It would be great if she could become my family's daughter-in-law. Ha ha, what are you thinking? With your son's behavior, how could he look at you? And I also heard that the son of the Jiang family is also pursuing her, but was rejected many times. Even the son of the richest man can't look at her. How can he still look at a small family like ours? It should be said or not. Yi Changkong has indeed cultivated $1,000 lady ah. The nobility in her body is something that a small family like ours doesn't have at all. While at this moment, Yi Mengyao was tightly clutching the corner of her coat, her gaze sweeping around the banquet site as if she was looking for a certain person. It can't be. Jiang Che, didn't he promise me? Is he going to go back on his word? Yi Mengyao was apprehensive in her heart. She was completely unable to grasp Jiang Che's mind. Jiang Che's current attitude towards her was sometimes good and sometimes bad. Of course, the good in her mouth was just not being mean to her. But soon, her gaze caught sight of a white-clothed teenager. Jiang Che, today's Jiang Che, dressed clean and handsome as well, causing Yi Mengyao's little mind to go haywire in an instant. She had spent so much time with Jiang Che before, but she hadn't even thought that Jiang Che would be so handsome when dressed up. Or maybe the previous her had gotten used to Jiang Che's existence and naturally couldn't get Jiang Che's face value. But now that Jiang Che wasn't dumping her, instead, she herself felt that Jiang Che was very handsome. Thinking about this, Yi Mengyao couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh in her heart. Is this what I consider bitchy? Some of the clans that could be named in Hangzhou City had basically all come. Zhang Yuan went too, and Yi Changkong. Two people also have nothing to talk about, chatting about nothing more than things above the company. Although Jiang Yuli didn't treat Yi Mengyao very well, but after all, it was someone's birthday, so he could only put on a smiling face and then went to find Yuaner. Baby Yuan heir, this is a card that Sister Jiang gave you. Password 123,456. There are $10 million inside, just as Sister's private money for you. Jiang Yuli pulled Yuaner to the corner of the banquet and directly came up to zoom in. Today's Yuan heir dress is also very beautiful, is also a white dress, but a look no is the smallest size. Yi Mengyao simple-minded. For her this bosom friend naturally will not gouge and swish. Directly let the professional designer to Yuan heir also ordered a set of fitted clothes. Not to mention did not bother to think that Yuan heir will not steal their own thunder. No way Sister Jiang, can't have it. Yuan heir was shocked, and had a burning sensation as she touched the golden bank card. $10 million? Selling her wouldn't even be worth $10 million. Before, her kissing Jiang Che was only $200. If Jiang Che threatened her with this, wouldn't she have to kiss him 50,000 times to pay him back? Yuan heir was scared, but Jiang Yunli seemed to be determined to give her the card. Yuan heir, my Xiao Che may not have a light heart. You can take this money to buy things, and doesn't your family also need money? Yuan heir now understood, so it was Sister Jiang who thought that she was being Jiang Che. That's why she gave the pacification fee? Oh, not to mention that she hasn't been bullied by that pervert Jiang Che, even if she really was bullied. It's also impossible to ask for this amount of money. Sister Jiang, I really don't want it. If you force it on me again, I won't call you Sister Jiang in the future. Jiang Yunli sighed. This girl was too stubborn, but her favorability towards Yuaner increased by another point. Baby Yuan heir, in the future, if Xiao Che bullies you, you give your sister the word and I'll help you beat him up. Jiang Yuli wrapped his arms around Yuaner. His warm and large embrace was suffocating. Yuan heir, just listen. Of course she wouldn't take it seriously. Jiang Yuli was definitely incomparably doting on Jiang Che, or else she wouldn't have racked her brain trying to get herself and Jiang Che to live together in the first place. Sister Jiang, I'm leaving first. Jiang Yuli sighed. Such a beautiful and pleasing girl, why isn't she my daughter? She wanted a daughter in her dreams. Jiang Che sat in the corner of the banquet, drinking wine to himself. His eyes skimmed over Yi Mengyao's body from time to time. This dress was indeed pretty enough, painted with light makeup, but it was hard to hide her naturally beautiful face. This age of the girl is in the most beautiful age, wearing a black dress, but also will be set off it's mature. It was like a green berry in general. And soon, several girls appeared one after another around Jiang Che. Mr. Jiang, I'm Bai Jia. Do you still recognize me? I'm also a student of Shirlan School. You even helped me before. A girl who looked about the same age as Jiang Che walked up to him and took the initiative to extend her hand, revealing a smile. Bai Jia? Jiang Che raised his eyes, glanced at the girl, and a touch of disappointment showed in his eyes. The face value was on the low side. Bye. If Yi Mengyao and Yuaner's face value were basically starting at 95, then this Bai Jia was at most 85, and her face was painted with thick makeup. The foundation could be scraped off and eaten as a meal. It was just that he didn't know how the veiled face was like, but it should be a big beauty level when placed outside. Bai Jia's name was like a thunderclap for him, although in the original plot it was just a small role in the street, but after all, he dared to take such a name. It's hard not to make an impression. At Yi Mengyao's birthday ceremony, there would be a girl from a second-rate family who was jealous of the perfect Yi Mengyao, and then secretly drugged her water cup, wanting to make a fool out of Yi Mengyao, and as a result, things fell apart, and the whole Bai family suffered from the implication. But shouldn't you have drugged Yi Mengyao? It's hard not to. This Bai Jia is her own fangirl? In the script because she was only pursuing Yi Mengyao and thus had a cynical hatred towards Yi Mengyao? Yi Mengyao, what gives you the right to reject brother Jiang Che 3 or 4 times? What are you? Brother Jiang Che is mine. I'm the one who met him first. Who are you to take away his heart? Oh ho, guessed it right. This is a sick little fangirl. Wow. Shoo, I'm looking at Yao Yao. Jiang Che made a silent gesture, and then looked at Yi Mengyao with deep emotion in his eyes. As expected, the expression on Bai Jia's face couldn't be tensed, and she bit her lips to death. Following Jiang Che's gaze to Yi Mengyao, That young girl who was so perfect that she felt ashamed of herself. The fire of jealousy in Bai Jia's eyes was almost on the verge of spreading out. Aren't you the perfect young lady? I'll drug you and make you make a fool of yourself in public. Damned woman. Jiang Che glanced at her. The good show was finally about to begin. Chapter 61. Yi Mengyao was drugged. Jiang Che, help me. Outside the hotel gate. I'm sorry, this gentleman, you don't have an invitation. You can't enter. For security guards with electric batons stopped one person. You guys let me in. My name is Lin Yu. I've worked for Yi Mengyao as a bodyguard before. Why can't I come to her birthday party this time? That's right. This is of course our little mad dragon again. Lin Yu. Several security guards glanced at each other. Although this guy Lin Yu was dressed very skimpily, but someone who could afford to be a security guard of a 5-star hotel naturally wouldn't do that kind of dog-eyed thing. After all, they had seen a lot of big bosses who were worth hundreds of millions of dollars but wore cotton jackets and sandals. A security guard went in to ventilate the situation, but he soon came out. Mr. Yi said, he doesn't know this what surnamed Lin. He is a poor man. Hurry up and get out of here. Lin Yu was confused. How could this be? Even if Yi Changkong was no longer good, there's no way he wouldn't miss his past love, right? It was really him who saved Yi Mengyao. How come he won't even let himself into the birthday party? You're still not getting out, are you? The security chief drew his electric baton and was ready to go. I'll go. Lin Yu gritted his teeth and turned his head away. 5 minutes later, a young man wearing blue overalls and glasses carrying a ladder tried to enter the hotel. Oi! Stop right there. Who are you? I'm a maintenance man here to fix the plumbing. Take off your glasses. Good boy. It's you again. Give me a beating. Lin Yu fled in haste. 10 minutes later, a man in a suit with a belly and sunglasses tried to enter the hotel pretending to be a hotel executive, only to be stopped again. I'm the manager of the hotel. Don't hit me first. Don't hit you first? The security chief was suspicious for a moment. It's you again. Give me a beating. In this way about half an hour passed. Lin Yu went in and out 7 times. In the end, he managed to blend into the interior of the hotel. In a toilet, Lin Yu, who was wearing a female-style janitorial outfit, put down the mop in his hand, straightened his back, and shook out his wig. Damned doorman, dog's eyes. But fortunately, he was a dark force powerhouse. These guards couldn't even touch a hair on his head. Yi Mengyao, wait for me dash. Lin Yu's eyes gradually became firm. In fact, he didn't know why he came to the hotel. It seemed to tend to be an instinct. If he didn't come to the hotel, he would definitely lose something important today. Lin Yu once again pretended to be a cleaning staff and tried to blend into the banquet. And at this moment, Yi Mengyao's birthday banquet was basically nearing its end. Yi Mengyao's eyes stared at Jiang Che from time to time. She wanted to confess to Jiang Che right now in front of so many guests, but she was more afraid of being rejected by Jiang Che. That's why she was annoyed. This was clearly her own birthday party. But Jiang Che hadn't said a single word to herself from start to finish, and instead there were so many other girls who were eyeballing him. You women from these small clans aren't as good looking as me, so why do you have the right to hook up with Jiang Che? That's right, she was jealous, and right at this moment, a girl walked in front of her, carrying a glass of wine. Miss Yi, happy birthday. Bai Jie gave a light smile to Yi Mengyao. Yi Mengyao nodded casually. There were countless thousands of various families, thousands of girls like this who came to get close to her, but she actually didn't recognize any of them. Ha, eldest Miss Yi is drinking fruit juice? Can't be. Not having a little drink on your birthday? Bai Jie said as she poured out some white wine from her own cup and handed it to Yi Mengyao. Ah, drinking wine? I don't know how to drink. Yi Mengyao waved her hand. She hadn't had a sip of wine since she was a child. Bai Jie laughed lightly. No way? Miss Yi, today is your birthday party. Don't you want to drink a few sips of wine? This wine isn't poisonous. Saying this, Bai Jie took a sip herself, licked her lips and smiled faintly at Yi Mengyao. Yi Mengyao was a little shaken up. She had never tasted alcohol when she was growing up. Now that she was an adult she did want to taste it. Then I'll just thank you for the wine. Yi Mengyao smiled, then took the wine cup from Bai Jie's hands and gently sipped a few sips, a pair of beautiful eyes whitening slightly. It's so delicious. The flavor of this wine feels much better than fruit juice. It was then drunk in one go. Bai Jie's eyes slightly converged. This Yi Mengyao was also too naive, right? Even thanking herself? This caused a trace of remorse to grow in her heart, but she quickly shook it off. Eldest Miss Yi, you can't be greedy with your drink. If you drink too much, you'll get drunk. Bai Jie took the wineglass back from Yi Mengyao's hands without showing any evidence, and this scene was visible in Jiang Che's eyes. As expected, Yi Mengyao's entire head became a little dizzy after not much time had passed since she drank the wine. Her face surged with a burst of abnormal scarlet color, and there seemed to be a hot current in her body that she couldn't suppress. Who? Yi Mengyao clenched her fists tightly, biting her thin lips in death. Is this what drinking feels like? This alcohol strength. It's also too big. The simple Yi Mengyao still thought that she was merely drunk. Sister Yao Yao, what's wrong with you? Yuan Heir noticed Yi Mengyao abnormality and came over to Yi Mengyao side, pulling up her hand and asking with concern. Yi Mengyao eyes gradually became disoriented and looked towards Yuan Heir. Sister Yao Yao, your hand is so hot. Do you have a fever? Yi Mengyao shook her head. It's nothing. I just drank too much wine just now. I'm a bit dizzy. I'll go to the bathroom and wash my face. I should be fine. Yuan Heir asked. Sister Yao Yao, do you need me to accompany you? No need. I'm fine. Saying that, Yi Mengyao walked towards the bathroom alone. Jiang Che didn't know when, but he also left the banquet. Phew, it's so hot. Yi Mengyao bit her thin lips to death. She felt as if there was a blazing flame burning inside her entire body, searing her every nerve. In the future, never drink again. At this moment, Yi Mengyao had not yet reacted, still thinking that she had a problem with her drinking. What's going on? Phew, so hot? Yi Mengyao felt as if she was about to die, and right at this moment, a familiar figure appeared beside the bathroom sink. Jiang Che, is that you? Chapter 62. Miss Yi, you're an adult. Jiang Che, is that you? Yi Mengyao was on the verge of shedding tears as she held back her tears, biting her lip, her watery eyes filled with innocence. Jiang Che glanced sideways at Yi Mengyao, his heart bursting with slander. By Jia, this woman is really ruthless. How many drugs did she give her? Is this the snake heart of a woman? How bad, but luckily I'm the villain and have no morals to speak of. Jiang Che, can I hug you? Jiang Che didn't say anything, but with Yi Mengyao's current state, even if Jiang Che said it, I'm afraid she wouldn't even listen. Jiang Che, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that you were a scum in the past, and I shouldn't have looked down on you. In fact, I now realize that I really like you. Don't go. Don't dislike me, okay? I beg you. Yi Mengyao uttered some confused words in a daze. Jiang Che glanced around, then picked Yi Mengyao up by the waist. He couldn't hold back a bit. He took the closest elevator to the bathroom, preparing to lead directly to the top floor. Before walking, Jiang Che also looked at a corner of the stairway. A cleaning ant wearing a cleaning uniform with long hair was looking at him with an angry face. Obviously, this was Lin Yu, and Jiang Che naturally recognized him, but he didn't avoid anything. After all, what can I do if I let you see me take Yi Mengyao away openly? Jiang Che, you drugged Yi Mengyao? Where do you want to take her? Lin Yu angrily rebuked out. Jiang Che naturally didn't bother to explain anything to him, and directly got on the elevator, and before closing the door, he also gave him a gesture. Asterisk. Lin Yu was furious, but he couldn't do anything at all, because he knew very well that he couldn't beat this Jiang Che guy at all. He could only watch him take Yi Mengyao away. Lin Yu raged for a moment in extreme anger. Lin Yu was already as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Damn it! What would happen between the drugged Yi Mengyao and Jiang Che? Was that even something to think about? He was a god-level Chinese medicine practitioner, and before, the two of them, Yi Mengyao and Yuan Heir, were so close to Jiang Che, he wasn't even scared, because he could see that the two women were still intact, so the cuckolds hadn't worn their hats yet. But now, if he didn't make a substantial maneuver, this green hat would definitely be set to die on top of his head. Afterwards, he couldn't care less about anything at all and directly barged into the banquet. Yi Changkong, Yao Yao was drugged away by Jiang Che. Lin Yu's words caught the attention of everyone present, and their gazes swiped towards him. This janitorial clothed, holding a mop in his hand, and wearing a wig. Man! Yi Changkong's gaze also snapped at this moment. Which doggy dared to start a rumor? After his eyes looked at Lin Yu, there was some suspicion as to how this guy looked so familiar, and it took him a long time to recognize it. This was the loser bodyguard that he had hired for Yao Yao earlier. He still dared to come? What are you farting about? Today is my daughter's birthday party, and you're blabbering here, wanting to tarnish my daughter's honor and innocence? Yi Changkong was annoyed. Lin Yu hurriedly continued to speak. You guys take a look at the scene. Is there still a figure of Yi Mengyao and Jiang Che? Just now, I really saw Jiang Che hugging Yi Mengyao and walking away. He also gave Yi Mengyao an aphrodisiac. When these words came out, it directly caused the entire room to clamor. Even Jiang Yuan and Jiang Yunli's husband and wife couldn't sit still, because Jiang Che seemed to really left. You brat, don't try to slander my family's Xiao Che. My Xiao Che is never that kind of person. Jiang Yunli snapped, having to support his son. If there was one person in the venue who was the most shocked, there was no one more shocked than Bai Jia, who had drugged Yi Mengyao. Her brain was buzzing and she almost sat on her butt. How could Yi Mengyao? How could she have bumped into brother Jiang Che? Then wouldn't the two of them have? Bai Jia's heart twinged. Why? But now, the situation seemed to be unfavorable for brother Jiang Che, and she had to stand out herself. She then literally stood out. It's me. Just now I toasted sister Yao Yao. Perhaps Sister Yao Yao was drunk? That's why I left early. It had to be said that Bai Jie's words directly eased the tense atmosphere of the scene. Finding steps for everyone. Yi Changkong's couple naturally wouldn't say anything more, even if Yi Mengyao really had some kind of relationship with Jiang Che. So what? They were still begging for it. However, Lin Yu was very insensitive and continued to speak. You fart. I saw it with my own eyes. You guys can go and call up the CCTV. Jiang Che and Yao Yao. They were clearly. Enough. Yi Changkong angrily rebuked. Where's the security? Where did this lunatic come from? Hurry up and pull him away from me. Lin Yu was furious and confused. Damn it. Yi Changkong, your daughter is about to be slept with by another man. You're still pretending to be dead, aren't you? You people have eyes but no pearls. Do you know that Yi Mengyao will hate you all if she wakes up? Lin Yu kept on clamoring, but was soon driven out by the security guards. Facing a dozen of well-trained security guards armed with electric batons, even if he was a dark force powerhouse, he was a bit scared. Yi Changkong's face eased a bit, then he raised his wine glass and spoke to the guests. Just now, this person is called Lin Yu. He's a crazy person. MS. My family is right. My family Yao Yao is not capable of drinking. She just got drunk just now. Yi Changkong's words did dispel the doubts of the guests. Chapter 63, Yi Mengyao shyness. Collapsing Lin Yu. During the banquet, Yi Changkong was also a little anxious when he couldn't find Yi Mengyao. Shouldn't he really be drunk? Thinking of this, he called Jiang Che over. Little Che, is Yao Yao at your place? Uncle Yi. Yi Mengyao got drunk and is now relying on me. Jiang Che was lying on the bed, his tone slightly cold. Yi Changkong let out a sigh of relief after hearing that it was Jiang Che who took Yi Mengyao away, but his heart soon soured. Jiang Che had drugged Yao Yao. Of course he couldn't possibly believe Lin Yu's clumsy lie, but a big man taking a young, pretty and drunk girl, how could he not be aware of what would happen? Although Jiang Che had always shown an attitude of disliking Yi Mengyao, but a beauty in his arms, who could carry it off? Little Che, how is Yao Yao now? Yi Changkong asked in a caring manner. Jiang Che didn't have the good sense to speak. Drunk, kept pestering me to tell her a story. Now she's already asleep. Yi Changkong, as the ultimate daughter controller, was not at all comfortable handing over Yi Mengyao to Jiang Che. A big man. Where are you guys? I'll go over right now. And Lin Shui on the opposite side directly grabbed Yi Changkong's cell phone. Xiao Che, our Yao Yao is in your hands, she's not capable of drinking. Take care of her a bit more. With that, he hung up the phone at light speed. Yi Changkong was dumbfounded. What are you doing? Wife, Yao Yao. She's staying with Jiang Che. What if something happens? Lin Shui glared at him. Don't mind young people's matters. This is a key opportunity for Yao Yao and Jiang Che to get closer. If you intervene in this, Yao Yao might not only not be grateful to you, but will also hate you. Yi Changkong became even more anxious. What if the two of them rub shoulders? That's my daughter. Lin Shui, on the other hand, had a winning look. I know that kid Jiang Che. He's a disciplined kid. He won't do anything out of the ordinary. And haven't you ever thought, Yao Yao she could have gotten drunk on purpose? Is there such a possibility for a wife? The two big smart minds gradually diabolized. However, their calculations were clearly wrong. Who was Jiang Che? Although Yi Mengyao's birthday banquet was over, quite a few people could be preoccupied. For example, Bai Jie, who had drugged Yi Mengyao, had her intestines turned green with remorse, while the others might not have known. They all thought that Yi Mengyao was just drunk, but she knew very well Yi Mengyao was drugged a man and a woman alone together, and the girl was drugged. You don't even have to think about it to know what's going to happen. Yuan Heir was also more nervous at this time. She was too clear about Jiang Che's character. Although this guy put on a cool demeanor on the surface, seemingly uninterested in Yi Mengyao, but he was actually a super pervert by nature. And if the drunken Yi Mengyao fell into his hands, still need to think? This made her thoughts incomparably tangled, and although Jiang Che gave her a very bad impression, she had to admit, she had actually fallen a little bit in love with Jiang Che. Dead pervert, asshole guy, stinking mongrel. The little loli was on the verge of crying out as she kept cursing Jiang Che in her heart, stomping her feet in anger. Yi Mengyao's 19th birthday was spent in her sleep. She slept directly from Saturday midday to the next morning. Oh, the young girl opened her eyes in a daze. It's so warm inside the comforter. Yi Mengyao slowly opened her eyes, then subconsciously furrowed her brows, but after she fixed her eyes, the person was instantly dumbfounded. Couldn't be it? What exactly happened last night? She just remembered that she had a glass of wine and was so uncomfortable that she went to the bathroom, and she didn't remember anything after that. Endless fear and dread almost brought tears to her eyes. However, when she saw the face of the person on the side, she was slightly stunned again. Jiang Che? How could it be Jiang Che? This realization caused Yi Mengyao's originally panicked emotions to be greatly calmed. Fortunately, it wasn't anyone else. Even There was a trace of imperceptible joy in Yi Mingyao's heart, but as long as it was Jiang Che, she felt safe. Just like that, she shrank by Jiang Che's side, secretly surveying the teenager's side face. It was indeed very handsome. It reminded her of her own misogyny. It turned out that what she hated wasn't men, but ugly-looking men. Just as she was floating around, Jiang Che opened his eyes. Yi Mengyao, greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Chapter 64, The Completely Blackened Yi Mengyao. Actually, Jiang Che had already woken up a long time ago. With his strength nowadays, a mosquito flapping its wings a dozen meters away can be felt. Not to mention the young girl beside him. Stinking man with a straight face, bullying me while I'm drunk. When I go back I'll tell mom and dad and directly give you a forced marriage. Jiang Che. It seems that this missy is not bad at all. Only you still want to force me to marry you? What a joke. Jiang Che simply stopped pretending to be asleep and slowly opened his eyes. Yi Mengyao was looking at Jiang Che's side face, and was constantly why-whying in her heart. As a result, after realizing that Jiang Che had woken up, her entire body panicked. She didn't build anything last night. Jiang Che frowned with a headache and raised his hand to rub his head, then unintentionally glanced at the young girl beside him. The expression on his face changed from frozen to shock, disbelief, and finally transformed into a flash of dislike. It had to be said that Jiang Che's acting skills had been pulled full circle, and the Oscars had come to personally award him a small gold medal. Wanting him to take the initiative to lick Yi Mengyao? How could that be? You chased me backwards. Maybe I can reluctantly take you on. Yi Mengyao naturally also noticed Jiang Che's eyes, and her heart thumped, but she decided to take the initiative. Yi Mengyao racked her brain to recall those quotes from those overbearing novels she had read in the past, where the soft and cuddly heroine lost her virginity to the overbearing president. Squirming, she opened her mouth. Jiang Che, you don't have to be responsible for me. Jiang Che almost laughed. He didn't intend to be responsible for you in the first place, okay? You still have to be responsible for me. Responsible for you? What are you thinking? Jiang Che glanced at her with cold eyes, then took his cell phone out. Last night's critical moment triggered a system mission that triggered 3 villainous choices. Choice 1, take a picture of Yi Mengyao to prevent subsequent blackmail. Receive a reward of 10 years of internal strength. Choice 2, you have a pair of dexterous hands. Get reward, God's right hand. Choice 3, Missy is sorry. Get reward, SSS grade piano technique. It didn't capture the entire body, only Yi Mingyao's stunningly beautiful face. Jiang Che didn't intend to shoot the whole body. After all, this cell phone thing wasn't 100% confidential, and the matter of Brother Guanxi was still fresh in his mind. After all, Yi Mengyao was also considered to be her own person. Jiang Che wasn't the kind of green slave that would divulge his woman's photos to other people. Like Yi Mengyao, this kind of arrogant young lady can just mean it. It's impossible to really ruin her. Jiang Che opened the video in his cell phone and handed it over to Yi Mingyao's face, still wearing a cold steely expression on his face. See for yourself what really happened yesterday. Yi Mengyao froze a little, blinking her big eyes as she looked at herself inside the cell phone, completely unable to believe it. Impossible. This is definitely not me. Yi Mengyao collapsed a little. Yi Mengyao froze for a full 2 to 3 minutes before she slowed down, biting her lip to death, her mind already blank. Jiang Che, I will be responsible for you. The young girl's expression was somewhat serious, while her eyes looked towards Jiang Che's upper body. She then nervously lowered her head. Jiang Che put away his cell phone with a flat face and picked up his white shirt from the bed. You don't need to be responsible for me either. Yi Mengyao froze, controlling it to death, not letting her tears fall out. Jiang Che, can't you forgive me? Stinky Jiang Che. Oh, the simple young girl's emotions were close to breaking down, but the more so, the deeper her obsession with Jiang Che deepened. Could it be? Do I make you that revolted? Thinking of this, Yi Mingyao's not-so-intelligent brain was actually slowly starting to work. No, if Jiang Che didn't like himself, he could have rejected himself yesterday. After all, a big man wanting to reject a girl couldn't be simpler. Just slam the door and walk away. How much better is that? So Jiang Che must still like me. Yi Mengyao seemed to have grabbed some kind of life-saving straw, becoming more and more certain of her thoughts. The corners of her mouth even slightly hooked up. She only had one more advantage now. Abridged. Jiang Che looked at Yi Mingyao's bright and moving smile and already understood. This Miss Yi, I'm afraid it's blackened. Brother Imperial Brother, you say that the 4 great powers are empty, but you close your eyes tightly. If you open your eyes and look at me, I don't believe that you have 2 empty eyes? Chapter 65, Lin Yu's 9 consecutive victories in the underground boxing ring, to be sold? By the time Yi Mengyao woke up, it was already afternoon. Yi Mengyao slowly leaned against the bed, her eyes slightly converging. She didn't know what she was thinking about, and then a smirk flashed in her eyes. Jiang Che, one day I want you to fall in love with me. Yi Mengyao picked up the pillow that Jiang Che had pillowed, placed it between her nose and gently sniffed it, then closed her eyes. The grand young lady of the Yi family was completely blackened, and right at this moment, her cell phone rang. The young girl connected her cell phone, and on the opposite side was Yi Changkong calling. Dad, what is it? Yi Mengyao was slightly hoarse from overusing her voice. Yi Changkong didn't care too much. Yao Yao, didn't you go home last night? Where were you? They were only a little flustered now. After all, as far as they knew, Jiang Che didn't go home last night either. This Nima, a man and a woman outside. It's definitely going to be a gunfight. Even though Yi Changkong's opinion of Jiang Che was very good, but that was her daughter. His own little cabbage had only just grown up and was abducted by someone. How could he, an old father, be calm? Oh, Dad, I'm fine. Jiang Che left yesterday after dropping me off at the hotel. I was a little drunk, so I slept for a day. Yi Changkong on the other end of the phone let out a slight sigh of relief after hearing Yi Mengyao's explanation. Fortunately, his family's little cabbage had not been arched by a pig. Yi Mengyao had never lied to them before when she grew up so big, and he naturally believed in his own daughter's words. Dad, then I'll hang up first. I won't be going back tonight. I'm going to stay at Heir's house for the night. After blackening, Yi Mengyao naturally learned to deceive. Yesterday when he was at the banquet, Jiang Che triggered the villain's choice, completing and obtaining 10 years of internal power enhancement and obtaining SSS-ranked piano technique. In a matter of moments, Jiang Che's strength gained a substantial increase. It was directly raised from the late stage of dark power to the great perfection of dark power. He had gained a total of 15 years of internal power augmentation before and after, which meant that, with his own talent, it would take at least 15 years to reach dark power great perfection through hard cultivation. At that time, I'm afraid his child would be playing soy sauce. That's why the system dad is so fragrant. The SSS-ranked piano skill was like chicken ribs to Jiang Che, the villain, who was just a roughneck. What do you need piano skills for? Jiang Che was satisfied, but one person was having a very hard time. Lin Yu was once again inside the underground boxing ring at this time. Ever since he met that man in the suit a few days ago, he had followed him to the underground boxing ring to fight black boxing. With a strong mid-dark force cultivation as well as the aura of the protagonist, he was directly unrivaled in the ring. Now he had a brand new name, Yu Huang. In a week's time, he had fought 9 consecutive fights and won them all. He had already become a rising star in the underground black boxing ring. Only at this time, this Emperor Yu was in a very low mood. He had already felt that he had lost something very important. It had been a day and a night. Yi Mengyao had definitely lost her body to Jiang Che. Damn Jiang Che, how dare you bully my beloved woman? I'm bound to break you into pieces. Lin Yu clenched his fists tightly. He couldn't wait in his heart to kill this Jiang Che guy immediately. Yao Yao, I won't dislike you. I know that you don't like Jiang Che at all. I'm already striving hard now. Soon I'll fight my way to a career that belongs to me. Lin Yu had already begun to fantasize about himself accumulating his raw wealth through the underground boxing ring, and then accumulating connections at an extremely fast pace, eventually completely crushing Jiang Che and standing in front of Yi Mengyao as the victor. In the midst of so many fights, he had already vaguely touched the threshold of the late dark power stage. He firmly believed that as long as he crossed into the late stage of dark force, that guy Jiang Che would definitely be no match for him. However, just as he was fantasizing, a voice broke him. It's your turn to appear in the next match. Prepare yourself, the one you're up against tonight is the previous champion, rumored to be a dark force late-stage ancient martial artist. Lin Yu's complexion was flabbergasted. Late-stage dark force? With his current strength against a late-stage dark force would definitely be very disadvantageous. But he wasn't afraid, because he had a feeling. He had to face the most critical situation in order to make a breakthrough. Breaking through had always been his specialty. Okay, I'll take this fight. The man in the suit was so happy that he couldn't even close his mouth. Lin Yu was introduced to him, so he was very clear about Lin Yu's strength. It was just a medium dark force, but he reported it as a late dark force to the public. So Lin Yu definitely couldn't beat that guy across the street. But now he is blowing Lin Yu out of the water. What one move kills the dark force grand circle? Rumors like this are coming out, and he'll bet $5 million directly on the opposite fighter in a moment, and he'll definitely make a fortune. In the face of money? What's the point of selling Lin Yu out? And right at this moment, in the middle of the backstage of the boxing match, a fat and a thin two people are chatting. Wang Zhang left and right arm around two exposed boxing babies, knocking melons. Although Wang Zhang is not very good looking, but he couldn't help that he was rich and powerful. Ha, monkey, look at that guy, he looks so familiar. Wang Zhang's expression gradually became serious. Lu Tai on the side also sat up straight and narrowed his eyes slightly. Lin Yu? We haven't come to the boxing ring for a few days. Lin Yu actually blended in? I originally thought that there was going to be another new boxer in the boxing ring, and I was prepared to come and take a look, but it's actually this guy Lin Yu? Lu Tai also nodded. Jiang Shao really knows things like God. Before he said that Lin Yu would set up a stall and he did. Now he said that he would come to the boxing ring to fight black boxing. Surprisingly, it's also so accurate. Lu Tai's level of admiration for Jiang Che in his heart once again went up a notch. So, monkey, should we straighten him out? A perverted smile appeared on Wang Zhang's face. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 66 A world where only Lin Yu is injured. Reached again. How do you plan to fix him? Lu Tai stroked his chin and asked with some curiosity. In the aspect of fixing people, he willingly bowed down. After all, this fat master dared to be in Lin Yu's water cup. Anyway, he thought to himself that he couldn't do it. It would be more or less the same if it was a big beautiful woman. Wang Zhang frowned. I haven't thought about it yet. Lu Tai spoke up at this time. Why don't we call the police? Report him for black boxing? As a result, Wang Zhang couldn't tense up and directly kicked over. Put your mother's ass. This boxing ring is owned by my family. I'm brain dead. Reporting myself. If I let my dad know he can beat me to death. Lu Tai also snapped and laughed, belonging to the two people who couldn't put together a complete brain. But fortunately, it's enough to deal with a brainwashed protagonist like Lin Yu. Anyway, we can't let that guy Lin Yu succeed in his pretense. We're just screwing him. Wang Zhang thought for a moment, then revealed a perverted smile. Isn't that guy Lin Yu going to face Su Brejan in his next match? As far as I know, Su Brejan is a late-stage Dark Force powerhouse, the last boxing champion, and this Lin Yu is just a mid-stage Dark Force. He definitely can't beat Su Brejan. Let's just let Su Brejan clean him up. Let's just let Su Baojun beat him up and cripple him. Just as Wang Zhang said this, he was slapped by Lu Tai. Jiang Che told us to be careful again and again. I think Su Baojun might get caught in the gutter against Lin Yu. We need to come up with some tough moves. Go and call Su Baojun over. Wang Zhang waved his hand. Soon, a burly man with a big body walked in with a confident smile on his face. Su Baojun, the champion of the entire Hangzhou underground boxing ring, with a record of 49 wins and 0 losses. Because of his extremely high win rate, he was labeled as Dabeo. Su Baojun glanced at Wang Zhang and the two of them. His eyes still held contempt. The late stage of the Dark Force did not put these few dudes in his eyes at all. Although he was here to box, but not to make a living out of it. Wang Zhang and the two of them naturally didn't say much. It was normal for high-level fighters to carry pride. Brother Su, do you have confidence in the next match with Lin Yu? Su Baojun laughed out loud at his words. With that skinny monkey? What's a move that kills a Dark Force Grand Circle in a second? He's just a rookie in the middle stage of Dark Force. I can whoop him to death with one slap. Lu Tai on the other hand shook his head, then patiently spoke. Brother Su, I know you're very confident, but I think this Lin Yu might be a bit off. This packet of lime powder you put in your pocket first. In a moment, if you can't defeat him, if you can't beat him, you can put in a dirty trick. Su Baojun showed a displeased look on his face. Are you guys questioning my strength? Lu Tai gave a compensatory smile, then stuffed the lime powder into Su Baojun's pocket. It's not questioning you. It's not seeking stability. Anyway, it's a comprehensive unlimited fighting. Any dirty tricks can be used. A moment later, if you waste him in the ring, I will give you an additional $1 million afterwards. Although Su Baojun is not happy, but cannot help but give is too much. Not to mention that it was just a packet of lime powder. It wasn't a big deal. Wang Zhang worried in his heart for a while, then pulled out a small bag of powder from his pocket, patting the thigh of the sexy boxing babe in his arms. This is an imported aphrodisiac. You'll use the beauty trick to lure that Lin Yu to drink it later. Boxing babe pouted, then wiggled her butt and left. Wang Zhang, Lu Tai and the two of them looked at each other with a perverted smile. TSK, 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 this drink from a beautiful woman is just delicious. Lin Yu finished the drink in his cup in one go and smacked his lips. Just now that boxing babe's body was so damn explosive that his eyes fell out of his head from watching her. For the drink she sent over. Naturally, there was nothing to set up a defense. Soon, the match between him and Su Baojun began. The hot-blooded Lin Yu did not feel the slightest bit scared because his opponent was a late-stage Dark Force powerhouse. The two quickly tangled together, and it was clear that Lin Yu was being suppressed. But he was, after all, a son of Qi, and soon, directly made a breakthrough on the verge. Ha ha, I'm a late-stage Dark Force powerhouse now. Lin Yu let out a loud laugh, and as he laughed, something went wrong. The aphrodisiac kicked in. A hot current surged into his body, eventually pooling somewhere. The seed exploded. In a flash, the entire ring was dumbfounded. Even Su Baojun, who was sparring with Lin Yu, was dumbfounded. Nima. It was still the first time he had seen someone fight a boxing match with himself and get stood up by himself. At the same time, he looked at Lin Yu with incomparable disdain in his eyes. This guy isn't a masochist, is he? There were also quite a few women who came to watch the boxing match. They were all rich wives who had nothing better to do and came to find excitement. Yes, so small? TSK, TSK, TSK. This one is losing adults. I was thinking of paying money to hire him to sleep with me for a night. now it seems. What a waste. Lin Yu was confused. He couldn't figure out why he was suddenly like this, but at the same time, a more intense heat flow also surged inside his body. Damn it. I've been drugged. Lin Yu's face changed. As a divine doctor, how could he still not know his current situation? Hey, are you still fighting? I see that you seem to have made a breakthrough. What kind of internal martial arts are you practicing? Ha ha ha. Facing Su Baojuan's mockery, how could Lin Yu possibly endure it? Directly stormed up. It doesn't matter. Let's have a quick battle first. What does it mean to be a protagonist? Invincible at the same level? Soon Su Baojun was being pressed. Damn. How did he become so strong? Su Bailuan was kicked to the ground as Lin Yu's fists fell on him like rain. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something. Panicking, he pulled out the bag of lime powder from his pocket and clenched his teeth. Damn guy. I'm going to fix some ash into your eyes. Swish. Instantly, the entire ring was filled with white mist. Ah, my eyes. Lin Yu screamed miserably. Su Baojun seized the opportunity and scrambled to get up. Just as he was getting up, he inadvertently saw between Lin Yu's legs, which seemed to be taunting him, causing him to feel inexplicably angry. This was followed by a direct ghost hand. Oh ho ho ho! Lin Yu screamed miserably and fell out of the ring, with one hand covering his eyes and the other covering his crotch. He looked miserable. In a flash, the entire boxing ring was silent. They had never thought that the previous champion would use such underhanded means to win, spreading lime and pulling out his crotch. Who could resist? But after a moment of silence, many people present cheered, because the vast majority of people bet on Su Baojun. After all, Lin Yu was only a rookie, while Su Baojun was a veteran champion, and this was still unrestricted fighting. It wasn't like underhanded tactics couldn't be used. A world where only Lin Yu was injured, reached once more. Chapter 67, Qin Xiaoqiao and Jiang Che's affair discovered? A broken Qin Xiaoqiao. Puff. Jiang Che laughed out. Looking at Lin Yu's miserable appearance in his cell phone was simply pleasing to the mind and body. These two are somewhat capable, although they're not too good at background power and stuff, and their brains aren't very bright, but they do have a hand for fixing people. He was going to develop these two guys into minor villains under his command, specializing in spoofing the Sons of Qi. You guys are doing a good job. Just straighten him out. But let me remind you, you still need to do some serious business. Lu Tai's family was fine, but Wang Zhang family more or less stained a little gray industry. What casinos underground black boxing are involved, but the good thing is that they did not touch the flower. There is a chance of whitewashing. Once they touched the flower, don't talk about whitewashing, just wipe your neck and wait for death. He is a villain, but he is not cerebral palsy. It is said that a few years ago, there was a master who had reached the level of Gangjin because of Fanfan. It is said that a few years ago, a great master who had attained the level of Gangjin was killed by a large caliber anti-material sniper rifle because of Fanfan. Jiang Xiaoa, our family is also recently whitewashing. You can rest assured. Our family's industry is transforming towards real estate. Wang Zhang's expression also became serious. He had already understood that Jiang Xiao was preparing to take himself in as a junior. Not that kind of cannon fodder. This moved him to almost cry in pain. You guys see to it yourselves. After saying that, Jiang Che hung up the phone. But just after he hung up, his cell phone received several messages. Yi Mengyao? Jiang Che was a little curious as to what Yi Mengyao had sent himself. After opening the chat, the corner of Jiang Che's mouth twitched. Surprisingly, Yi Mengyao's selfie. The young girl was wearing a thin halter nightgown. You can't show these photos to other people. Jiang Che. Ed. Blackening is 10 times stronger. Yi Mengyao this blackened. More than 10 times stronger? Seriously, who would have thought? Who would have thought that the girl in the photo would be the Yi family's eldest daughter? Jiang Che, General. Yi Mengyao on the other end of the cell phone sat cross-legged on the bed, holding her cell phone, her pair of stubbornly beautiful eyes containing tears. God knows just how much mental construction she had done to send these pictures of herself to Jiang Che, but all she got was just an average comment? Unconvinced. She really wasn't convinced. Yi Mengyao, a man with a foul mouth. After sending this message, the young girl huffed and threw her cell phone on the bed, but she was afraid that she would miss the message that Jiang Che had sent, and turned her cell phone into vibration mode. Bastard, what do you want from me? The young girl punched her pillow in anger. The long road of chasing her husband was a long way to go. At least she was now able to feel that Jiang Che's feelings towards herself were not quite the same as before, although it was still very perfunctory. At least he was starting to look at himself squarely. Nightfall. Inside a certain building in the Chrysanthemum district, Qin Xiaoqiao. Wang Lily's screaming voice broke into Qin Xiaoqiao's bedroom. Qin Xiaoqiao, who was in the middle of writing her homework, trembled as she instinctively shuddered at her mother's voice. In her impression, her mother had never smiled at herself, and her voice was all incredibly shrill. Mom, what is it? Wang Lily's face was on the verge of twisting and contorting at this point. A pair of men's shorts was clipped with a rack. Whose is this? Why do we have men's clothes at home? Your father is all living in the school staff dormitory. There are no men's clothes at home at all. Wang Lily's words caused Qin Xiaoqiao's face to change as she stared blankly at the pair of shorts in her hand. It was Jiang Che's. Finished. Completely finished. Qin Xiaoqiao's mind went blank. She hadn't expected it at all. She had already double-checked herself. Why did Jiang Che still have a pair of shorts left here? Mom, I don't know who this belongs to. I really don't know. Qin Xiaoqiao bit out. Wang Lily laughed in exasperation, then pointed to the surveillance on the side. A few days ago when I was out on a business trip, the power went out at home every other day. Did you bring that wild man into the house? It had to be said that Wang Lily's intuition was quite accurate. No, I really didn't. But how could the domineering Wang Lily listen to Qin Xiaoqiao's words? She directly walked to the young girl's body and made a move to roll up her sleeves. The young girl's skin was too delicate, and a gentle pinch could pinch out a red mark. However, fortunately, it had already been half a week's time, and basically all of those former marks had disappeared. Wang Lily didn't quite believe it, and then wanted to tear open Qin Xiaoqiao's lapel to have a look. However, she was met with a violent resistance from the young girl. Wang Lily. Qin Xiaoqiao was furious and directly shouted out her mother's name. Wang Lily froze, then came out of anger and directly slapped her on the face. 5 fingerprints clearly appeared on her face. What did you call me? Qin Xiaoqiao covered her red and swollen face as 2 lines of clear tears fell. With fierce eyes, she glared at her mother, wanting to say something, but still didn't dare to speak. Mother, can you stop pushing me? You'll drive me to death like this. I've been studying hard since I was a kid to become the good kid you wanted, but you guys never thought about me. Obviously, Qin Xiaoqiao's accusations couldn't do the slightest bit of good. Wang Lily's stereotypical impression of a mother like this was already deeply rooted. Parents like this were not uncommon in the Dragon Kingdom, otherwise there wouldn't be so many students who couldn't take the pressure and jump to their deaths every year. I'm doing it all for your own good. Wang Lily yelled back. Qin Xiaoqiao sobbed and wiped her eyes, not explaining anything. I really don't know who these shorts belong to. I wouldn't know even if you beat me to death. Wang Lily was also angry and turned around and slammed the door. He. Qin Xiaoqiao smiled ruefully. Senior Jiang Che, I couldn't rise to the occasion like you after all. This was her mother, and in her heart, even though she was spitting all kinds of things at her and cursing her old hag, if she really allowed herself to turn the tables on Wang Lily, she still couldn't step over that hurdle. P.S. I have a friend. Her mom is more outrageous than this. Have given her into depression. Art comes from life. Chapter 68 Jiang Che, by Jia. You patted it, right? Looking at Wang Lily's departing back, Qin Xiaoqiao was sad. Alone, she hid under the covers and began to contact Jiang Che. Jiang Che is now her only psychological support. Once she encounters something unhappy, the first thing that comes to mind is definitely Jiang Che. Senior Jiang Che, are you asleep? On the other side, Jiang Che was feeding her cat, because in the past 2 days she didn't go home for the whole night. She forgot to change the cat food for her cat, and almost didn't starve her to death. You're the reincarnation of a starving ghost, so able to eat? Jiang Che cursed, then flexed his fingers and gently flicked them on her butt. Meow the ragdoll cat screamed miserably, then burrowed into the closet. Comfortable. Oh, why did Qin Xiaoqiao think of sending me a message? Jiang Che's eyes narrowed slightly. Missed me? On the other side, after Qin Xiaoqiao saw Jiang Che's reply, a trace of brightness was added to her dark expression. Senior Jiang Che, I miss you so much. You know what? I was almost reprimanded by my mom just now. She found you're at home. She found your pants at home, and slapped me. It hurts. The girl seemed to be pampering herself. The love she couldn't get from her parents, she could only get it from Jiang Che. Jiang Che froze. Underwear? I said, why am I missing a pair? It turns out that it was forgotten at Qin Xiaoqiao's house. This reason sounded a bit far-fetched. After all, he was a Dark Force Grand Circle powerhouse. How could he be so senile? Well, he did it on purpose. Xiaoqiao, did she hit you? Does it hurt? I'll have the school board's people expel her tomorrow. Jiang Che's words caused Qin Xiaoqiao's heart to suddenly warm up. So it turns out that she is also loved by someone. But Wang Lily, after all, had nurtured her. Senior Jiang Che, no need. After all, it's my mom. Qin Xiaoqiao pulled out a bitter smile. Well, Xiaoqiao, you have to be more confident, and tell me if you're bullied. Jiang Che coaxed up the little girl. It was completely easy. For a qualified Sea King, this kind of love words to lie to a little girl came out of his mouth. Okay? Anyway, you can't lose a piece of meat if you say it. The key is, girls love to hear this kind of warm words, although it is said that the warm man is ranked behind the dog. But this sentence has a premise, because your position in people's hearts. It's not as good as a dog in the first place. Qin Xiaoqiao shrank under the quilt. moved to the point of crying. Brother Jiang Che, I miss you. Why don't I let your parents go on a business trip for a while longer? The young girl blushed in shame. How could she still not understand Jiang Che's meaning? Don't. You're bad. Jiang Che on the other side laughed lightly. This Qin Xiaoqiao was too simple-minded. A good girl like this was actually the easiest to get into, while most of them were love brains. Of course, it was impossible for Jiang Che to fall in love with a certain girl. He was a fraternal person. The next day, Yuan Heir came to Jiang Che's table. Her brows furrowed as she lowered her voice and spoke. Dead pervert, what did you do to my sister Yao Yao? It was Monday, and Yi Mengyao didn't come to school, which caused Yuan Heir's suspicion. Ever since Jiang Che and Yi Mengyao disappeared in unison during Yi Mengyao's birthday banquet on Saturday, it had been 2 days, and it was as if Yi Mengyao had disappeared. Even Yuan Heir had thought, is it possible that Jiang Che had secretly locked Yi Mengyao up in some basement? With Jiang Che's level of perversion, it wasn't like this kind of thing couldn't be done. Jiang Che, the little lowly's bit of mind was all heard by him, which caused a few black lines to flash across Jiang Che's brain. Am I as perverted as you think? What's wrong? Missing your Yao Yao sister? Jiang Che asked with a smile. You say it quickly, don't be a poor talker. Although Yuan Heir knew what truth came out of this Jiang Che's mouth, she still wanted to hear whether Yi Mengyao had something going on with Jiang Che or not. Is this the attitude you have when you ask someone? Jiang Che shrugged. Humph, don't say it or don't say it. If you dare to bully sister Yao Yao, I'll never ignore you again. Yuan Heir puffed up her cheeks and tried to say something more damaging, but after thinking about it, realized that there were very few means by which she could threaten Jiang Che. However, her words did have a killing effect on Jiang Che. Yuan Heir was soft and creamy. No man could refuse such a legitimate lowly. Just as the two were chatting, a figure appeared outside the classroom. Jiang Shao, someone is looking for you. HSS, it's Bai Jia from class 3? Why is she here to find Jiang Shao? Jiang Che frowned, then looked his gaze over. At the entrance of the classroom there was a girl wearing a school uniform with a single ponytail, her hands behind her back, looking like she belonged to that kind of youthful and pretty type of young girl. This asshole Jiang Che, how did he hook up with another 1-inch? Yuan Heir cursed Jiang Che over and over again in her heart. I don't know why, but ever since Jiang Che threatened himself in the data room last time, he seemed to have gotten a lot more flamboyant. In the grove behind the school building. And you are? Jiang Che sized up the innocent young girl in front of him. In fact, he knew the identity of this young girl in an instant. Bai Jia as well. That was the woman who had drugged Yi Mengyao, and was also a crazy little fangirl of her own. She was even a bit of a mild sickly petite. But to be honest, Jiang Che really couldn't associate this youthful young girl in front of him with the heavily made-up woman wearing a sexy gown at the banquet. I'm Bai Jia. Have you forgotten? Brother Jiang Che, you even helped me before. Through her heart link skill, Jiang Che knew what the help in her mouth meant. Several years ago, when he was still in middle school, there was a time when Bai Jia was followed by a gangster when she came home from school, and it was himself who helped her out. Oh, Jiang Che revealed a smile. For what kind of woman? One should use a different persona. In front of Yuan Heir, a brat, he was the asshole. In front of Yi Mengyao, he was the high and cold ascetic male god. In front of Qin Xiaoqiao, he was the warm-hearted senior. And in front of this somewhat sickly young girl. Chapter 69. It's just a coward. Are you padded? Jiang Che asked. Bai Jia's brain stopped spinning. She was completely unable to imagine. Such words that were similar to molestation were actually coming out of Jiang Che's mouth. Herself, padded? That night, in order to attract Jiang Che's attention, she had indeed padded 3 layers. However, being directly revealed by Jiang Che was still very shy. Senior Jiang Che, what are you talking about? Jiang Che, on the other hand, let out a light laugh. This woman had really gone to great lengths to be able to gain her heart. See, this is what a girl looks like when she takes the initiative. For this kind of somewhat sickly young girl, Jiang Che was completely at liberty to pinch her. What are you looking for me for? Jiang Che asked knowingly. Bai Jia hesitated for a moment. Brother Jiang Che, Yao Yao and I are friends. Why didn't she come to school today? Jiang Che almost couldn't tense up. Still a friend? Whose friend drugged someone at a birthday party? This girl was obviously trying to probe herself. Friend? Still really a good friend. Drugging Yi Mengyao at her birthday party to make a fool of her? Jiang Che's words caused Bai Jia's small face to turn pale. Jiang Che, brother? You know? The young girl then didn't care about the consequences and directly grabbed Jiang Che's hand, nervously asking, what about Yi Mengyao? I saw you take her away. Between you two. The corner of Jiang Che's lips hooked. He suddenly had some look at the sickly girl going crazy yet. That's right, just as you thought. A bolt from the blue. After hearing Jiang Che's words, Bai Jia's emotions were already somewhat uncontrollable. Why? It's a lie, isn't it? Brother Jiang Che, I love you too. Is it because I'm not as good looking as Yi Mengyao? Damn. I'm going to kill you. Little sick girl was about to collapse. Jiang Che now had extreme strength, so naturally, he wasn't afraid of Bai Jia going crazy and knifing herself. Not to mention, don't forget that he still has a title, Master of the Harem. With this title, he was absolutely as stable as Mount Taishan. What's wrong? You're not jealous? Jiang Che let out a wry smile. As expected, Bai Jia was already confused. She hadn't expected Jiang Che to say such words to herself. In fact, Bai Jia's face value without heavy makeup was still very high. Although it wasn't as perfect as Yi Mengyao and Yuan, her face value was also at the beginning of the 90th percentile, belonging to that kind of level of 1 in a million, and still nude makeup. Zhang Gongzi does not mind, but after all, it was a sickly girl, so if he really let it out, hell knows if there would be any problems. Although he himself wasn't afraid of being knifed, Yi Mengyao and the others were ordinary girls, and all of them were big heroines who had become their own women. It was impossible to let them meet danger. Brother Jiang Che, what do you mean by that? Bai Jia blinked her eyes. Jiang Che's words caused Bai Jia's mind to be completely messed up. Brother Jiang Che, I'm going to class. The girl ran away in panic. With this kind of guts, you're still going to play sick girl for me? Flirting with 2 sentences and then running away? Jiang Che spat out a sentence. How dare you play sickly beauty with this? You still want to lock me up in a small dark room? Little hot chicken. Outside Hangzhou General Hospital. Doctor, please, save me. I feel like I'm about to lose consciousness down there. I've sealed my veins with silver needles. There's still salvation. You guys help me perform a surgery, please. Lin Yu's appearance at this moment was miserable. Limping, after being hung up in an underground boxing ring, he was thrown out like a dead dog. One of his balls had even been crushed. A strong person in the late stage of the dark force can pinch and distort even an iron egg. Not to mention that yours is a meat egg. The fierce dragon descended from the mountain, but turned into a lone testicle frenzy dragon. He is a good doctor, but even the most powerful Chinese medicine cannot save this kind of injury. At this time, the role of Western medicine surgery manifested itself. Lin Yu's attitude was incomparably humble. One of his balls had already been crushed, and if he didn't undergo timely treatment, the other one would most likely be infected as well. Wouldn't he become a eunuch in that case? But he's penniless now, so he can only go begging for a hospital. And this general hospital was the same one that he had set up a stall to beat his face in before. A few emergency doctors in the emergency department recognized Lin Yu, and they were all surprised. How did the guy who was incredibly cocky before become so miserable now? But the whole thing was quite good. The wicked will be collected by heaven. After all, they are emergency doctors. Although their hearts are disgusted with Lin Yu, but they have sworn to Hippocrates, as a doctor will not see death. At most, they would change the sterilized iodine vapor to alcohol in a while during the emergency. Hurry over here and lie down on this. Lin Yu was on the verge of tears. He had already prepared himself to be rejected by the hospital. How could he have thought the hospital would actually save him? This made him think of what that ghost doctor master had said before he left the mountain. If you want to quickly accumulate connections, you can't be saved unless you're a dignitary. This made him start questioning what his master had said for the first time. Why does it hurt so much? Don't move. I'm sterilizing you. Lin Yu screamed miserably and directly fainted from the pain. Chapter 70, Lin Yu is $150,000 in debt. Sir, the surgery was successful. You're a girl now. These were the first words Lin Yu heard when he opened his eyes, and his entire being was struck by lightning. I lied to you. A nurse opened her mouth with a smile. Although she didn't look good, she wasn't ugly either, or else Lin Yu would have really thought he had seen the devil. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He thought he was really incapacitated. As a man, if that thing were to be gone, that would be a truly great horror. If he was allowed to become a woman, it would be better to die. Even though he had become a lone testicle warrior now, it was still better than an eggless Superman. Mr. Lin, but one of your testicles is now completely necrotic. We removed it for you, and the function of the other one is deteriorating. The hope of recovery is very slim. We recommend that you do a good job of preserving your self-sperm ahead of time. You're still young. Consider IVF in the future. The nurse's words made Lin Yu's brain dizzy. What did it mean? He can't have children in the future? But he keenly captured the key words in the nurse's mouth. The function of the other one is deteriorating. That means there's still hope for salvation? Lin Yu instantly regained his confidence. Who is he? He is the heir to the ghost doctor, and his Chinese medicine ability is outstanding. As long as the egg was not completely ruined, he had the ability to save it. Mister, no need to say anymore. I can cure myself. Lin Yu waved his hand. He had already started thinking about which Chinese medicines to mix for himself to nourish his body. The nurse was somewhat helpless. Sir, when will you settle your surgery fee? Your surgery plus hospitalization fees cost a total of 110,000 yuan. Lin Yu was shocked. 110,000 dollars? Well then, may I ask if you have medical insurance? No. Then when will you pay? The nurse asked. Lin Yu was a bit flustered and rummaged around on himself, eventually finding a bank card in a hurry. This was the money he had earned from black boxing in the underground boxing ring over the past few days. A total of 9 fights and earned more than $6,000. Anyway, he was being used as a gun. The man in the suit drew a big pie for him, saying something about how he would earn more from boxing after becoming a champion. He believed it. It took a lot of hard work to make over $6,000 bucks. The capitalist had tears in his eyes when he looked at it. That's all the money I have on me. Lin Yu was rather embarrassed. Suddenly, he had a flash of insight. My Chinese medicine ability is very strong. I'm from a Chinese medicine family. My family has 9 generations of imperial doctors passed down single-handedly. I can serve as a Chinese medicine consultant in your hospital. Even though I don't have a license to practice medicine, I'm really capable. Lin Yu also do not blow himself what ghost Dr. Heir. Say it out, no one believe. It is better to say that it is a family of traditional Chinese medicine is more reliable. But obviously, no one believed his words at all either. Mr. Lin, you are joking. You still owe our hospital nearly $100,000 in medical bills. Lin Yu's heart was screaming. What kind of hospital is this? What kind of hospital is this? How does it care about money? Just as Lin Yu was depressed, the corner of the mouth of a man in a suit revealed a bland smile. He slowly walked up to him. Isn't it just medical expenses? Brother, I'll pay for your medical bills. Lin Yu looked up, a little confused as he looked at the man in the suit, but subconsciously nodded. Give me your cell phone. The man in the suit had a please trust me smile. Lin Yu confusedly handed over his cell phone. After the man received the phone, he gave it an operation. He then smiled and handed the phone back to Lin Yu, who looked at his phone's interface in a daze. $150,000 in the account? Where did all this money come from? Lin Yu's voice trembled a little. He had never seen so much money before. The man in the suit nodded. Brother, this is your reserve on top of indulgent borrowing. In the future, when you need money in an emergency, you can use it as you wish. He then patted Lin Yu's shoulder, turned around and left without leaving a cloud behind. Lin Yu was a bit confused. He always felt as if he had been set up, but couldn't say what the reason was. He had just down the mountain of the small god doctor on the city's traditional impression is still in more than 10 years ago on the black and white TV. Where has heard of what network loan but getting 150,000 at once still made him very happy. Nurse, pay up. I have enough money now. Lin Yu grinned, revealing a mouthful of big white teeth. The nurse was silent, feeling sympathy for this guy, lying in a hospital bed inexplicably in debt of 150,000 and not even realizing it. This one online lender she had heard of was particularly shady. Don't look at this, only 150,000 a month can be turned over. Just ask, you afraid? Bai Jia hadn't had the heart to listen to the lessons all morning. Brother Jiang Che had even started to tease himself? This kind of realization made her heart surge with boundless ecstasy, knowing that Jiang Che used to have only Yi Mangyao in his heart, and wouldn't even give her a single glance. Sometimes when she watched Jiang Che play soccer, she could secretly pass him a bottle of water and she would be excited for half a day. Does Jiang Che like me too? But that Yi Mangyao, can't it be that Jiang Che wants to have his foot in 2 boats? This had completely exceeded her perception. In her perception, Jiang Che should be the kind of person who was very dedicated, but she really wanted Jiang Che's person so badly. Bai Jia, why are you so useless? Why do you back out so easily? The girl secretly chagrined. Giving you a chance. You're useless too. When Jiang Che saw Yi Mangyao again, the girl had already had a very obvious change. It seemed to have faded away from that young girl's childishness, and even her dress was somewhat on the dark side. He remembered that the Yi Mangyao of the past loved to wear white clothes, either in pale yellow, but now, it had been changed to all black. The original single ponytail was also combed down, long hair pouring down. The whole person looked like a flavor between youthfulness and maturity. Sister Yao Yao, why are you dressed so pretty? Yuan Air sensed that Yi Mangyao seemed to have changed somewhere, but couldn't say exactly where. Yi Mangyao let out a light smile, then leaned over and kissed Yuan Air's face. Although she had already blackened out, she was still very fond of this cute and cuddly little lowly BFF. After all, with Yuan Air's face value, which belonged to the type that could kill both men and women, who could refuse a cute and adorable little lowly? Sister Yao Yao, where have you been for the past 2 days? You scared me to death. No, I drank a little bit of wine on the day of the banquet and then I got alcohol allergy. That's why I took a few days off. Yuan Air nodded her head dully. Bastard Jiang Che, what did you say to Sister Yao Yao? Otherwise it's impossible for Sister Yao Yao to have changed so much. Bastard stinky man, why don't you go to hell? Yuan heir wasn't a little cutie. She was very smart. How could she not notice the slightest change in Yi Mengyao's body? In her heart, she kept denouncing Jiang Che's perversion and asshole. Chapter 71. A large number of reporters flooded into the hospital. Yi Mengyao asked Jiang Che out alone. In a restaurant. Jiang Che, let's talk about this between us, okay? Yi Mengyao looked very serious. Talk about what? You're not going to ask me to take responsibility for you, are you? Jiang Che was still in a condescending stance, but there was a hint of tenderness revealed in his condescension. After all, you were so condescending in your attitude towards me before. Can't I still get some revenge? Of course, it was impossible for Jiang Che to remain high and cold. After all, he was already his own person. Yi Mengyao's eyes trembled, but then she forced a playful expression and boldly sat beside Jiang Che, wrapping her arms around one of his arms. Let's do it this way. In the future, we'll have regular weekly study exchanges. Your grades aren't too good. I'll help you with your homework. You shouldn't refuse, right? Yi Mengyao once again spoke out of turn. Yi Mengyao's little scheme was almost hitting Jiang Che's face. So what do you want to do? Jiang Che asked knowingly, as he adhered to a philosophy. No initiative, no rejection, no responsibility. Yi Mengyao licked the corners of her lips and moved to Jiang Che's ear. She suddenly realized that Jiang Che seemed a bit cute. Help you with your studies. This was the only way she could think of to get closer to Jiang Che. Yi Mengyao saw that Jiang Che seemed to want to reject herself, so she hurriedly opened her mouth anxiously. Jiang Che, if you dare to reject me, I'll tell my mom and dad and my uncles and aunts and let them judge. After all, it's definitely the girl who suffers from this kind of thing. Maybe I even have a baby inside my stomach now. Yi Mengyao's little mouth pouted, and started to splash around. Jiang Che was speechless. This was the first time he had heard such a request. You, excessive. Jiang Che reddened and glared at Yi Mengyao, laughing to death. Oscar came to give him an award. Husband, can I call you that? Yi Mengyao thought that she had the upper hand, revealing a touch of Victor's posture, and boldly kissed Jiang Che's face. However, she didn't know that Mr. Jiang had already stood in the atmosphere. Just like that, the agreement with Miss Yi was happily reached. Jiang Che, where are you dragging me to? I don't want to get into your car. You asshole. Yuan heir struggled. She was scared. Jiang Che, you bad guy. One sister Yao Yao is not enough. Do you still want to touch me? I won't let you touch me even if I die. What should I do? Jiang Che was speechless. What kind of person do you think I am? Is your head full of yellow waste? Yuan heir cocked her head and looked at Jiang Che. Isn't it? Jiang Che. Alright, you follow me. In a moment we'll both go visit a patient. Patients? Yuan heir frowned. Jiang Che snapped his fingers. That's right, it's the patient. Lin Yu, do you still remember him? Yuan heir frowned even tighter, and after searching in her mind for a while, she then shook her head. She didn't have a deep impression of Lin Yu, and had actually only met him a few times. Jiang Che. He was about to go crazy with laughter. Lin Yu, this son of Qi, thought about his little mistresses all day long, and after learning Yuan heir's name from someone else, he was able to remember people for the rest of his life. As a result, Yuan heir even forgot what his name was. It's which transfer student? Yi Mengyao's bodyguard. Oh, I remember. It's that cocky guy. Yuan heir nodded. I heard that Lin Yu recently had his balls wasted. Why don't you come with me to visit him? Yuan heir narrowed her eyes slightly. You bad guy, can you be that kind? Jiang Che wrapped his arm around her waist. The little lowly squirmed for a bit but eventually lowered her head. She actually didn't resent Jiang Che's contact. She just resented it in her heart. It was annoying that Jiang Che was bullying herself. Baby, be good in a while. Let's team up and piss him off. Yuan heir. In the middle of the hospital room, Lin Yu's entire mood was not good. Lying on the bed, it was another day of missing his balls. As a cool article protagonist, having him lose an egg was a blow to him that could be imagined. He thought of Yi Mengyao, and Yuan heir. These girls were all super beautiful girls, and it was still a question whether he could stand up now. During this period of time, he had also attempted to temper his body through Chinese medicine, but the results were minimal. His brother seemed to be permanently asleep, simply could not wake up, and even he took out the small movie he had treasured for many years and watched it over and over again. But no, now a bloody reality lay before him. It seemed like he was really going to be wasted, and the feeling made him panic. And just then, a chirping voice came from outside the hospital room. Zun do fake do? That guy who set up a stall in front of the hospital last time was actually wasted? Asterisk 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 asterisk, this might make a headline news. Remember the former director of education in Hangzhou? It seems like he was involved with him. Isn't this even better? Tomorrow's headline news will be shocked. The lone Eggman has this kind of background? I think the first eunuch after the founding of the country is better. A large group of reporters gathered outside the door. For some unscrupulous reporters, for money, they could make up any kind of news. Anything black can be made white for you, let alone someone with broken balls. That's right, these reporters were all called over by Jiang Che. Lin Yu's 5 senses were very sharp, and he panicked in an instant. These people couldn't be rushing towards him, right? Chapter 72, I heard that you're finished, special eggs for you. Lin Yu had obviously guessed correctly. These reporters were all coming at him. Jiang Che spent some money to buy off various reporters. Anyway, just give me a hard time breaking the news. With today's press, as long as you pay. What the hell doesn't make the hot search? The news that a billionaire has found a son can be on the hot list for days. Not to mention that this amount of money is only a drop in the bucket for Jiang Che. A whole bunch of reporters rushed into the hospital room. After seeing Lin Yu, they all had chrysanthemum-like smiles on their faces. There was a feeling of chrysanthemums tightening as he watched. You guys don't go in. That's the patient's ward. A few small nurses wanted to block it, but they couldn't help. The number of reporters was just too many. The leader, a bald man, came up and made a move on Lin Yu, the microphone poking directly to his mouth. May I interview you? I heard that you shattered one of your testicles. Is that true? The screen opened up to storm. Lin Yu had thought that all these people had arrived because they were attracted by his superior medical skills. Even he had prepared himself to act like a pussy. It turned out to be good. You guys are here to expose my shortcomings. He was already feeling a faint sadness, but now it turned out to be good. Salt in the wound. But where were the paid reporters willing to let him go? May I ask what caused you to shatter your testicles? I heard that you lost a fight with someone else, taking the liberty of interviewing you. What kind of feelings did you have the moment your balls shattered? Lin Yu couldn't hold it in anymore. How do you feel when your balls are shattered? You're the most presumptuous one. How presumptuous you are. By the way, it seems that you had colluded with the former director of education before. I wonder what kind of relationship you had with him. After losing one of your balls, are you still functioning normally? Where did your parents go? Lin Yu wanted to interject. My parents died a long time ago, but he couldn't interject at all. Now that sex reassignment surgery is so advanced in the country, may I ask if you have ever considered having sex reassignment surgery? After hearing a certain reporter's anticlimactic speech, Lin Yu was completely taut. I'll be a nymphomaniac. The scene went cold, but only for a few seconds. My mom is already 70 this year, but even though my mom is old, she still has her charm. It's not impossible. Unscrupulous reporters were all people without conscience. Their conscience had long been fed to the dogs. What kind of counterintuitive remarks you could hear from their mouths? Lin Yu was completely devastated by the whole thing. You bunch of dogs, hurry up and get the hell out of here. I'm going to you. Ah! Lin Yu waved his big hand, and the strong force belonging to a dark force powerhouse burst out. It directly swept a few people away, but he had only just finished his surgery not more than a few days ago, and he had used the power of dark strength without authorization. And so, the stitches blew up. Hiss! The intense pain coming from the area hurt him so much that he jerked. The reporters felt that it was almost okay. Don't really mess up a human life when the time comes they can't run away one by one. Click, click, click. A photo shoot. Lin Yu collapsed and wanted to cry. You guys get lost. Don't take pictures. Lin Yu, exasperated to death. It was only after hospital security appeared at the door that the reporters fled. Only Lin Yu, who was lying on the bed in a lifeless state, was left. And right at this moment, the door of the hospital room was knocked. Get lost. Lin Yu cursed out angrily, but as soon as he exerted himself, he pulled the wound again, and it hurt like a dead mother. Jiang Che held you on air and walked straight in. When Lin Yu saw you on air, his balls didn't hurt anymore. His mood was also better, and he felt like he had reverted back to that little crazy dragon. As for Jiang Che on the side, it had been subconsciously ignored by him. Wan air, did you come to see me? Am I dreaming? But in the next second, Jiang Che directly interrupted him. It's me who came to see you, classmate Lin Yu. Jiang Che carried a vegetable basket in his hand, walked over to Lin Yu's bedside, and set it down. It was only at this moment that Lin Yu noticed Jiang Che's figure, and his entire mood instantly fell to the bottom. Damned guy, who told you to come over? I'm going to kill you. Lin Yu's eyes were on the verge of dripping blood, and his monstrous hatred was almost on the verge of permeating out. He really wanted to kill this damned man. If it wasn't for him, he himself wouldn't have suffered these things at all. Student Lin Yu, I heard that you were injured. Can't I just come and see you? You're too ungrateful. Jiang Che spoke with a serious face. Get lost? Would you be that kind? I owe all this suffering to you. Jiang Che sighed, then sat down at the head of Lin Yu's bed. He then began to take out the items inside the vegetable basket. I also didn't know what you like to eat, so I bought you some on site. Jiang Che took out bananas, cucumbers, and ham sausages one after another from inside the fruit basket. There were also eggs, duck eggs, goose eggs, and even quail eggs. Anyway, it was all kinds of eggs, the main one insinuating. Lin Yu was confused. The muscles on his face were twitching. Jiang Che, you stepped overboard. For Lin Yu, Jiang Che was completely easy to hold. Student Lin Yu, I heard that you're finished, so I specially came to give you some more eggs. After all, what you eat makes up for what you have. Lin Yu, he cried. This is too bullying. True. Finished. Jiang Che, I'm going to kill you. For some reason, Lin Yu, who had broken an egg, had become much softer and his mental resistance was much more fragile than before. Jiang Che was speechless. This Lin Yu couldn't do it either. Why was he angry and crying? Brother, you still have to be open-minded. Isn't it just one egg? Don't you still have one? Even if you're really ruined, I won't look down on you. Saying that Jiang Che himself couldn't hold it in and covered his mouth. What are you laughing at? Lin Yu couldn't keep his emotions taut. Cough cough. I'm not laughing. Your bull asterisk 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 ting. I clearly saw you laughing. You must have seen it wrong. Lin Yu's eyes rolled white in anger. Then he looked at Yuan beside Jiang Che. Heir, you can't be with this dog Jiang Che. He's already having sex with Yi Mengyao. I personally saw him bring Yi Mengyao inside the hotel. He's just a dog. Lin Yu was impotent and furious. Heir's eyes darkened slightly after hearing Lin Yu's words. She had guessed it yet. With this guy Jiang Che's level of perversion, taking away the drunken Yi Mengyao, there was no way he wouldn't eat her. But somehow, her entire heart throbbed with pain after she heard it, and it felt like it was about to rip open. Chapter 73 Exasperated Lin Yu. Another heroic rescue? Heir knew what Jiang Che wanted to do. He wanted to use himself to make Lin Yu collapse. Although she kept cursing Jiang Che in her heart, she still stood on her tiptoes and kissed Jiang Che's face. Lin Yu, his heart was about to be completely torn apart. You guys, Heir, Jiang Che, he's a dog with 2 feet and 2 boats. Heir gave him a sideways glance, a touch of dislike surfacing in her eyes. Then I love him too. Heir's words were tantamount to the last straw that broke the camel's back. Hiccup. Lin Yu was directly exasperated. Jiang Che, this Lin Yu genuinely couldn't do it. As soon as the descending berserk dragon was infuriated, he was naturally pumped over. This kind of stress resistance is far less than a flunky. I don't know when I can meet a son of Chi of the superfluous son-in-law stream. When the time comes. GGG. Let's go. Heir, the protagonist had fainted from anger. What's the point of leaving it here? He took the little loli's hand, and his right hand took away the food basket in front of the hospital bed. Having bought so many eggs, it cost him more than $200. He couldn't cheapen Lin Yu. After all, these eggs were for Lin Yu. They're not for him to eat. He'd rather feed them to the dogs than to Lin Yu. If he fed them to a dog, he could still bark at himself, but if he fed them to Lin Yu, he might scold himself behind his back. You're such a pervert, Heir muttered in a small voice. That's right, I'm a big pervert. Come to my house and I'll cook you something delicious. Heir's entire body exploded and shook off Jiang Che's hand. Who wants to go to your house? The little loli opened her mouth with a puff of air. Jiang Che gently shrugged his shoulders. Heir fell silent. You want to bully me? I advise you to die of this. Since you've already touched Sister Yao Yao, you naturally have to be responsible for her. It's impossible for me to do this kind of backstabbing of a bosom friend. She was afraid. Looking at Heir's departing back, Jiang Che licked the corner of his lips. This little thing really thinks she can run away? The anti-cancer drug of the Profound Crystal Group had recently hit the market, and its market capitalization had risen by more than 10 percentage points within the group. Anti-cancer drugs of this level, that must have cooperation with the state. This was equivalent to directly giving the green light all the way to Yuchu Group, and Zhang Yuan had been busy during this period of time. This is also considered good news for Jiang Che. After all, he is now also considered to have the blessing of national luck. The general protagonist, even if your luck is good again. Can you compare it to national luck? This was obviously impossible. Jiang Che had done some research when he first crossed over, and some of the companies in his previous life were not present here. His experience wasn't low. He could have copied that set and brought it over. And with his own solid family background, he wouldn't say that he would become the richest man in the world, but at least he could be the richest man in the world. But there was no need, because he was already considered a top-tier second-generation rich man. Was it bad to expect his father to become a dragon? After all, this was a low martial world, and with the time to start a business, it would be better to abuse the sons of Qi a bit more and improve his strength. He could still remember that those two masters of Lin Yu, the killer master was properly at the cultivation level of the great circle of Huanjin, having struck out many times in the original text. His strength wasn't considered a secret, and that divine doctor master is more mysterious. The full text does not say how strong his strength. Let's just say it is above the Huanjin, strength to the level of Huanjing. Internal force, picking flowers and leaves can hurt the enemy. A chopstick in its hands can be compared to bullets in general. And above Huan Jin is Gang Jin. Gang Jin cultivation is generally known as the master level power. Internal force can be condensed into Gang Chi. Gang Chi protection can even resist the attack of pistol bullets. But this is not of any use. In front of large caliber sniper rifles, everyone is equal. Patriarchs are more docile than one another. It is said that patriarchs don't do it easily. And once they do it and touch the red line, you'll have to turn around. Although there was still a long storyline before his good masters returned to the secular world, Jiang Che had to prepare in advance. If he really couldn't, ask his mom to borrow some bodyguards or something. Preferably a beautiful bodyguard. Jiang Yunli, as the eldest daughter of the Jiang family in the capital, is one of the 4 ancient martial arts families in the Dragon Kingdom. There is only one clan master-level powerhouse on the surface. But secretly, hell knows how many of them. Otherwise, after he was killed by Lin Yu in the original plot, he wouldn't have been hunted down by the Jiang family in such a sorry state that he even fled abroad. Wait for a trip to the capital one day and see if I can get an expert female bodyguard. He. Jiang Che licked the corner of his mouth. Identity. No need for nothing. In a certain bar in Hangzhou, Brother Chen, I toast to you. A guy with dyed yellow hair patted Chen Hao's shoulder with a drunken red face and dazzled a bottle of beer in one breath. There were also a lot of minions on the side. Brother Chen, it's said that we don't fight without getting to know each other. I really recognize you as a brother. Chen Hao looked a little moved. Men are sometimes so simple. The ones in front of him were all punks from the vicinity of Shirlan School, and this yellow-haired guy at the head was named Brother Knife, the leader of the punks in this area. At that time, he was off duty and these people had a small friction, and then fought. Dark power middle stage cultivation of him directly hanged small punks, successfully owning some power of his own. And just like the traditional expert downhill stream novels, the protagonist followed the rules and collected his own minions. Brother Chen, why do I feel that you seem to have something on your mind? Brother Blade patted Chen Hao's shoulder. Chen Hao pondered for a moment then spoke. I have a girl I love. She likes other men and has no feelings for me. Brother Blade immediately became angry. Which brat? How dare you touch the woman my brother has his eyes on? Chen Hao didn't open his mouth. How about this? Brother Knife, how about you guys help me make a play? Chen Hao remembered the previous scene when he met Qin Xiaoqiao for the first time. It was a chance encounter with a punk. Then he wanted to stand up for himself, but he was cut off by Jiang Che. If there was another heroic rescue, will he be able to win back Qin Xiaoqiao's heart? By the way, then ruthlessly hit the face of Jiang Che, that dog guy. Chapter 74. Yi Mengyao transforms into a husband protector and dislikes Wang Lily. Although it was said that times were harder now, Shirlan School was after all an aristocratic school. Nearly half of those who could enter the school were rich. In fact, for them there was no need to fight tooth and nail to study and go to the inner rolls. After graduation, they took the TOEFL and went to a foreign institution of higher learning to get a layer of gold, and then came back to inherit their family's company. But even aristocratic schools have to produce results. So there is also a portion of the civilian students inside the school specializing in the examination of the results. Let's say Qin Xiaoqiao and Yu Wein are this kind of. So the polarization is serious. Play all day long. Roll all day long. But like Yi Mengyao, whose family is rich and whose grades are still exceptionally good, it's a rare case. Of course, Jiang Che, this bug has to be accepted. After all, Jiang Che was directly added by the system, and it only took a second for him to grow from a trashy school scum to a super school god. Let's just say this model test. Jiang Che directly surprised everyone by accidentally scoring 600 points, directly scurrying from the tail of the crane to the top 10 of the class, secretly stunning everyone. Brother Jiang, we said we would pounce into a dog together, but you secretly made it to the top. Wang Zhang looked at his 21-point English paper and then looked at Jiang Che's 140-plus score, only to feel a dizzying sensation in his brain. As Jiang Che's lapdog, he was too clear about Jiang Che's results. Normally both of them together couldn't score as high as someone else's one science exam, but now Jiang Che had secretly taken off. Right, Brother Jiang, your test is also too high, right? It'll look like we're losers. Lu Tai was also depressed. He used to be complacent because his grades were so many dozens of points higher than Jiang Che's. High? Not high at all, right? So many years are this score. Sometimes find a look for their own reasons. Well, there is no good learning. In class there is no serious listening. Jiang Che directly put the two people to say even more depressed. Jiang Che, congratulations on such an obvious improvement in your grades. Yi Mengyao was also surprised that Jiang Che was able to score more than 600 points on the exam, knowing that, normally, he could only score more than 100 points, and it's only been more than a month since then. Riding a rocket wasn't even that fast. As for whether or not this score would be copied by Jiang Che, she hadn't even thought about it. After all, she had now become Jiang Che's person from the inside out. Not to mention that Jiang Che only scored over 600 points. She wouldn't even doubt it if he scored 750 points. Ha! What does my progress in grades have to do with you? Jiang Che's attitude was still high and cold. He still preferred this way of getting along with Yi Mengyao. Yi Mengyao had also gotten used to Jiang Che's smelly face by now, and even smiled as she fell back on him. Jiang Che, I knew you were smart. It must be my tutoring of him that worked. That said, does knowledge spread through some sort of shortcut? Jiang Che, he was really almost thunderstruck by this woman. Yi Mengyao, what kind of things were she thinking inside her little head right now? The improvement of my grades naturally has nothing to do with you. Don't come and get involved. It's Yuan Heir's weekly revision for me that made my grades improve. Yuan Heir was originally lying on the table, and after seeing Jiang Che's grades skyrocket, she was still a bit complacent. After all, Jiang Che was tutored by her, and she, the teacher, occupied the top spot. But now, Yuan Heir only felt a bit of a chill down her back. Yi Mengyao's complexion dimmed. Looking at Yuan Heir beside herself, her eyes slightly bright. Sister Yao Yao, Jiang Che is actually quite smart. He just didn't learn it before. This darn guy must be secretly learning it behind his back. I just teach him for 2 hours every week. Even if a special teacher came, he wouldn't be able to teach him so fast, right? Yuan Heir was very smart. She didn't directly deny the relationship between herself and Jiang Che. If she said right off the bat, Sister Yao Yao, I don't have a relationship with Jiang Che, wouldn't that be a lie? So she pulled the topic to other aspects. Seeing this, Yi Mengyao didn't continue to ask something. Jiang Che, how about this? I have good grades too, so in the future, every week, I'll go to your home to tutor you. How about it? Yi Mengyao's sentence sounded like it was fine, but Jiang Che clearly knew what she meant beyond her words. Yuan Heir's mood was a bit more complicated. On one hand, she was afraid of tutoring Jiang Che, but on the other hand, she didn't want Yi Mengyao to snatch the position of tutor away from her. It was just very torn. The three of them seemed to have formed a subtle Shura field, but soon, this Shura field was broken. Ding bell. The class bell rang. A middle-aged woman walked in, wearing a pair of old eyes and holding a stack of test papers in her hands. Who else could it be if not Wang Lily? Wang Lily's expression was clearly a bit displeased. I think everyone should know the results of this model test, right? Many students inside the class have made progress, and the student who made the most progress surprisingly progressed by 119 points. This is tantamount to a miracle. Wang Lily's tone revealed a sense of eccentricity. It was obvious. Jiang Che had made such progress, and in her opinion, it was 100% cheating. Just kidding. A paper with a full score of 150 points. You girl made 119 points of progress. The one who created such a miracle is naturally our student Jiang Che. If I remember correctly, I think you scored 26 points in English last time. Mr. Jiang, may I ask if you can share your experience? Wang Lily was very vindictive. The last time Jiang Che disliked her in the office, it made her lose her dignity. She could always hold a grudge. Such a trashy scum, who couldn't even get into a higher education institution, and could only be reduced to a social scum slaughter after graduation. The rich second generation who waited for death to eat and wait for death, had always been the person she despised the most. Along with Wang Lily's words, the entire classroom fell silent. Of course, they were able to hear that Wang Lily was speaking in a conspiratorial manner, and they all whispered. Jiang Che was not in a hurry. Wang Lily, this woman had reached menopause. He only needed to open his mouth. He would be able to lay this woman off. If Wang Lily knew about the matter between herself and Qin Xiaoqiao, what kind of expression would she have? Rather, there was some anticipation. Student Jiang Che, did you hear me? Can you share your learning experience? Wang Lily asked again. As a result, Jiang Che hadn't even opened his mouth yet, but someone couldn't hold his tongue. Bang! There was a loud sound of slapping the table. Yi Mengyao stood up and stared at Wang Lily with a burning gaze. Teacher Wang, I don't understand why you're targeting Jiang Che so much. I heard you mean, trying to say that Jiang Che cheated to get his grades? Wang Lily was a bit confused and looked at Yi Mengyao. This person was her English class representative. I didn't say that. I'm just curious. How could a person's grades progress so quickly? I've never seen this kind of person before in over 20 years of teaching. Yi Mengyao sneered. Teacher Wang, after all, aren't you still trying to say that Jiang Che he plagiarized? If I remember correctly, this test paper seems to be issued by you, right? And where did he get the answers? Not to mention that the difficulty of this paper is very high. Even I only scored 138. There shouldn't be many people in the whole school who can score higher than Jiang Che, right? After blackening, Yi Mengyao directly transformed into a husband protector. Very different from the good girl before. Wang Lily who disliked her couldn't open her mouth. Chapter 75 in front of the whole office teachers. Kissing. Wang Lily was numb with dislike. Yi Mengyao was her hand-picked English class representative. Now she was actually pushing herself so hard, but she also really didn't dare to offend Jiang Che. And she didn't even dare to offend Yi Mengyao, who, although she had always claimed to be strict, was actually a soft bone. Alright, I didn't say that. Yi Mengyao, you sit down. Of course I know Jiang Che didn't cheat. The other students in the classroom also looked at Wang Lili with a kind of taunting smile. The middle-aged woman was sweating profusely throughout, wiping her forehead every now and then. As for Yi Mengyao, she was also sneakily aiming her eyes at Jiang Che with a smile at the corner of her lips. He, you smelly man, I've helped you out this time. You may not be happy in your heart, I'll be damned. I've already seen through your essence. Jiang Che. Bang, a bang. In the office, Wang Lili directly slammed her water cup on the table. She was about to die of anger. That brat, 100% is cheating. Who can improve more than 100 points in a month? Wang Lili cursed, and just at this time, a young girl walked in, wearing a school uniform, with round-framed glasses, fine bangs covering her eyebrows, holding a test paper in her hand, somewhat trembling. Mom, the English results came down. How many points? Wang Lili frowned after seeing Qin Xiaoqiao and took a sip of water. This was the way she was, yet she made the young girl even more scared. 139 points. She was speaking with a sobbing voice. The last time she scored 142 she had to be scolded by Wang Lili. As expected, Wang Lili froze. How much? Qin Xiaoqiao was shocked. Her body was like a sieve. 139. But mom, I'm ranked second in the whole school for this English score. And there's only one person who even scored above 140 points. Hearing her daughter's explanation, Wang Lili's face darkened even more. As for who was the one with 140 points or more, still need to think? Slap. A loud slap directly smacked Qin Xiaoqiao's face, dazing the girl and knocking her glasses off. Useless thing. Have you usually learned from the dog? Where have you memorized all the words? You wake up at 5 or so every day. Wang Lili's voice was sharp. The moment she thought that her daughter's score wasn't as high as that dude Jiang Che, she was furious. Qin Xiaoqiao just covered her face and kept on sobbing. Although this kind of thing was already used to for her, but her heart still couldn't help but throb with pain. She had really tried hard to learn, but she always failed to meet her mother's requirements. Suddenly, she remembered Jiang Che. Whenever she had grievances in her heart, she would always think of him. Wang Lili reprimanded for more than 10 minutes, only stopping when her mouth was dry. Don't move here, I'm going out. Saying this, she turned around and walked out. It wasn't until after Wang Lili left that the other teachers in the office began to chatter. AI. This woman Wang Lili is really something. Her daughter's grades are so good and she still beats her? If I had such a well-behaved and lovely daughter, I would be able to wake up laughing in my dreams. And just at this moment, the office door was pushed open. A figure walked in. Jiang Che had heard Qin Xiaoqiao's heartfelt voice from a long distance away, and he couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken. Qin Xiaoqiao was now her own girl. She had never been the only one to make her cry. What kind of cow or horse was Wang Lili? Even if you are her mom, you can't. Senior Jiang Che, I miss you so much. I can't hold on much longer. Mom, you're driving me to death. Just as Qin Xiaoqiao was feeling down, Jiang Che directly hugged her from behind. Ah, the young girl let out a petulant cry, but after seeing that it was Jiang Che, the tears that she had been holding back were directly unable to be stifled. Senior Jiang Che, ooh dash. Qin Xiaoqiao jumped into Jiang Che's arms and cried out. Jiang Che didn't say anything more, only gently patting her shoulder. After a while, the young girl seemed to remember. This was an office. As expected, after looking around, the teachers in the office all froze. Their eyes were unbelievable. Jiang Che scanned them. Whoever dares to say anything, everyone in this office will be laid off. Cough cough. You guys continue. I'll give you a break. A young female teacher sitting by the window in the office coughed awkwardly, completely ignoring it. After all, who didn't know the great name of Mr. Jiang? He did have the ability to get all of his people laid off. Jiang Che also became more and more perverted. He directly attached himself and kissed Qin Xiaoqiao. Senior Jiang Che, don't wow here. It's all the teachers. They're watching. Finished. Wang Lili, you old hag. I'm mad at you. As for the other teachers in the office, they all lowered their heads, not daring to squeak at all. They could only give a sigh of relief. Youth is so beautiful. Xiaoqiao. After some time, let's showdown with Wang Lili. How about you live in my house? Directly conspiring out loud, completely not treating the teacher in the office as a human being. Qin Xiaoqiao's small face shamed to her neck. Her small hand gently pinched the soft flesh around Jiang Che's waist. It's all known. When a young girl lowers her head and doesn't see her toes, she's already a perfect color on earth. That's what describes a girl like Qin Xiaoqiao. Right at this moment, the teacher who was letting off steam shouted, "It's bad. The Imperial Army is coming." It made both Jiang Che and Qin Xiaoqiao laugh. Senior Jiang Che, Then I'll slip away first. I'll join you. The two of them slipped away, one through the front door, the other through the back door. Looking at Jiang Che's two departing backs, the corners of the mouth of the young female teacher who was letting the wind out revealed an ant smile. It's still good to be young. This is youth. A few older teachers also revealed smiles, as if they had thought of their own youth. After Wang Lily came back in a huff, she realized that Qin Xiaoqiao had disappeared. Where did this stinky girl go again? Wang Lily was furious, but the atmosphere in the office was very weird. Why aren't you guys talking? Wang Lily looked at the co-workers beside her and asked with a frown. The co-workers were speechless. Your daughter is on the verge of being abducted by the human Zhang Gongzi. People's young lovers are ready to elope, okay? But everyone was unspoken and didn't tell Wang Lily about what had just happened. Even if Jiang Che didn't threaten them, the odds were that they wouldn't leak it. After all, who hasn't had youth? Chapter 76, Qin Xiaoqiao's shyness, Chen Hao's embarrassing appearance. After school, Senior Jiang Che, is what you said this morning true? Qin Xiaoqiao took the initiative to find Jiang Che. Naturally it's true. What's wrong? You want to elope with me? Jiang Che raised his hand and gently tickled the tip of the young girl's nose. Ah! The young girl nodded resolutely. She couldn't stand the pressure her mother was putting on her anymore, and she now wanted to stay by Senior Jiang Che's side every day. She could only feel that love in Jiang Che's body that didn't require you to pay a price. Love. Naturally there's no problem. There's no one in my house. Oh, you can stay at my house if you want. But I'm afraid. My mom is a teacher at the school. If I live at your house every day, will she make a scene? Bring you trouble? Qin Xiaoqiao was torn in her heart. See if she dares? I'll have her laid off in minutes. No, don't let my mom get laid off. She's actually not easy. Qin Xiaoqiao spoke in a low voice. After all, Wang Lily was her mom. The grace of raising her was greater than heaven. Only her love was too extreme. Baby, you're so well behaved that it makes people's hearts ache. Ah. Jiang Che gently rubbed the young girl's head. Ah, I love brother Jiang Che so much. I want to stay with him forever. I'll send you back? No need, right? It's not good if people see us. Come on up. Jiang Che carried Qin Xiaoqiao to the passenger seat. He completely failed to see that hundreds of meters away on the side of the road, in a Bentley, a young girl's face was already slightly distorted. Brother Jiang Che. So, it turns out that you are such a person. Bai Jia had thought that Jiang Che was the type of person who only fell in love with one girl. It turned out that now he was more than just having his foot in two boats. Brother Jiang Che, since you're so affectionate, don't think about rejecting me. A bold idea slowly surfaced in her mind. Silver bell-like laughter echoed in the car. Hiss. Is what this guy Chen Hao said accurate or not? Is that what's his name Qin Xiaoqiao passing through here or not? In an alley, dozens of punks with dragons and tattoos on their arms smoked cigarettes and spat. The leader was none other than Brother Knife. Brother Knife had given Chen Hao, his brother, enough face this time, and had brought all of his minions over. There were more than a dozen of them, fully armed. It will definitely come. Let's just wait. Brother Knife then looked towards the corner of the alley, where the small security guard Chen Hao was squatting on the ground smoking a cigarette, giving him a confident gaze in response. The script they had all rehearsed in advance, and in a moment Qin Xiaoqiao passed by. The punk stepped in to harass, and then he directly jumped out to heroically save her and capture her heart. It was perfect, but they waited half a day for the result. A pack of cigarettes was almost finished, and they still hadn't seen anyone. And right at this moment, Jiang Che's car brushed past them, and Jiang Che keenly spotted Chen Hao's figure, along with some punks. Why was this guy Chen Hao hanging out with the punks? They seemed to be squatting. Jiang Che glanced at Qin Xiaoqiao beside him and instantly understood. Both being men, could he still not know what this guy Chen Hao was thinking? He then slowly stopped the car as he prepared to accompany Chen Hao in a play. Don't you want to act? I'll let you act enough today. Senior Jiang Che? It's fine to get off here. It just so happens that my neighborhood is right in front of me. Jiang Che smiled and helped her open the car door. After the two of them stepped out of the car, Chen Hao was a bit confused. Damn it! Qin Xiaoqiao was already so close to him, but as soon as he saw Jiang Che's face, he was furious beyond measure. The young girl that he was so easily moved by, but she was shortchanged by this dogman. Brother Blade, that girl is Qin Xiaoqiao, the girl I like, and the guy next to her. You guys help me waste him. Brother Blade's few people looked at Chen Hao's voice and saw a man and a woman. The girl was still wearing Shirlan School's uniform. To be honest, when they saw Qin Xiaoqiao, they couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. It was too pretty. A junior brother spoke with a suppressed voice. I'll go. Such a pretty girl? Why don't we try it ourselves? This is the first time I've seen such a pure girl. She's hundreds of times better than those hair salon girls. Brother Knife also swallowed his saliva. What the are you guys thinking? My brother Knife can do that kind of thing to take away my brother's woman? Besides, it's not like you guys have never seen Chen Hao's fighting strength. we can't even beat him together. It's a case of colorful heart, but no colorful guts. In a moment, let's cooperate with him to act. The man beside him, let's not fight. You see the car he drove is a Maybach. License plate number A99999. Not we can afford to offend the existence of this Chen Hao. Also let us waste the man? You're not the one in jail. The punks still have eyesight. Now when a gangster are difficult, but also learn to observe the color. Once there is a big brother is to eat the loss of uneducated. See people's car label is B. Thought it was BYD. He beat them up, but they drove a Bentley, and then he got someone to kill him. Qin Xiaoqiao also noticed the abnormality around her, and her delicate body slightly trembled. These dozen of punks knew at a glance that they weren't too easy to mess with. Senior Jiang Che, should we call the police? Shall we leave first? Jiang Che protected her behind him, completely unconcerned. Chen Hao, who was hiding in the shadows, was already rubbing his fists. This wave of heroes rescuing beauty, not only would it capture Qin Xiaoqiao's heart, but it would also give Jiang Che a violent beating. One arrow, two birds with one stone. But after Dagger and the others approached, they were confused. Jiang Xiao? The iron rod that Brother Knife was carrying in his hand was also dropped on the ground, and he ran to Jiang Che with a fawning face. The corners of Jiang Che's mouth twitched as he watched. Blade's group of minions all froze. Why didn't this big brother follow the script? But what big brother did? They did what he did and dropped their weapons one after another. You are? Jiang Xiao, you do not recognize me as normal. I am a small gangster. You call me Knife on the line. I follow Brother Lung. Brother Lung follows Brother Chang. Brother Chang is Kung. He's a hired gun for Mr. Wang's family. Jiang Che. This Mr. Wang. Who else but Mr. Wang Zheng? It's really funny. That Wang Zheng guy can be called Wang Gongzi. Is it really a food chain? Brother Knife, Brother Dragon, Brother Chang, Wang Zheng, Jiang Che. It was really a laugh for Mr. Jiang. So what are you guys planning to do? Do you want to rob me? Jiang Che opened his mouth. Where? How could we dare to rob you? It's like this. Brother Blade had told Jiang Che the complete story of what happened, and it was just as Jiang Che had guessed. But Qin Xiaoqiao was confused. Senior Jiang Che, who is Chen Hao? Why don't I have any impression? While not far away, Chen Hao was a bit anxious. Why are these guys so unreliable? The promised script. Why don't they follow the script? I asked you guys to teach Jiang Che a lesson. Why are you guys still chatting? Chen Hao was slightly displeased. The level of these punks was still too low, but now he was ready to do it himself. There was a loud bang in the sky, and Chen Hao made a shining appearance. Tai. In broad daylight. What do you punks want? P.S. To explain to everyone, Qin Xiaoqiao and Jiang Che in the same grade. We here in the senior or older than their own age are called seniors. The same grade can also be called seniors, because the name of this name is more easy to draw close to the relationship. While successfully water 90 words. Chapter 77, Chen Hao entered the bureau. Qin Xiaoqiao's mother and daughter break up. The air was slightly awkward. Chen Hao seemed to be living in his own world, completely not realizing that things had gone over in another direction. Beauty, don't worry, I'm going to help you violently beat up these punks. With that, he rushed towards Blade and the others, directly taking the lead in punching a skinny green hair, taking the first kill. He hated guys with dyed green hair the most. After Brother Blade and the others reacted, they glanced at Jiang Che and then at Chen Hao. It was easy to see which was more important. Brothers, do it. Beat him to death for me. Just this kid still wants to get his hands on Jiang Xiao's woman. Brother Blade led the charge, picking up the iron bar on the ground and rushed over. Chen Hao was a bit confused. How come even the lines were changed? But the lines were changed. The plot didn't change just fine, but he knew very well. Blade and these people were no match for him. A big dark force mid-stage expert. In order to prevent hurting them, it was better to keep his hand. He had to stay his hand. But Brother Knife and the others wouldn't, and an iron rod hit him solidly, almost not sending him to meet the Teiyukai. You guys dash. Before he could say anything, the iron rod fell on his body like rain. Chen Hao instantly stormed out after enduring a few sticks. The strong force belonging to a dark force powerhouse burst out, sweeping away a few punks with a single punch. Blood oozed out from their heads, turning their eyes red. You guys deserve to die. You guys really want to beat me to death. Chen Hao was about to explode with anger. He was actually being acted out. How could an ordinary punk be a match for a dark force powerhouse? Reacting, Chen Hao knocked them down in 3 or 2 hits, and then walked towards Jiang Che step by step. Xiao, Jiang Che is not a good thing. Quickly leave him. Qin Xiaoqiao was originally a bit scared, but after hearing Chen Hao insult Jiang Che, she instantly became angry. Little fairies could be very scary when they got angry. Running to Chen Hao was overjoyed at the sight. A hero saving a beauty really works. The ancients are true to their word, but the next second, he only felt a pain in his crotch. Qin Xiaoqiao's kick was as terrifying as this. I let you scold Senior Jiang Che? You dead pervert. I don't even know you. And you're still trying to make up the stupid trick of a hero saving a beauty? Chen Hao collapsed a little. Covering his crotch in pain, he fell to the ground. And right at this moment, the police arrived late. Who called the police? 2 police cars came and a team of policemen came down. And the one at the head was also an old acquaintance of Jiang Che's. He. Long time no see, Sister Yin Yin. Wang Yin Yin looked towards Jiang Che. To be precise, she looked towards Qin Xiaoqiao by his side. I shucks. Scum. At a young age you've become a scum. What's going to happen in the future? I should have bitten it off for you when I was a kid. Wang Yin Yin's heartfelt words truly thundered Jiang Che. Officer, I'm the one who called the police. Qin Xiaoqiao raised her small hand, and Wang Yin Yin walked to her side, taking another look at the young girl. Jiang Che, this dead asshole. His vision is quite high. All pretty girls. Ho. Bah. What's the situation? A fight and brawl? It's like this. Qin Xiaoqiao told Wang Yin Yin the whole story. You all come back to the police station with me and take them all away. Sister Yin Yin, do I have to go too? You have to go too. Wang Yin Yin's scalp went numb at Jiang Che's eyes, and she turned away her head with a red face. As for Chen Hao, he had already fainted from the pain of the yin-raising leg. Even for a dark force powerhouse, being kicked in the crotch, what should fall is still going to fall. After Lin Yu, Chen Hao also went in, and he took the lion's share of the blame, because he was the one who made the first move on the gangsters, who had all put down their weapons. You went up there and knocked one down with one punch. As for Knife and the others, because of the suspected black forces, more miserable, at least 5 years to start. During the time Qin Xiaoqiao was in the police station, Wang Lili naturally learned the news. This was very explosive. This woman rushed into the police station in a rage. The moment she saw Qin Xiaoqiao, she almost died of anger. Qin Xiaoqiao, what exactly do you want to do? I spent so much money to send you to school, and you don't study. You even went to the police station, didn't you? In her opinion, going to the police station is the same as breaking the law and committing a crime, maybe even leaving a record. The future exams will be seriously affected. Her hope is, when Qin Xiaoqiao grows up, she will also be able to become a teacher, or a doctor or something like that. This kind of iron rice bowl will be more fragrant. The more she thought about it, the more angry she became, and she walked over to Qin Xiaoqiao, raising her palm and preparing to slap it down, but she was stopped dead in her tracks by a large hand. You? Wang Lili was even more infuriated after seeing Jiang Che's face. Why was this dude also there? Sure enough, a dude like Jiang Che must often commit crimes and go to the police station. His own daughter absolutely had to keep her distance from him. Qin Xiaoqiao trembled and opened her eyes. She was all ready to be beaten. Instead, this slap was stopped by Jiang Che. Jiang Che, senior? Jiang Che glanced at Wang Lili. Ms. Wang, is this your upbringing as a teacher? Hitting someone without asking what happened? Kidding aside, Qin Xiaoqiao had already become his own person. Even he didn't want to bully Qin Xiaoqiao. Others shouldn't even think about it. Jiang Che was actually also an extremely possessive person. Or rather, this was the nature of the vast majority of men. Wang Lili was confused, glancing at Jiang Che and then at Qin Xiaoqiao. Good. Qin Xiaoqiao, I said, why have you become rebellious recently? So it's because you're in love. Or this dude Jiang Che. Didn't I tell you? You can't fall in love before you graduate from college. Wang Lili was about to die of anger. But Qin Xiaoqiao wasn't a soft persimmon anymore. After all, she had just sent Shen Hao in boot. Directly raising her eyes, Senior Jiang Che was by her side, gave her great courage. She was going to have a showdown with her own mother. Mom, you control too much. You control my studies. You control my life. You even want to grasp my thoughts. You're already about to drive me crazy, you know? You and Dad claim to love me, but I've never felt a single ounce of love from you. All you've ever given me is pressure. I'm not your daughter. I'm just a tool you use to show off. And, Senior Jiang Che is also not a playboy at all. He's someone I like. You don't understand him at all. The young girl hissed out, tears snapping and falling, but her gaze was incomparably determined. Chapter 78, Qin Xiaoqiao suffers from depression? Wang Lili let go. Wang Lili was confused. She completely did not expect that her normally incomparably well-behaved daughter would say such words to herself. An unbelievable dismay passed through her eyes. But soon, it turned into irritation. Qin Xiaoqiao, how dare she? There were so many police officers here, and this made her sound as if she was some kind of unforgivable woman. Qin Xiaoqiao, I'm your mom, can't I still control you? And Jiang Che, he really doesn't suit you. A rich second generation like him, he's just playing around with you. He won't be interested at all. I'm doing this for your own good. You're from two different worlds, you know? Qin Xiaoqiao fell silent. Her shoulders were trembling. Her tears snapped and fell to the ground, tightly clenching her pink fists. Senior Jiang Che and her were not destined to be people of the same world. How could she not know that? That girl called Yi Mengyao was both beautiful and had a good family background. But she had fallen in love with Jiang Che. She coveted the love that Jiang Che gave her, and she also liked the scent of his body, thinking that she could fall asleep holding him every night. What she actually knew, she herself was not worthy of Jiang Che at all. Jiang Che couldn't sit still. Even if you train your daughter, why are you stepping on me? Didn't I just abduct your daughter by being a loser? Why do you have to be like this? She put her arm around Qin Xiaoqiao's waist and glared at Wang Lili. Wang, you never gave her what she wanted. All you brought her was stress and pain. Do you know? Xiaoqiao is already suffering from depression. Jiang Che's words were so shocking that even Qin Xiaoqiao herself was slightly stunned. Afterwards, he only saw. Jiang Che pulled out a medical diagnosis from his pocket, which showed Qin Xiaoqiao, severe depression, and accompanied by suicidal tendencies. Wang Lili looked dumbfounded, and then her hands began to tremble slightly. Although she was old-fashioned, she was not illiterate. Other parents said it was pretentious when depression was mentioned, but Wang Lili was, after all, a highly educated person and knew very well, depression was a serious disease that could kill a person. This Xiaoqiao, when did it happen? Why didn't you tell mom and dad? Wang Lili's voice was trembling, but Qin Xiaoqiao was also very confused at this time. I have depression, how come I didn't know about it? Although she was driven to despair by her mom and dad, she shouldn't be depressed much less have any suicidal tendencies. She was still counting on getting into a higher education institution to completely get rid of her parents' control. How could she be so fragile as to commit suicide? But after all, Qin Xiaoqiao is a bully. Quickly understood Jiang Che's meaning. This medical diagnosis must be Jiang Che forged. The two of them, Xiaoqiao and Jiang Che, were heart to heart, preparing to put on a big show for Wang Lili. The young girl revealed a forlorn look and looked at her mother in despair. I won't talk to you guys? I'll talk to you guys. Will ye listen? Mom, you guys have been forcing me to study. I've really tried my best, but I still can't meet your requirements. I'm tired. Xiaoqiao. Wang Lili was in a hurry. Severe depression was no joke. She was really afraid that Qin Xiaoqiao would do something stupid. Someone was in a hurry, but not saying who. Mom, you guys are really pushing me into too much pain. Sometimes when I pass the big river in front of the school, I want to jump in. Don't. Mommy won't push you anymore. Lili Wang shook her head. You won't. You'll continue to pressure me when I get home. I'm really close to living enough. My life was already dark, but until I met Mr. Jiang Che, he was like a ray of light that shone into my life. After that, Qin Xiaoqiao went on an acting spree, and her acting skills were superb. Jiang Che's scalp was a little numb from watching. In short, she sang the praises of Jiang Che's goodness. I can't live without Senior Jiang Che. After 10 or so minutes of passionate speeches, Wang Lili was successfully bluffed. In fact, without Jiang Che's depression diagnosis, Qin Xiaoqiao's words would have been useless and would have only been replaced by Wang Lili's slap. Mom, don't you push me, okay? It's almost graduation now. With my grades, even if I don't study next, I can also easily get into Qingbei. Mom won't force you. Let's go home. Wang Lili wanted to hold Qin Xiaoqiao's hand, but the young girl shook her off as if she was electrocuted. I don't want to go home. Mom, you'll beat me. In an instant, the police officers in the police station who were originally eating and watching the show narrowed their eyes and the smiles on their faces tightened. They all sat up straight. Domestic violence? Maybe. There was still another single performance to punch before the end of the day. A rare look of heartache appeared in Wang Lili's eyes, but she didn't regret it, because being strict with her was for her own good. Xiaoqiao, Mom will be more lax with you from now on, and won't beat you up. And at this moment, Jiang Che understood. It was time for him to come out. Directly pulling over Qin Xiaoqiao's arm, he protected her behind his back and looked at Wang Lili with an indifferent expression. Teacher Wang, Xiaoqiao will only feel pain if she follows you guys, but she is happy by my side. So for her sake, let Xiaoqiao stay at my home during this period of time. It was a figure of speech. The two of them, Qin Xiaoqiao and herself, had been singing a double act for so long. Wasn't it just for this? Wang Lili's eyes widened. Letting her daughter live in a dude's house? How was this possible? No way. Xiaoqiao, this Jiang Che is a dude. Mom, then I can only die for you. Lili Wang. For the first time, she felt that her daughter was getting farther and farther away from her. Auntie, Xiaoqiao is also an adult. If you're not willing to let go, I'm afraid that with Xiaoqiao's condition, she'll really do something to kill herself. Jiang Che's mouthful of auntie shouted her to the point where she almost had a brain hemorrhage. Was this already a clear sign? Wang Lili's entire body had completely collapsed. The hell is your aunt? Letting her own good daughter go and live with Jiang Che, this uneducated rich second generation? What would happen then? Is there any need to think about it? No way. You can't live together. Mom, don't force me. Qin Xiaoqiao's voice revealed a resolute emotion. There was a stalemate for about 10 minutes. Wang Lily sat down disheveledly on the ground, as if she had aged 5 or 6 years in a flash. You guys go, Xiao. Why don't your father and I cook you some meals every day and send them over? Jiang Che directly balked. Auntie, no need. Are you kidding? You still want to be a light bulb? No way. Qin Xiaoqiao naturally didn't dare to look at her own mom either, but at the same time, her heart couldn't hold back her excitement. Great. Am I considered to have eloped with Senior Jiang Che? But, will something happen to Mom with this look? Mom, your love for me is too extreme. I'm scared. Jiang Che holds Qin Xiaoqiao and prepares to go home. Lily Wang, Xiaoqiao, Mom won't force you. Come back, okay? Yanran Wang, could you Jiang Che? Stinky thing. You're ready to bring a woman home? You're hiding a woman in your house? I'll talk to Auntie Jiang and the others later. Chapter 79. Cat witnessed everything. Baby, good performance. I'll give you extra dinner tonight. Jiang Che carried Qin Xiaoqiao into the passenger seat. The young girl revealed a touch of shyness. It wasn't even your bad idea that came to mind first. I'm just cooperating with your acting. Senior Jiang Che, let me ask you a question. Qin Xiaoqiao suddenly became serious, and even took one of Jiang Che's hands. Let's wait until we get back home to talk about any questions. Jiang Che's car had already driven into the Jiang family villa. A villa that now had no more idle people coming in besides Aunt Chen. His cheap mom and dad had already moved away in order to create a good environment for him. Welcome to the new home. Jiang Che intercepted Qin Xiaoqiao and picked her up, causing the young girl to be shy once again. I can walk. Jiang Che carried her directly into the home, and while Qin Xiaoqiao was shy, her big eyes were secretly surveying this big villa. It was really big and luxurious, and at a glance, one could tell that it was worth a lot of money. At the same time, it also let her know a naked truth. She and Jiang Che were ultimately people from two worlds. It was impossible for Jiang Che to marry her, even though what her mom said was outrageous. But it was indeed a fact that everything was just a moth to the flame for her alone. When Qin Xiaoqiao thought of Yi Mengyao, she felt a strong sense of inferiority. Like Yi Mengyao's kind of pretty and good academic performance, or $1,000 lady. The family is right for each other. It's not just talk. Xiaoqiao, what are you thinking about? No, didn't think anything. Qin Xiaoqiao blushed slightly. Right at this moment, Aunt Chen walked in with a large bag of bought vegetables. Every day, for breakfast, lunch and dinner, she had to come and cook at a fixed time. After seeing that Jiang Che was staying with a young girl, Aunt Chen smiled and retreated. Aunt Chen, make some congee for dinner. Jiang Che led Qin Xiaoqiao directly upstairs after he finished speaking. This child. Aunt Chen also smiled helplessly. Jiang Che was the one she had watched grow up, so naturally it was impossible for her to say anything more. But she only had some feelings. The child had grown up. Don't worry, Aunt Chen will leave after cooking. Qin Xiaoqiao. Wang Lily returned home disoriented. Lily, where's Xiaoqiao? Where did it go? A man with glasses put down the newspaper in his hands and asked with furrowed brows. Wang Lily was silent for half a day and finally slowly opened her mouth to tell the truth. After speaking, Wang Lily opened her mouth again excitedly. My daughter absolutely can't stay with that Jiang Che. I'll lead her back in a few days. That Jiang Che is an uneducated dude. Looking at his indignant wife, Qin Xiao sighed. Lily, I told you long ago not to let you push your daughter too hard. Now okay? Something's happened. Wasn't that for Xiaoqiao's good? Wan Lily was so anxious that she was on the verge of crying. Her Xiaoqiao would be ruined by that Jiang Che. Alright, that's it. If you were to pick Xiaoqiao back up, she would definitely make a scene. Qin Xiao put on his glasses, looking a bit old-fashioned because he was a language teacher. Then what about Xiaoqiao? You're just going to watch that Jiang Che destroy her? Then what do you want to do? Isn't it all you're doing? I did it for Xiaoqiao's good. Take my word for it. The young man shouldn't do anything out of the ordinary. After all, Xiaoqiao is still a clean girl. Qin Xiao obviously didn't know enough about his daughter who was given in vain. I hope, but they're obviously going to have trouble sleeping at night. Chen Hao was bailed out by the ancient Marshal Chen family, but it also utilized his one chance to borrow the family's power, and he now had one last chance left. Damn Jiang Che, I'm going to kill you. He had never wanted to kill someone so much before. To think that he, a great master of the mid-dark force, had been fooled by an ordinary person. The person he loved was even defiled by him. It was simply unbearable. If the 3 chances are used up, the family will force him to return to the family for hard training. If he could become a Huanjin powerhouse, then the position of the family head would definitely be secure. But Chen Hao himself knew very well, he was originally a martial arts genius. At the age of 9, he stepped into the dark power. At the age of 11, he became a middle dark power. But at the age of 12, his martial arts suddenly stagnated, and he had been stuck for 12 years. A fortune teller had said that his opportunity was outside. Once he returned to the family, I'm afraid his martial arts cultivation will be difficult to advance an inch in his life. But fortunately, he still had a real sister, and the thought of his sister. Chunhao's irritable mood gradually regained its calm. A genius sister who had entered the Huanjing cultivation level at the age of 18. The genius sister had helped him buy a lot of time for development. Chunhao's goal was also very simple, to find opportunities in the secular world, break through the Huanjing cultivation level, or even step into the legendary sect master realm, then return to the clan to wipe out the previous shame. Chapter 80 Ancient Martial Chen Family. Chen Ningxuan, an ancient and simple door plaque. A large character was clearly engraved on it. Chen. This character Chen was clearly written by a high-ranking person and contained some sort of indescribable aura. Ancient Martial Arts Chen Family. It belonged to a second-rate ancient martial arts family in the Dragon Kingdom, and only with a Grandmaster-level powerhouse could one step into the ranks of a first-rate ancient martial arts family. Once Chen Hao became famous at a young age, stepping into the dark power at the age of 9, and the middle stage of the dark power at the age of 11. He was placed with infinite expectations by the Chen family. My Chen family Chen Hao has the qualifications of a grandmaster. However, Chen Hao's cultivation has stagnated since then, and he has fallen from a towering genius to a waste. Instead, it was his own sister who replaced him as a dazzling genius. This Chen Hao, he's getting worse and worse? How come after going out, he keeps causing trouble? An old man with a beard cursed and spoke. Ha, I heard it was a fight with a punk. After a disciple of an ancient martial arts family entered the secular world, he actually fought with punks? It's simply a travesty. More than that, Chen Hao even found himself a job as a security guard after entering the secular world? It's almost laughable. A dark strength cultivator working as a security guard? Obviously, many people in the Chen family were dissatisfied with Chen Hao. If Chen Hao wasn't the son of the previous family head, based on his previous style of doing things, he would have been beaten to death long ago. He would have been killed a long time ago. Nowadays, the head of the family had already closed his eyes in order to break through the sect master. Whether he could come out alive or not was a question. But just as these people were discussing, a young girl in white practice clothes walked out. Tall, with a competent ponytail and a frosty face, she was just like a cold beauty. Chen Ningxuan, Chen Hao's own sister. A genius girl who had stepped into the harmonization force cultivation at the age of 18. Her position in the ancient martial arts Chen family was significant. Second uncle. Do you guys think that our family head's lineage is failing? So you guys want to replace it? Chen Ningxuan was carrying a taiji sword on her back, and her entire person seemed to blend in with her surroundings. There were quite a few harmonization force powerhouses in the Chen family. 5 or 6 were still there. But Chen Ningxuan, who was at the early stage of harmonization force, was something that they had to pay attention to. What's more, Chen Ningxuan was only 18 years old, and as long as she didn't meet with an accident like Chen Hao, she would surely become a grandmaster within 10 years. If Chen Ningxuan was a boy, they wouldn't have dared to think wrongly, but she was ultimately a girl, and it was impossible to let a girl take the position of the family head. Ningxuan, Chen Hao, he's not that genius anymore. Not to mention that the old family master still has a dark disease in his body. The probability of breaking through to a zongsher is less than 20%. It's time to make a decision on the family master position. Chen Daoguan. These backbones of the Chen family didn't flinch at this time, directly hardening their eyes against Chen Ningxuan. Chen Daoguan's forehead seeped out a trace of false sweat. He is also the early stage of Huanjing. Against Chen Ningxuan, this 18 years old doll, even some fear? Could it be that Chen Ningxuan's strength had made another breakthrough? In the end, Chen Ningxuan still collected her aura and turned around to leave. My brother's matter, please ask second uncle for you guys to take care of him a little more. I believe he will definitely metamorphose and return. The young girl's eyes were lowered. She was also under a lot of pressure. Her father's life and death were uncertain, and now the pressure was all on her. Unless she immediately broke through her astral power cultivation now and became a sect master powerhouse, she could only drag on. Brother, I believe in you. Thinking back to when she was young, when her brother was still a teenage genius, that kind of ambition, but now her brother had been reduced to a loser, but she still believed her brother would definitely not fall silent, and would definitely return one day. Brother, when I break through the middle stage of Huanjing, I will definitely go to the secular world to help you. A fresh breeze blew through the young girl's hair, and a fallen leaf floated in front of her. 2 jade green fingers pinched up the fallen leaf and then violently flicked it. Swish! The leaf quickly flew towards the tree trunk a dozen meters away. Soft leaves that directly shot through the bull-thick tree trunk, the air carrying a touch of solemnity. After Chen Hao came out of the bureau, he was dismissed from Shirlan School. There was no way Shirlan School would let someone with a criminal past be a security guard. So, Chen Hao became a hobo once again. Damn Jiang Che, I'll kill you one day. Chen Hao blamed Jiang Che for all the misfortunes that had happened to him, but the truth was also true. Qin Xiao Qiao, After I step into the harmonization power cultivation and regain control of the Chen family, I will definitely come back to look for you again. Chen Hao clenched his fists, and right at this moment, he suddenly saw a recruitment advertisement. Overseas company Jiang Che Group is about to return to China and establish a company in Hangzhou, and is now recruiting temporary security guards. Security guard? Chen Hao accurately extracted the keyword, and there seemed to be a voice in the underworld that kept tantalizing him. Security guard, must be a security guard. The school's security guards were dismissed, so it's okay to work as a security guard inside a multinational company. In the hospital, Lin Yu, as Chen Hao's brother-in-law, was having a hard time. He had completely lost contact with his second brother. Why? I'm a ghost doctor heir. Why can't even my Ghost Gate 13 needles work? He had tried many methods during this period of time, but it seemed that he had really not lifting a finger anymore. Mr. Lin, your epididymis is also shrinking. It's very likely that you won't be producing sperm in the near future. We suggest that you go to a sperm bank now to do a little self-sperm preservation. It won't cost you much for a year. It's only a few $1,000s. The preservation effect is very good now. It can be preserved for at least 7 or 8 years without losing its activity. The doctor's words were like another blow to Lin Yu. Not only was he no longer active, he even faced the risk of infertility. Are you kidding me? He still has to start a harem. He's still thinking of marrying Missy. He's an expert who went down to the mountains to play and tour the flower capital. And it's only been 2 months or so, and he's now a lone man? And infertile? Impossible. Why didn't my acupuncture work? Master mistook me. The promised 13 needles of the Ghost Gate cured all the world's difficult cases. The attending doctor sighed when he saw Lin Yu in this state. This kid was already bewitched. Mr. Lin, the function of your reproductive system has been completely lost. Whether it's traditional Chinese medicine or Western medicine, there's no effect anymore. You still need to look on the bright side. Why don't you look away? I'm only 20 this year. Lin Yu's spirit collapsed a bit. He's only 20 this year. He just wants to pick up girls. What's wrong with him? Mr. Lin, don't get excited. You can go to the sperm storage bank. If you really wait until your other epididymis also shrivels up, then there will be no chance at all. Lin Yu fell silent. Although he was angry, he had to think about it seriously. Good. Chapter 81, Lin Yu's last glimmer of hope severed. Jealous Yi Mangyao. Lin Yu finally bowed to reality. The legendary medical skills that his master had imparted to him were all fine in life and death. Cancer and uremia were not a problem. And there were even quite a few female physiological aspects of medical massage and the like. But there's very little about men's medicine. There are only a few male medical treatments. Only aphrodisiacs. Let him be devastated. Master has wronged me. Lin Yu muddledly followed the doctors to the hospital for self-sperm preservation. Since he was already inactive, he could only do a puncture. Store it for me for 10 years. Here's the cost. Storing for 10 years. A total of $20,000. This directly emptied Lin Yu's wallet. The $150,000 he had just been tricked into taking out a loan was now spent. Doctor, you guys must save it for me. Lin Yu looked at the test tubes. His speech was trembling. This was his last hope. It reminded him of a saying he once overheard. A young man does not know that essence is precious. Now wasted, he can only shed empty tears at his children and grandchildren. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. Our hospital sperm storage is professional and each one will have its own number. Then, I'm counting on you then. Lin Yu cried. Ever since he shattered one of his balls, his character had become more and more tender from his original fierceness, and now he cried and cried when he couldn't move. But just as he was grieving, a group of people with dragons and tigers tattooed on their arms barged into the hospital. Hey, don't touch. The nurse who was carrying Lin Yu's test tube was touched by the group of punks on her arm. The hand trembled. A crunching sound shattered the ground, but at the same time, what broke was still Lin Yu's heart. No! Lin Yu completely tensed up and flung himself to the floor. To his millions of children and grandchildren, the doctor said that the quality of his sperm was poor. This was a batch that barely met the standard. As his condition worsened in the future, the quality and activity would definitely get worse and worse. But now it was. Who is Lin Yu? The burly man in the lead looked tigerish, with a scar at the corner of his eye. Isn't Lin Yu here? Damn! This kid borrowed $150,000 loans from us. He wouldn't have rolled up the money and run away, right? Obviously, these people were here to collect loans. As long as you borrowed a loan shark, they would come over as if they were rushing you to repay the loan. You guys deserve to die. Lin Yu slowly stood up. Those bottles of test tubes had all his hopes poured into them. But now, his hopes were completely shattered. How could one not be angry? Brother Long, this kid seems to be that what? Lin Yu, right? It's still true. You'd better pay back the money. You borrowed $150,000 a week ago. Now it's been a week. Now you've borrowed $170,000 with interest. You can't pay back the principal, but you can pay back the $20,000 in interest. I'll pay back your mom. Lin Yu Ben is about to explode with anger. Directly stormed. Also simply cannot care what. Directly swinging his fist to do. But after feminization, Lin Yu seemed to have weakened his fighting strength by 7 points. His fists were all limp. He was a mid-dark force powerhouse. But he was still no match for these punks, and they were all holding electric batons. Things like electric batons seem to be constructed specifically for martial artists. The violent electric current on the electric baton could instantly make the internal force in the body of a dark force expert collapse and turn into a piece of loose sand. Is dark force without internal force still called dark force? Ah! Miserable screams. Lin Yu was violently beaten again and again and again. Yoo-hoo! I didn't see it coming. Ha! This kid is still an ancient martial arts expert? It's a good thing we brought electric batons. Otherwise we might not be able to beat him. Long angrily kicked Lin Yu twice. At this moment, Lin Yu had already been beaten to death. Brother Long, this kid seems to look somewhat familiar. It seems like the one-egg man that was reported on the news a few days ago. Yoo-hoo! I didn't realize it if you didn't say it. One-egg man? That's great. Isn't that what Kung likes? Hey, although this Lin Yu has a somewhat strong temperament, his appearance is quite iconic. Brother Chang should like this. Carry him away. After breaking one of his balls, Lin Yu's appearance gradually became more feminine, and his features looked a bit softer, and the knocked-out Lin Yu had absolutely no idea what he was going to face next. Get up, little lazybones. Jiang Che shouted Qin Xiaoqiao up. Senior Jiang Che. Good morning. The young girl sat on the bed and rubbed her eyes. Her hair was all a bit messy, her eyes were a bit disoriented. She had obviously just woken up from a nap. Good morning. After washing up, bringing Qin Xiaoqiao with her, she went downstairs. It should be said not to say, having Qin Xiaoqiao, such a well-behaved and lovely girl by his side, is indeed quite comfortable. There is no man who can refuse a beautiful girl whose heart and eyes are full of you. If you refuse, wait and regret it. Aunt Chen had come long ago to make breakfast. Jiang Che, I don't quite dare to go back to school now. In the car, Qin Xiaoqiao covered her face, blushing to the root of her neck. My dad, he's my language teacher. Mom also works inside the school. I don't even know how to face them. Grandpa Butler, you follow that Maybach in front. Yes, miss. Yi Mengyao sat in the back seat of the Bentley, biting her thin lips in death. She had gotten up early today, originally planning to go to the Jiang family villa to give Jiang Che a surprise. Instead, she ended up discovering a scene that made her nearly heartbroken. Jiang Che and Qin Xiaoqiao walked out of the villa arm in arm. Yi Mengyao knew very well that Jiang Che's parents had already moved out, and Jiang Che and Qin Xiaoqiao had spent the night alone together. Bad Jiang Che. Stinky Jiang Che. Then what am I? Yi Mengyao was on the verge of tears. Jiang Che, I definitely won't give up. I will prove to you. I'm better and prettier than Qin Xiaoqiao. Chapter 82. Auntie, you're overthinking it. It's already my family Xiaoqiao now. Yi Mengyao's little thoughts were naturally all heard by Jiang Che, but he wasn't worried at all. Even if Yi Mengyao had blackened out, she was still the same stupid girl. Even if he flirted with other girls in front of her, she would only cry and get jealous, and then start looking for reasons from herself. Yi Mengyao, who was sitting in the classroom, pondered for a long time and edited a text message to send it to Jiang Che. Jiang Che, what is your relationship with that Qin Xiaoqiao? Jiang Che lightly laughed out. This Miss Ye's jealousy was too heavy, right? What's it got to do with you? Continuing to put on a smelly face. Anyway, the offense and defense were now changing shape. Yi Mengyao was very angry, but also very aggrieved. Why couldn't this asshole coax himself, wearing a stinky face all day? This guy with a straight face. Yi Mengyao had also realized that there was only one way left to capture Jiang Che's heart, and that was to use her only remaining advantage. Sister Yao Yao, what's wrong with you? Yuan beside Yi Mengyao poked her. Yuan wasn't in a very good mood lately either. Jiang Che hadn't come to her for a long time. Her heart, it's just very unpleasant. Anyway, it's hard to say. Anyway, it was just very difficult. Heir, I'll secretly tell you something. You mustn't be shocked. Sister Yao Yao, you say. Yi Mengyao sneaked up to the little lowly's ear and murmured a few words softly. Heir's expression was slightly gloomy. She had already guessed it whatsoever, but she still had to put on a look of incomparable shock. Her small hand covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes widened, and she lowered her voice. Sister Yao Yao, you and Jiang Che, can't be? Yi Mengyao did not notice Yuan's strange behavior. In her opinion, Heir was just that cute and adorable little girlfriend. Heir's other side was hidden so deeply that only Jiang Che and Yu Weiwei knew about it. Baby Heir, what do you think I should do? Now that he's still putting on a stinky face, what should I do? Heir gritted her teeth as she listened. She knew Jiang Che's behavior too well. This guy was Pua Yi Mengyao. He might be stealing joy behind his back. But on the other hand, her little heart couldn't help but start throbbing. Jiang Che had Yi Mengyao and Qin Xiaoqiao by his side. So what was she? She didn't even know how to face Jiang Che herself now, let alone give Yi Mengyao ideas. So she simply didn't say anything and lowered her head to play dead. During English class, Wang Lily's gaze shot a few glances at Jiang Che from time to time. Her own daughter had followed him home last night. Will she be bullied? It was difficult. Until the end of class. Jiang Che, come out with me for a moment. Wang Lily brought Jiang Che to a corner of the school building. Her face had been iron blue. Student Jiang Che, last night, my family Chow Chow. Auntie, you're wrong. It's my family Chow Chow now. Jiang Che opened his mouth playfully. He didn't have the slightest bit of goodwill towards a selfish and overbearing middle-aged woman like Wang Lily, who dared to hit Qin Xiaoqiao in front of him. I don't even want to hit Qin Xiaoqiao, even though you're Xiaoqiao's mother. It's useless. Wang Lily was almost infuriated with a cerebral hemorrhage by Jiang Che's words. When did her daughter become Jiang Che's? But at the same time, Wang Lily also heard the implication of Jiang Che's words. Jiang Che, my daughter is only 18 years old this year. You dude will ruin her. If this continues, after graduation, won't she have to give her a grandchild? Auntie, Xiaoqiao and I are truly in love. You're a playboy. What are you trying to say? Wang Lily was about to die of anger, but didn't dare to lash out and curse. I'm going to bring Xiaoqiao back today. You can give it a try and see if Xiaoqiao is willing to go with you or not. She has to go even if she doesn't. Wang Lily snorted coldly. Are you sure you want to push her to her death? Wang Lily didn't say anything more to Jiang Che, turned around and left. Hurriedly, she came to Qin Xiaoqiao's class. Qin Xiaoqiao, come out here. Wang Lily brought Qin Xiaoqiao out as well as she did. She wasn't as calm with Qin Xiaoqiao, and was pulling her out by the ears. Qin Xiaoqiao bit her thin lips all the way, not daring to face her mother at all. Qin Xiaoqiao, you honestly tell me. Wang Lily's face was ironic and her voice carried some trembling. Facing her mother's high pressure, she had originally planned to deny it. But, she really didn't want to be that good girl who only knew how to bow her head in a single-minded manner anymore. She also had her own thoughts and people she loved. The young girl firmly raised her head and locked eyes with her mother. Right, I'm living with Senior Jiang Che. He's very gentle with me. Are you happy? You dash. She couldn't believe that such vulgar words could come out of her own daughter's mouth. Where had that well-behaved and lovely daughter of hers gone? Anger rose from the bottom of the woman's heart. How did I give birth to a like you? How unashamed you are. The woman raised her hand and was ready to slap the young girl, but Qin Xiaoqiao didn't wimp out at all and lifted her face up. Her eyes were glistening with tears, forcing herself not to let them fall. Wang Lily's slap hovered in midair. Remembering her daughter's severely depressed condition, she still compromised. Xiaoqiao, why don't you go home? Mom and Dad won't force you anymore. Not going back. The young girl had obviously learned the hard way by following Jiang Che, learning to climb up the pole. Since Wang Lily had conceded, then she was bound to ride the face. Wang Lily, the daughter who has been raised for more than 10 years, just ran away with someone, and it's still the dude she despises the most? The uneducated rich second generation. Xiaoqiao, listen to mom tell you. Don't listen. Don't listen. The girl covered her ears and ran off, leaving Wang Lily alone in her spot. A feeling of remorse spread from the bottom of her heart.